In the year 1480 of the Sea Circle, a new world unfolded. Captain, an island has been spotted ahead. Understood, let's land and resupply. On the vast ocean, a colossal pirate ship sliced through the tranquil waters, the azure sea parting like a curtain before this formidable vessel. The distinctive pirate flag fluttered at the mast's peak, emblazoned with 4 English letters and a blood-red skull, exuding an aura of malevolence. To the denizens of this world, it symbolized death and despair. This was the ship of the Rocks Pirates, under the command of the universally acknowledged strongest pirate in the world. Such a grand ship could only be possessed by those of officer rank within the crew. The Rocks Pirates comprised 6 divisions, with these 6 individuals being the true backbone of the crew. The vessel bore a conspicuous one on its hull. When the world is this? Upon their initial arrival on the small island, the pirates, who had intended to resupply and perhaps plunder, were momentarily taken aback. Logically, a settlement of this size should at least feature a small town. Indeed, signs of human habitation were present, and as they advanced along the path, a town did appear before them. However, the desolation surrounding them and the blood that had coalesced into streams raised immediate concerns. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds echoed from behind, prompting the pirates to part ways, revealing an extraordinarily tall man perhaps, standing at 6 meters. He wore a loose green shirt that showcased his bulging muscles, topped with a pristine captain's hat that, apart from its exquisite embellishments, bore no pirate insignia. Draped in an overcoat and clad in black trousers and enormous boots, what caught the eye most was the naginata he wielded and the crescent-shaped, white mustache adorning his face. This was Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, the captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates, with a staggering bounty of 2.176 billion berries. A true powerhouse, his strength was only surpassed by the captain, Rocks, making him indisputably the 2nd most formidable member. What transpired in this town? Has it been plundered? Whitebeard murmured to himself, his brow furrowing as he inhaled deeply, the overwhelming stench of blood surging into his senses. Yet amidst this odor, he discerned a hint of malevolent intent. Without hesitation, Whitebeard unleashed his observation hockey, its exaggerated range swiftly enveloping much of the island. Sure enough, a presence faint yet brimming with malice was rapidly approaching their direction. Southeast. All hands be alert. Whitebeard's booming voice startled everyone, some novice pirates glancing around in confusion, while the seasoned members drew their weapons, eyeing the southeastern forest with trepidation. A low, guttural growl emanated from the dense thicket, and suddenly, a slender figure shot forth with astonishing speed. The pirates could only glimpse a shadow darting among them before a scream pierced the air. A rookie stared dumbfounded at the massive gash that had appeared in his abdomen. Trembling, he attempted to raise his hand to utter something, but the words would never escape. Cracks began to appear across his body. Blood gushed forth like a torrent, soaring skyward and then cascading down, leaving in its wake a gruesome rain. Where the pirate had stood, only a few smooth pieces of flesh remained at the incision points. Hiss! The other pirates collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions a mix of shock and awe, yet strangely, few exhibited signs of fear. It seemed they were accustomed to such horrors. What a remarkably clean cut, one pirate murmured, a hint of morbid fascination creeping onto his face, as if he beheld a flawless work of art. Indeed, it's my first time witnessing such exquisite swordsmanship, aside from Captain Shiki. Another nodded in agreement, marveling at the display. This doesn't appear to be swordsmanship, it seems merely a brutal slash. All the more terrifying. An attack without form achieving such results this individual is undoubtedly a genius in the way of the sword. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their focus on the spectacle rather than the death of their comrade. Perhaps they had never truly regarded each other as companions, merely members of a shared interest. Pirates have never been synonymous with benevolence. They embody savagery and sin. Who would don a fad of sorrow for whom? Moreover, even aboard the same ship, it was not uncommon for disputes over profit to lead to bloodshed. Amidst the seasoned pirates' chatter, a few more fell victim to the shadow's onslaught, yet none cared, save for the panicked and timid newcomers. Some weaker souls cast glances at their captain, hoping Whitebeard would intervene to vanquish the shadow, but they were met with disappointment throughout the ordeal. Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged, fixated on the shadow without any intention to strike. Perhaps fortune favored the fledglings, for after another life was claimed, the shadow turned its attention toward a seasoned pirate of considerable strength. The shadow, employing its lethal technique to dispatch the novices, lunged at the veteran, yet the latter was no mere amateur. Those who survived in the Rocks Pirates were all elite among pirates. Interesting. Let me see what you're made of. The burly pirate grinned, a fierce smile crossing his face as he unsheathed his massive blade, delivering a powerful slash without hesitation. Clearly, this pirate was no mere fodder. Such an attack could easily eliminate a captain from the first half of the Grand Line. Onlookers watched in anticipation as the clash unfolded. At last, the pirate's blade met the shadow, and the wielder felt an immense force reverberate through him, nearly overwhelming his formidable strength. In that moment, the nonchalance and disdain vanished from his face, replaced by sheer astonishment. The reason was simply he beheld the figure he battled, a blood-soaked, ragged, emaciated wretch, so malnourished he appeared skeletal. How could such a frail body conceal such immense power? A sense of foreboding crept into the strong pirate's heart. And indeed, the truth of his premonition was soon revealed. He watched helplessly as his trusted blade, which had accompanied him through countless battles and felled innumerable foes, emitted a mournful cry under the strain. This is impossible. Yet, how could absolute certainty exist in this world? Perhaps the pirate's stature was so imposing that the onlookers heard a faint sound of slicing. He split apart, just as his blade did, into countless fragments. The gaunt figure let out a low, guttural growl, its long, unkempt hair obscuring a pair of crimson eyes that scrutinized the surrounding pirates with wariness. "Hey, little brat, you're quite capable. Let's have some fun. Haha, what? Getting restless? Look at this little b-ass so devoid of emotion. How entertaining. Back off, you lot. They'll take him first." The crowd erupted into frenzied shouts. The robust pirate was indeed formidable, yet merely competent. How vast was the ocean? Even among this throng, many surpassed him in strength. They remain indifferent to the passage of life aboard the ship of rocks. Who among them does not bear the weight of countless lives? Death is a commonplace occurrence. Rather than lamenting such matters, it is this little imp before them that piques their interest far more. Each of these figures resembles a malevolent specter, their frenzied expressions unsettling the imp, whose aura grows increasingly volatile until he perceives an immensely towering man approaching him. Even in his beastly form, the imp senses a lethal threat. The towering figure before him embodies the chasm that separates mortals from the divine. The prospect of victory is non-existent. Even the robust man beside him would scarcely withstand a mere finger from this giant. A frightened beast often strikes first, witnessing his warnings go unheeded. The imp is consumed by fury, more accurately, a blend of fright and rage. He suddenly flings his hands, the bloodied stains diminishing to reveal a gleaming blade concealed beneath. Roar! He lunges forward, exerting every ounce of his strength. This is undoubtedly his most formidable strike. However, humph! With a disdainful snort, the Whitebeard man unleashes a terrifying force that radiates from him, staining the very sky a blood-red hue. The once menacing imp, overwhelmed by this dreadful aura, swiftly loses consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Not just him, even the seemingly formidable pirates falter, leaving only the Whitebeard man standing amidst the silence that descends. The atmosphere grows markedly quieter. The Whitebeard man approaches, suddenly crouching down to scrutinize the pitiful state of the imp. He extends his massive hand and lifts him effortlessly, the imp's frail form scarcely matching the size of a single palm. After a moment of contemplation, the Whitebeard man's grip tightens gradually. He considers himself no paragon of virtue despite his disdain for his subordinates. This reckless youth, indiscriminately slaughtering so many, complicates the recruitment of new members. Killing at random is downright impolite. His heart darkens with the intent to kill, his grasp constricting further. The imp, sensing the encroaching pain, suddenly furrows his brow. The Whitebeard man remains unmoved. Yet the imp unexpectedly clutches his finger tightly. Though he still emits muffled groans of pain, his frown begins to ease, as if he has found a semblance of solace. In that moment, This man, renowned across the seas and feared by children who dare not cry at night, experiences a flicker of an unfamiliar sentiment. His gradually tightening grip suddenly relaxes. For reasons unknown, he entertains the peculiar notion of sparing this imp's life. Thus, the fates of the two intertwine at this very instant. Chapter 2: The Loner Fire. Fire. Come quickly. What has happened? Why is this happening? The town, and everyone in it. The mayor, Uncle Lee the vegetable seller, the tavern matron, and Brother Lame. Why are you all lying on the ground? Blood, so much blood. They are all dead. Why? Why must it always be like this? You leave silently, leaving me all alone. The darkness thickens, engulfing the bewildered little spirit entirely. Ah! With a loud cry, the little spirit awakens from his slumber. Startled by the encroaching darkness, his forehead and back already soaked with cold sweat. Sitting on the bed, he silently gazes at his hands, his expression gradually morphing from calm to revulsion. Suddenly, the fingers of his right hand transform into 5 blade-like appendages. In agony and hatred, he stares at the reflection of his face in the gleaming edge. Then, with a fierce resolve, he strikes down upon his other hand. The sharp blade effortlessly rends the flesh at his wrist, piercing deeply into his arm. Yet when the blade meets bone, it cannot penetrate further. Blood spurts forth, splattering across the little spirit's face. Despite being merely 8 or 9 years old, the kind of child who would weep at a fall and require adult comfort, this little spirit remains pale, enduring such excruciating pain that even the strongest man would howl in agony. Yet, he remains silent, bearing the torment stoically. One strike ends, but the little spirit does not cease. He seems dissatisfied, as if this self-inflicted torment is insufficient. He raises his hand once more, striking down again. This cycle continues until a pirate bursts through the door, horrified at the sight, exclaiming, "What the hell are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" The spoon he held clatters to the floor, splattering everywhere. The little spirit glances at the intruding pirate, then resumes his grim task. It dawns on him that he has not returned to the makeshift home fashioned from cardboard. He lies instead on a dry, comfortable bed, rather than a damp, cold, moldy plank. This place is cozy, impervious to rain, warm enough that he need not curl up for warmth. Yet, he appears indifferent, repeating the cutting motion, as if intent on severing his arm entirely. "Hey, stop it." The pirate, witnessing the child's unwavering actions, grows frantic, not out of compassion for the little spirit, but because Captain Whitebeard had explicitly ordered that the child be spared. Thus, a ruthless pirate receives a task to take care of this little spirit and inform Whitebeard upon his awakening. Of course, the pirate doubts the little spirit's worth. Yet serving under Captain Whitebeard is a rare opportunity many would covet. Compared to other captains, Whitebeard is notably merciful. At least he does not take pleasure in the lives of his crew for no reason, a rarity among the brutal rocks pirates. This seems a trivial matter. But if it displeases Captain Whitebeard, he might concoct a reason to dispose of the pirate or expel him from the crew. Then he would have nowhere to lament his fate. "Calm down, child." The pirate attempts to approach, but the memory of his foolish comrades who perished at the hands of this little spirit halts his movements. Ridiculous. If such a strong man was felled, what would happen to a newcomer like him? Yes, go find Captain Whitebeard. The newcomer, clutching at straws, hastens toward Whitebeard's quarters. After his departure, the little spirit's actions momentarily pause. He perceives the fear in the pirate's eyes and intensifies his efforts, pressing his lips tightly together. Before long, heavy footsteps echo at the doorway. A towering man enters, immediately noticing the little spirit's bloodied arm. "Goodness, waking up only to torment yourself? That is not a good habit, boy." The little spirit has never encountered someone so large. Even the fishermen of the town were not this imposing. The man looms like a small mountain, an overwhelming presence, yet there is no malice in his gaze. It seems that, despite the lives he has taken, to this man, he is merely a child. "HM? Can you not speak? Am I to find that I've rescued a little mute?" Whitebeard frowns, his attention fixed on the little spirit. Noticing the child's persistent silence, he chooses not to dwell on it further. "By the looks of you, you're likely only 8 years old, right?" As he speaks, Whitebeard moves closer, disregarding the little spirit's wariness, and sits heavily on the edge of the bed, his massive form occupying most of the space. The little spirit shrinks into the corner, watching him with caution. Boredom is no excuse for self-harm, you know. Whitebeard observes the little spirit's arm, his brow furrowing slightly. "I don't know what you've been through, nor do I care about your secrets. Here, you are just a child, though you've killed many of my men. In the vast ocean, death can come from anywhere. A man must bear responsibility for the path he chooses. As for you, truth be told, Whitebeard feels sympathy for the little spirit, recognizing a kindred spirit in their shared unfortunate childhoods, having grown up in a war-torn land, abandoned and alone. The little spirit's previous actions lead Whitebeard to refrain from delivering a fatal blow. Just a child, it matters not whether he lives or dies. That town is gone. In 2 days, we will resupply on another island. You may choose to disembark there. With that, Whitebeard rises to leave, unaware of the profound pain reflected in the little spirit's eyes. After Whitebeard departs, another servant brings a bowl of soup, placing it on the table before leaving without a backward glance. The little spirit huddles in the corner, his small frame embodying the essence of loneliness. Days and nights pass. Time flows silently. For 2 entire days, the little spirit remains confined to his room, consuming only a meager amount of food, barely enough to feed a small cat. However, this is not the primary concern of the pirates, who are more focused on the successful completion of their tasks and the wealth they can squander upon their return. Even comparing themselves against their comrades who have amassed fortunes, pondering why they should not claim it for themselves. Every moment aboard the ship counts, and at last, a small island emerges on the horizon. The lookout joyfully shouts, alerting his comrades, who eagerly spring into action. Navigating the seas is a strenuous endeavor. The waves render the vessel unstable. Only upon stepping onto solid ground does that sensation dissipate. This is why those who sail the seas, despite having ample provisions, still seek to dock and rest. The ship reaches the shore, and Whitebeard waves his hand, prompting the pirates to cheer and leap ashore like wolves. He, however, returns to the ship's cabin, making his way to the little spirit's room. Boy, the ship has docked. The choice to stay or leave is yours. He uttered those words and then set off to the island in search of a tavern to drink, waiting for a long while. After confirming that there was no sound outside, the young boy cautiously climbed down from the bed. He gazed at the clean and tidy room, fully aware that it was something he, of his ilk, did not deserve. This marked the first time in 2 days aboard the ship that he stepped onto the deck. The sunlight outside was blinding, leaving him momentarily dazed. The azure sea and the tranquil island seemed to belong to a dream. In truth, the scenery was not dissimilar to that of the previous town he had visited, yet at that time, he had been merely a homeless waif, scurrying daily to stave off hunger, sometimes begging, and at times resorting to petty theft. However, the thieving skills of a child were hardly adept. Most often, the island's residents pretended not to see him, feeling pity for his plight. He understood this, and thus harbored a deep sense of gratitude towards those inhabitants. Yet he pondered, was it truly right for him to have come into this world? The boy gazed out at the sea, his first words spoken in a tender voice, yet tinged with an incongruous weariness. He was in anguish. The struggles of life were bearable, for he had long grown accustomed to them. The islanders were so gentle, and he cherished that place. Yet, this was already the second town he had visited. He felt like a harbinger of calamity. Wherever he went, devastation followed. He had begun to suspect certain truths, yet deep within, he continuously hypnotized himself, denying his own thoughts. However, as he grew older, what could account for the strange power concealed within his frail body? Snowflakes danced in the air as he huddled in a cardboard shelter. Could a normal child truly survive? 3 days without food, yet he still possessed the strength to steal, even running away with vigor when discovered. Was this truly rational? Why could his hands, his legs, and every part of his being transform at will into blades? Why, despite countless painful attempts to end his own existence, did his wounds miraculously heal by the next day? Did sharp knives truly lack the ability to harm his bones? He could not fathom it, nor dared to dwell on it further. I must have been born to be unwanted. He felt profoundly lonely and sorrowful, wishing for death, yet simultaneously clinging to the very air he breathed. Chapter 3. Iron Fist, sir, your drink has arrived. Please enjoy. The tavern keeper wiped the cold sweat from his brow, respectfully placing a bottle of fine rum on the table. The man seated before him was towering, even while seated, far exceeding his own stature. The tavern had long emptied of patrons, leaving only this singular figure. How could the tavern keeper not recognize him? His exaggerated height and distinctive beard were unmistakable. Edward Newgate, the infamous Whitebeard. The tavern owner was bewildered as to why a high-ranking member of the Rocks Pirates would appear in such a place. He cared little for how much the man would drink or whether he would settle the bill. All he could do was fervently hope that these ruthless brigands harbored no ill intentions. even if they took some of his possessions. The bottle of rum, requiring 2 hands to grasp, appeared as trivial as a mineral water bottle in Whitebeard's grasp. He uncapped it and drank heartily, savoring the invigorating essence of the liquor. His favorite indulgence. Yet, this time, he could not wholly immerse himself in the drink, as the image of a frail young boy lingered in his mind. Suddenly, Whitebeard chuckled helplessly, patting his own head. Was he perhaps being overly sentimental? Why was he so preoccupied with a mere boy he had met only a few times? Could it be that he saw a reflection of his younger self in that child? He deemed himself not so benevolent. The boy must have run far away by now. He mused as the bottle quickly emptied. Pirates roamed the island freely, reveling in the land's bounty. A group, grinning from ear to ear, feasted on meat gifted by the butcher, while casually gathering firewood to enjoy a barbecue by the shore. "Hey, don't you think our captain is a bit too concerned about that kid?" one pirate remarked. "Isn't that the truth? That room is far too grand for a seasoned veteran like me, yet he gave it to that scrawny little brat." Another chimed in. "Honestly, with that kid's appearance, he ought to be tied to a fishing hook. What? With your skills, you'd be lucky to catch 1 fish in 10 attempts. Is that what they mean by being both inept and eager?" "Shut up." Crude banter flowed from the pirates' mouths as they vented their frustrations. There was nothing to rival the combination of barbecued meat and chilled beer. "Wait, do you see that ship out on the sea?" One sharp-eyed pirate pointed out a silhouette on the horizon. The others turned to look, and lo and behold, it was indeed a large vessel. "Heh, it must be bringing us treasure," one exclaimed. "By the looks of it, it's likely from the East Blue. What brings them to the New World? Perhaps a noble from the kingdom decided to take a joyride? Who cares? If it's here, it's fair game for us to seize. Besides, the East Blue is the weakest sea. I reckon we can easily dispatch the guards on that ship. All right, let's keep this under wraps. We'll split the treasure equally." In their jovial chatter, they sealed the fate of the merchant ship. Although their conversation seemed amicable, each pirate harbored ulterior motives, calculating how to maximize their own gains. The merchant vessel was a large ship, bearing East Blue specialties to sell in the New World. In truth, most pirate crews would dare not touch such a vessel. Without a modicum of strength, who would venture to do business in the New World? Yet, the Rocks pirates were no ordinary bandits. They were the elite of the New World. Despite their small number, their prowess far surpassed that of the merchant ship's crew. Given their status, they were poised to reap a substantial reward. Suddenly, the pirates abandoned their food and drink, standing up with weapons in hand as the merchant ship drew nearer, revealing its opulent fittings. With so many cannons and an imposing hull, it was indeed a prized catch. However, a man suddenly appeared at the bow of the ship. Dressed in a checkered shirt, sporting a thick, dark beard, he was as robust as a titan. Though not particularly tall, the moment the pirates laid eyes on him, their brazen grins froze in place. "I can't be mistaken, can I? Damn, that man is a rear admiral from the Navy. Iron Fist Carp." Without needing to say more, who among those in the seas did not know of the man capable of battling their captain to a standstill for 300 rounds? The pirates' faces turned a shade of green with fear. They had merely hoped for a brief respite on an island, with the stroke of luck to encounter a plump target. But instead, they had stumbled upon a ferocious predator. "Ha! Hey, you lot over there. You're Whitebeard's pirates, aren't you? That bastard Newgate is on this island, isn't he?" Carp's hearty laughter echoed from afar. The imposing merchant vessel sailing confidently through the New World, its strength undeniable. In addition to the cannons, Carp himself was on board, having just returned from a holiday and ready to head back to the East Blue. "Run quickly. Find the captain. We can't contend with such an enemy." Without a moment's hesitation, the pirates turned to flee, realizing that a man capable of holding his own against their captain could easily obliterate them with a mere flick of his wrist. Trying to escape? Carp grinned from the merchant ship, suddenly crouching low. His powerful legs bulged as he exerted force, launching himself like a cannonball into the air. His leap covered a distance exceeding 300 meters. As gravity began to take hold, causing him to descend, his expression remained unchanged, still exuding that jovial demeanor. In midair, it seemed as though he stood upon an invisible staircase. With a single footfall, he propelled himself again. Moonwalk, one of the 6 powers of the Navy. By striking the air with incredible force, he created a buoyancy effect, granting him abilities akin to flight. This technique was common in the New World, yet in Carp's hands, it exhibited extraordinary prowess. Within mere moments, the fleeing pirates found themselves halted, each collapsing unconscious from a single punch delivered by Carp. As one of the strongest forces of the Navy, How could these ordinary pirates hope to escape? Compared to Whitebeard, they were merely appetizers. That bastard Newgate is indeed here. This time, I shall ensure he is sent to the depths of the ocean prison, Carp declared confidently. As contemporaries from opposing factions, they were familiar with one another. Their encounters always ended in stalemate, neither able to best the other. Yet both were prideful, and thus their rivalry was firmly established. Newgate, I am coming for you. Carp took a deep breath and unleashed a thunderous roar. The sound reverberated powerfully, piercing through the dense forest, enveloping the entire town. The pirates reveling in the town froze, their expressions shifting from joy to terror. That voice was unmistakable. In an instant, countless pirates trembled at the mere echo of a shout. This was the Rear Admiral of the Navy, known as Iron Fist Carp. The white-bearded man in the tavern had naturally heard the commotion. He glanced faintly in the direction of the sound before turning back to finish the remaining half-bottle of liquor in one gulp. Truly, what a troublesome old fool. He let out a cold snort, casually tossing a stack of berries onto the table, seizing the naginata known as the Cloud Cutter, and striding out of the tavern. The vibrant array of berries left the tavern owner nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. A pirate actually paying for his drink. This was undoubtedly the greatest miracle he had encountered this year. And such a thick stack of berries. Surely it amounted to at least 10 or 20,000. What he initially thought would be a free drink had now turned into a substantial profit. Whitebeard was indeed a man of character. He couldn't help but reflect. Meanwhile, by the coast, Carp had not ventured into the town. After notifying headquarters via a transponder snail, he plopped down on the backs of several unfortunate souls who had already fainted, silently awaiting Whitebeard's arrival. Yes, he was merely waiting for the pirates of the sea. Pillaging and plundering had become routine. Most were devoid of morality, yet there were always a few exceptions. Take Whitebeard, for instance. Compared to others, he was a pirate with principles. While he participated in the typical deeds of piracy, he never derived pleasure from killing. That proud man disdained employing any underhanded tactics. His own strength was sufficient to resolve all matters. Avoiding crowds and engaging in battle in open spaces was the best scenario for the Navy, minimizing losses, while for Whitebeard, such places offered him the freedom to unleash his full prowess. This time, the usually impatient Carp exhibited remarkable patience, and Whitebeard did not keep him waiting long. By the time Carp opened his eyes, Whitebeard had already appeared about 50 meters ahead of him. Their gazes met, and words were unnecessary. Gulalala. Ho ha ha ha. The two shared a tacit understanding and burst into laughter simultaneously. Long time no see, Carp. Indeed, I have begun to miss the taste of beating you. A gust of wind swept through, causing the corners of their shirts to flutter and Whitebeard's white coat to rustle ominously. Then, let us leave our lives here. Chapter 4. Be my son. The two formidable titans locked eyes from a distance. Carp tore off the upper half of his floral shirt, revealing his inhuman muscles, while the white-bearded man, with a knife held in one hand, concealed his smile as a milky white aura swirled ominously in his other hand. Neither was reckless enough to strike first. For beings of their caliber, even a momentary lapse could prove fatal. Yet, their familiarity with each other was profound. Whitebeard understood the sheer power behind Carp's fists, just as Carp was acutely aware of the destructive capabilities possessed by Whitebeard. However, both were inherently impatient, and the stalemate was soon disrupted. Carp initiated the assault, appearing diminutive at 3 meters compared to Whitebeard's towering 66 meters. Yet, within that smaller frame resided a strength surpassing that of the giants. With a forceful thrust of his legs, Carp seemed to teleport in front of Whitebeard. His terrifying speed derived from sheer physical might. Speed equated to power, and conversely, power also manifested as speed. Fist of the Shattering Star. Carp's massive fist approached, seemingly unadorned. Yet it conjured a tempest. To Whitebeard, the fist grew larger within his vision, and his pupils constricted. No one dared to endure the force of this man's blow. Even he knew that a moment's carelessness could lead to injury. Not again, you cursed fist. In such proximity, Whitebeard begrudgingly raised his arm to block. His colossal naginata wielded incredible might, yet its limited agility was a significant drawback. Whitebeard's arm was thicker than Carp's thigh, but when struck by that punch, even he staggered. It felt as though he were struck not by a fist, but by a warship sailing at breakneck speed. However, Whitebeard was no pushover. Indeed, he may not match Carp in martial prowess, as Carp was a pure master of physical combat, a nightmare to countless pirates with just his fists. Overcoming this brute in physicality was a daunting task, But Whitebeard's strength transcended mere physicality. Having taken your punch, I shall return the favor with a blade. With a disdainful snort, Whitebeard tightened his grip on the Ti-Yun blade, and in an instant his biceps bulged, a flash of white light gleamed in his eyes. And he swung his sword. A wave of milky sword energy, imbued with the essence of destruction, hurtled toward Karp at breakneck speed. This was a strike of a grandmaster swordsman, empowered further by the Tremor fruit. That single strike could annihilate 90% of the strongmen across these seas. Alas, Karp had faced Whitebeard before and was already prepared for this maneuver. The expansive sword energy veered off course, soaring into the distant ocean, and moments later, a colossal wave erupted, exploding into a shower of water, revealing splashes of crimson flesh, a testament to the countless innocent sea creatures that perished beneath this calamity. A thunderous roar surged from the sea toward the island, and the pirates concealed within the town brightened at the sound. Their captain had made his move. They swiftly emerged from their hiding spots, rushing toward the shore. The tumultuous waters tossed the pirate ship anchored by the coast. While the only remaining soul on deck was a small boy, yes, for reasons unbeknownst, he had not left. He stood mesmerized, watching the fierce confrontation between Whitebeard and Karp, the displays of power astonishing him. The boy was aware of many things, including the latent strength within him, a force both potent and the source of his immense suffering. Though he wished to banish the memories of his painful past, each night he was haunted by dreams resembling a hellish nightmare, born a harbinger of calamity. He was loathed by the world from the moment of his birth. He once had a family, a true family. He had parents, though they were merely foster parents, viewing him as a servant, but he possessed a bed to call his own. As the boy sank deeper into reminiscence, a stray sword energy careened toward the pirate ship, narrowly evaded by Karp. Whitebeard, unwilling to permit his vessel's destruction, forced Karp back and raced toward the rogue energy. Fortunately, the sword strike lacked the Tremor fruit's power. Just 20 meters from the ship, he cleaved the energy in two, dissipating it harmlessly into the air without damaging the hull. Boy, you haven't left yet? This place is perilous. Whitebeard, utilizing his keen observation haki, sensed the boy's presence, expressing surprise. Yet, receiving no reply, he had no time to dwell on it. Leaving behind a cautionary remark, "Be careful, don't die," before charging once more at Karp, he failed to notice the glimmer of determination in the boy's eyes. Newgate, when did your rocks pirates start recruiting children? Must you expose such a young one to the cruelty of this ocean? Karp, with keen eyesight, spotted the boy and reacted with rare indignation. The rationale was simple. Such a small child, amidst pirates, would be devoured without a trace. How old is that child? He is not much different from my own son. We of the rocks pirates need not concern ourselves with your affairs. As for that child, had I not felt a moment of compassion, he would likely have perished from hunger by now. Whitebeard's retort softened Karp's expression, yet he remained skeptical. A child of that age would find survival in this world exceedingly difficult, especially considering he could not fathom why Whitebeard would be so invested in an ordinary child. Leave him to me, Newgate. The Navy wouldn't mind having another mouth to feed. Impossible. Karp's suggestion was met with immediate and fervent rejection from Whitebeard, who uttered the denial instinctively. Even he found the reaction somewhat bewildering. What can you pirates offer that child? A life of turmoil and constant fear of death upon the sea. Compared to being with you scoundrels, he might as well be raised by the Navy. As they exchanged blows, their conversation resembled that of old friends, strange yet inexplicably harmonious. Karp's words caused Whitebeard to hesitate. Indeed, for a child, following the Navy could be a better option. However, the thought of the boy's circumstances, reminiscent of his own childhood, stirred an unexpected compassion within Whitebeard. Uncertain of the source of his feelings, Whitebeard suddenly recalled the moment he first set sail upon the ocean, an aspiration igniting within him. It was a lifelong pursuit. Treasures, fame, and status meant little to him. A child who grew up in despair should not have to spend a lifetime compensating for a lost childhood. Should the boy's future mirror his own? You speak the truth, Karp. Joining the Rocks Pirates is indeed a dreadful idea for that child. His chances of survival are nearly non-existent. Suddenly, Whitebeard ceased his assault, standing still as Karp's fist halted mid-swing. Thus, I have decided. Whether born from a moment of pity or a brave attempt, let that lad stay by my side. Whitebeard is an enigmatic pirate, driven by a remarkably simple aspiration, one that, for common folk, is nearly within reach, yet for a pirate, the dream of reclaiming family seems utterly unattainable. He yearns for a home, having once possessed one long ago. He is determined to assemble a pirate crew composed solely of himself and his kin. His children may not be paragons of virtue, but they must not embody the essence of depravity. In other words, none of the scoundrels from the Rocks Pirates meet his approval. An orphan who shares a similar experience. Doesn't that make for an ideal candidate for family? Despite the boy's appearance, which suggests he has taken many lives, Whitebeard's intuition tells him that this lad is not a malevolent fiend. Rather, his current demeanor likely stems from prolonged solitude and an inability to harness the power within him. Are you serious? Carp asked, astonished. I should be serious. Although the outcome remains uncertain, Whitebeard replied, contemplating the weight of this formidable decision. Of course. The difficulty of this choice is contingent upon Whitebeard himself, his present state of anxiety. Yes, anxiety. As a man who has been single for over 30 years, Whitebeard has never experienced love. To the outside world, he is Edward Newgate, a being with the power to obliterate worlds, renowned as the invincible Whitebeard. Yet, in regard to the resolution he is pondering and the actions he is about to undertake, this formidable man feels an unsettling trepidation. I truly regret not bringing a Den Mushi to capture this moment. Your current appearance would surely make headlines tomorrow. Carp's merciless laughter rang out, causing veins to bulge on Newgate's forehead. Go to hell. Their clash was thunderous, yet neither could best the other. Ultimately, it concluded with Whitebeard forcing Carp to retreat as his crew boarded the ship. Nevertheless, Carp continued to pursue, gliding through the air like a nimble swallow, evading a barrage of cannon fire until he spotted 3 warships in the distance, at which point he grinned. Pirates and Marines have always been at odds. He could never easily let Newgate escape. However, Newgate was oblivious to these matters. He had no time to spare. He was fixated on the still wary boy seated in a massive chair, legs together, hands resting on his knees, appearing rather uncomfortable. They exchanged glances. The boy was uncertain of Newgate's intentions, while Whitebeard felt a twinge of embarrassment, unsure how to broach the subject. Surely, he couldn't simply declare, "Be my son." That would likely lead others to deem him mad. After a lengthy period of contemplation, seemingly oblivious to the cannon fire resonating outside the cabin, Whitebeard's indecisiveness was not characteristic of him. After 5 drawn-out minutes, he finally steadied his resolve, inhaled deeply, and with unwavering gaze, addressed the boy. Become my son. Chapter 5. The harbinger of calamity from the moment of my birth, I have been acutely aware of my identity as a harbinger of misfortune. The first time I opened my eyes to this world, I beheld the gentle faces of my parents. Though their visages have grown somewhat hazy in my memory, I distinctly recall the tempest that raged outside that day. It was as if the heavens were wrathful, sensing the impending calamity that had befallen humanity. I seem to have forgotten my own name, for I cannot even recall when my parents departed from my life. For reasons unknown, I was abandoned, perhaps still an infant swaddled in blankets. Yet, fate seemed to intervene, and I found myself in the care of adoptive parents, who took me to a new home. There, I acquired many names, such as Hay and Kid. Since the dawn of my memories, my days have been filled with chores, washing clothes, sweeping floors, and tending to my younger siblings. Life, though laborious, provided a sense of contentment, as I had food to eat and a bed to call my own. Even if that bed was tattered and scarcely a meter in length, I believed life would continue in its monotonous rhythm, day after day, until one fateful night when I seemed to enter a dream. In this dream, the world was bathed in crimson, and I witnessed my adoptive parents and siblings lying lifeless in a pool of blood, their trembling hands reaching out to me, their eyes filled with desperation. I could not comprehend their expressions, as they had always appeared so formidable in my memory. Our village had transformed into a fiery inferno, and the modest homes crumbled into ruins. In my dream, my parents fell silent soon after, and an overwhelming sorrow washed over me. Once again, I felt the sting of abandonment. I thought it merely a dream, yet when I awoke, I found myself lying on a bed stained with blood, my bed, the only possession I truly owned in this world. Anger consumed me. Who had done this? Why had it come to pass? As I surveyed the destruction around me, the charred remnants of fire marked the landscape, and my adoptive parents lay lifeless nearby. My father's hand clutched the very stick he often wielded against me. Now shattered, perhaps the only solace I could find amidst my profound grief. I lost track of how many days I sat amidst the ruins until hunger gnawed at my strength. I scoured the debris for sustenance, but found nothing. Just as I was on the brink of losing consciousness from hunger, a thought struck me. Our village's garbage dump. The notion filled me with a flicker of hope. Surely, there would be food to salvage. Moldy bread, discarded fruit cores, items deemed worthless by others, yet precious to me. My appetite seemed insatiable, and the meager meals provided by my adoptive parents were never sufficient. After an exhaustive search, I stumbled upon a bag containing mere crumbs of cookies, leaving me disheartened. But then I discovered a peculiar fruit, fearsome in appearance, resembling a cluster of blades. Yet, it was palatable, and though its taste was far from delightful, it filled my empty stomach. Eventually, a merchant ship arrived at our island. The ship's captain was taken aback by the devastation of our village and, upon seeing me alone, took pity and brought me to a larger town. He was a kind-hearted man. Upon reaching this new town, I noticed an abundance of garbage bins, which brought me joy, for it promised more food. Life without my adoptive parents proved to be significantly more challenging. However, I encountered benevolent souls among the townsfolk, like the diligent fisherman who would offer me small, unsellable fish, or the fruit vendor who kindly handed me fruit when he noticed my longing gaze. The owner of a local restaurant, though gruff, would shoo me away, yet always left behind scraps of food after closing. For the first time, I experienced the joy of a full belly. But then, I fell into another dream, one that mirrored the previous one, yet this time I beheld myself with greater clarity. I saw the blood enveloping me, my hands transformed into monstrous blades. I had become a creature of horror. But why must it be me? All I desired was to live in peace. It seemed as though the heavens had conspired to burden me with every misfortune, abandoned by my parents, forsaken by my adoptive family. I appeared to have been born unwanted. Then I encountered a man who offered me temporary refuge. On his ship, I had a clean room, though not my own, and tasted the finest food I had ever eaten. Life here was delightful, and I found myself reluctant to leave. Yet, once again, this man appeared before me, stating his desire to adopt me. "Will I be able to eat my fill with you?" I asked, astonished at my audacity in making such a request. The tall man seemed taken aback, surprised that I could even speak, let alone voice such a wish. Suddenly, he laughed, a curious sound, yet comforting. But before he could respond, a deafening noise accompanied by violent shaking erupted. I saw the man's expression change as he rushed out without a backward glance. Had my request been too outrageous? Would he, like all before him, abandon me once more? After all, I was born to be despised by this world. Curse it, what is happening? As he burst from the room, the man, now known as Whitebeard, was engulfed in fury. He had finally mustered the courage to voice his intentions. Yet the simplicity of my request struck him with astonishment and a pang of sorrow. A child merely yearning to survive, to be fed, was such a request truly excessive? He was on the verge of gaining his first son, a prospect that filled him with overwhelming joy, yet an unforeseen disturbance threatened to shatter that happiness. "Captain, it's the Navy. They're back." The sight of Whitebeard's rage was terrifying as a crew member trembled while delivering the news. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's expression contorted into a grimace of fury, and he laughed maniacally, thrusting his sword into the deck as he strode toward the ship's bow. Indeed, on his left, that rascal Garp led 3 naval ships charging toward them, laughing heartily as he stood at the helm, clutching cannonballs that rained down upon Whitebeard's vessel like a meteor shower. Fist of the meteor shower. With his formidable strength, Garp can effortlessly hurl cannonballs several kilometers away, and combined with his extraordinary accuracy, he alone is equivalent to 10 heavy artillery pieces. At this distance, the cannons on the pirate ship are utterly incapable of reaching the warship, rendering them in a state of utter disarray. However, the moment Whitebeard makes his appearance, the tide of battle is destined to turn. Presently, Whitebeard's mood is far from delightful. He strides to the bow of the ship without uttering a word. Suddenly, he crouches slightly, clenching his fists tightly, and 2 jets of milky white energy surge forth from his knuckles. His pristine coat billows wildly behind him, and he then strikes the air on either side of his body with a mighty blow. Crack! The sound resonates with an exquisite sharpness. Countless fissures spread through the air like a spider's web. The terrifying shockwave shatters the surrounding atmosphere, and soon the sea itself is caught in the tumult. The ocean begins to roil and swell, escalating into towering waves. From the distant warship, the moment Garp witnesses Whitebeard's action, alarm bells ring violently in his mind. Whitebeard, as the captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates, possesses not only his own immense strength, but also the powers of the Tremor fruit. He can instigate tremors, effortlessly obliterating entire islands, and can invoke the wrath of the sea, unleashing a tsunami capable of annihilating everything in its path. on the vast ocean. No number of soldiers holds any significance against Whitebeard. Fool, do not disturb others during their critical moments. After a thunderous roar, Whitebeard unleashes another punch. But this time the waves are not particularly large and surge towards them instead. Utilizing the ocean's might to propel the ship forward embodies both offensive and defensive strategies. Whitebeard seldom opts for a strategic retreat, yet this time, it is due to a matter of greater importance. Nothing is more significant than family. Chapter 6. Heeding the voice within in the New World, on Hive Island, lies the stronghold of the Rocks Pirates, a place infamous in the mouths of countless souls. Here, the seas are rife with notorious pirates, and even the most inconspicuous henchman can carve out a modicum of fame amidst the Grand Line, known as the Paradise. In essence, every pirate here is worthy of a bounty. This realm is dominated by pirates, a veritable no-man's land for justice. Even the mightiest enforcers of law, the Navy, find their reach thwarted here. A colossal pirate ship rests at the shore, its crew joyfully disembarking with immense chests in hand. While the pirates on the beach gaze enviously at these fortunate souls, perhaps greed stirs within them, but any thoughts of action require meticulous planning. After all, the pirates who have survived to this day are no easy targets. Outside the dining hall of the Rocks Pirates, a man with flowing golden hair, not particularly tall, scoffed disdainfully. His skin bore a slight tan, and his features radiated rebelliousness. A thick cigar nestled between his lips as he exhaled smoke and billowing clouds. Clad in a black, kimono-like robe draped with a yellow coat, and 2 swords at his waist, he exuded an air of lethal prowess. Clearly, he was a master swordsman. Just his presence commanded a sense of awe, akin to a lion reigning supreme over its domain. To meet his gaze required immense courage. He was Shiki, the Golden Lion, captain of the 2nd Division of the Rocks Pirates, known as the undefeated aerial pirate. Unlike Whitebeard, Shiki epitomized the very essence of piracy. His crew mirrored his nature, rapacious and ruthless, viewing plunder and murder as mere pastimes, deriving amusement from the suffering of others. Perhaps this was the true nature of a pirate. Within the ranks of the Rocks Pirates, Shiki's bounty was second only to Whitebeard and Rocks himself, solidifying his status as the 3rd most formidable figure. However, in terms of strength, he stood nearly on par with Whitebeard. Their shared history allowed him to speak so boldly in the presence of the legendary pirate. Shiki, should your tongue continue its insolence, I shan't hesitate to sew it shut, Whitebeard warned, taking a swig of his drink, casting a menacing glance at Shiki. Following their encounter with the Navy, they had sailed for several days, during which Whitebeard officially adopted a young boy as his son. Upon discovering the boy was nameless, he bestowed upon him a new identity, Edward Lamerise. This new name heralded the dawn of a fresh existence. On this day, Lamerise shed his identity as an orphan and gained a father, one worthy of his trust. Meanwhile, Lamerise found himself in the dining hall, confronted by towering stacks of plates before him. Never had he indulged in such culinary delights, and he soon realized that after a period of rest aboard the ship, coupled with a steady supply of nourishment, his once frail body had begun to transform considerably. Although still slender, a hint of flesh now adorned his cheeks. He recalled the day when the man who had become his father declared his intention to adopt him. Yet, after he voiced his conditions, the man abruptly left the cabin. Lamerise feared he had overstepped, that such a person would never dare desire more. The image of that man abandoning him loomed large in his mind. But moments later, the man returned, wheeling in an extravagant cart laden with food the likes of which Lamerise had never seen. The affluent man boisterously encouraged him to eat his fill, asserting that as long as he was around, hunger would be a distant memory. That meal was a revelation, imbued with a flavor born not merely of sustenance, but of newfound reliance on another. In the ensuing days, Lamerise engaged in a simple routine of feasting and resting, occasionally being coaxed outside by his towering father to bask in the sun. Before the entire crew, Whitebeard proclaimed him as his son, his demeanor unmistakably paternal. Yet, one individual doubted the sincerity of Whitebeard's intentions, suggesting Lamerise perform menial labor on deck. Though familiar with such tasks, Lamerise complied without hesitation. However, when his father witnessed his industriousness, he erupted in fury, dragging the crewmate responsible into a confrontation, nearly casting him into the sea as punishment. From that day forward, the crew regarded Lamerise with newfound respect, devoid of any scorn. This was the essence of having a protector, and it felt remarkably profound. Ah, how amusing. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. But what future do you envision for the boy? Shall he lead a mundane life, shielded from the world's chaos? Or shall you forge him into a formidable force to traverse these treacherous seas by your side? Shiki's words plunged Whitebeard into contemplation. Indeed, this was a matter of utmost significance. In an era rampant with piracy, absolute safety was an illusion. Only beneath one's own wings could a son find security. Yet, Whitebeard was not invincible. His lifespan was finite, and at over 30 years of age, he had a mere 8-year-old son to protect. The perils of the sea could bring forth unforeseen adversaries, and should he falter, what fate awaited Lamerise? As night fell, in Whitebeard's quarters, he inquired, "My son, is there something on your mind at this late hour?" Ordinarily, as the captain of the 1st Division, arranging a private space for Lamerise would pose no issue. However, upon their recent return to Hive Island, many pirates remained unaware of Lamerise's existence. For the time being, Whitebeard had taken him in. There's no need for such formality. Come here, my son. Though they were now officially father and son, Lamerise had yet to fully trust Whitebeard. He held a deep respect for him, stemming from the man's provision of a life that Lamerise had long dreamed of. Yet, he yearned for more than respect. He desired the affection that only a true father could inspire. Such a transformation could not be achieved overnight. It required ample time and effort. Seated on the edge of his bed, Lamerise gazed up at Whitebeard with wide, curious eyes. "My son, tell me, what kind of life do you wish for?" Whitebeard asked earnestly. "A life where I can be well fed, have a place to call home, and live simply," Lamerise replied. It is evident that in the depths of Lemurus's heart, there lies no entity known as ambition, or rather, he currently neither possesses nor comprehends it. Years of tumultuous wandering have instilled in him a profound reverence for life, a sentiment that most can scarcely fathom. What others may acquire with ease appears insurmountably difficult for him. To desire a life akin to that of others may indeed constitute his meager ambition. Do you not yearn for freedom? Freedom is the dream possessed by most pirates at the moment they set sail. Perhaps common folk harbor such aspirations as well. Yet the burdens of daily existence weigh heavily upon their bodies and souls, rendering them incapable of savoring the essence of freedom. Freedom? The unfamiliarity of those two words rendered Lemurus momentarily speechless. He fell into silence, uncertain of how to articulate a response to Whitebeard. Every individual's life must encompass something worth pursuing. Now that you have attained the basic sustenance you desired, what will you seek next? Such matters cannot be grasped in an instant. You must endeavor to inquire within yourself. Whitebeard gestured toward Lemurus's heart. The answer resides there. After uttering this, Whitebeard ceased to speak. Seeking the voice within oneself is a journey Lemurus must undertake. After much contemplation, Lemurus finally spoke. "Father, I do not know." He appeared bewildered, yet he was acutely aware that a life of ordinariness, so easily accessible to others, was the greatest luxury in a world rife with calamity for one like him. Everything he possessed precluded him from living a mundane existence. There is no need for such distress. The days ahead are long. It is perfectly acceptable if the voice within remains unclear for the moment. Perhaps at some point, you will discover the answer. Whitebeard chuckled softly, his gaze radiating kindness. After gently ruffling Lemurus's hair with his enormous hand, he led him to the room he had prepared. This room was adjacent to Whitebeard's, separated by merely a wall. Night was falling. It is time to rest. This is your room, and the brilliance of the future may be blinding at first glance. But as long as you pursue that beam of light, one day you will perceive its full splendor. The room was unremarkable, containing little beyond essential furnishings. However, upon hearing that it was his room, Lemurus trembled all over, at a loss for words. His own. "Good night, my son." At the moment Whitebeard departed, Lemurus could no longer contain his emotions, and tears burst forth like a flood breaking its dam. "Good night, father," he whispered softly. Yet such a subtle sound was keenly perceived by a formidable being like Whitebeard. A satisfied smile graced Whitebeard's face. Chapter 7. Swift Decapitation. One fine morning, Lamerise gradually awakened, sitting up and gazing blankly at the surroundings of his room. In that moment, he realized that this was not a dream. He truly possessed a room of his own. A bed that belonged to him, a desk, a cabinet, and his own source of light. These were the things he had yearned for. His dreams materialized. Yet, despite the joy swelling within him, he found himself not as content as he had imagined. What is it that I truly desire? He pondered, pushing open the door. The thunderous snoring of Whitebeard still reverberated in the air. However, his stomach growled with hunger, though he had feasted abundantly just the day before. A mere night had left him feeling as if he hadn't eaten in weeks. The intense sensation of hunger tormented his mind, causing him great distress. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, he resolved to head to the island's mess hall, recalling the way from yesterday. As he stepped outside, the brilliant sunlight enveloped him, warming his entire being. He stretched lazily, feeling that the previous night had been the most peaceful slumber he had ever experienced. With a commendable memory, Lamerise navigated toward the mess hall, encountering numerous pirates along the way. Fortunately, this was the residence of Whitebeard's 1st Division, where many pirates resided who were aware of their captain's newly acknowledged son. Thus, those who recognized him greeted him with smiles, while those who did not kept a respectful distance, allowing him to feel that he was truly living beneath the sun. Upon arriving at the mess hall, he cautiously approached the serving window to request some food. The staff were generally female pirates, like the one before him, who, with a cigarette clenched between her lips, regarded Lamerise with a mix of surprise and disdain. Without consideration for his preferences, she carelessly tossed a few items onto his tray and impatiently handed it over. Lamerise received the tray, only to find the offerings were far from what he had hoped for. It comprised a rather grimy bun, a lump of overcooked butter, a bowl of mashed potatoes, and a piece of fish that was utterly unrecognizable. He refrained from voicing his disappointment and simply sought a place to sit. Just as he turned to leave, a large hand suddenly snatched the food from his tray, followed by a loud crash. He felt something fly over his head, and upon looking closely, he saw his tray had been forcefully embedded in the face of the female pirate. "You bastard! Captain Shiki!" she exclaimed furiously, her anger evident. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, she noticed an unruly man had appeared before her, his icy gaze fixed upon her as if she were a lifeless corpse. "Are you certain you wish to serve such fare to the son of Whitebeard?" Shiki exhaled a plume of smoke, his words sending a shiver through the female pirate, her previously rosy cheeks turning ashen. She trembled before Lamerise, clearly in a state of panic. This child, he is the son of Mr. Newgate? The realization nearly rendered her faint. She hastily bent down to apologize to Lamerise, nearly dropping to her knees. "I deeply apologize. I was blind to your significance. Please forgive my earlier offense. I am truly sorry." Her apologies garnered no response, as Lamerise mournfully observed the food scattered on the ground. Though it was not what he desired, it could have satiated his hunger. Such waste was disheartening. "I am genuinely curious how a fool like you has managed to survive this long." Shiki scoffed, initially seeking solace from a hangover with food, only to be confronted with this scene. Seeing the female pirate still apologizing, he tossed another tray toward her. "What are you still doing? Get 2 more servings, and make them the best." "Yes, I will prepare them immediately," she replied, scrambling to comply. Lamerise looked at the new offerings on his tray, which were nothing short of lavish compared to the previous items. A generous portion of succulent roasted meat, perfectly cooked flatbreads, a platter of fresh fruit, and a cup of warm milk awaited him. Shiki's tray held similar delights, save for the milk, which was replaced by beer. "Ha! After a night of rum, beer is the best remedy," Shiki exclaimed. "Hey, son of Whitebeard, you should thank me for stepping in on your behalf." "Thank you, esteemed sir. May fortune be with you always," Lamerise politely expressed, rising to acknowledge Shiki, though the latter's expression turned peculiar. "Why do I feel like that sounds like something a beggar would say after receiving alms?" he muttered, while Lamerise focused intently on the food before him, devouring it at an astonishing pace, like a wolf starved for days in the winter. "Hey kid, I haven't finished speaking yet, and you've already started eating," Shiki chuckled, amused yet bemused. He bit into a piece of meat, chewing hastily. His curiosity about Lamerise was piqued. He sought to uncover what made this boy special enough to be recognized as Whitebeard's son. However, after observing for some time, he found no remarkable qualities in the boy. If one had to point out a trait, it would be his extraordinary capacity for consumption, not just any ordinary appetite. Unbeknownst to him, Shiki's tray had been emptied, while Lamerise continued to eat, stacking plates higher than Shiki himself. Shiki was left wondering how such a small frame could accommodate so much food. Logically, one would expect some reaction from the boy's body after consuming such quantities, yet his stomach remained flat, as if the food transformed into energy the moment it entered. Shiki began to sense something amiss. In these waters, powerful individuals typically possessed immense appetites due to their extraordinary energy demands. A substantial intake of food was beneficial for a strong fighter, akin to the Navy's 6 powers technique, life return, which harnessed energy from copious consumption to swiftly heal bodily injuries. Yet, Shiki sensed that this boy was unremarkable, seemingly an ordinary human. Could a normal person truly consume so much? Clearly, that was impossible. Thus, Shiki was convinced that this boy harbored a secret. Before he could voice his inquiries, a familiar presence entered his awareness, accompanied by the sound of a blade striking the ground and heavy footsteps. "Good morning, Captain Whitebeard. It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Newgate." A series of greetings heralded the identity of the visitor. Sitting opposite the Golden Lion, Lamerise promptly ceased his meal, rising to exclaim, "Good morning, old man." "Ha ha ha, there's no need for such formality in my presence. Please sit down and continue your meal," Whitebeard declared, moving a table to accommodate his substantial frame. It was indeed a rare sight. One would not have expected you, Shiki, to rise so early. But it works out well, saving me the trouble of seeking you out. "What do you mean? I have always been quite disciplined," Lamerise retorted. "Unlike you, allowing this little brat to run off in search of food. You are truly an irresponsible father." The two immediately fell into bickering, a dynamic they had long since adapted to. "By the way, what brings you to me? If it's merely to borrow money, then let us forego that discussion." The two continued their quarrel until the parched Golden Lion could no longer endure, finally halting. "Humph, my wallet is more than ample," Whitebeard scoffed with haughty disdain. "Oh, is that so? Then perhaps you should first return the 10 million berries you borrowed from me last month," Lamerise quipped, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. Unlike other division commanders, Whitebeard had his principles. He always left enough treasure for his opponents to survive after his plunders. Over time, this approach diminished his income significantly. Coupled with his fondness for drink, his expenditures in that realm alone were astronomical. Thus, despite being the most formidable captain, he was ironically the poorest among them. "Since you've asked, I shall not keep you in suspense," Whitebeard declared, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. "Lamerise, I have come to you, naturally, regarding my son. He requires your tutelage in swordsmanship." With Whitebeard's extensive experience, he could not fail to recognize the prowess displayed by Lamerise during their initial encounter. It was unmistakably the power of the Supa Supa no Mi. Chapter 8. The Devil's Training. "What? You wish for this little rascal to learn the swordsmanship of Lousy?" The Golden Lion's eyes widened, as if he had just heard the grandest of jokes. Lamerise similarly set down his pancake, casting a look of bewilderment at his father. "Indeed, my son is a born swordsman. Lamerise, show this scoundrel your abilities." The white-bearded man beamed with confidence, but Lamerise hesitated, an uncommon display for him. "Father, my abilities bring calamity. I do not wish to harm anyone." "You little rascal, haven't I already told you? It is not a power of disaster, nor is it an omen of misfortune. It is a treasure from this vast sea, the power of the devil fruit." "Ah, so that is what you meant? What else could it be?" "No, nothing at all." Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of the white-bearded man and the Golden Lion, Lamerise concentrated, and in an instant, his left arm transformed into a gleaming steel blade. This sword appeared exceptionally sharp, possessing the ability to slice through iron as if it were mud. Is this the superhuman quick/fruit?" The Golden Lion remarked with surprise. For most competent swordsmen, they are reluctant to consume the devil fruits, as they already possess formidable swordsmanship sufficient for self-defense. Eating a devil fruit not only requires immense effort to develop its powers, but also introduces a fatal weakness, the fear of the sea. It is simply not worth it. However, this is not an absolute rule. How vast is this sea? There are always fruits suitable for swordsmen. For instance, the teleportation fruit provides immense mobility, while the strength fruit grants tremendous power, enhancing their strikes. The quick/fruit can be categorized as the second type. Though the name may sound ordinary, it is undoubtedly one of the most fitting abilities for a swordsman. The fruit's wielder can transform any part of their body into a blade. Ordinary physical attacks will possess the power of a blade. Furthermore, the user's body will have true steel-like strength, making it a fruit that combines both offense and defense. This is indeed a promising asset. To acquire such a fruit before mastering swordsmanship, it is easy to envision how, as this little rascal's swordsmanship grows, he shall become an exceedingly sharp sword. Wahaha, this is my son. It is only natural for him to be talented. Your swordsmanship is barely passable, but with training beside you, and under my direct guidance in martial arts and hockey, as long as this lad learns even half of it, self-preservation should be assured. The astonishment of the Golden Lion, the pride of the white-bearded man, yet both seemed to unconsciously overlook Lameiris's earlier abnormality. After all, What is so unusual about having secrets in this world? Father, Limyrus wanted to express his disinterest in becoming stronger. The power hidden within him was already terrifying enough, and further training might yield even more dreadful consequences. Yet, midway through his thoughts, he abruptly halted. He felt his heart pounding wildly. The reason was simple. The golden lion seated before him had unsheathed the sword at his waist. The mere glint of cold steel captivated his attention. The bizarre patterns on it shimmered brilliantly, and the faint scent of blood excited his mind. This is the voice of his inner self. To cleave an enemy in two, surely that sensation would be exhilarating? Limyrus was startled by the sudden thought that invaded his mind. Impossible. How could he possibly entertain such a cruel notion? Yet the restlessness within his body was undeniable. Gwahaha. To teach you swordsmanship and martial arts is to ensure you possess the ability for self-defense. In this ocean, a powerless child cannot survive. Thus, you little rascal, strive to grow stronger to survive. The white-bearded man laughed heartily, while the golden lion smiled broadly. Perhaps only Limyrus felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. Father, I genuinely appreciate your love, but I fear I may lose control. Ultimately, under the insistence of the white-bearded man, Limyrus commenced his training. Though he verbally claimed that possessing the strength for self-defense was sufficient, the moment training began, Limyrus truly witnessed the horrors of hell. The morning hours belonged to the golden lion. As a man who reveled in drunkenness, he upheld his promise with strict adherence. Limyrus was required to rise promptly at 5 a.m. each day to commence his training, beginning with wielding a real katana to perform 10,000 slashes. Indeed, this was merely the act of slashing over and over again. Initially, this training felt manageable, but upon reaching 1,000 slashes, Limyrus was utterly exhausted. In the world of pirates, there is no leniency afforded due to age. If it's 10,000 slashes, then it is 10,000. Even if he gritted his teeth, even as his muscles felt like they were tearing, there was no possibility of saying, "That's enough for now. Let us stop here." After completing the foundational 10,000 slashes, Limyrus was to proceed to the next segment of his training devised by the Golden Lion. Theoretical explanations of swordsmanship? Important considerations during battle? No. There were no such tedious steps. The Golden Lion's instruction was straightforward and brutal. He scorned the intricacies of formal training, certainly not because he was incapable. What is the best way to enhance swordsmanship? The answer is simple. Real combat. Continuous life and death battles. As Limyrus and Apos, as opponent, the Golden Lion, while not exerting his full strength, wielded a sword imbued with lethal intent. Every strike aimed to claim Limyrus and Apos' life. Yet, a warrior of the Golden Lion and Apos' caliber had reached a terrifying level of control over his power. He could guarantee a fierce intent to kill, yet would not actually take the life of this boy. But that was the extent of it. Sustaining injuries, losing an arm or a leg, such occurrences were exceedingly plausible. This is the cruelty of this ocean. The death of an individual does not stir any waves. They swiftly dissipate into the sea, becoming but a drop of water among many. The ocean is vast, yet built upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. After concluding the morning's training, Limyrus felt as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. He was utterly exhausted, to the point of being dragged by the Golden Lion to the dining hall, where the white-bearded man awaited. Although he had anticipated this, the sight of Limyrus in such a state still tugged at his heart. However, he refrained from saying much, simply tossing a massive sea king, resembling a small mountain, before Limyrus. This sea king was Limyrus's lunch. Compared to ordinary ferocious beasts, the meat of a sea king is undeniably more nutritious, a favored delicacy among many strong individuals. Having reached his physical limits, Limyrus struggled even to lift his hand. Reluctantly, the white-bearded man tossed him onto the mountain of meat, allowing him to gnaw like a worm. Observing the Golden Lion drinking nearby, the white-bearded man hesitated to speak. Gwahaha, feeling a pang of sympathy? This is hardly in line with your character, Whitebeard. A hero of the sea, experiencing such profound emotional turmoil because of a mere boy. This situation perplexed the Golden Lion. There is no alternative. This is an inevitable path to mastering one's destiny. He must hasten his growth, for no one can predict what tomorrow may bring. An additional ounce of strength invariably translates to a greater hope for survival. His heart aches, yet he remains powerless to intervene. The colossal sea creature, comparable in size to a small mountain, was astonishingly consumed whole by Limyrus. Even Whitebeard, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not help but express his astonishment. At a mere height of 1.6 meters, Lamerise managed to engulf a creature that measured no less than 20 meters in length. The disparity in their weights was staggering, 100-fold difference, yet this little imp astonishingly devoured the entire creature without leaving a trace. As the sustenance filled his belly, a surge of energy coursed through Lamerise's limbs, significantly alleviating the pain that had plagued him and restoring much of his strength. Yet, the afternoon offered no respite. It was time for Whitebeard's rigorous training regimen. Lamerise was to endure, among other challenges, stamina and strength training, such as lifting a colossal ancient tree that even Whitebeard could not encircle with his arms. Though he possessed the powers of a devil fruit user, he was required to hold his breath underwater for 5 minutes. Throughout each training session, Whitebeard remained by his side, ensuring Lamerise's safety, yet the physical torment was unavoidable. The morning's exertions had already drained his energy reserves, pushing him beyond his limits, but the afternoon's training proved equally, if not more, demanding. Such extreme training could lead even some adults to collapse from exhaustion. However, the regimen devised for Lamerise, though surpassing his capacity, was not intended to break him entirely. These two were fervently unearthing the depths of this boy's potential. By the end of the day, Lamerise was utterly exhausted, nearly unrecognizable from the relentless trials he had endured. Dinner consisted of another massive sea creature, and prior to bedtime, Whitebeard prepared a medicinal bath infused with precious herbs, which would greatly alleviate his fatigue. After all, regardless of the weather's whims, training would resume the following day. Or now. Lamerise fell into a deep slumber the moment he touched the bed. Yet Whitebeard lay awake, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. He was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. A child, without support, had navigated the treacherous seas for years and had even earned the title of a hero. His experiences were no less arduous than those of Lamerise. After all, Lamerise was still cradled in a protective environment. Whitebeard was human, albeit of extraordinary height and formidable strength. However, Lamerise was different. From the moment they met, everything about the boy hinted at a revelation that stirred within Whitebeard's mind. His son was not entirely human. To be precise, he bore the bloodline of a non-human race coursing through his veins. Chapter 9, Open Your Heart. The ocean is both perilous and beautiful, and this world is home to a plethora of extraordinary races. The long-arm tribe, skilled in combat. The long-leg tribe. The diminutive yet immensely powerful dwarves, the fur tribe, inherently able to wield the power of thunder and lightning, and the massive giants, whose strength is unparalleled among their kin. However, the appearances they exhibited in their childhood were far from the monstrous prowess displayed by Lamerise today. At merely 8 years of age, this young imp bears an extraordinary resilience under immense pressure. Moreover, it seems that a ferocious power lies hidden within the depths of his bloodline. Whitebeard can never forget the first time he encountered Lamerise, that little rascal, disheveled yet exuding the ferocity of a wild beast. In that moment, Lamerise even obliterated several formidable pirates, particularly one who was notably robust. That individual could be deemed an elite within his first division, boasting a bounty of 26 million berries and being a seasoned veteran in the New World. In the year 1480, the value of that 26 million bounty is incomparable to the bounties of the Great Age of pirates. If one were to make a comparison, that pirate's strength could rival those with bounties exceeding 80 million in that era. Such a formidable opponent was utterly crushed by Lamerise in the very domain where he excelled, strength, and was even slain on the spot. As a member of the human race, no matter how exceptional one's talent, it is inconceivable to reach such heights. Whitebeard harbors an unsettling premonition. He senses that his son harbors a great secret, one that could bring calamity upon Lamerise. Lamerise must be aware of something, yet perhaps their bond is not yet strong enough, or he is burdened by some concern, preventing him from revealing the truth. Nevertheless, it matters not. One day, his son will undoubtedly share everything with his father without reservation. He believes this wholeheartedly. Days pass, and Lamerise's strength burgeons rapidly under the tutelage of 2 top-tier warriors. From the initial exhaustion to a state of utter disarray, his body seems to have gradually acclimated to such intensity. To the astonishment of both Whitebeard and Shiki, within just a month, Lamerise can now complete these training objectives with relative ease. Such progress is astonishing, yet after a brief discussion, these 2 powerful figures decide to triple the training intensity. No one could fathom the despair that enveloped Lamerise upon receiving this news. just as he had begun to take pride in his rapid advancement. He found himself once again engulfed in the hopelessness reminiscent of his first training session. The training regimen was anything but easy. Shiki transitioned from playful engagement with the child to a serious demeanor, and this news swiftly shocked all the pirates on Hive Island. Even the legendary Overlord, King of the Seas Rocks, expressed surprise upon hearing this news. He would occasionally take an interest in instructing this young boy, finding a rare source of amusement in his otherwise mundane existence, as well as nurturing the desire to cultivate a capable crew member. However, while Rocks relished this, Lamerise found himself in dire straits. He had heard whispers of Rocks, a figure of immense power and ruthless nature. When Lamerise first laid eyes on Rocks, he was taken aback by the imposing figure before him, over 2 meters tall, robustly built, yet not intimidating in appearance. In fact, he was somewhat handsome. Yet, any confusion he harbored was swiftly dispelled by the overwhelming aura emanating from Rocks. Lamerise had thought his father and Shiki were the pinnacle of strength, but before Rocks, their presence paled in comparison. Rocks' time for guidance was limited. In a month, he could only spare a few hours. Yet, within those fleeting moments, Lamerise gleaned an abundance of knowledge. Under Rocks' mentorship, he unlocked a new ability, Haki, heralded as one of the tickets to entering the new world. It serves as a potent means to counter the powers of Devil Fruit users, Armament Haki. On the day he awakened this new power, he could distinctly sense his father's genuine joy. Whitebeard even took him to a small island for a day of unrestrained enjoyment. While it was not an extravagant outing, merely a day of purchasing trinkets and enjoying the scenery, Lamerise felt a profound sense of fulfillment, as he had never experienced such joy before. With just a glance, his father would unhesitatingly procure anything Lamerise desired, endowing him with numerous new garments for his personal quarters, and they acquired countless curious little items, filling boxes to bring back. Lamerise felt that it was the most splendid day he had ever experienced, so beautiful that it bordered on the surreal. However, during their return journey, they encountered a seemingly inconspicuous group, a modestly known underground organization in the New World, engaged in the trafficking of children. At that moment, Lamerise was seated by the roadside, indulging in ice cream, while Whitebeard had wandered off to a nearby restroom. It was during this brief absence that the group, mistaking Lamerise for a lost child, decided to seize him. Just as Lamerise prepared to resist, Whitebeard returned to witness the scene. Enraged, he confronted the assailants, and even without weapons at hand, he reduced them to mere pulp with his fists. That fearsome yet towering figure of wrath left an indelible mark on Lamerise's heart. The bond between the two grew significantly closer after this excursion. Whitebeard felt a wave of relief. His son had finally shed the gloomy demeanor he often wore, embracing the cheerfulness and mischief befitting a child of his age. Admittedly, this transformation in character led Lamerise to commit several minor missteps, yet Whitebeard, as a first-time father, displayed remarkable understanding and embraced his paternal role with immense enjoyment. However, after revelry, the path of training must inevitably continue. Having acquired Armament Haki, Lamerise's routine now involved honing this newfound ability while also exploring Observation Haki. As Shiki articulated, for a swordsman, the most critical aspect is his sword. If nurtured with Armament Haki daily, his sword will one day transform into an unparalleled black blade. Even should the weapon's quality be lacking, its sharpness, under the influence of Armament Haki, would rival that of the finest swords. Take, for instance, his own weapons. The Withered Wood and Sakura, though classified merely as great swords of the 21st grade, under his careful nurturing, they have already attained the caliber of the supreme great swords of the 12th grade. Shiki painted a grand vision for Lamerise. Imagine if, one day, the blades born of his own abilities, nourished by Armament Haki, successfully transformed into black blades. What a magnificent sight that would be. It seems they have all but forgotten that their initial purpose was merely to nurture Lamerise into a self-sufficient individual. Perhaps Lamerise himself has also forgotten that his bloodline forbids him from leading a mundane existence. One night, at Whitebeard's residence, Lameuris gazed at the familiar door, inhaling deeply before approaching and gently knocking. "Father, it's me. May we converse?" "Ha ha ha, come in." Upon entering, Lameuris bore a solemn expression. The white-bearded man, who had been reclining in bed with a drink, became serious at the sight of his son. They had been father and son for nearly 2 months, enjoying a relatively harmonious relationship. However, an invisible barrier lingered between them, preventing true closeness. As time passed, the paternal love of the white-bearded man gradually eroded this barrier. and today seemed to be the day it would finally vanish. Though Lemures was vigilant, he was still but a child, overwhelmed by the sudden affection. These 2 months had been the happiest of his life, and now, the cautious boy resolved to undertake a reckless gamble, revealing his greatest secret. "My dear son, is there something troubling you at this late hour?" The white-bearded man sat up, making room for Lemures. The boy made himself comfortable, sitting beside his father with an easy demeanor, a reflection of their casual rapport. "Father, why did you choose me as your son? I am a calamity despised by the world." Lemures lowered his head, his tone somber. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The white-bearded man suddenly erupted in laughter, an odd sound that inexplicably reassured Lemures. "Are you still troubled by such trivial matters? A calamity? Who claims that? Every individual is a child of the sea, which is far more forgiving than you might imagine. Regardless of one's nature, everyone deserves a safe harbor." The white-bearded man continued to laugh heartily, his mirth exaggerated, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Lemures stared at him in bewilderment, and after a moment, he managed a reluctant smile. "Father, you are always like this." Having received the answer he sought, Lemures felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. With that, he resolved to hold nothing back. "Father, I am likely not human. After all, no human can spontaneously ignite flames behind their back, can they?" Lemures' calm declaration brought the white-bearded man's laughter to an abrupt halt. "What did you say?" Chapter 10, Blood of the Devil. Riemerus, is what you say true? Is there a flame behind you? The tone of Whitebeard grew notably serious, causing him to sit up straighter, his gaze sharpening considerably. "Of course it's true. However, that flame does not burn constantly. It only appears when I will it. Usually, there is merely a mark on my back." Riemerus was taken aback by Whitebeard's intense reaction, instinctively sensing the significance of his bloodline. "Show me." Whitebeard's expression was fervent. If his suspicions were correct, then all the peculiarities surrounding the boy would be elucidated. Without hesitation, Riemerus decided that since he had chosen to trust his father, there was nothing left to conceal. He swiftly tore off his shirt and turned around, revealing the flame-like mark on his back. Whitebeard's eyes widened as he fixated on it. With a mere thought from Riemerus, a surge of blood-red flames erupted. The dim lighting only accentuated the crimson blaze, resembling a demonic eye with a scarlet pupil, gazing through Riemerus' flesh upon the world. Blood-red? Whitebeard was stunned. If memory served him correctly, this flame should have been orange. "What is this, my boy?" Noticing Whitebeard's prolonged silence, Riemerus softly inquired, "Do you recognize what bloodline I possess?" After a long contemplation, Whitebeard replied, "Riemerus, do you lack wings?" Riemerus was evidently puzzled by such a query, a large question mark forming in his young mind. "Huh, should I have wings?" Whitebeard stammered, realizing that a child like Riemerus could hardly be expected to know about that legendary race. However, Whitebeard was merely speculating. The various traits exhibited by his son indeed bore resemblance to that mythical being, yet Riemerus only seemed to share the characteristic of fire. "My son, I have begun to formulate some hypotheses regarding your bloodline, yet it remains uncertain for now. For the time being, return to rest. Tomorrow, I shall visit the captain. Perhaps he holds answers." Affectionately ruffling Riemerus' hair, Whitebeard continued resolutely, "But one thing is for certain, you are absolutely not a being despised by the world. Nor are you some wretched harbinger of disaster. You are my son, and that will never change." Whitebeard's final words served as a potent reassurance to Riemerus, transforming his mood visibly. The tension in his body suddenly relaxed, as if the burden of an immense weight had been lifted. "Good night, father." He radiated an aura of ease. And just before stepping out the door, he turned to say, "Thank you, father." Bearing an unknown bloodline was undoubtedly a source of insecurity for the young and lonely Riemerus. He felt like a monster, even fearing himself. However, upon finding a solid support one day, those feelings dissipated. He could finally become his true self. The night passed in silence. The next morning, bang, 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 a vigorous knocking roused the slumbering Rox, who sat up in bewilderment, surveying his surroundings. The voices from outside quickly drew his attention back. Captain, are you awake? I need to speak with you." It was Whitebeard's voice. Somewhat irritable, Rox opened the door. His hair disheveled, and his appearance far from that of a formidable ruler. He resembled more a weary worker forced to rise early after a long day. As soon as the door opened, Whitebeard rushed in, unceremoniously grabbing a bottle from Rox's liquor cabinet and downing it in 2 gulps. Rox, still in a state of grogginess, stood at the door in a daze, before finally turning to Whitebeard with a blank expression. Early in the morning, Newgate, you'd better provide me with a reasonable explanation. As a ruthless pirate lord, Rox was known for his brutal nature, yet he showed a modicum of leniency towards his capable subordinate. Had it been an ordinary crew member, they might have been torn apart and thrown to the sea as fish bait. Captain, I have something of great importance to discuss. Reimris confided in me last night regarding many matters, including his bloodline. However, there is something peculiar about it. Whitebeard hastily relayed everything he had observed about Reimris. And with such formidable and extraordinary physical prowess, coupled with the flame that surged from his back, Rox's mind aligned with Whitebeard's, both pondering the existence of that mysterious and powerful race. This race was typically characterized by their brown skin, wings sprouting from their backs, and flames of orange hue emanating between those wings. Tall and silver-haired, they had once been revered as deities due to their overwhelmingly potent bloodline. At this point, it became evident that the first race that both Whitebeard and Rox speculated about was the legendary Lunaria tribe, who once resided on the Red Earth continent. This tribe possessed almost immortal bodies, their physical strength surpassing that of ordinary humans by hundreds or thousands of times. Moreover, they were endowed with the ability to fly from the moment of their birth, truly the favored children of the heavens. Yet Reimris's situation was rather strange. The flames upon his back were blood red. According to Whitebeard, merely locking eyes with it was enough to instill unease. Compared to genuine Lunaria members, Reimris appeared like a defective version. Rox furrowed his brow, memories of countless tomes he had perused flooding back. Becoming a pirate did not preclude one from acquiring knowledge. On the contrary, Rox was well versed in many subjects, almost akin to a scholar. I seem to have heard of this situation before. A spark of realization flickered in his mind as he recalled his earlier travels to O'Hara, where he had engaged in study. The most precious treasures in O'Hara were indeed the books. Initially intending to plunder riches, he had found the place exceedingly impoverished, yet he could not leave empty-handed. So he had spent several days within the library, revered as a treasure. Blood-red flames evoke an ominous sensation. After much contemplation, Rox suddenly lifted his head, and Whitebeard was astonished to see his captain, who usually exuded confidence and control, displaying a look of genuine shock for the first time. Haha, I remember now. So that is how it is. Rox reclined in his chair, leaning back in exhaustion. He gazed at Whitebeard, an expression of complexity adorning his features. Newgate, if you trust me, you ought to abandon that child. A simple statement, yet it ignited a fierce fury within Whitebeard. He abruptly rose to his feet, his towering height of 66 meters exuding an overwhelming presence. Veins bulged on his forehead as he nearly roared. Impossible. No father in this world would choose to abandon his own son. He is my son, Edward Newgate. Since he has chosen to stand by my side, I could never forsake him, regardless of the reason. But should you proceed with such actions, one day this child may very well take your life. Rox's gaze was piercing, akin to two gleaming blades, fixated intently on Whitebeard. Every race harbors inherent flaws within their bloodlines, which explains why, among humanity, some are born deformed while others possess extraordinary strength. It is a result of bloodline mutation. In theory, the stronger the bloodline, the lesser the chance of mutation, as dictated by the rules of this vast sea. As for your son, he is indeed of the Lunaria tribe, but he possesses a remarkably rare, mutated bloodline. The crimson flames within the Lunaria tribe are referred to as the Fire of Calamity. From birth, that child is destined for a life fraught with hardship and sorrow. The Fire of Calamity is an exceptionally unique mutated bloodline, a double-edged sword of unparalleled sharpness. Those who possess it grow at an extraordinary pace, harboring untapped potential within them. Such individuals are born warriors, yet they often become deranged berserkers. Though I have not witnessed it myself, if I am not mistaken, your son likely experiences bouts of madness due to intense emotional fluctuations. You should recognize the implications of this. Rox's words cast Whitebeard into silence. For the truth was precisely as Rox had articulated. This could explain why, during their initial encounter, Lemuris was able to slay a formidable pirate at that moment. He was indeed in a state of frenzy, akin to a beast driven solely by the urge to kill. Yet, under normal circumstances, Lemuris was merely an ordinary child, lacking the strength of even an adult. It is not difficult to envision that as his power continues to grow, should Lemuris one day attain strength equivalent to his own and subsequently succumb to madness, the consequences would be catastrophic. It would result in a calamity, A veritable hell on earth. Whitebeard and Apos' robust form seemed to deflate, drained of strength. As he wearily slumped back into his chair, his pupils dilated and his gaze vacant. A year or two may be manageable, but what of 10 years? We have all witnessed the boy's rapid progress. Do you truly wish to keep such a ticking time bomb by your side? With that said, Rox refrained from uttering more. Fully aware that the Rox pirates were bound by absolute self-interest, a formidable team, yet one fraught with a critical flaw. Should he perish without a leader of unparalleled strength, the entire crew would disintegrate in an instant. Each individual harbors their own future, and one's destiny cannot accommodate the intrusion of another. Ultimately, all decisions must rest with Whitebeard. Chapter 11. He is my son. Impossible. I stand by my words. He is my son, and I will never abandon him, regardless of the circumstances. Whitebeard's steadfastness surpassed even Rox's expectations. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and the sincerity reflected in Whitebeard's gaze was undeniable. He truly believed this. As a new father, the joy of having his own family was indescribable. His bond with Laimrise was akin to that of any biological father and son. He could hardly fathom the thought of abandoning this poor child once more. What fate awaited Laimrise then? Another abandonment would surely plunge the boy into utter despair. Thank you for your understanding, Captain. I will take good care of Laimrise. With that, Whitebeard departed, his resolve unwavering. Rox watched his retreating figure and sighed helplessly. After leaving Rox's dwelling, Whitebeard appeared burdened with thoughts, traversing the streets while ignoring the greetings of passers-by. It was only when a man stood in his path that he furrowed his brow and looked up, recognizing the figure before him as Shiki the Golden Lion. "Huh. What's the matter, Newgate? You seem rather downcast, not quite like yourself," Shiki remarked, puffing on a cigar with a teasing tone. "Shiki, please suspend Laimrise training for the time being." This was a decision Whitebeard had mulled over for quite some time. Perhaps this was the only way to slow Laimrise progress. Even if the boy were to lose control due to emotional turmoil, Whitebeard could intervene. "Are you certain? I quite like that little rascal. His foundation is just beginning to take shape, and I was planning to teach him my renowned dual sword style. Halting his training seems a shame," Shiki responded. Taken aback by Whitebeard's decision, Laimrise was the most talented and earnest child Shiki had ever encountered. The thought of nurturing him was irresistibly appealing. He had even entertained the notion of seizing custody from Whitebeard, sensing that under his guidance, Laimrise's swordsmanship would surpass his own, potentially rising to become the world's strongest swordsman. After all, Shiki was already regarded by many as the greatest swordsman on the seas. "Yes, I am certain. Let it be as such for now." Shiki could discern that Whitebeard was troubled, yet he refrained from prying. It was not in his nature to dig deeper. "Very well. Ultimately, the boy is your son. How you choose to proceed is beyond my jurisdiction." Shiki shrugged, relieved that he could return to his carefree lifestyle without the responsibility of training Laimrise. Whitebeard nodded and made his way home. Given the current circumstances, Laimrise had barely attained the ability to defend himself. Of course, this so-called self-defense capability would only allow him to handle minor pirates, provided he did not succumb to madness. Whitebeard remained confident that with his protection, Laimrise's safety in the future would be assured. Upon returning home, Whitebeard found Laimrise sitting at the entrance, seemingly waiting for his arrival. In that moment, he suppressed all his complex thoughts. "Guru, what are you doing here?" "Father, you're finally back. I have wonderful news to share with you. But I didn't see you this morning, so I waited here," Laimrise exclaimed joyfully, rising to showcase his recently awakened abilities. "Father, come hit me," he said with eager anticipation. Whitebeard was taken aback. He had no idea what his son was up to, yet instinctively clenched his fists and approached Laimrise to strike. However, the next moment left Whitebeard astounded. Laimrise, facing Whitebeard's attack, slowly closed his eyes. With Whitebeard's fist merely 20 centimeters from his face, he prepared to pull back, only to witness the boy's body suddenly dart to the side. The punch missed entirely. "Is this observation hockey?" Whitebeard was left speechless. He had been contemplating pausing Laimrise training to maintain his current level of power, yet unexpectedly, the boy had miraculously awakened the observation hockey after just one nap. Was such talent truly something he could contain? I had a vague feeling of it last night, but it was unclear. It wasn't until I woke up today that I realized I had awakened this ability. Laimrise scratched his head, secretly hoping for Whitebeard's praise. However, to his surprise, his father fell silent after making that statement. Whitebeard ignored Laimrise and instead pushed open the door, stepping inside. "Come in, my son. I have something to discuss with you." Lamerise, confused, instinctively followed him inside. About your bloodline, the captain has informed me. A smile graced Whitebeard's face, though his eyes betrayed a complexity of emotions. Really? Lamerise's breath quickened. No one could fathom the pressure he felt. Upon learning that his bloodline truly existed in these seas, he finally felt that he was not a freak. Indeed. Even I was astonished, as I never expected you to be of the legendary Lunarian tribe. A few years ago, the world government conducted a large-scale extermination of the Lunarians. And it seems you must be a survivor of that event. Whitebeard reflected, but to Lamerise, this was another story. The world government had always been portrayed as a symbol of justice among common folk, yet this so-called justice had indiscriminately hunted his kin, causing Lamerise to struggle to accept this truth as the perfect image he once held began to crumble. By all accounts, the Lunarians are silver-haired with brown skin, possessing black wings adorned with a fiery orange core. However, your case is different. You lack wings and other distinguishing features, save for that crimson flame. This was also why I initially failed to recognize your bloodline. Fortunately, the captain once encountered a record of your kind in an ancient tome. Your appearance has appeared among the Lunarians before, albeit with some variations in the bloodline. Thus, the so-called calamity has never existed. Whitebeard refrained from disclosing the entire truth. He merely informed Lamerise that he belonged to the Lunarian tribe. An 8-year-old child knowing too much truth could hinder his growth. If Lamerise were to learn that the flame behind him was referred to as the Calamity Flame, how would he perceive himself in the days to come? Yet, the truth cannot remain concealed forever. In due time, even Whitebeard's efforts to shield it would falter. Through belief and the refusal to abandon him, Lamerise accepted Whitebeard as his true father. With the revelation of the truth, no longer burdened by the fear of harming the innocent, Lamerise began to embrace his identity, considering himself a normal being and genuinely regarding Whitebeard as his father. Such a situation might indeed be the most beautiful of all. I understand, father. This was the first time Whitebeard witnessed Lamerise display such a carefree and joyful smile, a happiness that emanated from his very soul. Indeed, I have conferred with that fellow, the Golden Lion, and it has become evident that your strength is now sufficient for self-preservation. There is no longer a necessity for you to accompany me and the Golden Lion in our training endeavors. The path you wish to tread in the future must be dictated by your own heart's desires. The rigorous trials are no longer required. This is the utmost limit that Whitebeard could offer. Surely, he would not presume to confine his own son under the pretext of nurturing him, would he? The once lonely soul has found the most steadfast of supports, and the previously ambiguous journey of life appears to shimmer with newfound light. The inner voice grows increasingly resounding. And how Lamerise chooses to orchestrate his fate may already be etched within his heart. He yearns for an ordinary existence, indeed. Yet that was in the solitude he once knew. Now, however, he has shed that loneliness. His life has transformed, and he seeks to pursue other aspirations. Such is the nature of humanity. For him, living in this world no longer entails harboring animosity towards his life. Each day is a precious gift. Therefore, let this fleeting existence be imbued with brilliance. He stands here still, yet his spirit drifts towards the vast ocean, filled with longing for the life that lies ahead. Chapter 12. The Roger Pirates' time slipped away quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 springs and autumns had passed. It was the year 1483 of the sea calendar. The ocean had remained relatively tranquil over these years, devoid of any earth-shattering events. Although the number of pirates at sea had steadily increased, the Navy had not been idle. Their military strength had seen tremendous advancements. The only noteworthy occurrence was the emergence of a new group entering the New World. These newcomers showcased their prowess from the moment they stepped into the New World, achieving a remarkable victory in their very first battle by defeating a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 500 million berries. Gradually, their captain came to be known as a super rookie, and their pirate crew became a formidable force not to be underestimated in the New World. They were called the Roger Pirates. New World. Balvera's Island, a tranquil and peaceful island, was suddenly awakened by the sound of cannon fire. From afar, plumes of black smoke billowed above the island, and the fierce sounds of battle could be heard even from a distance. However, what was even more astonishing was the palpable aura of terror that seemed to linger in the air, along with intermittent flashes of dark red lightning. Clang! A massive naginata clashed with an exquisite western sword, yet if one were to scrutinize closely, the blades were still a slight distance apart, as if an insurmountable substance separated them. Nevertheless, their confrontation was undeniably fierce. The wielder of the naginata was a robust, towering man with a distinct white mustache. whose crescent-shaped facial hair served as a symbol of his identity, recognized throughout the New World. He was none other than Edward Newgate, the captain of the most notorious pirate crew in history, the Rocks Pirates. His opponent was no less formidable, exuding an aura of confidence and strength. Compared to Newgate, this man appeared considerably shorter, resembling an ordinary person clad in trousers, a shirt, and boots, draped in a striking red coat, topped with a captain's hat. Interestingly, he sported a particularly distinctive mustache, resembling unruly nasal hair protruding from his nostrils, dark and exaggerated, an audacious new force that had swiftly made a name for itself, with its members being formidable fighters, each bearing significant bounties. This man was none other than Joel D. Roger, the captain of the Roger Pirates, heralded as a super rookie, who in a remarkably short span of time had amassed a staggering bounty close to 2 billion berries. On this serene, uninhabited island, an intense confrontation erupted between the two. Each bore a smile, yet every strike was aimed at the other's life, accompanied by the crews of both the Roger Pirates and the First Division of the Rocks Pirates. Gurara, Roger, your sword seems to have lost its edge since our last encounter, boomed the strong Newgate as he descended from the sky, delivering a powerful slash, his blade crackling with dark red lightning. Those knowledgeable would recognize this as one of the most destructive techniques, albeit exceedingly difficult to master, the Conqueror's Haki, known as Haki Rap. In the face of such a perilous assault, Roger exhibited no fear. Instead, he boldly stepped forward, wielding his sword with determination. His slender western sword emanated a terrifying aura, the dark red lightning crackling ominously, causing hair to stand on end. Is that so? You should be most aware of whether my sword is weakened. Yet, what is this disheveled appearance of yours? Roger retorted, unrelenting. Their gazes locked, each viewing the other as prey. Since the Roger Pirates had entered the New World, they swiftly caught the attention of the Rocks Pirates. Their captain, Roger, and his crew's display of strength incited Rock's desire for recruitment. He dispatched his most capable subordinate, Newgate, to entice them. If they were willing to join the Rocks Pirates, it would be ideal, but if not, they would face annihilation. Rocks was indeed tyrannical. Any power that could not be controlled had no reason to exist. Roger, a man of free spirit and adventure, held beliefs starkly opposed to Rocks. As a bold captain, he unhesitatingly rejected the invitation, placing Newgate in an exceedingly awkward position, thus igniting their first conflict. Initially, Newgate had not regarded this newcomer seriously, yet upon clashing, he discovered that Roger possessed strength that was not inferior to his own. This revelation astounded him, transforming his surprise into delight at encountering a worthy opponent. Finally, he had someone with whom he could share the stage. While the Golden Lion was indeed strong, their frequent encounters had dulled his excitement. Their battle concluded in a stalemate, prompting the Navy headquarters to hastily elevate Roger's bounty to nearly the same level as Newgate's, further amplifying the renown of Gold Roger. Newgate could no longer recall how many times they had clashed. This seasoned warrior marveled as he witnessed Roger's progress from their initial encounter, where he had seemed somewhat inept, to now, where he appeared almost nonchalant. Roger's strength was growing at an astonishing rate. This discovery both surprised him and intensified his desire to engage Roger further. However, Newgate was not without his own assets. Among the remaining members of the Roger Pirates were formidable individuals, such as Roger's first mate, a man named Rayleigh. Although his prowess was slightly inferior to Roger's, it was undoubtedly at the level of a top-tier commander. Remarkably, Roger had more than one such capable first mate. Another, a man named Jabba, wielded 2 axes and donned sunglasses, exhibiting strength comparable to Rayleigh's. The Roger Pirates were not numerous, comprising only a few dozen members. While the number of Newgate's First Division members was double that of Roger's crew, it was their numerical advantage that enabled them to maintain a semblance of balance during the fierce exchanges. However, it must also be noted that within Newgate's division was a particularly unique individual. 5 cold glimmers flashed as Rayleigh parried with his sword. Behind the circular frames of his glasses, Rayleigh's pupils reflected the youthful visage before him, and he could not help but feel astonished. It was worth noting that during their last encounter, this young lad had already regarded him as an adversary, each battle entangling him further. From initially being able to repel him with just 2 strikes, to now requiring considerable effort, this boy's rate of progress was indeed astonishing. This young lad appeared to be no more than 12 or 13 years old, yet he had already surpassed 2 meters in height. His physique, while strong, was not exaggerated, and his clean-cut black hair accentuated his piercing eyes. His body was adorned with blades, fingers claw-like as they lunged toward Rayleigh, yet the glint of cold steel was unmistakable. Rayleigh quickly recognized this boy as a devil fruit user, likely possessing the superhuman quick/fruit. Logically, this boy's strength should not rival his own, however. Each of his attacks seemed somewhat constrained, and the reason was simple. This boy was Edward Lemyrus, a trusted subordinate of Newgate, but more importantly, he was Newgate's son. In Rayleigh's heart, a sense of bitterness began to brew. Inflicting severe injuries on this young lad during their skirmish, thereby incapacitating him, was undoubtedly justifiable. However, the mere thought of an accidental fatal blow sent shivers down his spine. Recently, a group of audacious new pirates had emerged in the New World, displaying commendable strength, with their captain's head fetching a bounty of 300 million berries. Naturally, Rox had extended an invitation to these newcomers, but what was the outcome? Whitebeard, leading his first division, attempted to recruit them, only to be met with disdainful mockery before a fierce confrontation ensued. This young lad was subsequently dealt a heavy blow by the crew's first mate and unceremoniously kicked into the sea. That day, far away on an island thousands of meters distant, the inhabitants could distinctly hear what seemed like the sound of the world shattering. The entire pirate crew, comprising 135 members along with their 3 ships, vanished entirely from existence. Was Whitebeard invincible? Indeed, he had vulnerabilities. The young boy before him was one such weakness. Yet few dared to target him. No one wished to confront the wrath of Whitebeard. The man's devil fruit power possessed the true potential to obliterate the world. Hey, young lad. Don't you think this has gone on long enough? You come seeking me time and again, leaving deep scars on your own chest. I'm growing weary of this incessant pursuit. You ought to know when to stop. Observing his companions reveling in their battle, Rayleigh felt a deep frustration within. He roared and swung his sword once more, this time aiming to inflict serious harm upon the young boy. 3 years had passed, and Lemyrus had transformed from a naive child into a man capable of navigating the vast seas. Even though Whitebeard had not explicitly trained him during these years, Lemyrus seemed destined to grow stronger. Each day heralded progress in his strength, and his physique was maturing. Alongside this, the bloodline of the Lunaria tribe within him was gradually being awakened. Why were the Lunaria once considered divine? Their physical prowess served as the ultimate testament. While an ordinary human would struggle to lift a weight of around 100 pounds with all their might, the Lunaria possessed strength exceeding that of typical humans by 100-fold. Faced with Rayleigh's acutely angled strike, a shift in expression finally appeared on Lemyrus' calm visage. Every time their pirate crews clashed, he sought out Rayleigh. These battles were akin to a unique form of training for him. His previous encounters had all ended in utter defeat, each time succumbing to Rayleigh's fury-laden blade. His chest bore 6 twisted and jagged scars, the longest stretching from his left abdomen to his right shoulder, nearly cleaving him in 2. And once again, it was the same strike. Lemyrus appeared exceptionally focused today. He intended to take that crucial step forward. 16 Chilling Night. Chapter 13. Edward Lemyrus faced with Rayleigh's furious blade. Lemyrus did not flinch despite the oncoming strike that had previously defeated him 6 times. His gaze grew resolute. With hands joined and palms wide open, he assumed a stance reminiscent of the spirit bomb from Dragon Ball, as the quick fruit transformed his fingers and palms into gleaming blades. 3 years had passed without the rigorous training of the Golden Lion, yet he seemed to have discovered a new purpose in life. He began to gradually explore his swordsmanship and eventually realized that the sword was an extension of himself. Through his communion with the world, he sought the unity of man and sword, attuning himself to the breath of all existence and grasping the essence of cutting through steel. No longer was he the scrawny child scavenging in ruins, nor the burden hiding behind his father 3 years prior. He was Lemyrus, Edward Lemyrus, a true swordsman, the vice-captain of the 1st Division of the Rox Pirates. As the cold light flickered, the blade in Lemyrus' hand clashed once more with Rayleigh's weapon, and in an instant, an overwhelming force emanated from Rayleigh's blade. Lemyrus' expression shifted. He had underestimated Roger's right arm. Yet, Rayleigh too was faced with an adversary of growing strength. The blood of the Lunaria tribe, with age, revealed its fearsome power, making Rayleigh feel as though he were striking not at Lemyrus, but at a high-speed spinning cannonball. Despite the absence of a significant disparity between them, the threat was undeniable. Ultimately, Lemyrus could not withstand Rayleigh's assault. His palm was deflected by the slender western sword, followed by the sickening sound of steel slicing through flesh. A long scar reappeared across his chest, the edges of the wound curling outward to reveal the raw, crimson tissue beneath. The pain surged through Lemurist's mind, prompting a stifled groan, yet his expression remained unchanged. As he was sent tumbling through the air, he twisted his waist and landed firmly on the ground, wiping the blood from his chest before flinging it aside, his lips curving into an involuntary smile. Indeed, he was a man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries. Rayleigh's blade remained as swift as ever. No sooner had he finished his thought than Lemurist surged forward once again, his legs propelling him off the ground with remarkable force. Suddenly darting above Rayleigh in the blink of an eye, he lifted his right leg and spun twice in the air before bringing it crashing down. In that moment, his leg transformed into an extraordinarily sharp blade. Ah, your progress is commendable. In just 3 short years, you have carved out a name for yourself. A bounty of 240 million berries seems rather low in my eyes. Lemurist first caught the attention of the Navy during his initial mission with Whitebeard. After all, it was unheard of for Whitebeard to carry a child in his arms. 2 years ago, when he first received a bounty, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had grown taller and strengthened his abilities. With the swordsmanship taught by the Golden Lion and the combat skills imparted by Whitebeard, Lemurist's debut battle ended with him vanquishing a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. When the terrified enemy inquired who he was, he proudly declared himself Edward Lemurist. He chose to become Whitebeard's son, adopting his surname, an act that astonished foes and branded him as arrogant in the eyes of the Navy. He received his own bounty of 160 million berries, a figure determined by the Navy based on his strength and status. Although it was not particularly high, it signified Lemurist's transformation from an ordinary child into a pirate. He had little to say about it. On the day he received the bounty notice, he was brimming with excitement. Even after acquiring the bounty, he knew he could no longer lead the ordinary life he once yearned for. But that mattered little as he had set his sights on new aspirations, vowing to uphold Whitebeard's glory. Over 3 years of growth, he bore many scars. Ordinary wounds quickly healed due to the Lunaria tribe's resilience, yet some grievous injuries left their mark. However, it is noteworthy that despite the multitude of scars adorning his body, he bore no signs of having been struck down. He would not flee like a frightened dog. He had matured. At some point, Rayleigh suddenly sensed a shift in the momentum emanating from the young warrior before him. His attacks became increasingly cunning and fierce, the frequency of strikes rising without losing their precision. The quick slash fruit, a seemingly mundane devil fruit in the eyes of many, revealed its extraordinary potential through Lemurist. A true swordsman, his entire being transformed into a weapon, his attacks were boundless and unpredictable. Rayleigh's demeanor grew serious. Ouch, that hurts. Father, be gentler. Humph. If you're a man, stop whining. Who told you to disregard my warnings and seek out that Rayleigh fellow? A few exchanges are one thing, but you seem to revel in it, attempting to exchange wounds. Do you truly believe you can handle such an opponent at your current level? In Lemurist's room, Whitebeard held a bottle of disinfectant alcohol, gently dabbing a cotton swab against Lemurist's wounds, his tone stern yet revealing concern. Haha, I finally managed to leave some marks on him after all those cuts. Lemurist's condition could only be described as woeful. His chest and limbs were riddled with marks from the battle. And had it not been for the robust constitution of the Lunaria tribe and the skeletal enhancements provided by the quick-slash-fruit, he would scarcely have had the strength to jest about it. Are you referring to the scratch you left on his eye? Whitebeard scoffed, appearing dismissive. Yet internally, he was somewhat astonished. To gain even a slight advantage against a powerhouse like Rayleigh indicated that the boy had made considerable progress. All right, the medicine is finished. Get some rest. After applying the ointment, Whitebeard departed. In truth, his actions were somewhat unnecessary. With the Lunaria tribe's resilience, such injuries would heal completely within days. Yet Whitebeard was unconcerned. Were he to be injured, he would likely brush it off with a laugh, down a bottle of so-called healing elixir, and awaken the next day as if nothing had happened. However, if Lemurist were the one injured, he would become more doting than anyone else. With the scratch left on Rayleigh's face, Lemurist's mood noticeably brightened. Lying on his bed, he found himself reminiscing about the past. From his initial desire to find a place to eat, he had become the son of that man. From treating him as he once did his foster parents, to the admiration that grew over time, it had been a long journey, yet both had persevered without faltering. Time is the finest remedy for all afflictions. The once despondent and defeated Lemurist has transformed. He now exudes confidence and has begun to embrace the myriad wonders of this world. He has witnessed the weight of profound darkness and experienced what is deemed as light. His innate kindness has become increasingly precious, and he has mastered the ruthless art of survival. Perhaps aided by medication, Lemuri's injuries healed completely in just one day. By the time the old man with the white beard awoke, Lemuri's had already been training on the deck for quite some time. Sweat cascaded down his muscular frame as he swung his arms, transitioning from fierce elbow strikes to swift, slicing motions. Swordsmanship and martial arts melded seamlessly. The old man observed this scene in silence, noting how the shadows of the boy's past, entwined with the golden lion, were steadily fading. He was forging a path uniquely his own. Meanwhile, in the office of the fleet admiral at the Marine headquarters, Steelbone Kong scrutinized the reports from his subordinates regarding the clash between the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard crew. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Has Lemuri's truly matured to such an extent? To leave a scar on Rayleigh's right eye? Observing the freshly acquired intelligence, Steelbone Kong could not help but question its authenticity. After all, he was well aware of Rayleigh's formidable prowess. Could a mere teenager genuinely achieve such a feat? His expression shifted between dark uncertainty and reluctant acceptance of this astonishing reality. It appears that the Rocks pirates are on the verge of giving birth to yet another prodigy. Chapter 14. Teacher Kaido, an exclamation arose. What's this? Vice Captain Lime's bounty has increased again. I recall it was only 2 months ago that Vice Captain Lime's bounty was raised. Another increase so soon? Utterly monstrous. To possess such talent is one thing, but to couple it with such diligence. In my estimation, his current bounty is just right. As dawn broke, the idle pirates lounging on deck received the latest newspapers delivered by the news birds. Without hesitation, they produced some belly to purchase a few copies. After all, on such a protracted voyage, newspapers were among the few diversions. No one would be so foolish as to risk being blacklisted by the newsbirds for a few belly, as that would mean never receiving news again. Amidst the dizzying array of news, the most striking were the bounty posters interspersed within the newspaper. They chronicled the fierce clash between their first division and the Roger pirates. These journalists are ever inclined to exaggerate, depicting a commonplace skirmish as if it were a cataclysmic event. However, this was not their concern. Among the stack of bounty posters, one stood out in particular. Wanted dead or alive Edward Lime's 435,000,000 belly, a bounty of 435 million belly, even on the grandest scale of the seas. This is an exorbitant sum. It should be noted that within the Rocks pirates, there are 6 divisions. The one with the lowest bounty belongs to John, the captain of the 6th division, whose bounty barely exceeds 900 million belly. Yet how long has Limes been on these seas? The rate at which his bounty has increased is unprecedentedly terrifying. This pace is somewhat exaggerated, but upon careful consideration of his overall strength and formidable talent, coupled with his status as Whitebeard's son, such a bounty is justifiable. The image on the bounty poster depicted Limes with his hands crossed, fingers transformed into blades, his face a mask of coldness. Though his youthful features were evident, the murderous intent in his eyes was chilling. The pirates engaged in fervent discussions about the various news items in the paper. However, the matter of Lime's bounty was soon forgotten. After all, such a bounty might befit a key member or even a captain in other pirate crews, but within the Rocks pirates, there were numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million belly. Moreover, the deputies of those division captains typically had bounties ranging from 300 to 700 million belly. Evidently, they were uninterested, but Limes himself was quite intrigued. He scrutinized the freshly printed bounty poster. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of pride. This was the sea's acknowledgement of his strength. The increased bounty also signified that he was beginning to ascend to the center stage of the world, and this sum finally dispelled the notion that he was the weakest vice captain in the eyes of others. He carefully stowed the bounty poster, then retrieved a pre-prepared frame from his room. After mounting it, he hung it on the wall. There were 3 bounty posters in total, each a testament to his growth over the years. New World, Rocks Pirates main base, Hakanosu Island finally. We're back. Though the beds on the ship are comfortable, there's nothing like sleeping in one's own bed. Upon returning to Hakanosu Island, Limes eagerly rushed back to his abode and collapsed onto his bed. He inhaled deeply, a sigh of contentment escaping his lips. The fatigue from the long voyage made him yearn for nothing more than a good night's sleep. His body relaxed, and he soon drifted into slumber. The even rhythm of his snores indicated that he was sleeping soundly. However, the gradually furrowing brow suggested that an unsettling event was unfolding in his mind. Limes was troubled. He was an avid sleeper, and in recent years, he had ceased to dream of the nightmarish scenes of his past. This was welcome news. However, at some point, his dreams had shifted. The scenes that unfolded were no longer so eerie or bloody, but instead, they became utterly desolate. He could only perceive a dark silhouette before him. The silhouette seemed to be engaged in training, and though he could not utter a sound, the silhouette did not cease, as if trapped in an eternal loop. He regarded this as a minor matter. Though it had persisted for a full week, he did not feel fatigued upon awakening. On the contrary, he felt even more invigorated. Furthermore, nothing around him had been damaged. He had assumed that today's dream would be no different. However, in this particular dream, a faint glimmer of light suddenly pierced the endless darkness. He could vaguely discern the form of the silhouette. It appeared to be a robust man, even taller than his own father, reaching at least 8 meters in height. His skin was dark, making it difficult to discern his features, but his long, silver hair was strikingly prominent. The figure, in Lime's eyes, seemed to be engaged in ceaseless training. He executed a set of swift and fierce fist techniques. Though Limes could not perceive them with greater clarity, he had an inexplicable feeling that these techniques were terrifying, devoid of any flamboyance, yet exuding a sense of profound simplicity. Next, a long sword suddenly appeared in the man's hand. He began to wield it with incredible speed, so fast that even Limes, in his current state, could not discern the trajectory of the blade. He could only hear sounds echoing through the surrounding space, as if the air itself were being cleaved apart. Finally, the silhouette ceased its movements and turned around, seemingly casting a profound glance at Limes. Bang, bang, bang. Limes was jolted awake by a series of boisterous knocks on his door. He groggily rose from his bed, a look of bewilderment on his face as he gazed towards his door. The person outside seemed to have grown impatient and bellowed without any restraint. Hey, Limes, what are you up to, kid? Are you plotting something nefarious? The voice was hearty and unmistakably familiar to Limes. In the Rocks Pirates, where solace was scarce, forging a friendship was a daunting task. After all, one could never be certain whether a so-called friend might suddenly stab you in the back. Friends were hard to come by, and true friends were even more precious. This man who had suddenly barged in, adorned with a pair of horns and standing over 7 meters tall, was one of Lime's few friends in the Rocks Pirates. A true friend. The two shared a close bond. Sunlight streamed in, revealing the man's features in their entirety. He wore an open-fronted brown shirt, paired with gray trousers. His explosive muscles were on full display, showcasing his unparalleled strength. Around his wrists, he wore 2 cuff-like bracelets, or rather, they were actual handcuffs that he had broken free from and continued to wear as adornments. The man's countenance was handsome, instantly conveying an aura of integrity and authority. 2 thick horns sprouted from his forehead, resembling a pair of sharp blades. In his right hand, he clutched a massive spiked club, so large that it seemed weightless in his grasp, casually slung over his shoulder. Kaido, a trainee in the Rocks Pirates, possessed the strength of a vice captain from any of the divisions. At just over 20 years old, he already had a bounty exceeding 500 million belly. As a member of the Ghost Clan, he possessed an exceptionally formidable physique. Logically, given his strength, he should have long been recruited under the command of a captain. However, his prideful nature prevented him from serving anyone, even showing indifference towards Rocks. Consequently, he remained on the ship as an intern, yet none dared to underestimate him. Raymerus, I've been calling you out here for ages. What, are you dead asleep? The towering Kaido approached without ceremony, seizing Raymerus by the collar and hoisting him from his bed. Gazing at the drowsy Raymerus, he fumbled for a moment before producing a bottle of liquor from his bosom. Here, take a swig and wake up. Raymerus shot a glance at Kaido, who wore an air of nonchalance. After a moment, it seemed that Raymerus finally regained his senses. He stretched languidly, eyeing the bottle of alcohol with disdain. I'm merely tired and just woke up, not dazed. Let me remind you, I am still underage. So stop trying to tempt me with alcohol. Damn, you are quite the bore. This is a fine vintage I've cherished for ages. You're the only one I'd even consider sharing it with. With his plan thwarted, Kaido replied with irritation. As a boisterous man of the seas, nearly all pirates reveled in the pleasures of drink, yet Raymerus was a notable exception. He abstained completely, citing his status as underage. In truth, despite his adult-like stature and appearance, the essence of his Lunalia heritage belied his true age of merely 11 years. It is hard to fathom how 2 individuals separated by such a significant age difference could become such close friends. Their bond, of course, began with their first encounter. It was a long time ago when Raymerus had just accompanied Whitebeard on a mission. encountering the Roger pirates and experiencing a surge of excitement upon receiving his first bounty notice. Overjoyed, he dashed to the mess hall to reward himself with a splendid meal. To his delight, he managed to procure his favorite food even at such a late hour, lifting his spirits further as he hummed a cheerful tune. However, his fortune was interrupted when he was stopped by a tall man, none other than the formidable Kaido. A dispute arose over the last piece of meat. The young, arrogant Kaido, freshly emboldened by his own bounty, clashed with the equally inflated Raymerus over a trivial matter. Yet, during their skirmish, they discovered that each possessed a strength that exceeded their expectations. Kaido initially believed he could end the fight with a single strike, but to his surprise, he found this young boy to be a formidable devil fruit user, skilled in both swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat, making him a challenging opponent. Conversely, Raymerus was astonished by the sheer power of the towering man before him. Each blow he received felt as though a small vessel had crashed into him. Yet, Raymerus was still quite inexperienced, and against the battle-hardened Kaido, he ultimately faced defeat. However, what astonished Raymerus was that after toppling him, the tall man refrained from delivering a finishing blow. Noticing the thick bandages beneath Raymerus' clothing, stained with traces of blood from their encounter, Kaido frowned, feeling that his victory was unearned. Impressed by the giant's sense of honor, Raymerus formed a positive impression of him. Thus began their fateful connection. Through their initial conflict, they learned each other's names and established a bond. In the following encounters, Kaido found himself persistently challenged by Raymerus, and with each bout, their friendship blossomed, growing stronger with the passage of time. Eventually, they became each other's trusted comrades in this vast sea, one of the few with whom they could share their backs. Raymerus held a deep sense of gratitude towards Kaido. After all, there seemed to be a unique magic about him. Each battle they fought together led to significant improvements in Raymerus' own abilities. He even began to consider Kaido as a potential mentor. Chapter 15. The battle against Kaido. Is it really the case that you pounded on my door and roused me from my slumber merely to vent your grievances? Lemurus gazed at Kaido with incredulity, only to find the latter wearing an expression that suggested this was indeed the purpose of his intrusion. Initially, Lemurus assumed Kaido had something of great significance to discuss, yet after listening for a while, he realized that the conversation revolved solely around the troubles posed by Charlotte Lin, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Rocks Pirates. This revelation ignited Lemurus' ire, disturbed from his sleep. You insufferable wretch. Come, I shall thrash you today. Oh ho ho, that sounds splendid. It was precisely my intention. While Kaido's visit may have had a tinge of lamentation, it was more likely that he sought to engage in a friendly spar with Lemurus, whose bounty had recently risen. The bond between the two was forged through combat, and maintaining their relationship through such encounters was an excellent choice. As a member of the Oni clan, Kaido was inherently combative, his lineage marked by a warrior spirit, despite their dwindling numbers. Conversely, Lemurus belonged to the noble Lunaria tribe, known for their fierce nature, perhaps linked to the mutations in his bloodline. Yet, Lemurus had paid little heed to such matters, for his father had informed him he was merely a Lunaria. But after 3 years of sailing the seas, had Lemurus truly been oblivious to all that transpired? That was a question only he could answer. The two stormed into a plaza belonging to the Rocks Pirates, constructed from weathered bluestone and marred by the scars of battle. This was a venue where members of the Rocks Pirates resolved their conflicts, engaging in sparring and, more often than not, deadly duels. Upon their arrival, they found others already locked in combat, while onlookers gathered, eager to witness the spectacle, some even placing bets on the outcomes. However, Kaido exhibited little patience. Before the crowd, he boldly charged in, raising his spiked club high, striking down the two combatants with single blows that sent them crashing through the air, blood spilling as they lost consciousness. What are you two doing wasting space? I acknowledge your grievances, but hold them until after my bout with Lemurus. Of course, if you can still stand by then. Kaido was unperturbed by his actions, and the spectators shared his indifference, though the gamblers were less pleased, wary of Kaido's formidable strength. Ah, the youth today, so unreserved in their slumber. Lemurus chuckled as he stepped onto the plaza, observing Kaido warming up at the opposite end. Recognizing the prowess of his old friend, he understood that there would be no holding back in this clash. Clang. Silver streaks emanated from Lemurus' hands as blades extended from his arms, his previously calm demeanor transforming into one of fierce determination as he locked eyes with Kaido. The dark, armored haki enveloped his arms completely. Are you ready, Kaido? Don't cry when I defeat you. Ridiculous. With those little razor blades, you think you can bring me down? Huh. Watch as I shatter your blades with a single swing. The atmosphere crackled with tension, the plaza charged with the anticipation of their impending clash. Kaido's strength was ever-evolving, yet compared to Lemurus, there was a sense of stagnation. It had been 3 months since their last encounter, which had concluded in a stalemate. Watch out, Lemurus called out, but before the warning fully registered, he was already upon Kaido, a flash of movement bringing him face to face with his opponent, his claws gleaming as he lunged for Kaido's face. The onlooking pirates gasped, recognizing that few among them could withstand such an attack. Yet Kaido was all too familiar with Lemurus's techniques. Not this opening attack again. Can't you vary your approach? Kaido grumbled, rolling aside without hesitation, his movements honed through countless encounters. One trick to rule them all. You dare criticize me when you wield that crude club? As Lemurus's assault missed its mark, he rolled backward, just as Kaido's massive club narrowly grazed his face, the sheer force of it instilling fear. Kaido's speed was commendable, but his bulky frame limited his agility compared to Lemurus, who quickly closed in, launching a flurry of strikes within mere feet of Kaido. Lemurus's attacks were rapid and relentless, his claws, arms, and legs transforming into lethal weapons, each infused with remarkable swordsmanship. Kaido sought to utilize his strengths against Lemurus, maintaining an impenetrable defense while attempting to read his opponent's movements. Eventually, as Lemurus momentarily exposed his center, he inflicted several bloody claw marks upon Kaido's chest. Seizing his chance, Kaido raised his formidable club above his head and roared as he brought it crashing down. However, Lemurus knew Kaido too well to fall for such a feint. Why then? Did he proceed? The answer was simple. With a sly smile, Lemurus, in the face of Kaido's incredulity, bent his right arm sharply and struck Kaido's chest with his hardened elbow. Kaido was met with a force so immense that it eclipsed any power Lemurus had displayed during their previous encounter. Was his strength progressing at such a rapid pace? This thought unconsciously emerged in Kaido's mind, followed by a sudden heaviness in his chest, prompting him to exhale deeply. After this release of frustration, the force behind the descending spiked club diminished significantly. In the next moment, as gravity bore down on Kaido, Lemurus swiftly pivoted, his gaze fixed on the descending weapon, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, the sound of slicing resonated, and the spikes on the club fell away with a resounding thud. Lemurus quickly distanced himself from Kaido, who stared in disbelief at the weapon that had accompanied him for many years. How could this be possible? Kaido, it seems today victory belongs to me, Lemurus declared. Enraged, Kaido retorted, You wretch, do you know who I am? I am Kaido. He lunged forward once more. 5 minutes later, Kaido found himself lost in contemplation, staring at the spikeless club in his hand. Chapter 16. The Secret to Becoming Stronger. Is Kaido a master? To embody the blade, to listen to the sound of the edge slicing through the air, to capture the heartbeat of all things. This is the path of swift strikes that I, Lemurus, pursue. Lemurus spoke with an air of nonchalance, his words tinged with a hint of youthful exuberance. Yet, combined with the glinting blades adorning his body, there was indeed a semblance of an unparalleled powerhouse. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. After all, they were somewhat aware of the fierce battles between Lemurus and Kaido. Such a situation as today was unfathomable to them. Did he win? A pirate, his throat dry, managed to utter, seemingly rousing the astonished crowd from their stupor. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers. They were astonished by Lemurus's displayed prowess and grateful for the opportunity to witness such a magnificent clash. Lemurus, you bastard, my Kanabo. That has been my trusty weapon for years. Kaido rose, a pained expression on his face, his Kanabo now reduced to a mere stick, more akin to a baseball bat. Ha ha ha. Don't sweat the small stuff. It's just a Kanabo. I'll get you a new one. Lemurus let out his distinctive laugh. In a few days, it would be Kaido's birthday, and coincidentally, his father had some fine iron. Today, he would ruin Kaido's Kanabo and forge him a new one from that iron. In truth, while the Kanabo had accompanied Kaido for a long time, it had become inadequate as Kaido's strength had surged. Humph, that's more like it. The proud Kaido snorted, secretly impressed by Lemurus's rapid advancement. He felt joy for his friend's growth, but also a twinge of dissatisfaction. Initially, he had been the strongest, capable of effortlessly pinning Lemurus down, yet now the roles had reversed. If this continued, what standing would he have before Lemurus? The Oni race is proud, and Kaido is no exception. However, he was not foolish. After witnessing Lemurus's growth, he began to reflect on his own lax training. This is absurd. Only 7 hours of training each day? That is unacceptable. He realized he had been too complacent. From today onward, I will add 2 hours to my training, doubling the intensity. I'll incorporate a 10,000-meter weighted run, increasing the load to 20 tons. The intensity of my physical training must also escalate. The terrain on Hive Island is inadequate. I need greater heights for my leaps, or else the results will be negligible. After all, I am an Oni. I cannot be killed by mere training. Lamirus was oblivious to Kaido's thoughts and had no inkling that his own growth had ignited Kaido's competitive spirit. Vice Captain Lamirus, you are simply incredible. May I inquire about the secret behind your rapid advancement? A newcomer pirate could not resist asking, catching the attention of all the surrounding pirates, including Kaido. In the perilous seas, gaining even a fraction of strength signifies an elevated status, greater wealth, and, of course, enhanced chances of survival amidst danger. The secret to becoming stronger? Lamirus paused at the question, then donned a contemplative expression. Truth be told, his method of strengthening was simply relentless training every single day. Compared to others, perhaps he was just a tad more diligent. There were no secrets per se, but you could certainly adopt my training regimen. Rise promptly at 5 each morning for 10,000 sword strikes, followed by sculpting a massive stone into the shape of your desire to hone your control. In the afternoon, engage in physical training, which consists of carrying several tons of heavy rocks, running with weights, or weighted frog jumps. Beyond that, there is little else. Lamirus spoke sincerely. Yet upon hearing his regimen, the pirates couldn't help but twitch their lips. Good heavens, is this something a person can endure? Just the 5 a.m. wake-up call alone would eliminate 90 of individuals. Vice Captain Lamirus, while adhering to your training method may indeed foster personal growth, I fear the results may not be as pronounced as yours. The same newcomer pirate, his gaze intense, fixed on Lamirus, expressing his skepticism. He was convinced that Lamirus could not have attained such strength through such simplistic training alone. He firmly believed there must be some hidden technique. Well, aside from other training methods, there is also the continuous experience of real combat. You can seek Kaido. Every battle with him significantly enhances my haki and even accelerates the development of my devil fruit abilities. Lamirus had a sudden epiphany. He was not fabricating tales, but merely stating facts. After his first battle with Kaido, his armament haki and observation haki had seen a tremendous boost. If he were to rely solely on himself, such progress would have taken months. He even began to wonder if Kaido possessed some unique constitution. Hey, Lamirus. What do you mean by that? Kaido, displeased, interjected, noticing the fervent gazes directed towards him by the surrounding pirates. No wonder Lamirus relished sparring with Kaido. It turns out he is a true master. Hey, Kaido, why don't we have a sparring session too? The newcomer pirate could no longer contain his excitement. Addressing Kaido with fervor, smack, Kaido swatted the newcomer, whose bounty stood at 3 million berries, sending him flying. The overwhelming force behind that single slap caused a thunderous crack in the air, propelling the pirate hundreds of meters away. Everyone witnessed the exaggerated indentation in the pirate's chest as he coughed up blood before fainting. The ardent enthusiasm was instantly doused with a cold splash of reality. Well, perhaps battling Kaido could indeed benefit my strength, but the catch is, you must survive his hit. Thinking of challenging me? You're welcome to try, but don't blame others if you end up dead. Kaido snorted, displaying no patience for anyone else, unlike his treatment of Lamirus. Let us go. What are you still staring at? Aren't you hungry? Kaido shouted at Lamirus before departing, and the latter hurried to follow suit. The two monsters, one tall and one short, were undoubtedly the new generation's strongest members of the Rocks Pirates. After their meal, Lamirus commenced his training for the day. He arrived at the grassy field where he typically practiced, wielding a katana forged from an unknown metal. His face revealed signs of exhaustion. The reason was simple. The sword he held not only weighed over a ton, but also incorporated a high purity of sea prism stone within its blade. No matter how formidable a devil fruit user might be, the sea remains their absolute weakness. By incorporating sea prism stone into his training sword, he was following a suggestion from the Golden Lion, making this method not only effective in diminishing his physical strength for more efficient training, but also allowing him to gradually acclimate to the sensations brought on by the sea prism stone, thereby developing a certain resistance to the ocean. He shouted continuously, wielding a katana that weighed over a ton, its swift movements leaving behind afterimages. With each rapid swing, the sword intent emanating from him surged, embodying the principle that with my sword, all things in the world can be severed. This was the sword intent of Lamirus, swift slashing. Even though Lamirus had reached an extraordinary level of strength, This training still left him drenched in sweat. However, a silver lining emerged as each day's training yielded visibly tangible results. For instance, the debilitating sensation brought by the sea conch diminished significantly. From barely managing 10 swings before needing rest, he had progressed to executing thousands of swings before feeling utterly exhausted. Such remarkable advancement was astonishing, attributed not only to his relentless diligence, but also to the crucial influence of the Lunaria bloodline. Why is the Lunaria clan revered as former deities? It is because their bloodline is overwhelmingly potent. Beyond their exaggerated physical strength and prodigious talents, the Lunaria bloodline is particularly renowned for its almost monstrous adaptability, allowing them to thrive in any environment. Time flew by, and once again, the grass was nourished by Lamerise's sweat. After finishing his swordsmanship training, he did not rest. Instead, he made his way to the beach of Hive Island, where a colossal stone towering over 10 meters and weighing at least 100 tons stood. This served as Lamerise's ideal training apparatus. Skillfully, he secured a waist belt around himself, and the familiar weakness induced by the katana re-emerged. This waist belt was essential for ensuring the perfection of his movements. Yet it was laced with a significant amount of sea tower stone. Were it not for the debilitating effect that the sea tower stone had on his strength, Lamerise would likely carry its burden even in his daily life. Approaching the massive stone, he inhaled deeply, grasping its sides with both hands, and with a fierce roar, he hurled the enormous boulder several meters into the air. Immediately, he turned around, bent down, and caught the stone securely on his back. He unleashed all his physical power, sprinting with the weight in a long-distance run. He tested his leg strength with continuous weighted frog jumps. Lying on the beach, he supported the boulder with his hands, veins bulging as he engaged in weightlifting. This was the essence of his daily training. Each day unfolded in similar fashion. However, soon after, a pirate rushed over, glancing at Lamerise as he lifted weights, swallowing hard in awe at such an immense load, exclaiming that it was beyond human capability. Hadn't it been stated numerous times? When I am training, no one is to disturb me. Lamerise remained fixated on the massive stone before him, though his tone was far from friendly. At that moment, the pirate recalled his mission. Vice Captain Lamerise, Captain Rox has convened a meeting in the conference room. All captains and vice captains are required to attend. I specifically came to inform you. A meeting? Lamerise halted his exercise, casting the stone aside as he stood up, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Having spent considerable time in the Rox Pirates, he knew that meetings were a rare occurrence, and typically only captains were required to attend. Yet this time, even the vice captains were summoned. An ominous premonition began to stir within Lamerise. Chapter 17. The plan to seize the heavenly gold. Upon entering the conference room, Raymuries discovered that all the captains and vice captains, save for himself, had already assembled. Captain Shiki of the 2nd Division, Captain Charlotte Linlin of the 3rd Division, Captain Silver Axe of the 4th Division, Captain Wang Ji of the 5th Division, Captain John of the 6th Division. Accompanying them were their respective deputies, each exuding a palpable aura of menace, clearly a cadre of ruthless individuals unflinching in the face of bloodshed. The only vacant chair sat beside Whitebeard, positioned in the front, designated for him as the vice captain of the 1st Division. The man occupying the seat of honor was none other than Rox, the so-called King of the Sea. In this era devoid of a maritime emperor, the only title bestowed upon him was that of the Overlord. It was said that once there existed 3 overlords upon the great seas. Aside from Rox, the other 2 were also formidable pirates of their time. However, the ambitious Rox would not tolerate their existence, leading the Rox pirates to obliterate both rival crews of Overlord caliber. Legend has it that during that battle, the Navy intervened, yet the outcome failed to thwart Rox. Rather, they ended up sacrificing their former admiral in the process. With a resounding clack, Raymuries' arrival signaled the meeting's commencement. Enough with the pleasantries. Henceforth, I shall orchestrate a madcap endeavor that will reverberate throughout the world. Rox spared no words, eschewing trivial niceties. He succinctly articulated the purpose of this gathering. The expressions of the division captains and vice captains varied. Some bore manic grins, like Shiki, while others maintained stoic composure, such as Whitebeard, and a few exhibited outright reluctance. Like John. Ha ha ha. What is this audacious plan, boss? Speak up. My bones are practically rusting away during this lull. As a true pirate, Shiki shared a kindred spirit with Rox. They thrived on chaos, for it was within turmoil that their ambitions could flourish. Do not rush, Shiki. As for the forthcoming plan, Rox leisurely ignited a cigar, inhaling deeply before grinning maliciously. After eliminating Dragon Hans and the Golden King Idrin, this sea has grown excessively tranquil. The name of the Rox pirates has faded from many an eye. It is high time we reignite the chaos of these waters and let them once again feel the terror of the Rox pirates. Dragon Hans and the Golden King Idrin. If Raymuri's recalled correctly, these were the two overlords who once stood alongside Rox, now long deceased. Our coffers are running low. I cannot let so many follow me into starvation. If I am not mistaken, the time for the allied nations to pay the world government their heavenly gold is fast approaching. Therefore, let us seize this opportunity. Rather than allow those pampered celestial dragons to hoard such treasures, they should be bestowed upon me, so that I may dominate this world. Rox's audacity was legendary. What others deemed unattainable wealth, he viewed as easily within reach. Driven by relentless ambition, he constantly sought methods to incite conflict with the world government. In these waters, pirates were never in short supply. Following the war against the two overlords, the Rox pirates swiftly regained their vigor, whereas the Navy, having suffered grievous losses, found it difficult to replenish their ranks. Now, while the enemy was vulnerable, to delay action would be folly. Would they wait for the opposition to arm themselves anew? At this point, the fervor in Shiki's eyes was unmistakable. He erupted into raucous laughter, the first to endorse the plan, followed closely by Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, who expressed no objections. The only one remaining silent was Captain John of the 6th Division. Boss, this endeavor may not be as straightforward as it seems. Given the intelligence capabilities of the world, they will likely be aware of our movements the moment we set sail. Should they be prepared for our actions? We might suffer a significant setback. John's hesitance irked Rox immensely. Humph, let me suffer a setback? If the world government truly possess such prowess, do not forget, I am the sole overlord of these seas. Even if they were forewarned, what could they possibly do? Am I to fear them? Ha ha ha. John, if you are afraid, just stay on Hive Island. Rest assured, whether you join us or not, it matters not. After this operation, I shall grant you 100,000 berries to drink to your heart's content. The scornful undertone in Shiki's words was unmistakable, causing John's face to flush with indignation. Yet, as the weakest captain of the 6th Division, he held no confidence against the renowned flying pirate Shiki. Enough. Those who wish to go may do so. Those who do not may remain. As per usual, the spoils belong to those who seize them. Aside from handing over 50% to the pirate crew, the rest is yours. The spoils of the raid belong to the takers, a steadfast tenet of the Rox pirates. Under the aegis of Rox, the rule of surrendering half the treasure was immutable. However, his words clearly conveyed that those who did not partake would receive nothing. The meeting concluded in mere minutes, with attendees dispersing, leaving only John and his deputy behind in the conference room. Captain, let us return and confer with the crew. John's deputy spoke, his demeanor somber. You go on ahead. John remained seated, his expression dark, lost in thought. As the captain of the 6th Division, John had not always been a member of the Rox pirates. He once commanded his own ship, leading a loyal crew. In those days, he was known as Captain John, one of the super rookies stepping into the new world, akin to Roger's crew. In his youthful pride, he was eager to prove himself, yearning for higher status, and thus, he challenged the famed overlord, Rox. At that time, John believed that, despite some disparity, he stood a chance against the overlord. Yet, upon facing Rox and engaging in battle, he realized that the adversary before him was beyond his capacity to contend with. With a single strike, Rox crushed John's once proud swordsmanship, leading to a devastating defeat that came at a grievous cost. Almost all of his loyal companions were slain, and his pirate crew vanished overnight. He sought vengeance but lacked the strength to achieve it. In this world ruled by the strong, John learned that, despite his renown in the Grand Line, he amounted to nothing in the new world. With his abilities, he could not even secure a decent territory. Ultimately, John joined the Rox pirates, accompanied by his last remaining subordinate, now his vice-captain, as they both entered the service of their former foe, Rox. They yearned for revenge, perpetually awaiting the opportune moment. Fueled by hatred, John's progress was swift. He ascended from an ordinary member of the Rox pirates to the captain of the 6th Division. Yet, the chasm between him and Rox remained as vast as ever. In the desolate conference room, John's entire visage was shrouded in darkness, his hands firmly planted on the table as if he had resolved to undertake a monumental decision. Father, are we truly going to seize the treasure from the heavens? On the return journey, Laymiris trembled as he spoke, Do not mistake my shivering for fear. It is pure exhilaration. The mere thought of dismantling the scoundrels who had once obliterated his kin filled him with uncontainable excitement. Indeed, with so many villains congregating, if we do not satiate their appetites, what will become of Captain Lox's authority? However, the young rascal, heed my words. This operation is unlike any you have encountered. We are to confront the elite of the world government and the formidable forces of the Navy. This mission is unlike any you have previously faced. So you must remain within my line of sight at all times. Do you understand? Whitebeard's tone was unexpectedly severe, and Laymiris nodded vigorously. It was evident that his father's demeanor signified the perilous nature of the impending task. Satisfied with his son's response, Whitebeard exhaled in relief, knowing that although Laymiris was impulsive, he was also steadfast in his commitments. While unexpected challenges may arise in the capricious theater of war, the current circumstances at least provided him with some psychological solace. Yet, Whitebeard's heart remained heavy with concern. The reason was simple. The convoy escorting the treasure from the heavens occasionally encountered the celestial dragons indulging in leisure. One could only hope to avoid that band of fools. Chapter 18. Moonlight, what lies beyond the sea? You ponder. Perhaps a flourishing island. The inhabitants must lead blissful lives, savoring salt and enjoying at least half a loaf of bread each day. How enviable that must be. The Rock's pirates find themselves in a state of tranquility. A boon for these waters, serene and harmonious, allowing many common folk to live without the dread of pirate raids, and bringing forth genuine smiles within the kingdom. This year's tasks have finally been completed. Just days ago, the palace sent guards, but the townspeople had anticipated this, dutifully gathering their prepared taxes, presenting them with utmost reverence. Although these taxes represent astronomical sums to them, the prospect of yielding them to the kingdom as a form of divine protection from the world government makes it all worthwhile. Their safety is somewhat assured, enabling them to continue their lives, even if these taxes deplete their last grain of sustenance, plunging many into the depths of usury. They seem to have grown accustomed to such tribulations. On the shore, a boy and a girl, both appearing no older than 5 or 6, scavenge for shells. Their tattered clothing suggests it has been ages since they last changed. The girl, younger, dons slightly better attire than her brother, who is scantily clad, with merely a piece of rag to cover himself. At dawn, their father sets out to sea in a small boat to fish, while the children cannot rest. They too have their own responsibilities. The beach is always replete with shellfish, and if luck smiles upon them, they may even find a couple of fish that have not yet begun to rot. Most of these treasures are exchanged for money to settle family debts, while the unsellable remnants become their sole meal, eagerly awaited at their modest table. This is their existence. Perhaps they only feast to their fill once or twice a year. Yet they know happiness and survival. At the very least, they have a home, a diligent father, and a kind mother. What more could one desire from life? Today, fortune smiles upon them as they gather a bountiful collection of small shells, which they excitedly carry back home. They reside in the slums of the Kingdom of Morks, situated on an island that is one of the world government's territories along the Grand Line. The kingdom is modest, occupying but a single island. The slums lie at its periphery, while the inner sanctum hosts the affluent and nobility, each district separated by towering walls that delineate social stratification. Commoners are easily content, provided they have hope for survival and a meal to sustain them. Upon returning home, the siblings gaze longingly at the iron pot atop the stove, one of the few iron items in their household, where fragrant rice porridge simmers. Their mother busily tends to the stove, smiling as she accepts the bag from her children, discarding the less desirable shells into the pot. This will serve as their food for the day. The man of the house is the pillar of strength, enduring grueling labor daily. Fishing is an arduous endeavor, so the meager rations of bread and salt are reserved primarily for him. Fortunately, the woman's husband is a well-regarded fisherman, often returning with a catch or two to enhance their meager diet. However, as dusk descends today, the man has yet to return, leaving the woman in a state of distress. She stands at the door, scanning the horizon until she spots her husband's friend approaching. Rushing to inquire about the delay, she discovers the harrowing news. Her husband encountered a sea king during his expedition and tragically met his demise. The once overcast sky now seems to collapse upon her. Upon returning home, the woman retrieves the last of their scant provisions and prepares another meal. The children rejoice, unaware of the gravity of their father's fate. She informs them that their father has had a bountiful day and will not return. The porridge takes on a salty flavor, and in silence. The woman swallows both her tears in the thin rice gruel. Why must the world be this way? Is it solely the fault of pirates? Surely, it cannot be just that. She gazes out at the silvery moonlight, feeling lost. Within the towering walls, lights blaze, starkly contrasting with the dim conditions of the slums outside. The affluent live in distinctly higher standards. Street vendors abound, and well-dressed children savor candied treats, flanked by their young fathers and jewel-adorned mothers. How beautiful the moon shines tonight. The palace in the core area can hardly be described as merely exquisite. It is opulent, surpassing even the royal palaces of wealthier kingdoms. The king and his ministers raise their goblets in celebration within the grand hall, where beautiful maidens dance gracefully, their every movement exuding allure. Moonlight spills into the king's goblet. Witnessing this, he bursts into hearty laughter. The moon rests in his grasp. Yet, just as the revelry reaches its peak, a soldier clad in armor bursts into the hall, causing the king to erupt in fury. He seizes a golden goblet and hurls it in frustration, while the ministers cast menacing glances at the soldier for his intrusion. Before the king can speak, the soldier hastily reports, "Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. The vessel transporting our heavenly gold has met with disaster. Reports from a soldier on the brink of death suggest that the pirates have seized our treasure." In an instant, the once lively banquet falls silent. The king is drenched in cold sweat. The heavenly gold was only dispatched this evening. According to custom, the treasures from nearby small nations are gathered on an island to be inspected by officials of the world government. Now, the heavenly gold has been plundered before it could reach their hands, threatening dire consequences for the kingdom. How could you let this happen? That treasure amounts to a staggering 1 billion berries. Who is responsible? Tell me, and I shall see to it that they are punished. The king bellows in rage, and the ministers echo his outrage, their expressions suggesting they too have a stake in the treasure. Indeed, they have contributed. For extracting treasure from the homes of commoners can be considered a form of duty. In a small kingdom like theirs, the annual heavenly gold totals around 1 billion berries. Yet they demand 1 billion berries in taxes. The ministers feign compliance, with the wealthiest among them perhaps contributing a meager 100 million berries. But where does the remaining 500 million berries vanish? This likely explains the palace's extravagant opulence. Your Majesty, we have identified the pirate ship that plundered our heavenly gold. It flies the flag of Rox. The soldier was acutely aware of the implications behind the name Rox. A flicker of schadenfreude danced in his heart. For as a resident of the affluent district, he had dutifully contributed a significant portion of the celestial gold. As a palace guard, he was well aware of the insatiable greed harbored by those in power. He found himself curious about the aftermath of the 1 billion berries disappearance. How would these individuals compensate for the loss of celestial gold? Surely, they would have to endure some painful sacrifices to mend this financial chasm. Yet how could such greedy souls bear to relinquish their own gains? Upon uttering the name Rox, the king and his ministers' previously boisterous arrogance evaporated instantaneously. They exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly oblivious to what the soldier had just conveyed. Ahem! The king cleared his throat twice, his fury extinguished as swiftly as it had ignited. He gazed down at his ministers, adopting a demeanor of struggle. Alas, celestial gold has been stolen. What shall we do? His trusted advisor seized the moment, promptly suggesting, "Your Majesty, I believe our immediate priority should be to levy taxes anew upon the populace to fill this void. Otherwise, without the protection of the world government, our kingdom's situation may become perilous." The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. He observed the king nod with satisfaction. "Thus, Your Majesty, ensconced within these towering walls, residing in this resplendent palace, your benevolence prevents you from witnessing the suffering of the common folk, which is why you have expelled them from the royal city. Now, as you indulge in excess, you propose to impose further taxes, willing to extract every last drop from the impoverished while refusing to part with even a fraction of your own wealth." Yet he was but a soldier, powerless to effect change. The banquet resumed its jovial atmosphere, and the soldier quietly withdrew, the moonlight illuminating his silver armor, which appeared both magnificent and coldly unfeeling. "Ha ha! Tonight we shall rest here. Come, lads, let me show you what it feels like to dwell within a royal palace." Under the moon's glow, a colossal pirate ship soared through the air. The Golden Lion sat regally upon the deck, his golden locks giving him the appearance of a majestic lion. Observing his subordinates, each with bulging satchels, the scent of money had washed away the remnants of the earlier carnage. Despite the lingering stench, the Golden Lion was pleased. Surely, no one in this world could despise such a fragrance. The massive pirate ship sailed toward the royal palace, having commenced its operations early that morning. By now, the Rock's pirates had plundered over 4 shipments of celestial gold. As twilight descended, this nearby small kingdom would serve as their final target. With 7 allied nations in the vicinity, each captain of the divisions would claim 1 share, leaving the remainder for their captain. The pirates erupted in jubilant cheers. Standing upon the deck, gazing down through the dimly lit slums and into the brightly illuminated affluent district, where the opulent palace awaited them. Ha! It seems this palace harbors a wealth of treasures. The golden lion's lips curled into a cruel grin. Bathed in moonlight, the lion reveled in the thrill of the hunt. Chapter 19. The storm is rising, alas. I am utterly exhausted. Whitebeard slumped languidly upon his throne, discarding the Tsung-Yun cut that lay idly beside him. The pirates of the First Division reveled throughout the palace. Some had unearthed precious gemstones, provoking the greed of many, while others had captured a strikingly beautiful princess, drawing a throng of admirers. Beneath the throne, the king of this diminutive kingdom and his ministers trembled as they knelt on the ground. Lamerise casually perched on the steps beneath the throne, savoring a plate of grapes with great relish. How amusing. On my way here, I witnessed your subjects suffering from hunger and cold, some even resorting to cannibalism, whilst you, dear king, appear a gluttonous figure, your weight likely surpassing 600 pounds. How remarkable that you can indulge in the exquisite grapes of the West Sea in such abundance. It seems you truly love your people like a father. Lamerise mocked, his eyes glinting with coldness. My lord, it is all a misunderstanding. These grapes from the West Sea were brought back by my cousin from his travels. Since ascending to the throne, I have been diligent and frugal, striving to manage the kingdom's affairs. Yet, the poverty of this realm cannot be remedied by a single individual. Captain, the treasures in the royal treasury have been counted, amounting to approximately 1 billion berries. The king's feeble defense was interrupted by a pirate's excited exclamation, and Lamerise regarded the sweating, trembling king with a bemused expression, as the golden crown had long since fallen to the ground, its pigeon egg-sized rubies reflecting the king's pallid visage. Such a frugal lifestyle. 1 billion berries? My father and I combined do not possess such wealth. Lamerise stood, setting the grapes aside, and ambled towards the king. His right hand transformed into a gleaming blade, each step echoing like a heartbeat for the trembling monarch. How intriguing. I once believed only the world government could embody such depravity. Alas, I had faith in you, yet you dare to deceive a mere child. Truly disheartening. The sharp edge of the blade brushed across the king's face, while Whitebeard silently observed from his throne, devoid of sympathy, making no attempt to intervene. The anguish of the world, in the eyes of the common folk, is wrought by pirates. Yet, why do pirates exist? Under the kingdom's leadership, they seem compelled to ignore this truth. Lamerise commenced his grim game. The shimmering blade pierced the king's skin, and amidst the cries of agony, Lamerise sliced away a delicate piece of his face, as thin as a cicada's wing. You cannot treat me this way. I am the king of a world government allied nation. If you kill me, the world government will unleash its fiercest vengeance upon you. Ha. Who do you think you are? Just a greedy king of a minuscule nation. Do you truly believe the world government cares about you? Even if they did, what could they do? It would merely be a battle, but alas, you shall not witness it. Lamerise did not cease his actions, employing his exquisite swordsmanship to torment the avaricious king. The king attempted to flee, but was met with Lamerise severing his limbs, his corpulent body collapsing like a pig rendered incapable of movement. Come, you lot, lend a hand. Do not let this scoundrel bleed to death. Lamerise commanded several ministers nearby. The terror-stricken officials scurried over, hastily wrapping the king's severed limbs in their robes, the torment intensifying his suffering. Lamerise appeared to revel in this spectacle. Seeing this, Whitebeard's brow furrowed slightly. In recent years, Lamerise's transformation has been evident to all, evolving from a skeletal boy into an undeniable pirate force, rapidly enhancing his power, yet seemingly undergoing a change in temperament. From an initially reclusive nature, he had become more open, yet the blood within him appeared to be growing at a terrifying pace, rendering him increasingly cruel and volatile. Perhaps such a character can thrive in this era, but Whitebeard wished not to see his son metamorphose into a cold-blooded monster. Lamerise, cease this. My son, grant him a swift end. Do not let this one's blood stain your hands. Understood, father. Lamerise had changed significantly, often deriving pleasure from torturing his opponents to death. This perverse trait caused Whitebeard great concern, yet he found solace in Lamerize's unwavering respect and affection for him. Enough. Consider yourself fortunate. What are you fools lingering for? Are you waiting for the harvest season to spare this swine? Lamerize impatiently waved his hand at the nearby pirates. Without hesitation, the ministers, now bereft of their cries and lamentations, drew their weapons and swiftly dispatched him to the afterlife. Such a useless lot. This refuse can govern a kingdom? Lamerize spat disdainfully, incredulous that, upon storming the palace, the first to kneel and surrender was the so-called undefeated general of the realm. His obsequious and cowardly demeanor eliciting nausea. Frankly, had he displayed a modicum of fortitude, perhaps he might have found a glimmer of hope. Enough. Retire early. At our current pace, the government must have already received word. Tomorrow's endeavors will likely be far from as smooth as today. After a day of plunder, the spoils were bountiful, and the world government's intelligence network could scarcely remain oblivious to such happenings. They were likely mobilizing their forces. As for the treasure of the heavens, they would never relent. Thus what awaited was undoubtedly a rare and fierce war, in stark contrast to the peacefully slumbering pirates. The world government was in a state of chaos. Despite the late hour, Admiral Sengoku convened a meeting, with countless naval commanders drowsily occupying their seats. However, upon the revelation that the treasure of the heavens had been pillaged by the Rocks pirates, the lethargic atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically. As all present sharpened their focus, their gazes becoming piercingly acute, the maritime overlord, after such a prolonged silence, has finally resumed his activities? Ladies and gentlemen, according to information from the world government, more than 7 nations have had their treasures stolen. A few unfortunate kingdoms have even faced the massacre of pirates. Such occurrences are unprecedented and of grave severity. The Grand Admiral has issued a command. This time, we must unequivocally crush the audacity of those scoundrels. Sengoku rapped the table, his demeanor imposing. The commanders below commenced their discussions, some voicing their opinions, others revealing their inner strategies. Yet, these plans were swiftly dismissed after deliberation. For the truth was simple. They were confronting the most vicious pirate crew in history, the sole dominator of these seas, the fearsome Rocks pirates. The naval headquarters possessed limited combat power. Only Sengoku could face Rocks one-on-one, and even he believed himself incapable of matching Rocks' might, forced to merely delay the inevitable. While Rocks commanded 6 formidable subordinates, the prowess of those individuals cannot be underestimated. Coupled with the multitude of elite pirates comprising the entire pirate crew and their formidable fleet, their combined strength could indeed confront the entire Navy headquarters head-on. Fortunately, the world government is also poised to intervene, as they regard the matter of the heavenly gold with utmost seriousness. After all, it pertains to the wealth of the world's aristocrats, the celestial dragons. Should that group stir up trouble, it would be no trifling matter. According to intelligence reports, the Rocks pirates currently find themselves in the first half of the Grand Line. Judging by their plundering trajectory, it is highly probable that their next target lies in this vicinity. As one of the most distinguished members of the new generation of the Navy, Crane holds the rank of Rear Admiral. She is the sole female among the quartet, possessing not only formidable combat skills, but also a level of intellect that borders on the extraordinary. The Navy is subtly steering her towards becoming a strategic advisor. Little Crane is absolutely correct. This maritime region harbors a significant affiliated nation, and those ruffians will certainly not overlook it. Therefore, everyone, let us act swiftly and lay a meticulous trap here. This time, we shall ensure that the nefarious members of the Rocks pirates are all confined to prison. Indeed, the banner of justice, the seagull flag, flutters proudly in the wind as warships align, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity. An exceedingly grand war is on the brink of unfolding. Chapter 20. The impending war. The tranquil sea, once calm, is now thrown into turmoil by the reckless actions of the Rocks pirates. This gang of deranged villains has dared to attack the Celestial Dragon's treasure, a brazen act that no one in this vast ocean has ever had the audacity to attempt. Such an affront is tantamount to a provocation against the world government, inevitably inviting the onslaught of its most formidable enforcers, the Navy. The common folk of this world have seemingly grown accustomed to such occurrences, accepting the lofty status of the Celestial Dragons as a given. After 800 years of oppression, even the most resilient of beings can bend their knees. The masses have fallen to their knees, allowing the Celestial Dragons to trample upon them. And none perceive this as amiss. Most dwell in shadows, having lost the courage to seek the light, a truly terrifying state. as they no longer comprehend the essence of rebellion. They learned that in this ailing world, resistance invites death, and compliance does not guarantee survival. But it may spare them from immediate peril. Pirates and revolutionaries emerge from this sickly world, embodying a flicker of defiance against it. Regardless of whether their actions are deemed righteous or not. Move swiftly. Set up the cannons. Reports indicate that the Rocks pirates are not far from here. They are expected to arrive by this afternoon at the latest. On an inconspicuous isle, countless Navy personnel clad in blue and white uniforms are bustling about, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. In such circumstances, it is impossible to claim one is unafraid. Each battle carries the potential for loss of life, especially when facing the ocean's tyrants, the Rocks pirates. The peril is palpable, and none can assure their safe return home. Yet, this is the Navy's mission. To prevent the weak from suffering the anguish of losing loved ones, they must eradicate all evils upon the sea, all for the sake of justice. This nameless expanse in the Grand Line is a vital passage for the Rocks pirates en route to a major allied kingdom, where the treasure exceeds 2 billion berries, an irresistible prize. Scattered across several uninhabited islets are thousands of soldiers loyal to the world government. Perhaps the Rocks have already sensed the impending ambush, but Steelbone Kong, having engaged them multiple times, firmly believes that even if Rocks is aware of the trap, he would press forward without hesitation. A hastily erected tent serves as the command center for the generals to discuss their battle strategy. A massive nautical chart sprawls across the table, with Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and Saru, over 15 Navy admirals, each a pillar of the naval force. Among them stand 3 figures clad in pure white suits, their peculiar masks setting them apart. They do not partake in the discussions, merely standing aloof, exuding a chilling arrogance. These 3 are agents of CP0, the world government's most formidable intelligence organization. It is said that each CP0 member possesses strength rivaling that of an admiral, serving as the Celestial Dragon's ultimate shield. However, the true extent of their power remains a mystery known only to themselves. Based on the navigational speed of the Rocks pirates, they are expected to arrive in approximately 3 hours. The plan has been clearly articulated to all, and now, everyone must assume their designated positions. This time, we must capture the Rocks pirates in one fell swoop. Steelbone Kong's expression is grave as he speaks, then turns his gaze to the 3 CP0 agents. Suppressing his rage, he adds with as much gentleness as he can muster, "Additionally, please remain vigilant regarding the battle, should the Rocks pirates attempt to flee. I ask that you intervene to apprehend them." It is unprecedented for the Navy's Marshal to exhibit such deference towards 3 agents, an act that would surely stir controversy outside these walls. Yet, the agents merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant hum before strutting away, indifferent to the glances of others. The Admiral's expressions towards the trio are laden with disdain, particularly Garp, whose forehead bulges with veins, eyes aflame with fury. Bang! Once the agents have departed, Garp smashes the table before him into splinters. Those scoundrels of the world government. They have dispatched these 3 fools. They claim to support this war. Yet they send only the most ordinary of operatives. Garp's grievances resonate with all present, and such audacious remarks go unchallenged, a rarity indeed. Enough, Garp. Steelbone Kong exhales deeply. This is the arrangement made by those in power. There is little we can do. We had previously deliberated on sending a contingent of formidable fighters to aid us in winning this war, yet they ultimately dispatched this sorry lot. It is indisputable that we must take the front lines against the terrifying Rocks pirates. The losses the Navy will endure in this life-and-death struggle are unfathomable. Yet that is precisely what those high-ranking individuals wish to witness. The Navy has developed too rapidly in recent years, surpassing the expectations of the aloof Gorisei. As esteemed beings, how could they tolerate subordinates who exceed their control? The Rocks pirates' assault on the Celestial Dragons provides an excellent pretext to diminish the Navy's power. They desire a compliant Navy, one that remains within the bounds of control, not a formidable organization capable of dominating the seas. While one cannot predict the scale of loss on this battlefield, it is clear that the world government is indifferent, for they regard the masses as mere vermin. Esteemed elders, I know you harbor much resentment, but there is little we can do. For the sake of justice, we cannot retreat. Thus, we, the Navy, are about to face the most arduous battle in history. He declares, his fists clenched tightly. Captain, we have confirmed it. Just as you predicted, the Navy has indeed mobilized. A pirate aboard the main ship of the Rock's pirates hurriedly approached with intelligence, reverently handing it to Rox, who took it casually, glancing over it before breaking into a cold laugh. Indeed, the world government is a band of short-sighted fools, daring to sell such crucial intelligence. Yet it is precisely due to such parasites that I have thrived so swiftly. Relay the message, since our Navy friends have prepared a grand feast for us. We have no reason not to attend. Rox tossed aside the intelligence, worth 100 million berries, obtained from a world government official, as he gazed towards the distant azure sea. He is a man of caution, with a mind as sharp as a blade. Although he venerates absolute force, he understands the paramount importance of intelligence in warfare. Yes, news of the Navy laying a trap ahead has spread rapidly across every ship, and bloodthirsty cheers echo throughout. For ordinary pirates, the Navy is their nemesis. However, for the madmen of the Rock's pirates, their enmity with the Navy is irreconcilable. Moreover, the naval supplies are indeed valuable commodities, often fetching a handsome price on the black market. At this moment, Lamerise remained steadfast in his rigorous training, beads of sweat glistening under the sun, until the arrival of Whitebeard jolted him from his meditative state. "Old man, have the Navy scoundrels arrived?" Lamerise casually accepted the towel offered by Whitebeard to wipe the sweat from his brow. Though weary, he felt invigorated. Today's unwavering practice could transform into a harrowing trial of life and death. Indeed, those ruffians have set up an ambush, eagerly awaiting our capture. Whitebeard responded with a carefree chuckle, displaying an indifference typical of a world-renowned pirate. To him, the Navy posed no significant threat, for his formidable strength sufficed to dictate the outcome. Yet, his sole concern was for his son, in such precarious moments. Even one as boisterous as Whitebeard could not help but become somewhat nagging. He rambled on until Lamerise, unable to bear it any longer, excused himself under the pretense of hunger, eager for sustenance. "You brat!" Whitebeard exclaimed, puffing in exasperation. Just then, his din-din mushie, nestled in his arms, began to ring. He retrieved it, revealing a large-chinned, white-bearded creature that served as his personal communication device. "Newgate, we are not far from the Navy's location. As usual, you and the Golden Lion will lead the charge," came the voice of Rox from the other end. Without much thought, Whitebeard agreed. For every significant operation of the Rock's pirates had him and the Golden Lion at the forefront. "Carrera, no problem." Moments later, two pirate ships surged forth at remarkable speed, one soaring through the skies while the other glided across the waves. Both Whitebeard and the Golden Lion stood resolutely at the bow, where several solitary islands soon came into view. "Ha! We've arrived. Newgate, allow me to strike first this time," bellowed the Golden Lion, his voice booming from above. Then, to the astonishment of onlookers, numerous cannon barrels suddenly emerged beneath his ship. Countless cannonballs erupted into the air as the Golden Lion ascended, a multitude of projectiles swirling around him. With a mere gesture, he directed them like meteors toward the islands a kilometer away. The Golden Lion, a user of the float fruit, possessed the ability to manipulate any object he touched, though it did not extend to living beings, solidifying his reputation as an invincible aerial combatant. "Humph, Shiki, how naive of you. If you wish to be the first to strike, you must first contend with my fists." Whitebeard roared in response, refusing to be outdone. He planted his weapon into the ground, crossed his arms, clenched his fists tightly, and assumed a crouched stance, gathering his strength. With all eyes upon him, Whitebeard suddenly unleashed a devastating punch into the air beside him. A chilling crack echoed as the surrounding atmosphere erupted in a web of intricate fissures. At that moment, the sea began to roil violently, waves crashing in succession toward the distant islands. What commenced as mere ripples soon escalated into a cataclysmic tsunami. Whitebeard, a user of the tremor fruit, wielded the power to instigate tremors, encompassing earthquakes and tidal quakes. Such might harbor the potential to devastate the world itself. The emergence of these two iconic assaults heralded the commencement of war. Chapter 21. The Primal War. What is that? On a small island, a naval soldier stood atop a height, peering through his telescope. Suddenly, he discerned countless tiny black dots in the distant sky approaching their direction. Squinting, he strained to identify those ominous specks, only to inadvertently spot a colossal shadow suddenly cast upon the sea. The soldier's pupils constricted, his mouth agape in shock. Yet he quickly regained his composure. An enemy attack. The Rock's pirates have arrived. The soldier's shouts instantaneously roused his comrades below and swiftly spread across the island, prompting every soldier to assume a state of readiness. with numerous commanders emerging. What is that in the sky? Shells. Cannonballs. Everyone, take cover. The speed of the Golden Lion's shells was astonishingly swift. Before many could even react, the sound of explosions reverberated across the island. The chaotic cacophony threatened to shatter eardrums. Steelbone, Kong, felt a sinking sensation in his gut. He realized that their intelligence had been compromised. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. With the Golden Lion's artillery as a precursor, he could almost hear the resounding roar of the waves. Were the Golden Lion and Whitebeard intent on reducing the Navy's combat effectiveness to the bare minimum from the outset? Such underestimation was rather presumptuous. Steelbone Kong hesitated no longer and dashed forth. Outside, the island had transformed into a sea of flames. The explosions had claimed many lives, and those gathered here were all elite soldiers. Although the casualties were not catastrophic, the once concealing trees had been ignited, meaning they were now left vulnerable to direct confrontation with the Rocks pirates. The soldiers commenced their counterattack, activating pre-installed artillery, loading ammunition, and firing towards the distant pirate fleet. Several commanders soared into the air, confronting the tsunami triggered by Whitebeard, including Zifa and Garp, as the most illustrious figures of this generation of the Navy. Their prowess in martial arts made them the perfect choice for such dire circumstances. A long-range skirmish ensued. The Rocks pirates boasted the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, whose fruit abilities were exceptionally suited for ranged combat. However, the Navy had prepared artillery that far surpassed the cannons on the pirate ships, though the Navy suffered losses. Several of the Rocks pirates' vessels were sunk. Yet, everyone understood this was merely the first round of engagement, a preliminary probe before the true battle commenced on land. Curse these vexing cannons. Let them be obliterated. The Golden Lion, possessing the float fruit, commanded the fastest ship, with the distance closing to under 500 meters. He disowned the dense array of artillery on the island. With a sinister grin, he effortlessly summoned several shells, and with a sweeping motion, the projectiles accurately struck each artillery position. In mere seconds, the meticulously arranged Navy artillery was mostly obliterated, showcasing the immediate impact of top-tier combat prowess. Retreat. Execute the plan. The soldiers issued the command to withdraw, and without hesitation, the Navy troops scattered in apparent disarray, their objective being the warships concealed behind the island. Aiming to board and head towards the largest and furthest island, which concealed a substantial number of soldiers and would serve as the battlefield for this confrontation. Haha. Look at your pitiful state, like stray dogs. The Golden Lion did not pursue relentlessly. He was ruthless, bloodthirsty, yet not foolish. The Navy's actions were too calculated to be mere folly. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from orchestrating a symphony of cannon fire like an elegant conductor, directing volleys towards the fleeing naval soldiers. He relished the chaos, though such revelry would not endure. The formidable Rocks pirate fleet arrived, and the Golden Lion spotted the Navy ships converging on a nearby island. Captain Rocks decisively issued the command to pursue and land, with the charge once again led by the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Their objective was to disrupt the Navy's ambush on that island, minimizing losses as the main fleet approached the shore. Everything unfolded according to the plans of Rocks and Steelbone Kong. The Golden Lion and Whitebeard, wielding their terrifying fruit abilities, dismantled the hidden artillery along the shore. Yet, they observed no Navy personnel controlling those guns. Clearly, they were mere decoys meant to draw their fire. The pirate fleet easily made landfall. Spurred by Rocks' encouragement, the savage crew surged onto the island, each eager to slay enemies, claim glory, and seize treasure. However, reckless individuals inevitably pay the price for their folly. A barrage of gunfire mowed down these impulsive souls. But their purpose was merely to serve as cannon fodder, while the astute awaited their captain and leader's emergence from the shadows. Little ones, do you see? On this island, countless navies await. Those hypocritical scoundrels think they can ensnare us all. It's laughable. Rocks mocked without restraint, and the pirates erupted into raucous laughter. Yet, suddenly, Rocks' expression shifted, his mirth silenced, his gaze growing cold. This world is far too quiet, a tranquility I detest, a calm that neither you nor I desire. Only when chaos reigns can we seize what we covet. Therefore, let us slay these hypocritical enforcers of order. Wealth, fame, and status lie within our grasp. Today, we shall bury the Navy here, and tomorrow, we shall set our sights on the world government, charging towards the red line. Rock's fervent words successfully rallied the pirates' morale. Thousands surged forward, only to be met with another wave of gunfire from the concealed forces within the nearby thickets. Yet the pirates, intoxicated by bloodlust, charged fearlessly, drawing their firearms to retaliate. As the distance closed, their weapons became ineffective. The Navy, concealed in the thicket, could no longer contain their anticipation. Steelbone Kong silently calculated the distance between them. In such a short time, the Navy headquarters could hardly formulate any sophisticated strategies. So this conflict would inevitably devolve into a primal, straightforward clash. The pirates have arrived. All units, heed my command. Kill. With the marshal's order. The Navy soldiers hidden in the thicket rose, their eyes ablaze, as if they had encountered sworn enemies. Drawing their sabers, they resonated with a chilling metallic song. Perhaps spurred by an unseen leader, or perhaps no leader was needed at all, they surged forth in unison. The seagull insignia fluttered in the wind. The first wave of combatants collided swiftly, charging towards one another, blades aimed at each other's throats. The clash of steel rang out as a signal heralding the onset of war, quickly followed by a cacophony of curses and wails. Yet at that moment, all had forfeited the right to flee. Their only recourse was to vanquish the enemy before them, fighting for themselves and their faction to secure a greater chance of victory. Ha! Let us engage. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, unable to contain his excitement as the second-in-command of the Rocks pirates. As a formidable force, he was the first to take action. Two sharp katana glimmered with a blinding radiance under the sun, and in the blink of an eye, a naval rear admiral found himself decapitated. Blood dripped incessantly from the blades, as the savage lion bared its fangs, savoring the thrill of carnage. In swift succession, another strike pierced through the heart of an assailant from behind, and under the gaze of the furious and resentful eyes of his adversary. The Golden Lion severed yet another marine's head. The arrival of the Golden Lion was akin to a wolf among sheep, as the ordinary soldiers stood no chance against him. Yet, the Navy could not allow such wanton slaughter to persist. Buddha's shockwave. A thunderous shout interrupted the Golden Lion's onslaught. Without hesitation, he unleashed his observation haki, narrowly evading the blow, which instead struck the pirates behind him, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that claimed the lives of dozens. Ha! Long time no see, Sengoku. The Golden Lion chuckled at the man before him, yet the playful glint in his eyes vanished, replaced by solemnity. They were old acquaintances. And even he knew he must treat Sengoku's prowess with the utmost seriousness. This is, after all, the battlefield. Remulus watched the scene with a flushed complexion, his heart racing inexplicably fast. Chapter 22. Nature be careful. The battlefield is no child's play. Observing the fervor igniting in Lemris's eyes, Whitebeard could not help but voice his concern. However, at that moment, Lemris was already captivated by the chaos of the battlefield. With an eager affirmation, he dashed forward without hesitation. Yebha! The battlefield, here I come. Lemris bellowed with excitement, his hands transforming into lethal blades as he swiftly approached a naval colonel. The colonel had just withdrawn his sword from a pirate's body when he looked up to see a glimmer of cold light flash past. His expression shifted in horror. Before his brain could relay the command to defend himself, he was rendered incapable of thought. The upper half of the naval colonel's body stiffened momentarily, followed by a torrent of blood as he was mercilessly cleaved into fragments. This gruesome spectacle sent a shiver through the onlookers, each one struck with dread. Such brutality was beyond comprehension. He could have easily slit the colonel's throat, a far simpler and more efficient method, but this young fiend chose instead to dismember the naval officer, his maniacal, deranged grin suggesting that he relished the slaughter. Damn it! A nearby naval officer, jolted back to reality by fear, was soon engulfed by a surge of rage. Several soldiers brandished their sabers, roaring as they charged at Lemris. He responded with a chilling laugh, his mirth echoing ominously as he spread his fingers wide, his blades extending forth. Lemris plunged into the fray like a dancer devoted to a bloody waltz, his exaggerated movements choreographing a macabre ballet of carnage on the battlefield. The spectators were left aghast, their jaws dropping to the ground as countless headless figures erupted like fountains, spouting blood and heightening Lemris' exhilaration, soaking his garments in the process. Suddenly, a man clad in a brown overcoat and a matching hat appeared before Lemris, reminiscent of a character from a detective noir. He stood before Lemris, his eyes obscured in shadow, devoid of emotion. A katana hung at his waist, partially concealed by the cape that signified his rank as a brigadier general of the Navy, giving him an air of icy detachment, akin to a hidden blade. Yebha! I wondered who it was. So it's you. Yebha! Brigadier General of the Navy, the nameless swordsman. Bogart! Lemris exclaimed, halting his onslaught. He was no stranger to the figure before him, having witnessed him aboard Karp's warship during the pursuit of Whitebeard, where he served as Karp's temporary aide. Conflicts often arose when their factions crossed paths. As the captain, Whitebeard faced Karp, while he, as the vice-captain, naturally confronted Bogart. Once again, we meet. Vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates, the notorious Edward Lemris, with a bounty of 435 million. Bogart stated coldly, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his sharp gaze fixed on Lemris, poised to strike at any moment. Indeed, it brings me great joy to see you. Slaying those mere minions is exhilarating, yet lacks flavor. But you, Yubha, I am trembling with excitement. Lemris raved, and without waiting for Bogart's reply, he propelled himself forward, his powerful calves exploding with force. The fat beneath his skin seemingly melting away to reveal exaggerated musculature. Bogart's pupils constricted. In an instant, Lemris had closed the distance between them. A massive crater appeared in the ground where Lemris had tread, an indication of his newfound strength. This brat, his power has surged. The reflection of a fist loomed larger in Bogart's vision. He realized he had no time to react. In a desperate maneuver, he could only cross his sword in defense. Yet, the force behind the punch felt incongruous. Boom. A resounding blast echoed as a circular shockwave erupted, the sheer force sending nearby pirates and Navy soldiers sprawling, nearly toppling them to the ground. Bogart faltered momentarily. Despite his expertise in swordsmanship, he found himself lacking in raw power. With a fierce roar, Lemris intensified the force of his punch, sending Bogart hurtling through the air, his body arching like a bow, only coming to a halt after crashing into a massive tree. This brat, how has his strength increased so dramatically? Bogart thought, regaining his breath while casting a shocked glance at Lemris. He could hardly fathom how. In such a short span since their last encounter, Lemris's speed and strength had escalated to such remarkable heights. Lemris retracted his fist, his fervent gaze still fixed on Bogart. Yubha, I knew it. Battling you is far more satisfying than dispatching those lackeys. Bogart's expression darkened, his brow furrowed as he steadied himself with one hand on his sword. However, his breathing remained erratic, clearly shaken by Lemris's earlier blow. Clang. The longsword was drawn. The silver blade reflected Bogart's cold visage, though it appeared unnaturally pale due to the impact he had just endured. You have grown stronger. So much so that it is hard to believe. However, it is regrettable that you are not a member of the Navy. This time, even at the cost of my life, I shall not permit a scoundrel like you to return to the seas. Bogart declared with a chilling tone, his body half-crouched, a surge of formidable sword intent emanating from him. As a brigadier general of the Navy, Bogart possessed extraordinary strength. Had he not been so young and inexperienced, he would likely hold the rank of rear admiral, standing out even among his peers. Bogart was a true swordsman. The moment he gripped his sword with both hands, even Lemris felt compelled to take the matter seriously. Then let us conclude the battle that ended without a victor last time, Lemris declared, his hands poised like claws, radiating an aura of sword intent. As if sharing a silent understanding, the two struck simultaneously. The onlookers felt a gust of wind sweep through, and when they regained their senses, all they could hear was the sound of clashing steel, their figures obscured. That wretched brat, with Whitebeard's prowess, he could easily perceive the movements of the two. Lemris had transformed nearly his entire upper body into a blade. Unlike the rumored abilities of the swift slice fruit, which typically allowed its users to convert limbs into blades for slashing, Lemris was different. He had transformed nearly every part of his being into a cutting edge. This may sound far-fetched, but if one viewed him as a single blade, having edges along his ribs would seem entirely reasonable. As the cold light glimmered off Lemris, he faced Bogart's full-force strike, crossing his arms to block with the blades on his forearms. Bogart attempted to change his attack, with no time to evade. Lemris chose to take the hit head-on, exposing the blade at his nose as the two collided, bursting forth a shower of dazzling sparks. While this response was indeed appropriate to Whitebeard, it appeared as though Lemris was savoring the thrill of dancing on the edge of death, continuously indulging in the scent of mortality. Brushing past it time and again, he was playing, seeking stimulation with his very life. At some point, Lemris seemed to have undergone a transformation. The previously shy and reserved persona had vanished. Perhaps even he himself was unaware that the bloodline, renowned as the calamity of the Lunaria tribe, was gradually awakening within him. It could not be said that he had become a different person. Rather, this was his true self. However, in the midst of the battlefield, Whitebeard had little time for contemplation. He resolved to let that young man be. believing that only by swiftly ending this war could the safety of Ramirez be assured. Humph. A bunch of damned scoundrels. Come then, dare to obstruct me. With his blade drawn, Whitebeard charged forward, his towering physique imbued with terrifying strength. Each swing of his massive sword, the Kanjiunki, claimed the lives of countless foes. He resembled an unstoppable general from ancient battlefields, his gleaming blade becoming the nightmare of innumerable enemies. Fist of the Meteor. A thunderous roar halted Whitebeard's slaughter. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged. Garp leapt high into the air and dove down with astonishing speed, his massive fist enveloped in a layer of dark haki. His white cape billowed wildly behind him. The name Iron Fist was known to all. As Whitebeard activated his observation haki, he instantly detected Garp's presence. A grin spread across his face as he too enveloped his right hand in a dense layer of haki, unleashing a punch to meet Garp's descending assault. One was the pinnacle of physical combat, the fearsome Iron Fist Garp, while the other was Whitebeard, a legendary pirate endowed with innate monstrous strength. Their clash overshadowed the reputations of the Golden Lion and Sengoku, which did not go unnoticed by Shiki, who felt a surge of discontent and unwittingly increased the power of his twin swords. Sengoku, perceptive as ever, caught on to this shift and muttered, "That Whitebeard is becoming increasingly terrifying. Fortunately, I am not facing him." His voice was low, almost a whisper, but to a formidable warrior like Shiki, it was unmistakable. Was Sengoku implying that Whitebeard was stronger than him, making his own battle seem more manageable? "Sengoku, you seek death," Shiki roared in fury. He and Whitebeard shared a bond of camaraderie and rivalry, always striving to outdo one another. Yet, universally, it was believed that Whitebeard surpassed Shiki in every aspect: strength, bounty, crew ranking, and even drinking prowess. Over time, this had become a thorn in Shiki's prideful heart. As a proud lion, how could he permit anyone to consistently stand above him? Sengoku's words ignited the powder keg, and Shiki erupted. His attacks grew increasingly rapid and forceful. Within a single day, Sengoku found himself on the defensive against Shiki's relentless onslaught. The golden figure of the Buddha bore numerous wounds, yet Sengoku's mind remained remarkably calm. The ferocity of Shiki's assault only meant his defenses had grown weaker. Although Sengoku appeared to be in dire straits, bloodied and battered, the wounds were merely superficial and negligible in their impact on the battle. Yet, being pressed so fiercely ignited a fire within him. At last, Shiki swung his sword once more, and Sengoku's eyes sparkled with opportunity. He deftly dodged with incredible speed, leaving Shiki's attack to miss its mark. And in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Sengoku's golden palm struck Shiki squarely. With a resounding thud, Sengoku, an adept of the mythical Zoan Buddha fruit, unleashed a tremendous blow. This fruit bestowed upon him not only the wisdom of a Buddha, but also formidable combat prowess. The force behind this strike was no jest, and Shiki, caught squarely in its path, spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Cunning and shrewd as he was, Shiki realized he had fallen into Sengoku's trap. Enraged yet suddenly enlightened, he laughed maniacally. Huh, that hardly hurts. It seems, Sengoku, you truly cannot compete with Garp. Had that been Garp's fist, I would surely be lying on the ground. Sengoku retorted, what a jest. I am renowned as a tactical genius. Such a simple ploy, one I just employed, could hardly be effective. A mere pirate thinks to provoke me? Even if I were to leap into the sea and drown, I would not falter. Yet, no wonder you remain single. Those 7 simple words shattered Sengoku's composure. His expression stiffened, as if frozen, and an icy chill coursed through him. Blood vessels in his eyes bulged, and veins throbbed upon his forehead. Shiki, you seek death. In that moment of madness, he became a blemish on Sengoku's otherwise illustrious life. Chapter 23. The confluence of Conqueror's haki. The war escalated, evolving from skirmishes among minions to fierce clashes between captains and commanders. Now, it was the turn of Captain Rox to take the stage. Before him stood the current fleet admiral of the Navy, Steelbone Kong. Long time no see, Kong. I believe our last encounter was when your mentor met his demise. Rox was adept at provocation, and with just a single taunt, he successfully ignited Steelbone Kong's fury. Yet, as expected of an admiral, Kong's expression returned to normal in an instant. His mentor, the former fleet admiral of the Navy, perished during the conflict between Rox and the other 2 emperors, known as the Battle of Supremacy. The Navy had initially viewed that operation as the perfect opportunity to eliminate the 3 emperors. But who could have anticipated that Rox had already unleashed power surpassing that of a Marine admiral at that time? The Grand War concluded with the deaths of two emperors and the fall of the former fleet admiral, establishing Rox as the most formidable conqueror of the seas. That conflict severely weakened both the Navy and the Rox pirates, leading both sides to retreat into a period of recuperation, ushering in an era of peace. Until today. As the Rox pirates re-emerged, the seas were once again plunged into chaos, and the Navy found itself in monumental conflict with the Rox pirates. Indeed, years have flown by in the blink of an eye, and who would have thought that you, Rox, would engage in such reckless actions? Seizing the gold from the heavens is merely a pretext, is it not? You intend to incite a grand war under that guise. Steelbone Kong shed his coat, tearing his shirt to reveal muscles that were even more exaggerated than Carp's. His physique resembled granite, making it difficult to fathom the explosive power contained within. Steelbone Kong was also a master of martial arts, having been the teacher of Carp, Sengoku, and others. His combat prowess surpassed that of Carp and his contemporaries. Though advanced in years, he remained the Navy's strongest asset. As your elder, I have failed as a teacher. Steelbone Kong glared fiercely at Rox, his anger unmasked. It was a disgrace for him to be alive after having slain his mentor. However, no matter. Today, your tale and that of the Rox pirates ends here. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Steelbone Kong charged forward like a tank, his robust form surprisingly agile, and at the moment he surged forth. His speed exceeded 3 times the speed of sound. A fist fueled by fury always unleashed greater strength. Impressive momentum. Your power indeed surpasses that of your mentor. But to think you could defeat me with such mere strength is rather presumptuous, don't you think? Rox responded with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly intercepting Steelbone Kong's wrathful punch with a hand casually tucked in his pocket, raising his other hand to block it as easily as one might deflect a child's kick. In contrast to Steelbone Kong, Rox's physique could even be described as petite. Yet within that frame lay a strength capable of unsettling even a warship. Enough with the grandstanding. Though he knew he could not rival Rox, Steelbone Kong felt a tremor of apprehension at the current situation. There was no doubt, compared to their last encounter years ago, Rox's strength had indeed grown. How could it be possible for someone of such a dominant caliber to experience such a marked enhancement? What was his upper limit? Anger and resentment coursed through him. Yet despair eluded him. Failing to land a hit, Steelbone Kong swiftly transitioned his technique, a dark aura suddenly enveloping his entire form. This darkness spread rapidly across his body, ultimately shrouding him in a striking black hue. His full-body armament Haki had been activated. The hue of black tinged with crimson signified Steelbone Kong's astonishing mastery of Haki, reaching an extraordinary level. Even Rox could not help but express surprise. I never imagined your armament Haki could reach such heights. What a formidable talent. If you continue to train at this pace for a few more years, you might even surpass me. What does it mean to be a figure of Emperor caliber? It signifies invincibility from all angles, 360 degrees without a blind spot. In terms of Haki or martial arts, Rox was indeed an unparalleled entity of his time. As for whether he possessed a devil fruit ability, he had yet to demonstrate it on this grand stage. You are powerless to change your fate. You will meet the same end as your mentor at my hands. Steelbone Kong unleashed his full power, forcing Rox to abandon his initial elegance. Yet, even now, he appeared utterly untroubled, akin to an adult playfully engaging in a boxing match with a child. Each punch and kick he threw sent the child reeling, while the child's attacks barely grazed him. Steelbone Kong, Starfall. Ordinary attacks proved futile, leaving Steelbone Kong with no choice but to exert himself fully and employ his signature technique. Futile. You are merely exhausting your strength. Though he spoke dismissively, Rox was clearly taking this confrontation seriously. He exerted a slight force, shattering his garments. And then a dark crimson lightning crackled forth, accompanied by his maniacal laughter as he stepped forward. His fist pierced through the air, causing the very fabric of space to lament. A colossal fist, entwined with black and red lightning, shot upward, while Steelbone Kong plummeted from the sky. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact, witnessed by countless onlookers. The clash of fists resonated, yet Steelbone Kong's forearm emitted a bone-chilling crack. One was enveloped in armament Haki, while the other was infused with the Conqueror's Haki. Though the two terms may sound similar, the Conqueror's Haki was far more terrifying. It felt as though a black and red baseball was mercilessly shattering Steelbone Kong's forearm, with an ominous tendency to spread towards his entire arm. This was the method that determined whether a warrior could claim the title of the Ocean's gold medalist. The Conqueror's Haki. In that instant, The fierce clashes among numerous strong contenders came to a halt, their astonished gazes fixed on the scene before them. The man with black hair, whose back faced them, and who wore a wild, unrestrained smile, exuded an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure that enveloped all in attendance. Chapter 24. The Terrifying Rocks Creak, Creak, Creak. The power is impressive, and the speed is barely passable, yet alas, this technique has too many flaws. Rox transformed his fist into a claw, deftly grasping Steelbones Kong's fist in his hand. The latter's expression shifted, and he strained to break free, but Rox's grip was like iron, firmly restraining Steelbones Kong. The Dominator's slam. Rox swung his arm with a sinister grin before forcefully slamming Steelbones Kong into the ground ahead. The entire island seemed to tremble. And soon the earth began to crack. A deep pit, over 100 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared, swallowing countless souls, with Steelbones Kong, the Admiral, embedded deep within that chasm. Whether in strength, speed, will, or martial arts, you are inferior to me. Thus, resign yourself to death. Rox flickered and appeared above Steelbones Kong. The latter struggled to extricate himself from the ground, but Rox stomped down on his head, the immense force distorting his features, causing him to be forced back into the earth once more. Rox laughed maniacally, his actions unceasing, as he lifted one boot after another, mercilessly trampling down. His boots were already drenched in crimson, yet he reveled in it, for a world steeped in madness breeds men as deranged as Rox himself. Admiral. Sengoku's observation Haki sensed the dire situation and he roared, instinctively wanting to rush over to assist. However, two slender sword energies suddenly slashed towards him. Sengoku gritted his teeth, but in the next moment, a streak of blood appeared on his back, faint traces of golden blood splattering into the air. Sengoku couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, his eyes blazing with rage as he glared at the assailant. Shiki. Ha ha ha. It's a poor habit to be distracted in battle. Do you think you are facing whom? The golden lion swung his twin blades, flicking the blood from the edges. A playful smile adorning his face, clearly indicating that this path was blocked. Whitebeard, clear the way. Otherwise, do not blame this old man for his ruthlessness. Gulalala. If you have the ability, then come and try it. Carp's eyes widened in frustration. Whitebeard's massive blade was too daunting. A master swordsman wielding a Naginata combined with the terrifying powers of the Tremor fruit meant that even he had to remain utterly vigilant. Should he suffer a solid blow, the stalemate between the two would be shattered in an instant. In such circumstances, it was nearly impossible for him to assist Steelbones Kong. Damn it, show some restraint. Old man. Perhaps overwhelmed by his unwillingness to accept defeat, Steelbones Kong suddenly erupted with a surge of formidable power. He roared, seizing Rox's foot with an explosive force akin to a volcanic eruption. His injured heart raced violently, and for a moment, his entire body trembled, as if a slumbering demon within him had awakened. Get off me. In his fury, Steelbones Kong hurled Rox away. He sprang to his feet, and notably, the exposed skin of Steelbones Kong gradually turned crimson, steam of fiery red seeping from his body, his muscles appearing to swell, stretching his skin taut. Oh! Rox, airborne, gasped in surprise, astonished that Steelbones Kong possessed such a means to forcibly enhance his strength. I never imagined that the ordinary Navy 6 styles could be developed to this extent, Rox exclaimed, his tone laced with genuine admiration. Yet it sounded like a mockery of Steelbones Kong's deceased mentor. In such a state, Steelbones Kong was evidently in a desperate stance, his fury ablaze. And Rox's words instantly ignited his temper. Damn it, you have no right to mention my teacher. He was a great admiral, and today, I shall take your head as an offering for my mentor. With a fierce roar, Steelbones Kong charged forward, unleashing a punch. The sheer force embedded within that punch caused the very air to tremble. To achieve such power solely through physical prowess was simply unimaginable. Creak, creak, creak. Now this is getting interesting. This is the demeanor worthy of an admiral. However, you shall soon experience the true terror of a maritime overlord. Facing Steelbones Kong in such a state, a flicker of uncontainable joy appeared on Rox's face. The solitary hunter had finally encountered a beast worthy of the hunt. Is there anything more delightful in this world? Rox stomped the ground with fervor, launching himself like a cannonball, and in the next moment, the earth beneath him erupted in cracks, deep and intricate fissures spreading out. Rox swiftly appeared before Steelbones Kong, his speed so rapid that the latter had no time to react. He maintained his defensive posture, but alas, it proved futile. A massive fist loomed larger in his view. Boom. A thunderous explosion. Steelbones Kong's figure was sent hurtling back hundreds of meters, crashing through several colossal trees before embedding into the trunk of an ancient tree. Dust swirled as Rox nonchalantly cracked his knuckles, emerging from the haze with a sinister grin. It seemed that Steelbones Kong's trump card was merely child's play in his eyes. A hand struggled to emerge from the trunk of the ancient tree. Steelbones Kong gazed at Rox with an expression of unwillingness, astonished by the formidable strength of his opponent. Creak, creak, creak. Those last few punches had quite the power. Such tactics have truly surprised me. So what else do you have? Rox's steps were leisurely, yet each stride he took imposed immense psychological pressure on Steelbones Kong. The latter spat out a mouthful of blood, forcing himself to stand, looking utterly disheveled. Admiral, the Navy soldiers on the battlefield cried out in concern, yearning to rush over to assist. Yet their strength paled in comparison to Rox, rendering them as insignificant as ants. To eliminate them would be as effortless as breathing. The commanding officers were similarly unable to intervene, as they faced powerful officers of the Rox pirates. All could only watch helplessly as their admiral fell repeatedly before Rox, their hearts brimming with rage, cursing the three world government agents for their inaction. Were they truly going to allow Rox to eliminate Steelbones Kong, making him the shortest-serving admiral in history? The Navy could not withstand such turmoil. Fortunately, the world government was also aware of this situation. They merely wished to weaken the Navy's strength, not to replace a supreme commander. Moreover, Steelbones Kong was a capable and loyal admiral, and the three military chiefs of the world government were nearing retirement. Steelbones Kong had long been listed as a candidate for the next supreme commander by the Five Elders. He could not simply die like this. Such a demise would be of no value. Thus, the three agents finally intervened. Three figures, akin to white lightning, swiftly entered the battlefield. Rox raised an eyebrow, his observation haki detecting the approach of three powerful presences, just as rumors had suggested. The world government's elite agents possessed strength comparable to that of admirals, and the auras exuding from these three were undoubtedly those of admiral-level fighters. This is an immensely formidable force capable of altering the current state of battle. However, there exists a discernible gap among the elite of the elite. For instance, figures such as Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr are all of the same caliber. Yet if any of the three world government agents of equivalent rank were to confront one of them in a one-on-one scenario, the outcome would undoubtedly be a dismal defeat. Nevertheless, these three seem oblivious to this reality. Years of high status, coupled with the adulation from their families, have inflated their egos, leading them to possess an unwarranted confidence in their own abilities. In the face of a being of Rox's caliber, these three audaciously adopted a trident-style offensive formation. The speed of the three agents was astonishing, their swift strides eliciting gasps of awe. Yet, in Rox's eyes, their rapidity was akin to that of a snail. With disdain, he turned, as dark crimson lightning began to flicker around his arms and fists, the conqueror's haki enveloping them entirely. Instead of retreating from the aggressive trio, he advanced boldly towards them. "You wretched pirates, you underestimate us." The lead agent seethed with fury, having perceived the disdain in Rox's gaze. His inflated pride was severely pricked, causing him to forego defense entirely in favor of unleashing his most potent attack. Armament. Iron block fist. Steel. A thick layer of armament haki enveloped his fist, and the body he had honed since childhood became harder than steel in that moment. Each agent of the world government was a master of the six styles, yet among them, one could discern a myriad of unique colors. Rox, however, uttered not a word. As the agent's fist surged forward, he retaliated with a punch of his own. In an instant, their fists collided, and the dark crimson lightning fell silent, only to erupt in a thunderous explosion. The agent's expression shifted from rage to agony as he could not suppress a cry, blood spewing forth from his mouth. To his horror, he realized his right arm had vanished. "How dare you exchange blows with me? Have you not fully developed your wits?" The formidable Steelbones Kong could not rival Rox in this domain, and the agent's misplaced confidence was baffling. Did he truly believe himself superior to Steelbones Kong? An opening. Rox. Just as Rox intended to dispatch the agent with a decisive blow, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him. Everyone witnessed in the split second of confrontation. Another agent had stealthily circled behind Rox. Observing the devastating impact of Rox's punch on his comrade, fear coursed through him. Yet, upon seeing Rox, unguarded and arrogantly dismissive of their presence, exhilaration surged within him. He believed he had discovered a prime opportunity. The agent's form underwent a dramatic transformation midair, hair sprouting from his body, while his protruding jaws unveiled 4 sharp teeth. His muscles swelled significantly, hands outstretched, with dagger-like claws emerging from his fingertips. A furry, massive tail appeared behind him, and he resembled a legendary werewolf at first glance. A Zoan-type devil fruit user. The manifestation he displayed unmistakably suggested a wolf-like form. Indeed, his striking appearance left no doubt, though those eyes, seemingly brimming with boundless wisdom, could easily be overlooked. Rox. Chapter 25. The cunning dragon and the lurking tiger. The agent's shout resonated across the battlefield, startling even the weary Steelbone Kong, who paused in disbelief. He raised his gaze, widening his eyes as he scrutinized the entirety of Rox. Yet despite his efforts, he could discern no flaw in the man's formidable presence. Could it be that those astute, intelligent eyes possessed a unique ability to effortlessly unveil the vulnerabilities of adversaries? However, the ensuing spectacle shattered Steelbone Kong's illusions entirely. Without so much as a glance back, Rox executed a kick with his right leg, bending at an impossible angle, a feat unattainable by any ordinary individual. The speed and force of the strike were such that the air around him howled in protest. His boots were enveloped in a thick layer of armament hockey, and the kick landed squarely upon the chest of the overconfident agent. The sheer power of the blow momentarily halted the agent's body, and Steelbone Kong watched in horror as the agent's chest caved in almost instantaneously, bones splintering under the impact. Shattered ribs pierced through flesh, revealing stark white beneath the crimson, and the agent emitted a distinctive howl akin to that of a wounded beast. He was propelled backward at a velocity exponentially greater than his approach, his massive form akin to a ragged cloth flailing through the air before crashing down, creating a deep imprint in the ground. There he lay, spitting blood mixed with internal fragments. Steelbone Kong, Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and the other naval soldiers were taken aback, murmuring among themselves in disbelief. Is this truly the flaw you spoke of? Your exaggeration is quite excessive, Whitebeard quipped with a teasing grin. Ha ha ha. I nearly burst my eyes trying to find a weakness in the captain. It seems one must be grounded. Boasting can indeed lead to one's downfall. The sardonic remarks from the two powerful figures left the soldiers and agents under the world government feeling utterly humiliated. This is impossible, despite the brutal blow delivered by Rox. The agent, a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit, clung to life. With sheer willpower, he managed to extricate himself from the earth, his piercing, light blue eyes fixed intently on Rox, only to be met with the furious rebuke of a one-armed colleague. You fool! How many times must I tell you not to use that cursed devil fruit? Do you not realize the tremendous negative impact it has on you? Using a husky to intimidate civilians is one thing, but employing its powers in battle will endanger us all. The once dashing wolf had now sunk into a pit of folly, transformed into a bumbling creature. The husky, known for its striking appearance and origins from the East Blue, was often noted for its questionable intellect, particularly evident in its captivating blue eyes that concealed an undeniable wisdom. You're talking nonsense. The husky is the most perfect breed in existence. Without the power of the fruit, I would have perished from that strike. Amidst the tension of the battlefield, these two engaged in a fierce argument, leaving Rox bewildered. The agent, with his severed arm still bleeding, continued to bicker. Are you going to kill me or not? You two imbeciles, focus on the situation. At that moment, the third agent, akin to a specter, erupted in anger. He soared into the air, spinning, and soon his body sprouted numerous protrusions, sharp spikes emerging from his skin, resembling an enraged pufferfish. A user of the spiked fruit, he had the extraordinary ability to manifest spikes from any part of his body, though a relatively mundane devil fruit. In the hands of this world government agent, it unleashed astonishing power. As he spun faster, leaving afterimages in his wake, Rox activated his observation hockey, glimpsing the impending chaos. Yet, Rox's astonishment was palpable as the spikes on the agent's body suddenly split apart, detaching from his skin. Coated in armament hockey, they became as hard as steel, transforming the agent into a human machine gun, indiscriminately shooting spikes at all in their path. Ah, it hurts. You bastard. We're on the same side. The cries of agony filled the air as the spikes, with their formidable hardness and piercing capabilities, struck soldiers and agents alike. Some were fortunate, merely suffering impalements to the arms, while others met a fatal end, the spikes piercing their foreheads. Even the higher-ranking warriors found themselves in peril, grappling with the relentless barrage. Yet for Rox, Endowed with the foresight of observation hockey, navigating through the storm of spikes was but a leisurely stroll. He deftly flicked away the few spikes that dared to approach him, all the while fixating his gaze on the agent, as if awaiting something extraordinary. Ha ha ha, you worthless pirates deserve to perish, boasted the agent, reveling in his perceived dominance. Yet, in a sudden twist, he was overtaken by nausea, violently expelling his previous meal. Then, in a remarkable turn of events, the agent demonstrated an eerie mastery over his own body. As he continued to spin, the expelled contents of his stomach circled back, re-entering his mouth in a grotesque cycle of consumption. This surreal spectacle left all present astounded, their worldview irrevocably altered. However, this was merely the prelude. Rox anticipated an even more astonishing display. The essence of the spiked fruit lay in its ability to transform body parts, meaning these spikes did not simply appear from thin air. The agent, a true talent, unleashed a torrential onslaught of spikes, effectively decimating countless foot soldiers. Yet, the cost of such power was steep, and what had been lost could not be regained. The battlefield fell into a profound silence as the agent continued to violently expel and regurgitate, drenched in his own blood. Fools, are your brains filled with swine excrement? Steelbone Kong was furious, contemplating the elimination of these misguided individuals. Yet, the current state of battle did not permit such recklessness, despite their foolishness. These three were formidable opponents of the Admiral class. However, a proper release of emotions is indeed permissible. It is quite astonishing to witness this esteemed and highly respected Admiral of the Navy unexpectedly transforming the season into a vernal symphony, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. With such an ally by his side, what worries could one have about elevated blood pressure? This scene, unfolding on the serious battlefield, certainly strains one's composure, just as everyone's attention is captivated here. A chilling aura reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood suddenly descends. Confronted with this, Whitebeard's expression shifts dramatically. It appears he has come to a realization. He forcefully repels Carp with a single stroke, then surveys his surroundings, only to behold the very scene he dreaded most. Lemurus, clutching his head in anguish, exhibits an appearance of profound torment. Behind him, a blaze of crimson flames blazes fiercely, resembling blood. Chapter 26, Rampaging Lemurus's sinister aura suddenly enveloped the entire battlefield. It was not the kind of suffocating intensity one might expect, but rather a sensation akin to being submerged in a sea of blood. Ordinary soldiers and pirates alike turned pale, cold sweat beading on their foreheads as they glanced around in terror, their hands trembling around their weapons as if they were fledgling rabbits encountering a famished tiger. The mere hint of the tiger's presence was enough to rob these rabbits of any desire to resist. Even the formidable warriors present felt a shift in the atmosphere. Even Carp, a figure of immense strength, experienced a flicker of unease deep within. However, it was Whitebeard's reaction that was most pronounced. His expression transformed drastically as he abruptly turned his gaze toward the source of the disturbance, revealing the fiery crimson blaze that blazed fiercely behind Lemurus. His face contorted in a fierce snarl, veins bulging on his forehead, and his pupils constricted to pinpricks. As if he were enduring tremendous agony, the dreadful aura intensified. What was happening? That little brat. Carp sensed an essence that seemed to embody the most malevolent force in existence, purely negative emotions that sought to annihilate everything around it. This overwhelming presence appeared to threaten total destruction. Carp's murmurs were captured by Whitebeard, who stood nearby. Suddenly, Carp seemed to connect the dots, turning his gaze toward Whitebeard, his brow furrowing as he spoke. Newgate, that brat is your son, isn't he? What in the world is this Shura-like aura emanating from him? To me, it feels like a calamity has descended upon us. What began as a simple inquiry ignited Whitebeard's fury. He swung his sword with immense force, and a powerful wave of energy surged toward Carp, who narrowly evaded the strike, heart racing. Just as he was about to retort, he caught sight of Whitebeard's expression, which was akin to that of a predator ready to devour its prey. I will say this only once. That is my son, Whitebeard's son. It is not for anyone else to speak of. If you dare to utter another word, I will sever your head and feed it to the fish. Despite their numerous encounters, it was the first time Carp witnessed such rage emanating from Whitebeard. Confusion mingled with surprise as he watched Whitebeard hastily rush toward the boy. For a man as proud as Whitebeard to abandon his opponent in the midst of battle was utterly perplexing. The other powerful figures on the battlefield were equally bewildered by Lemurus's transformation. Big Mom, captain of the 3rd Division of the Rox Pirates, felt a spark of inspiration at the sight of the vibrant flames. Her passion for gathering genetic traits ignited a bold hypothesis. Her heart raced with excitement. If her assumption were true, then a child born of that union would undoubtedly be a natural-born warrior, while most were lost in confusion. Rox and the Golden Lion narrowed their eyes, understanding the gravity of the situation. One was a captain who knew the lineage and transformation of Lemurus, while the other was his mentor, both acutely aware of the boy's extraordinary nature. They feared that the worst had indeed come to pass, a mutated Lunaria, engulfed in blood-red flames. Whitebeard rushed to Lemurus's side, kneeling anxiously and gripping the boy's arms tightly. "Lemurus, you little rascal, snap out of it. Look at me. I am your father." "Lemurus." The boy lifted his gaze, revealing eyes of a deep crimson hue, glowing ominously, with pupils reduced to pinpoints. Those eyes seemed devoid of any impurities, filled solely with pure negativity. In the depths of Lemurus's mind, the shadowy figure that had haunted his dreams materialized. Different from before, the tall man's face bore a gentle expression. He gently placed a hand upon Lemurus's head, speaking in a voice rich with magnetism. "Child, do you feel it? The endless power within you. I understand your feelings. We are of the same kind. Do not resist, embrace it. If the powerful have turned this world into a hell, then let them witness the strength of the demons that arise from it." His words penetrated the depths of Lemurus's consciousness, and with that, the final thread of his sanity snapped. "Damn Navy, tell me what has happened." As Lemurus's pinprick-like pupils continued to constrict, a wave of profound unease washed over Whitebeard. Regret flooded in. Why had he brought a child to the battlefield? Wouldn't it have been better for him to live a life of normalcy, avoiding such turmoil? Bogart, facing Lemurus, wore a bewildered expression. On his usually cold face, a rare hint of distress appeared. How could he possibly know what had transpired? Moments ago, everything had been fine. Now this child appeared deranged, his eyes growing increasingly crimson before spiraling into chaos. With a deafening roar, Lemurus unleashed his fury, the last remnants of black vanishing from his eyes. He lost all rationality, acting solely on the primal instincts of his bloodline. In a flash, Whitebeard had not anticipated that Lemurus would turn against him. A glint of cold light flashed, and then warmth surged through his chest, followed by a sharp pain. He staggered back, releasing Lemurus, and raised a trembling hand to his chest, only to find blood. But Lemurus had no intention of halting his rampage. With a deep, rumbling growl, he darted through the throngs of combatants like a bolt of lightning, his presence a harbinger of destruction. His fingers, transformed into scythes of death, effortlessly reaped one life after another. "Lemurus, we are allies. What is happening? How did it come to this? Damn pirates! I will tear you limb from limb." Wherever Lemurus passed, be it pirate or marine, none were spared. In his frenzied state, he became a walking calamity, his blade slicing through the air, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. "Lemurus, calm yourself." Whitebeard's shout was futile. The clash of steel rang out sharply. As Whitebeard turned, he witnessed Lemurus, in a state of frenzy, engaging John, captain of the 6th Division of the Rox Pirates. John, a formidable swordsman with a bounty exceeding 900 million, despite being the lowest among the 6 captains, was no mere lackey. As Lemurus locked onto him, John swiftly drew his blade, bracing against Lemurus's strike. Sparks flew from the collision, yet John's face turned ashen. What overwhelming strength! This was John's immediate thought as he grappled with Lemurus. A mere boy with a bounty of only a few 100 million possessed such extraordinary power, his claws rivaling the very sword in John's hand. Realizing that he could not dispatch John with the same ease he had shown others, Lemurus seemed to be incensed. He attacked with a frenzied intensity, his strikes becoming increasingly rapid, akin to a tempest. John, though skilled in swordsmanship, found himself at a disadvantage in this clash, relying solely on his single-blade technique. With both hands gripping his sword, he desperately defended against the mounting force, ultimately compelled to employ armament hockey. This unexpected display startled many. Was it a sign that John was losing ground? No one anticipated that the irrational Lemurus could exhibit such formidable strength in this state. Rox furrowed his brow, while Whitebeard strode forward, intent on halting Lemurus. The Golden Lion watched the scene with keen interest, and Big Mom appeared utterly enraptured, while the expressions of Wang Ji and John reflected profound dismay. The elite of the Navy were equally taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Zifa, John's original adversary, stood in stunned silence, having intended to eliminate a weaker officer before aiding his comrades, only to find his opponent usurped. You little brat, don't overstep your bounds. Do not abuse your position. With John rendered helpless against the onslaught of a mere subordinate officer, his face burned with humiliation. In a fit of rage, he bellowed and swiftly drew his left hand, retrieving a gleaming silver pistol from his waist holster. This firearm was no ordinary weapon. As a cunning pirate, John possessed numerous trump cards, and this pistol was among his most prized. Crafted at a cost nearing 1,000,000 berries. It was made from the finest materials of the sea, with its 2 bullets each costing a staggering 10,000 berries to fire. Once the bullets were expended, the pistol would be rendered useless. The exorbitant price of usage spoke volumes about the weapon's formidable power, capable of threatening even those of John's caliber. Without hesitation, John raised his gun and fired with exceptional precision, aiming for Lemuris' right shoulder, not from a desire to kill the impudent boy, but to avoid provoking the enraged Whitebeard. In the blink of an eye, the gun discharged again, 2 bullets hurtling towards Lemuris' shoulders with remarkable speed. The spinning projectiles, as anticipated, pierced his flesh. And John believed these shots would render the boy incapable of further attack. Not only John, but other powerful figures also awaited the outcome. Despite his seething anger, Whitebeard recognized this as the most effective resolution. Lemuris was sent flying by the tremendous force of the bullets, which effortlessly penetrated his shoulders, with one bullet tragically exiting through the head of an unfortunate bystander before vanishing into the dense foliage behind. John let out a sigh of relief. Rox cast a deep glance at Lemuris, then, with a swift kick, sent the nearby agent flying, landing atop the still-performing talented operative. However, the moment he touched down, a roar filled with countless negative emotions erupted once more. Chapter 27. Never retreat. The fallen Lemuris writhed on the ground, unleashing a chilling roar, disregarding his injuries, and rose once more. His arms hung limply at his sides, and he shook them vigorously, seemingly attempting to regain control. However, his efforts were in vain, and his howls grew more intense. A more exaggerated negative aura began to rise, and before the eyes of the onlookers, countless blades erupted from Lemuris' body, gleaming coldly. Emerging from his incapacitated arms, his ribs, legs, and even his nose and ears, he resembled a demonic blade risen from the depths of hell. Calm down, you fool. As the crowd watched with trepidation, a massive club suddenly swung towards him, its surface pockmarked and far from pleasing to the eye. Thud. Lemuris was struck on the head and driven into the ground like a nail, revealing that the one who had roared was none other than his comrade. Kaido gritted his teeth. He was uncertain about what was happening to Lemuris. This aura unsettled even him, a member of the ogre clan. Yet he understood that if Lemuris managed to rise again and continue his rampage, he would soon face the most formidable attack on this battlefield. In that moment, it wouldn't merely be a matter of losing 2 arms. It could lead to him being crippled or, in a more extreme case, losing his life. Kid, you've done me a great favor. Seeing Lemuris still struggling to rise from the ground, Kaido was about to strike again when a powerful voice called from behind him. It was Whitebeard. With his hands enveloped in armament haki, he effortlessly seized Lemuris. The irrational Lemuris continued to attack Whitebeard with the blades protruding from his body. Initially anxious, Whitebeard's expression gradually shifted to calmness. Indeed, hadn't he foreseen this moment when he decided to take Lemuris under his wing? Whitebeard extended a finger, curling it slightly, first coating it with armament haki. After a moment's contemplation, he transformed the haki into a conqueror's haki, pulsating with black and red lightning. Bang! A crushing blow pierced through Lemuris' hardened bones, rendering him unconscious. Lemuris' consciousness plunged into darkness. Whitebeard snatched a meteor hammer from a pirate, binding Lemuris tightly with its chain and securing it to himself. He wielded the cloud cutter, paying no heed to the silent fury of the marines and pirates around him. Lemuris fell into a stupor. His brain ceased functioning. However, the recovery of your bloodline is too slow. Poor child, you still require the nourishing essence of blood. This battlefield presents a rare opportunity. The shadow, slowly revealing its true form, murmured, its expression inscrutable. Yet a closer examination would reveal that the shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to Lemuris, differing only in the maturity of their features. Rest well, child. The matters ahead will, as always, be entrusted to me. Whitebeard, that boy will undoubtedly become a harbinger of catastrophe. Kapu's serious gaze was fixed on Whitebeard. Just a few years had passed, and this young lad's power had already reached such heights. His recent display was that of a mindless slaughtering machine. If such a human calamity were allowed to continue growing, who could possibly stand in his way when he reached adulthood? Wherever he tread, destruction would follow. So, according to your wishes, or perhaps those of your navy, should Lamerise spend his days in that dark, sunless underwater prison? It is not his fault that he came into this world, nor is it his fault to bear such a fate. Moreover, given the nature of your world government, if Lamerise were truly in your hands, he would likely be sent to a laboratory for experimentation, would he not? Whitebeard's stance was unyielding. As a pirate who lived freely and a man of stature, if he could not protect those he cherished, he might as well drown himself in the sea. Kapu found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, everything Lamerise had just displayed could be deemed disastrous. Yet in the eyes of the power-hungry world government, this young boy undoubtedly harbored some unique bloodline, an immense treasure. If they could extract and cultivate warriors from this bloodline, the results would surely surpass their wildest imaginations. If the research bore fruit, Lamerise would be treated as a genetic mother, while a failed experiment would lead him to die a numb death after countless days and nights of torment. Words are futile. I, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, declare today that Lamerise is my son. His full name is Edward Lamerise. Whether he is a disaster or an irredeemable demon, that will never change. If you wish to take Lamerise from my side, you must first step over my dead body. Whitebeard in a state of fury was truly terrifying. He plunged the cloud cutter into the ground beside him, two vibrant waves of milky white light enveloping his fists. His muscular arms swelled dramatically. Then he struck the air beside him with a thunderous force. Crack! One blow was not enough. He followed with another. The violent shock waves caused the entire island to tremble precariously, triggering earthquakes, tidal waves, and sonic booms. Countless deep fissures marred the ground, waves surged violently, even capsizing a naval vessel. The sky roared, and the clouds shattered into fragments, as numerous lives were lost beneath the terror of Whitebeard's onslaught. Even he was not immune to the backlash of his own tremor fruit, his insides shaken as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Do not let success lead to arrogance, Whitebeard. As casualties mounted on the battlefield, Kapu could not turn a blind eye. He leapt high into the air, his fists enveloped in an obsidian-hued armament hockey, his upper garments shredding under the strain as he roared downwards. Under the sea plummet. This was Kapu's full-powered strike. I am Whitebeard. If you seek death, come and test me. Whitebeard refused to yield an inch, his fury manifesting as he tightened his fist and struck upwards at the descending Kapu. Bang! A tremendous sound momentarily robbed the crowd of their hearing. When they regained their senses, they beheld Whitebeard being sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Captain Whitebeard has lost. All the pirates gasped in horror at the sight. Zifa. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, staring at the imposing figure whose arms were even thicker than Kapu's. Whitebeard. Hand over that boy. I, the black-armed Zifa, swear by my name that I will not send him to the execution platform, only to the great prison. Zifa was an anomaly within the Navy, harboring compassion, believing that all wrongdoers deserved a chance at redemption, earning him the moniker of the non-killing admiral. Whitebeard's fiery gaze remained fixed on the two formidable figures, and he needed no time to ponder why Zifa had appeared here. This was John's revenge. However, this is not the time to ponder such matters. Whitebeard instinctively focused his attention on the guardian of Lameris, only to be astonished to find that the chains had indeed broken. The unconscious Lameris now lay 100 meters ahead of him. Carp and Zephyr advanced together, one approaching him, the other moving towards Lameris. Carp, Zephyr, are you seeking death? If you dare to harm my son, I swear, you will not escape the wrath of the Navy. Whitebeard roared in fury. The current situation was utterly despairing. All the formidable members of the Rocks pirates were entangled with foes, leaving no one to assist him. He himself was already wounded, having taken Zephyr's black arm head-on. He now had to muster all his strength just to withstand Carp's blows. He anxiously sought to summon the power within him. But aside from a surge of blood and a mouthful of crimson, he could accomplish nothing. Was he really to lose his first son in such a manner? Apologies, young man, but a calamity like you belongs in prison. Zephyr reached out, intending to seize Lameris, when suddenly a fierce wind swept in from behind. Navy, what do you intend to do to my friend? It was Kaido. Whitebeard could hardly believe that. At this critical juncture, it was this arrogant young man who stepped forward. He had never received any favor from Whitebeard, nor was there any sense of obligation. Thus, the reason for his intervention was simply that, as he had stated, Lameris was his friend, the strongest in turn of the Rocks pirates. Young man, your bravery is commendable, and the bond you share is admirable, but you are still too inexperienced. Kaido's bounty was even lower than Leymiras's. Unsurprisingly, even with all his might, Kaido's strike proved ineffective. His massive form was sent flying hundreds of meters before crashing into a crowd, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zephyr shook his head, but when he turned around, the ground was empty. Where was Leymiras? Mr. Zephyr, be careful. A distant shout interrupted Zephyr's thoughts. He turned to see a bloodied, grotesque face mere centimeters from him. Adorned with an exaggerated grin, the corners of its mouth stretched high. Ah, sir, are you looking for me? Chapter 28. The eerie Raymerus before him. A face twisted in a maniacal grin loomed, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood and malevolence. Zephyr's pupils constricted sharply as he instinctively recoiled for Raymerus. Despite having his arms shattered and being rendered unconscious, now appeared eerily unfazed, wearing a bizarre smile as he silently regarded him. What could possibly be happening? Such a question surged in the minds of all present, and the stronger individuals felt an unsettling tremor within. They distinctly sensed a shift in Raymerus's aura, which had transformed from merely strange to overtly brutal and sanguinary. His eyes, once aglow with a crimson light, now seemed capable of devouring all hues, turning an abyssal black. The flames behind him intensified, gradually birthing tendrils of darkness from the blood-red inferno. Ah, dear sir, were you seeking me just now? Yet, why do you flee from my presence as though I were a ferocious beast? A sudden sharp pain coursed through Zephyr's body, a primal warning from his instincts. As that voice emanated from behind him, though he could see Raymerus before him, it was merely an illusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Zephyr clenched his fist and struck backward with tremendous force, his darkened haki radiating a perilous energy. However, Raymerus remained unflinching, his smile unwavering as Zephyr's fist collided with his face, distorting his features, loosening his teeth, and causing blood to spurt forth as he was sent hurtling away. Raymerus's body flew like a cannonball, crashing through an ancient tree and embedding itself deep into the earth, leaving behind a massive crater in the ground. How painful! To engage in such violence upon our first meeting is quite impolite. The voice echoed, followed by a sound that pierced the air like a blade cutting through space. Just as Zephyr's mind registered the threat, he felt a sharp pain in his back. 5 deep claw marks had manifested, tearing through his navy coat, rendering it useless. You insufferable little brat. Stop reveling in your own arrogance. Raymerus's speed was beyond comprehension, yet Zephyr, as one of the Navy headquarters' most illustrious commanders, had forged his reputation through sheer might. His strength was celebrated, and his haki was a testament to his formidable skill. A thick layer of haki enveloped him like ink diffusing in water, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a statue of black iron. How terrifying! Such a level of haki is quite a headache. The taunting voice seemed to come from all directions, igniting a flame of anger within Zephyr. The sound of slicing wind returned as Raymerus's blade-like hand struck his arm, but this time, only a faint mark was left upon his haki. In his prime, Zephyr's prowess was comparable to that of Garp in the Marine Corps, even though Raymerus had entered a peculiar state. The vast disparity in strength could not be bridged by mere tactics. Yet, Raymerus pressed on, his speed escalating, leaving after-images in his wake. As if countless Raymrises were assailing Zephyr, the sparks from their clash illuminated the battlefield, astonishing all witnesses. What in the world is happening? How can he unleash such power? And yet, weren't his arms already broken? John, an exceptional marksman, was taken aback, his sharp eyes fixated on Raymerus, who had activated his observation haki. Despite the immense difficulty, his eyes grew weary and swollen until, in a fleeting moment when Raymerus's body stiffened, he glimpsed the right shoulder of Raymerus. His clothing had been shredded by bullets, yet there were no gaping wounds, only 2 faint marks, barely bleeding. Such injuries were negligible. In such a brief span, not only had his flesh healed, but even the broken bones had mended. How was this conceivable? Shock rippled through the crowd. Everyone shared the same sentiment. Whitebeard, in particular, experienced a mix of joy and concern. He rejoiced that Raymerus had escaped capture and could still fight on the battlefield. Yet he was troubled by the evident instability in Raymerus's current state, his aura thickening with negativity. He had lost control, intellectually though, for the tone of his speech and demeanor felt foreign, a stark contrast to the vivacious son he once knew. It was as if he were a different person altogether. The power he displayed was formidable enough to withstand an opponent of Zephyr's caliber, and his fierce counterattacks were no exaggeration. He had nearly crossed the threshold into the realm of the admirals. Even more astonishing was his speed. which, despite Whitebeard employing observation haki, was barely perceptible. Should Raymerus ever enter this frenzied state again, indiscriminately slaughtering those around him, how could Whitebeard possibly intervene? Did he truly possess the ability to halt such chaos? These worries slowed Whitebeard's thoughts and actions, allowing Karp to seize the moment, delivering a merciless punch to Whitebeard's chest. As the second in command of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard's strength was unquestionable. If Karp could defeat him here, it would deal a significant blow to the morale of the Rocks Pirates. Capturing him and placing him in a high-security prison would drastically diminish their threat without the invincible Whitebeard. Whitebeard coughed up blood, his condition deteriorating further. Moving from merely struggling to defend himself to occasionally taking hits. It was evident to all that his defeat was merely a matter of time. Chapter 29. Human Emotions. Rocks wore a grim expression. The events unfolding on the battlefield exceeded his expectations. The lower-tier pirates were utterly outmatched, the enemy's forces were overwhelming, and the rate of casualties was escalating rapidly. Yet, this was merely a minor concern. The crux of the matter lay in Whitebeard's current predicament. Losing a reliable vice-captain was a price Rocks was unwilling to pay. Whitebeard's significance to the Rocks Pirates was second only to his captain, and Rocks could not bear to witness Whitebeard's defeat or worse, his imprisonment. However, this was only one of the reasons prompting his intervention. The most pressing issue was the state of Lamorous. It wasn't merely that Lamorous held considerable importance for the Rocks Pirates. Rather, it was the aura emanating from him. Unlike others, Rocks, as a ruler of the seas, possessed an extraordinary ability through his observation haki, the capacity to hear the voices of all things. This ability had aided him in overcoming numerous trials without fail. Yet now, he could distinctly perceive the tumultuous surge of blood within Lamorous, akin to a tsunami. The energy radiating from Lamorous was intensifying, his bloodline rapidly evolving at an observable pace, manifesting in an increasingly ferocious demeanor. A foreboding feeling gnawed at Rocks. When Lamorous's bloodline reached a certain threshold, something truly terrifying would transpire. And that threshold was perilously close. After much contemplation, Rocks resolved to heed the voice deep within his heart. He disregarded the enemies before him, although the three agents were on the brink of collapse. With Steelbone Kong gravely injured, he would require months to recuperate. This outcome, while not ideal, was within an acceptable range. For the world government, Steelbone Kong must not perish for Rocks. However, Kong also held unique value. An admiral filled with rage was certainly easier to contend with than a calm and unfamiliar new admiral. Moreover, he could not be certain that eliminating Kong would not inadvertently reveal the world government's hidden strengths. At the very least, he understood Kong's character. When push came to shove, he would advise the world government against hasty actions. That colossal entity, having existed for nearly 800 years, instilled in Rocks no small measure of trepidation. The most urgent matter at hand was this. Rocks abandoned his opponent and charged towards Karp with remarkable speed. Karp's expression shifted as he sensed an exaggeratedly powerful presence bearing down upon him. Following closely was the thunderous roar of Conqueror's haki in the air. Karp turned to brace himself, but in such a frantic moment, he could only cross his arms defensively. Rocks delivered a powerful kick directly to Karp's crossed arms, combining his formidable Conqueror's haki with his martial prowess, creating a strike of cataclysmic force. Although Karp had prepared somewhat, his body was uncontrollably sent flying, the kick fracturing the bones in his arms. A crushing defeat. Lieutenant Karp. The Navy soldiers gasped in disbelief. A single kick had vanquished one of their strongest, Karp. This was the might of the sea's overlord. Rocks? Are you all right, Newgate? Came a voice, feigning concern amid a crisis. Although everyone recognized the insincerity, a flicker of gratitude inevitably stirred within them. Such is human nature, and Whitebeard was no exception. He coughed a few times, his face pale. I'm not dead yet. But Captain, what is happening with Lamorous? Rather than worry for himself, Whitebeard was far more concerned for his son. The weight of a father's first son is immeasurable. He forced himself to rise, disregarding his injuries, intent on aiding Lamorous. Enough. You should rest. That kid will be fine. If I am not mistaken, his rampage is likely triggered by the overwhelming scent of blood in the air, which has excited his senses, plunging him into a state of frenzy, revealing his true nature. Do you remember what I told you? The Lunalaria's bloodline harbors a violent gene. As for the current situation, to be honest, I am not entirely clear either. After all, such mutated bloodlines are exceedingly rare. I have only read about them in books. However, I am certain that his bloodline is awakening rapidly. If left unchecked, by the time this war concludes, and after a year of growth, Should he enter a frenzied state again, there may be no one capable of stopping him. Rox implied that Lamarus was a harbinger of disaster, a child who could not be permitted to remain close. Yet, Whitebeard seemed to ignore this, his resolve unwavering despite his weakened state. I knew discussing this with you was a waste of breath. All we can do now is delay the awakening of that kid's bloodline. Rox sighed, his tone laced with resignation. Captain, consider this a personal favor owed to you. Whitebeard remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Rox, abandoning his previous air of resignation, suddenly broke into an uncontrollable smile. Why would such a formidable figure expend so much effort on a mere child? Why, knowing it may be futile, would he willingly waste his breath? It was for Whitebeard's personal favor. Do not think that being the captain grants one the liberty to command the crew at will. While the crew may not voice their dissent openly, their efficiency and dedication would be entirely different. Whitebeard's reputation for integrity within the Rox Pirates was well known. A single favor from him would ensure that Rox could compel him to undertake an action that did not contravene Whitebeard's principles, and Whitebeard would exert his utmost effort to see it through. In this seemingly solid yet fundamentally fractured Rox Pirates, such a favor could prove invaluable in critical moments. Why are you being so courteous? But since you are so well-intentioned, I shall reluctantly accept. Just wait, I will bring that kid back right away. His words may have been dismissive, yet his body was honest. Rox retrieved a small mirror and a delicate comb from his pocket, gracefully smoothing his hair back. To secure this favor from Whitebeard, Lamarus must be brought back today. Chapter 30. A conclusion. How could this young man possess such astonishing speed? And his physical strength was utterly extraordinary? If it weren't for his Busashoka Haki still being in its initial covering stage, perhaps today, Zephyr, enveloped in Busashoka Haki, gritting his teeth to withstand the tempestuous onslaught of Lamerise, could have seized a few opportunities to land punches on Lamerise. Yet, the sensation of his fist striking flesh felt awry, lacking that exhilarating satisfaction, akin to striking a colossal mountain. Although his fists could inflict some damage on the rocky terrain, such harm was negligible compared to the overall structure of the mountain. This young man's physical resilience was utterly exaggerated, having endured so many blows. Only a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, his teeth stained crimson, rendering him more grotesque and sinister. His gaping mouth seemed to mock Zephyr. While Lamerise could not inflict any substantial damage on Zephyr in the immediate moment, the latter's Busashoka Haki was continuously depleting. Despite its robustness, it would inevitably reach a point of exhaustion. The two were now locked in a battle of endurance. Truly a monster. In terms of speed, Zephyr could not match Lamerise. And in terms of physical strength, Lamerise's body reminded Zephyr of another beast, Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates' 3rd Division. From birth, her physique was a freak. At the tender age of 5, she was said to have bested 2 elders of the giant clan, the most elite warriors among them. It is worth noting that ordinary giants, upon reaching adulthood, already possessed strength comparable to that of a vice admiral in the Navy. Thus, by mere physical prowess, Charlotte Linlin at 5 years old could already rival a Navy vice admiral. Although this young man lacked the defensive skin of Big Mom, his physical strength was not to be underestimated, particularly due to his remarkable regenerative abilities, rendering him nearly immortal. This battle marked the most frustrating and impotent encounter Zephyr had faced since joining the Navy. Yet, simultaneously, this young prodigy's performance was enough to instill fear in the entire Navy and even the world government. With such monstrous talent, what level of physical strength would he achieve in his prime? Coupled with that extraordinary speed, how many on these seas could possibly rival him? The current circumstances were undeniably passive, yet Zephyr remained undeterred, awaiting an opportune moment. However, the arrival of Rox was beyond his expectations. Once again, that familiar and exaggerated kick was unleashed. Zephyr assumed the same defensive stance as Garp, yet he met with a similarly dismal fate. Damn it, Rox, do not be so arrogant. Several Navy soldiers, eyes reddened with fury, charged at Rox. To them, their general's defeat signified a threat to their very lives. Though they were weak, none among them were cowards. Arrogant? Huh. You sanctimonious fools. Do you think I'm just a mere navigator? Just as Rox prepared to strike, a violent gust swept past him. When he glanced back at the soldiers, they appeared unharmed, still rushing towards him. However, as they ran, their bodies began to shatter into pieces, collapsing onto the ground, blood staining the earth below. Stealing someone else's prey is quite an impolite act. Lamerise sneered. closing in on Rox. His fingers splayed wide as he aimed a vicious strike at Rox's face. Yet, with a resounding thud, the number of those sent flying increased to 3, one after another. Is the Navy never ending? Unfazed, Rox kept his hands tucked in his pockets, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance, even taking the time to tidy his hair. Captain, the one you just kicked away was Lamerise's deputy, a pirate murmured. You scoundrel. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Rox's previously suave demeanor faltered momentarily as he recalled the incident, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. Cough, cough. Of course. I knew. Yes, that was intentional. If my Busashoka hockey guess is correct, that lad should be unconscious by now. Yes, precisely that. Caw, 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 caw. A crow seemed to fly across the sky. Conqueror's hockey, such a tough mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone fell backward, collapsing to the ground. Rox paid no heed to the gazes of others, swiftly retrieving Lamerise, whom he had just kicked away, and nonchalantly returned him to Whitebeard, who appeared unperturbed by the spectacle. It was no surprise to him. His captain had a penchant for vanity and an excessively strong sense of pride. Let us call it a day for this battle. Navy, you should be grateful for my mercy. Rox issued the captain's command, recognizing that continuing the fight was clearly unwise. All members of the Rox pirates began to retreat, screeching in protest. Although some had yet to satiate their thirst for battle, the captain's orders were absolute. Rox would not allow anyone to challenge his authority. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, have you grown old? What has become of you? Do you need me to lend you a hand? Seeing Whitebeard's numerous injuries, the Golden Lion could not resist seizing such a splendid opportunity, having always sought to overshadow Whitebeard. Humph. I can still beat you to a pulp, if you dare. Give it a try? Whitebeard retorted fiercely, and as he spoke, he caught sight of John attempting to hide nearby, eliciting a sneer from him. Our debts. We shall settle later. Chapter 31. The targeted Lamerise. A monumental battle unfolded, swift in its onset and equally rapid in its conclusion. After repelling the soldiers and commanders of the Navy headquarters, the Rox pirates made a hasty retreat. For a pirate, the perilous seas demand the art of escape, an indispensable skill unless one possesses overwhelming strength. Before their departure, the Rox pirates seized the celestial gold protected by the Navy, yielding substantial gains. Their ill-gotten wealth afforded these avaricious rogues a long-awaited feast. Regrettably, the conflict with the Navy did not eliminate their core combatants. The greatest losses were among the lower-tier fighters. Although 3 high-ranking agents of the world government fell to Rox, this hardly constituted a significant blow to the Navy or the world government, which would merely consider it a superficial wound. Nonetheless, the grievous injury sustained by Steelbone, coupled with the substantial depletion of lower-tier forces, would inevitably lead to a sharp decline in the Navy's dominance in the near future. Conversely, should news of this incident spread, pirates might perceive the Navy as less formidable, even viewing the government as merely ordinary. Like sharks sensing blood, they would rush into the New World, with many being absorbed by the Rox pirates, becoming fresh cannon fodder. Currently, the Rox pirates face 2 pressing dilemmas. Firstly, their 1st Division captain, Whitebeard, was gravely injured, a condition not easily remedied. Given that the Tremor fruit inflicted harm upon Whitebeard himself, he required time to recuperate. His unparalleled prowess in naval warfare was crucial to the Rox pirates, and many plans would stall in his absence, not due to inability, but rather due to disproportionate risk versus reward. Secondly, there was the matter of the 1st Division's vice-captain, Edward Lamerise. In this conflict, Lamerise had played a pivotal role, racking up an impressive tally of enemies slain while single-handedly holding back the Navy headquarters Black Arms effort. This achievement was nothing short of remarkable, yet the awakening of his latent bloodline posed a significant concern. The consequences of losing control were evident to all. Indeed, this was the first time Rox had witnessed the hidden power within Lamerise. Upon losing his rationality, he exhibited strength rivaling that of an admiral. In that peculiar state, his power surged dangerously close to that of formidable warriors like Zephyr. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Rox would have found it utterly unbelievable. Even more terrifying was that in that state, Lamerise not only lost his reason but also became indiscriminate in battle, growing stronger in the fray, an observable evolution. This was a strength many would spend their lives yearning for, yet Lamerise merely awaited adulthood, his bloodline destined to elevate him to the pinnacle of the world. Some whispered he was a favored child of destiny, for with absolute power, nothing was beyond reach. Fate had divided the world by a continent of red soil, giving rise to the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. This land, revered as the Red Land, was deemed sacred, for it was home to gods, the world nobles, the celestial dragons. It is said their ancestors were the kings who founded the world government, totaling 20 in number. Among them, the Nefertari clan chose to depart after the establishment of the world government, unlike other royal families who resided in the heavenly holy land of Meriawa. The reasons for this decision remain a mystery few comprehend. Meriawa, built upon the Red Land, serves as the dwelling of the celestial dragons, epitomizing opulence, wealth beyond measure. Within this sacred city, a distinct inner zone is demarcated by towering walls, with the heart of it known as Panga City. At the pinnacle of Panga City, atop a majestic peak, stands a magnificent villa. A staircase, seemingly ascending to the heavens, serves as the sole access to this villa, immaculate and lavishly adorned with precious stones. Guarded by several agents who remain motionless like statues, this path leads to the highest center of power in the world. Here resides the five elders, enigmatic figures exuding deep, ancient breaths, gathered around a tea table, some standing, others seated. As anticipated, the war had ended in failure. The legal warrior, Topman Watchley, marked by a birthmark on his forehead and clad in a deep green suit, scrutinized the battle report with an impassive expression. It matters not. Our intent was to weaken the Navy's strength and test that man, Rox. The loss of 3 Admiral-level agents is an acceptable price. Speaking next was the environmental warrior, Marcus Maz, standing nearby in a deep blue suit, his lengthy beard betraying no emotion at the news of 3 Admiral-level combatants' demise. Indeed, our objectives have been achieved. We shall proceed according to plan, using the Navy's inefficacy in recovering the lost celestial gold as a pretext to reduce their funding, keeping them within a controllable scope. The scientific defense warrior, Jagaluja Satan, set his teacup aside, his gaze inadvertently drawn to a photograph taken on the battlefield. Examining it closely, a smirk crept upon his lips. This little brat is rather intriguing. A mutated Lunaria, a rare specimen for research, indeed. After expending considerable effort to capture numerous Lunaria, how could we overlook the most valuable one? Yes, certainly a subject worth considerable effort to capture, he mused, yet he acknowledged that it would not be easy. According to the data, this lad named Lamerise is Whitebeard's son. That despicable pirate is fiercely protective. Seizing this boy from him will require careful planning. The agricultural warrior, Shepherd X, Piter, furrowed his brow slightly. The others nodded in agreement. They understood Whitebeard's formidable strength, possessing an unparalleled destructive capability. Currently, none among them could hope to defeat Whitebeard in a one-on-one encounter, especially given their location at the hive of their operations, where Rox was present, rendering any capture plan virtually impossible. In summary, they resolved to amend the bounty for the boy. A living specimen would always command a higher value. The financial warrior, Izambalin V. Nashura, echoed this sentiment, and all concurred. Lamerise held great worth, yet they displayed no urgency. After all, prey targeted by the world government had never escaped before. Chapter 32. We are one time has passed, and it has been a day since the great battle concluded. During this day, the Rox pirates plundered another bounty from the heavens, ultimately embarking on their journey home with satisfaction. However, the captain of the 1st Division, Whitebeard, did not participate in this raid. The reason was simple. Lamerise had been in a deep slumber since the end of the battle, and the severely injured Whitebeard required rest. Thus he remained steadfastly at Lamerise's side in his chamber. Seated in a massive chair, Whitebeard gazed intently at Lamerise, whose bed was surrounded by cold, untouched meals. His brow furrowed deeply as he pondered whatever thoughts occupied his mind. At this very moment, Lamerise found himself engulfed in a tremendous storm within his consciousness. It is so dark, so cold. Where am I? Lamerise felt as though he were adrift in an abyss of nothingness, surrounded by darkness. He could not see his own hand before his face, yet he could distinctly sense his own existence, as if he were the sole inhabitant of this realm, drifting endlessly. What has transpired? How did I end up here? He attempted to call out, but no sound met his ears, prompting him to reflect on how he arrived in this dismal space. I recall a figure embracing me. I was so weary that I succumbed to slumber, and upon awakening, I found myself here. Ah, that shadow. Lamerise seized upon a thread of insight, calling out for the shadow. To his relief, it bore fruit. The surrounding space shifted. A glimmer of light piercing the darkness as the shadow materialized behind him, gently tapping his shoulder. Were you searching for me? Lamerise spun around sharply to behold the shadow, now rendered vividly clear. He stared at the figure, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, momentarily entranced. "Who are you? Why am I here?" Grasping the figure as if fearing its escape, Lamris questioned urgently. After all, that was a battlefield. Should he faint there, he would have surely perished. "Fear not. The war has concluded. As for who I am," the towering figure crouched down, its mesmerizing gaze fixed upon Lamris. "Isn't the answer right before your eyes? You may call me Lamris, or my full name, Edward Lamris." The revelation sent a shock through Lamris. Disbelief etched on his face as he forcefully pushed the figure away. Bellowing, "You're lying. I am the true Lamris. That name was bestowed upon me by my father. Edward is my surname, just like my father's." "Who are you really? Did I not already tell you? I am Lamris." Their exchange spiraled into a cyclical argument, with the figure persistently asserting its identity as Lamris. "Edward Lamris. Why would you think I am anyone else?" The imposing figure sat cross-legged, casually observing Lamris, who had transformed into a combat stance, his hands morphing into blades. Seemingly unwilling to waste further words, Lamris struck with a glinting edge aimed at the figure's neck. However, the ensuing moment left Lamris aghast. The towering figure effortlessly raised a finger, effortlessly deflecting his attack. The figure was formidable. But more astonishing was the fact that its finger had morphed into a blade, identical to Lamris' own. If there was a distinction, it was that the blade on the figure's finger was far sharper. "How can this be? My father has said that no two devil fruits in these seas are identical." Lamris' understanding was shattered, murmuring to himself, while the towering figure regarded him with a knowing smirk. "Indeed, your father spoke true. There are no two identical devil fruits in these seas. Thus, you are Lamris. And so am I. We are one and the same." These words seemed to carry immense force, causing Lamris to stagger backward until he slipped and fell to the ground. "Are you saying you are me? Ha ha ha. At last, you comprehend. Have I not stated this countless times? We are of the same lineage. We possess the finest bloodline in the world, endowed with the mightiest racial powers. Because I am you, and you are me, we are Lamris." The towering figure, no, the other Lamris, laughed heartily, the sound indistinguishable from Lamris' own. He gazed into Lamris' eyes, reading the astonishment reflected within. "There is nothing difficult to grasp. You merely have not awakened your bloodline, lacking the true power. In other words, once you awaken your bloodline, we shall truly become Lamris. From a certain perspective, you may perceive yourself as the benevolent aspect of Lamris, whilst I embody our intrinsic instincts. We are calamity, bearing the flames of disaster, wielding the power to annihilate all." As he spoke, a hint of self-mockery crossed the face of the towering Lamris. The other Lamris struggled to accept this revelation. The term calamity loomed ominously in his mind, draining the color from his face. "So it is true what they say, that I am forsaken by the heavens? You lie. My father proclaimed I am but an ordinary Lunaria. That was a deception. The average Lunaria possesses wings. Do you? The flames of a common Lunaria are orange-red, yet yours burn blood-red. Admit it, your bloodline has undergone mutation. As for my existence, it is merely the manifestation of your concealed power and the truths you refuse to confront. What you call dream training is simply the gradual awakening of the instincts passed down through your lineage." Never had Lamris felt such pain in his head. He clutched his skull, collapsing to the ground, releasing anguished cries. The towering Lamris suddenly placed a hand upon his head. "Embrace your instincts. That is how you become your true self. Acknowledge that the beauty you possess now is naught but an ephemeral illusion." Chapter 33. No need for words. Ramirez? Guh Lala. "My dear son, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Upon seeing Ramirez stir awake from his slumber, the previously drowsy Whitebeard instantly perked up, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he sat up straight and approached with evident concern. "Father." Ramirez gazed at the familiar face that had bestowed upon him countless redemptions, the hope of survival. He scrutinized the large hand that had pulled him from the depths of despair, falling into silence. Whitebeard, slightly taken aback, remained unaware of what transpired, patiently waiting in quiet anticipation. However, Ramirez did not leave him waiting for long. It seemed he had come to a realization, and suddenly, a look of relief spread across his face. "Father." All matters were shrouded in uncertainty. He cared not whether there were lies between them. Such trivialities held no importance. What truly mattered was love. The world might be an illusion, but love was undeniably real. He possessed nothing that this man before him could covet. Their bond was simply that of the most ordinary father and son. Yet, This ordinary connection would not waver under any circumstance. "Father," he proclaimed, donning the cheerful, sunny smile he once wore. Witnessing this sight, Whitebeard sighed with relief. As a formidable force of his era, he instinctively sensed that Ramirez had discovered something significant. But did it matter? No, it did not. Ramirez treated him just as he always had. His eyes betrayed no deception. He had forgiven, or perhaps understood, Whitebeard. Whitebeard felt immense joy. A weight that had long pressed upon his heart fell away, leaving him invigorated. Even the pain from his wounds felt less acute. He laughed heartily, and the father and son shared a silent understanding, choosing not to mention the past. "Hey, bring me 2 servings of freshly prepared meals." Without the need for words, Whitebeard anticipated that Ramirez, upon awakening, would find himself in a state of energy depletion. For someone with extraordinary physical prowess like Ramirez, the best remedy was a hearty meal. The renowned pirate duo exchanged smiles, their expressions appearing somewhat foolish, eliciting laughter from those around them. The sound of their merriment reached the ears of the pirates outside, and their eyes lit up with excitement. They understood that their formidable yet indiscriminate executioner, the vice-captain, had regained consciousness. At that moment, the newsbird delivered the freshly printed newspaper. "Hey, you silly bird up there. 1 copy of the newspaper, please." A pirate tossed a shiny belly, and the newsbird's eyes sparkled as it swiftly snatched the coin, retrieving a newspaper from its pouch and tossing it to the pirate. As the paper descended, a few bounty notices fluttered down alongside it. Several pirates clamored to snatch the bounty notices, and one pirate, after a cursory glance at his prize, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. "Brothers, the captain's bounty has increased. It has set yet another record across the seas." "What?" "Hiss. A staggering bounty of 6 billion belly. My heavens, such a figure is truly terrifying. 6 billion belly. Truly worthy of our captain, the ruler of the seas. Ha ha. The entire ocean will once again recognize the terror of the Rock's pirate crew." The pirates cheered with exuberance, as if they themselves were the ones awarded the 6 billion bounty. Indeed, 6 billion was an astronomical sum. Even decades from now, it would remain unsurpassed. 5 billion more than the future pirate king, Roger, and 10 billion more than the future Whitebeard. Such an amount had little significance, however, as no bounty hunter possessed the capability to take down rocks, serving merely as a warning of his formidable threat. Yet, it was not only rocks whose bounty had risen. Captain Whitebeard's bounty had also increased. 3,100 million belly. Captain Shiki was not far behind, surpassing 3 billion as well. Remarkably, Captain Leanlean's bounty had risen by a full 4 billion. Why did Captain John only see an increase of 10 million belly? He has now become the only captain whose bounty has not exceeded 1 billion. For many pirates, a bounty symbolizes status, a source of pride, whether it stems from sheer strength, the harm inflicted upon the populace, or the losses inflicted upon the government. However, amidst the excitement as the pirates continued to sift through the notices, the appearance of one bounty abruptly froze the smiles on their faces. Wanted, alive Edward Ramirez, 821 million pirates. Pirates. Alas! The pirates gaped in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. They could hardly fathom that after a single battle, Ramirez's bounty had skyrocketed to 800 million. This sum was now the highest within the Rock's pirate crew, second only to the captain himself. Moreover, astute observers noted that Ramirez's bounty had shifted from a dead or alive status to capture alive only. The implications of this change were immense. What does capture alive only mean? Could it be that Vice Captain Ramirez possesses some mysterious identity? Such questions swirled in the minds of all present. This news swiftly reached every ear. Upon hearing it, both Whitebeard and Ramirez were momentarily stunned. Ramirez suddenly realized that the government's designation for him had shifted from swift execution to disaster. Whitebeard, however, understood that Ramirez had become a target. The situation was evolving in an intriguing direction. Chapter 34. The No-Blade Style? Vice Captain Ramirez. How fortunate you are unharmed. Vice Captain Ramirez. You are now the 8th highest bounty in our Rock's pirate crew. Truly impressive. You are indeed worthy of being the vice captain of our 1st division. The golden sunlight bathed the deck as Ramirez lazily emerged from the cabin, his body still adorned with numerous bandages. However, his complexion had markedly improved, thanks to the ample nourishment hastening his recovery. Merely 2 days after awakening, he was nearly restored to full health. Upon stepping outside, the gathering pirates quickly crowded around him, each face adorned with obsequiousness. After all, Leaving a favorable impression on a formidable figure like Lamerise was paramount. Familiarity could prove invaluable in dire moments. Observing the myriad faces before him, Lamerise felt no stirrings within. They were mere rogues, bloodied and brutal, for whom murder and arson were commonplace. Such a lifestyle was not inherently wrong, but the cruel seas magnified the darkness within human hearts. For Lamerise, these individuals were simply comrades in arms, nothing more. Disregarding their sycophantic expressions, Lamerise made his way to the rear of the ship to commence his training for the day. The recent battle had imparted significant lessons. The memories and instincts of the towering figure he had encountered had integrated into his mind. Henceforth, the shadow of the past would be forever extinguished. The former Lamerise could never return. The fusion of good and evil had alleviated his fear of instinct, leading him to embrace all that had transpired. This was the true Lamerise. He began to wield his sword, the very one he typically employed for training, but his strikes were imbued with an increasingly fierce aura, brimming with an insatiable killing intent. Each swing was executed with utmost effort, yet his brow gradually furrowed. The weapon felt exceedingly uncomfortable in his grasp. After forcing himself to swing the blade several hundred times, he came to a halt. What is happening? Why does this weapon feel so unwieldy? Lamerise fell into contemplation, ultimately deciding to heed his instincts and cast the sword aside. Taking a deep breath, an enigmatic aura suddenly enveloped him. Huh! Lamerise roared, his right arm instantly transforming into a gleaming blade. He then swung it toward the distant sea, unleashing a formidable force that struck the water with ferocity. The ocean remained in motion, yet a colossal fissure appeared upon its surface, bottomless. Marine creatures caught in the upheaval continued to thrash about, seemingly oblivious to their dismemberment. The sky above mirrored this division, as if the world had been cleaved in twain. In the following moment, tranquility was shattered by cataclysmic turmoil. The entire sea erupted in chaos. Waves surged violently, torrents of water cascaded into the abyssal chasm, and the heavens themselves seemed to rupture, as if the divine were attempting to rectify an unsightly parting of the clouds. Pirate ships bobbed erratically upon the tumultuous waters, and many were thrown off balance, rising from the deck in bewilderment, fearfully surveying their surroundings. Someone cried out, "Look at the sky." It was then that they perceived the heavens had split apart. Is this some kind of jest? The atmosphere has been torn asunder? The sea is flowing backward. What is happening? A powerful presence approaches. All hands on deck. The ship erupted into chaos, pirates grasping their weapons, seeking courage in the face of uncertainty. This overwhelming aura did not escape the notice of Whitebeard, who emerged in bewilderment. What is occurring? A formidable presence? Yet why did it feel so familiar? The pirates aboard the ship regarded Whitebeard as their savior. Despite his injuries, none doubted his prowess. Any foe would find themselves bested by Whitebeard's might. Clutching his weapon, the Tsongyun Xia, Whitebeard hastened toward the rear of the vessel. Already forming speculations he dared not voice. It was simple. An attack capable of manifesting such celestial phenomena was within his own capabilities. He understood well the strength required, and the faint blade intent lingering in the air was undoubtedly that of a swordsman. Such a level of swordsmanship signified a grandmaster. Hence, he struggled to believe this familiar aura could belong to anyone other than his son, Lamerise. How could a mere boy, barely in his teens, have grasped the essence of grandmaster swordsmanship? His pace quickened, and upon reaching the ship's stern, the first sight that met his eyes was Lamerise, whose hand had transformed into a blade, eyes closed in deep contemplation. Whitebeard's pupils dilated in astonishment. Father, what brings you here? After a moment, Lamerise opened his eyes, noticing Whitebeard nearby, as the celestial phenomena gradually faded, as though nothing had transpired. Lamerise, was that strike just now you're doing? Whitebeard's throat felt parched. Indeed, during my training, I suddenly found the weapon in my hand unwieldy. A voice within urged me to cast aside all external trappings and delve into my own strength. As expected, the fruit of combat is the finest weapon. I need neither sword nor blade, for I am the sword. As he spoke, Lamerise exuberantly executed several more strikes, sending waves of energy crashing toward the sea. Yet this time the force was less daunting, merely that of a peaked swordsman. Have you already stepped into the realm of the Grand Master? Whitebeard was at a loss for words. How many swordsmen toil their entire lives without touching such heights? Yet here was Lamerise, just past 10 years of age, having grazed that pinnacle, albeit momentarily. If all went well, he would soon fully enter the realm of Grand Master. He merely required the passage of time. From a certain perspective, Lame Rise might well become an unprecedented Grand Master of the no-blade style. What an extraordinary talent. Whitebeard chuckled softly, silently acknowledging that, in comparison to Lame Rise, all other prodigies upon these vast seas would pale into insignificance. And this, indeed, was his son. Chapter 35. Year 1485, ha ha ha. Truly, he is my son, Whitebeard exclaimed with satisfaction, patting Ramirez on the shoulder before laughing heartily as he departed. By this point, there was no way to halt his son's growth. Rather than worrying, it was better to let him be. At the very least, Ramirez could seize his own fate. During the remaining time on Honeycomb Island, Ramirez embarked on a new journey of cultivation. He endeavored to carve out a unique path in swordsmanship, a journey fraught with challenges. Yet the rewards upon success would be monumental. Each swing of his limbs served to refine his swordsmanship, awakening the latent power that lay dormant within his body, a formidable asset for Ramirez. The unstoppable sword intent pervaded every inch of him. Akin to a miner newly armed with a pickaxe, tirelessly excavating a vast and abundant gold mine. Time passed swiftly as Ramirez immersed himself in training. Upon returning to Honeycomb Island, at Whitebeard's behest, he once again received tutelage from the Golden Lion. Moreover, apart from Golden Lion's swordsmanship lessons and Whitebeard's physical training, he also underwent hockey training with Rox every week. Of course, the intensity of such training was exhausting for Ramirez. In moments of fatigue, he would seek out Kaido, concocting various peculiar excuses to unleash a beating upon him. There was no better way to unwind. As a result, Ramirez's bloodline gradually matured, and in terms of physical strength, he had now surpassed Kaido. Yet amidst this tranquil period, he harbored a particular fear. Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Rox Pirates, a prodigious force. Linlin possessed a formidable physique dubbed the Iron Balloon and wielded the troublesome Soul Fruit. Worse still, this woman had an obsession with bearing children, specifically with strong individuals. She firmly believed that bloodlines were the finest chains of loyalty. To assemble a cadre of unwaveringly loyal subordinates, she began to gather the genes of various powerful beings. And thus, Ramirez found himself on her list of targets. Fortunately, Ramirez spent most of his time in training, and despite Linlin's madness, she dared not disturb him during such critical moments. Under the guidance of numerous formidable mentors, Ramirez made rapid progress. His physique developed swiftly, maturing from a small boy into a young man exuding masculinity, with the traits of the Lunaria lineage becoming increasingly apparent: crimson flames, sun-kissed skin, flowing silver hair, and a height exceeding 5 meters. Before long, the year 1485 arrived, marking the 5th year since Ramirez encountered Whitebeard, joined the Rox Pirates, and embraced the life of a pirate. In these 5 years, Ramirez experienced a myriad of events, transforming from an unknown novice into a notorious figure across the seas. With a bounty of 821 million, a testament to his worth bestowed by the government, the name of the Rox Pirates echoed far and wide, and nearly everyone recognized the powerful yet principled vice captain, Edward Ramirez, known as the Disaster. Unlike in the past, when people referred to Ramirez as merely Whitebeard's son, he no longer needed to rely on his father's renown to navigate these turbulent waters. He was recognized as Disaster Ramirez, a name that instilled fear in countless hearts. Within the Rox Pirates, both the strongest captain and vice captain hailed from the 1st Division, though ironically, it was the poorest among the divisions. Captain Whitebeard despised preying upon innocents, a sentiment shared by his son, Disaster Ramirez, who even extended mercy during pirate raids, ensuring that captured merchant ships were left with provisions to stave off immediate starvation. However, there were certain groups that this father-son duo would never spare, such as human trafficking organizations and organ trafficking rings. Regardless of their backgrounds, anyone from these organizations who crossed paths with the 1st Division would meet their demise without exception. In recent years, due to the Rox Pirates' fierce clashes with the Navy, new pirate factions had begun to rise. Yet, for the world government, these developments were of little concern. This year, the world nobles were set to host a rare grand assembly, an event that had been in the works for several years. Attended by countless celestial dragons, an affair of utmost importance to the world government. To ensure the success of this gathering, the 5 elders issued a strict decree: no mistakes would be tolerated. The military branches of the world government sprang into action, deploying numerous agents across the seas. Such a significant mobilization could not escape the notice of others. Upon learning this news, Rox unexpectedly commanded a halt to all activities, stating that without the captain's permission, no one was to leave Honeycomb Island. In an instant, countless pirates felt disgruntled, yet out of deference to the captain's might, they refrained from voicing their discontent. Among the captains, there were murmurs of dissent, yet Whitebeard and Golden Lion seemed to vanish, offering no opposition to Rox's orders. Confusion permeated the air. Whitebeard's compliance was understandable. He typically ventured out merely to earn some berries, taking only what was necessary. However, Golden Lion was a different breed, an exceptionally cruel and avaricious pirate, who thrived on plundering riches. He felt discomfort if a day passed without blood on his two renowned swords. Yet, even he managed to restrain his impulses, remaining holed up on Honeycomb Island. With the example set by these two formidable captains, others dared not make any rash moves, until news emerged that in 2 months, the world nobles would convene on a remote island in the New World for their grand assembly. Rox called for all captains to gather in the familiar conference room. The captains sat on either side of the table. Apart from Whitebeard's calm demeanor and Golden Lion's excitement, the rest wore expressions of confusion. It was evident that Whitebeard and Golden Lion were privy to some information. As all eyes were upon him, Rox entered the room. Taking his seat at the head of the table, he surveyed his captains and suddenly broke into a grin. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems you've all been cooped up for 2 months, haven't you? Chapter 36. Rox's mad plan, ha ha ha. Captain, isn't that just nonsense? 2 months of idleness, and my blade is rusting away. The Golden Lion erupted, slamming his fist on the table, his spittle flying as he shouted. God knows how tormented he had been during this period. Bloodshot veins were evident in his eyes, and as he said, his twin swords had been thirsting for action for far too long. Ha ha ha. I know you all have been suffering in silence, but now an excellent opportunity presents itself for you to unleash your pent-up frustrations. Rox stood up, and suddenly, a massive sea chart appeared on the wall behind him. Have you all heard? This is the site where those despicable celestial dragons will soon hold their grand ceremony. A so-called game of gods, attended by hundreds of celestial dragons. It will be a grand slaughter, all under the pretense of selecting some worthy celestial dragon candidates. The government is currently capturing various prey from around the world, and those innocent souls will perish on this island. Rox picked up a dagger and plunged it fiercely into the map, his fury palpable. Yet, how could such a cold-blooded tyrant be swayed by the fate of mere civilians? Perhaps there was a deeper motive at play. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, as the most seasoned members of the Rox pirates aside from the captain, had encountered adversaries far stronger than their comrades. While the others relied on cunning and faced billion-dollar bounties in desperate battles, these two could easily eliminate a pirate with a bounty of 500 million, as if it were child's play. Their formidable strength had broadened their horizons. The Celestial Dragon celebrations had always been shrouded in secrecy, the last of which occurred over 2 decades ago, and both Whitebeard and the Golden Lion had heard whispers of it. So, Captain, are you implying that we will partake in the Celestial Dragon celebration 2 months from now? Big Mom's unique laughter rang out, her inquiry causing a shift in the expressions of Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe. It was evident that the grand ceremony reserved solely for the Celestial Dragons would be accompanied by overwhelming military might. Just one Celestial Dragon's death could shake the world. If anything were to happen to 100 of them, the world would surely be turned upside down. Although the Rox pirates had a history of taking down Celestial Dragons, it was only a handful, and each victory had provoked the world government's furious retaliation. Nevertheless, the Rox pirates held no fear. However, this time was different. If the Rox pirates participated in this celebration, did they need to speculate on the captain's intentions? If they were to eliminate the Celestial Dragons attending, it would undoubtedly lead to a direct confrontation with the world government. This time, it would indeed be a fight to the bitter end. Ha ha ha. With so many Celestial Dragons gathered together, it's an unprecedented bounty. Just imagine how many treasures they must carry. At that grand ceremony, how much wealth will be ripe for the taking. It's no exaggeration to say that if we pull this off, retirement for the rest of our lives would be a mere formality. Rather than let those foolish nobles enjoy such rare treasures, they should be handed over to us. Rox's expression was one of insatiable greed, yet Whitebeard failed to discern any desire for wealth in his eyes, only the deepest hatred. It appeared their captain harbored a profound loathing for the Celestial Dragons. Ha ha ha. Captain, why waste words? I wholeheartedly support this endeavor. Of course, if anyone is afraid, they need not participate. The Golden Lion, ever the instigator, cast a disdainful glance at Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe. In truth, within the entire pirate crew. Apart from Captain Rocks and 1st Division Commander Whitebeard, none truly garnered the Golden Lion's respect. Newgate, what say you? Noticing Whitebeard's prolonged silence, the Golden Lion turned his gaze toward him, and the others instantly focused on the towering man. As the second-in-command of the Rocks pirates, Whitebeard often commanded a degree of deference from Rocks. Wang Zhi and the others held a glimmer of hope. The risk of this plunder was enormous, and they had no desire to wade into such treacherous waters. However, it was the captain's order, and they could not refuse. If someone as pivotal as Whitebeard expressed dissent, they could easily follow suit. Since it's the captain's command, I naturally have no objections. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard did not refute the plan for this audacious heist. John and his companions' faces turned ashen. Their expressions were readily captured by Rocks, who smirked in apparent disdain. What? Do you think I've been instructing lame rise every week for nothing? Do I look like I have time to waste? If it weren't for Whitebeard repaying a favor, would I meddle in such affairs? Indeed, even though Whitebeard understood the peril of this operation, he felt compelled to comply, having received so many favors from Rocks. In such a moment, could he truly turn his back and still call himself a man? With the support of the 2 most powerful division commanders, Rocks' plan was solidified. Any objections from the others would be futile. Rest assured, this operation will be meticulously planned. With 2 months to prepare, it seems time for some special training. The prospect of rigorous training under Rocks, who far surpassed them in strength, lit up everyone's eyes. It would undoubtedly aid their growth and power. All right. You all go back and prepare. Mobilize your subordinates. We meet at the back mountain tomorrow at 10 a.m. Rocks waved his hand, signaling the end of the meeting. He was the first to stride out, but paused just before the exit. Oh, Newgate, bring that kid of yours along. This special training should benefit him greatly. This was a blatant privilege. Whitebeard readily agreed, and soon, everyone departed, leaving only John behind, much like the previous meeting. Captain, you are undoubtedly mad. Yet it is precisely your audacity that provides me with an opportunity. Humph, let us see who will have the last laugh. A shadowy smile crept across John's face. Chapter 37. The pitiful Kaido. This upcoming operation is likely to be more perilous than any that have come before. On the journey back, Whitebeard murmured to himself, harboring concerns. For even he could not guarantee his survival in that impending war. The Celestial Dragon celebration would undoubtedly be fortified with fearsome armed forces. And he doubted that the world government would mobilize its numerous trump cards merely for the sake of selecting talented celestial dragons. Perhaps it was a trap. Using over 100 celestial dragons as bait to lure the Rocks pirates into a deadly snare. Yet, what could be done? The experiences Rocks had endured left him unable to maintain composure in this critical moment. Furthermore, the Rocks pirates had enjoyed a prolonged period of stability, which was decidedly uncharacteristic of Rocks. Whitebeard had much to contemplate. Without Rocks, the massive Rocks pirates would be like a scattered chessboard, each member fleeing in the face of calamity. A single misstep in this game could lead to irrevocable ruin, yet Rocks willingly chose to gamble everything. He owed a debt of gratitude to Rocks and could not turn a blind eye to his plight. Alas, one step at a time, with the boy's current strength, he should be able to protect himself. It had been several years since the last time Lemurus had gone berserk. In that span, Lemurus had grown remarkably. From the frail 8-year-old boy they first met to a 13-year-old young man towering over 5 meters. Unsurprisingly, during their return home after the last war, Lemurus had already touched the threshold of being a great swordsman. Upon returning to Hive Island, the Golden Lion learned of this news with immense excitement. After all, Lemurus' swordsmanship was taught by the Golden Lion himself. Though he might not be the most competent of mentors, it was still gratifying to witness the young boy he had trained slowly becoming a formidable swordsman. The Golden Lion provided Lemurus with in-depth guidance once more. Simultaneously, he instituted more rigorous training methods. With his assistance, Lemurus shattered the barrier between a swordsman and a great swordsman in just a month. While great swordsmen might be seen occasionally in the New World, a teenage great swordsman was unheard of. Now that Lemurus had attained this status, Whitebeard no longer needed to fret over his safety. He had finally acquired the ability to protect himself. Thus, in Whitebeard's mind, the equation of a great swordsman plus the strength of a vice-admiral equated to self-preservation. However, Whitebeard was uncertain of the true extent of Lemurus' power. Under normal circumstances, this lad could even engage him in several rounds without faltering. It was worth noting that even that fellow John could only match this level. After all, upon returning, Whitebeard had effortlessly defeated John in just 17 moves, leaving him pleading for mercy. Is that boy not home? Upon returning to his quarters, Whitebeard instinctively glanced towards a nearby room, which was Lemurus' dwelling. The door was firmly shut, and no sound could be heard, indicating that he had likely gone out again. Gururururu. That little rascal, he is probably off bullying Kaido again. What a pitiful boy. Whitebeard shook his head, refraining from interfering excessively in his son's social interactions. Moreover, Kaido was a friend worth cultivating. His courageous stand before Zephyr spoke volumes about his character. As Whitebeard surmised, "Hey Kaido, haven't you eaten? Why are you so weak?" A fiery crimson flame blazed wildly, and the long silver hair danced in the air. The man before him, towering over 5 meters with a muscular physique, was none other than Lemurus. In truth, he should still be referred to as a boy, as he was merely 13 years old. He swung his enormous fists, relentlessly pummeling the man before him, who stood over 7 meters tall, with horns protruding from his head and muscles as solid as diamond. This man was Kaido, and the difference in their sizes was staggering. As a member of the Oni clan, Kaido excelled in brute strength, his body remarkably resilient. Yet, compared to Lemurus, he was at a distinct disadvantage. Damn it, fighting is one thing, but what else with you shaving my leg hair? Kaido roared in frustration, though beneath his anger, a hint of grievance could be detected. Strangely, as Lemurus matured, he developed an odd quirk. In battles, he delighted in using his fruit abilities to shave his opponent's hair clean off. Not just hair on their heads, but all body hair as well. Kaido looked sorrowfully at his once mighty, now completely bare legs. Damn it, my leg hair had only just grown to less than a centimeter. In a fit of rage, Kaido swung his kanabo, enduring a punch from Lemurus before fiercely bringing his weapon down towards Lemurus's head. Die, you bastard. Thunderbagua. Hey, don't focus too much on the details. Facing Kaido's wrathful strike, Lemurus chuckled, refusing to dodge or evade. Instead, he extended a massive hand, seemingly intent on taking Kaido's furious blow head-on. Kaido showed no mercy, and Lemurus had no intention of avoiding it. The onlookers remained nonchalant. Hey, how many hits do you think Kaido can withstand this time? A pirate casually spat out a sunflower seed shell, revealing his gambling nature. I bet Kaido will definitely lose within 30 seconds. Huh, are you joking? Last time, Kaido lasted a full 42 seconds. Surely he can endure at least 40 seconds this time. I wager 10,000 berries. Kaido can only hold out for 30 seconds. Who is afraid of who? Although I'm quite poor, I have an invitation from a chambered 18 technician, the kind that allows for free services. I bet 40 seconds. These pirates even began placing bets, having witnessed the battle between these two monsters too many times. Meanwhile, Kaido and Lemurus remained engrossed in the joy of their fight. Approximately 20 seconds later, Kaido revealed a critical opening. Lemurus would not let such an opportunity slip by. With fingers sharpened like knives, he lunged forward, successfully shaving off the last vestiges of Kaido's chest hair. Lemurus, Kaido. Chapter 38. The Special Training of Rocks. Do not fret over those few hairs. They will eventually grow back. Originally meant to be comforting, this remark from Lamerise only served to infuriate Kaido, who brusquely shoved Lamerise aside and stood up on his own, embodying his last shred of defiance. What is your problem? Fighting is one thing, but why must you shave my hair? And let me remind you once more, while you may do as you please elsewhere, you absolutely cannot touch my beard. For a mature man, a beard often represents a fundamental boundary, particularly for someone like Kaido, who is both robust and particular. Throughout his life, Kaido has never felt anxious about his appearance. Rather, he considers his physique and facial features to be exceptionally handsome. This vain fellow, in an effort to enhance his attractiveness, has even cultivated a beard, which now dances above his lips, forming the early contours of a magnificent mustache. It must be said, it indeed possesses a formidable allure, reminiscent of a dragon's whiskers. Then you must strive to grow stronger. Or else one day, I might just decide to shave your beard off. Lamerise laughed heartily as he helped the slumped Kaido to his feet. Kaido shot him an annoyed glance, but as he had previously stated, such occurrences were not new. By the way, Kaido, I heard from Dad that the captain seems to be planning a significant operation soon. How about it? It must be rather challenging for you to go it alone. Why not join our first division? You would not be treated poorly. For a super intern like Kaido, every division captain harbored intentions of recruitment, and Whitebeard was no exception. Given the rapport between Kaido and Lamerise, Whitebeard was even more inclined to bring this young man into his fold, perhaps even offering him a position just below that of vice captain. However, as expected, Kaido shook his head in refusal. Lamerise, you know me well. I am not one to rely on others. Mr. Whitebeard is indeed a fine man, but joining is not an option. One day, I will establish my own pirate crew. Kaido's disposition has long since dictated that he cannot live as a dependent. Joining the Rocks Pirates was merely a means to find a place to belong. His status as an intern spoke volumes. Lamerise was not surprised by this response. He offered no further commentary. Their relationship would remain unchanged, irrespective of their paths diverging. After a day of training, Lamerise returned to his quarters. Just as he lay down on his bed, the door swung open, revealing Whitebeard. "Dad," Lamerise exclaimed, sitting upright. "Garurr, you keep resting. I have come to inform you that tomorrow, you are to accompany me to the back mountain. The captain has decided to offer us a special training session." Having navigated the seas for many years, Lamerise had become increasingly discerning in his contemplations. He was acutely aware of the tremendous benefits that Rock's teachings could provide. It is no exaggeration to say that this formidable sea overlord deserves to be regarded as one of the foremost mentors in these waters. Lamerise's current prowess owes much to Rocks. "Is the captain preparing for action?" Lamerise murmured. The father and son engaged in lengthy discussions in Lamerise's room, the topics revolving around Whitebeard's various instructions. In the blink of an eye, the bright moon descended, making way for the rising sun. Lamerise did not awaken early that day, nor did he engage in training. He enjoyed a restful slumber and consumed nearly double his usual breakfast, fully aware of the extraordinary challenges that lay ahead. At the back mountain of Honeycomb Island, Whitebeard and Lamerise arrived fashionably late. By the time they reached their destination, the other captains had already been waiting for some time. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Yet Lamerise could unmistakably discern the excitement etched upon the faces of the captains. Clearly, the opportunity to receive Rock's teachings was one they all greatly cherished. "Ha ha ha. It seems everyone arrived quite early." A jovial voice interrupted Lamerise's thoughts. He turned to see Rocks approaching, bare-chested and striding confidently. Despite having faced his captain countless times, the aura emanating from Rocks still instinctively unsettled Lamerise. "Ha ha ha. This is no mere store promotion. Receiving the captain's guidance is a rare privilege." The Golden Lion laughed heartily. For beings of their caliber, such as him and Whitebeard, they were already among the apex of the sea's formidable forces. Opportunities for beneficial training were exceedingly scarce, and the imminent teachings from Rocks were indeed one of those rare chances. Of course, for Golden Lion and Whitebeard, their strengths had yet to reach their zenith. Even without today's instruction, they would inevitably rise to the pinnacle of this ocean. "Ha ha ha. Shiki, you seem quite spirited. If that is the case, I shall not keep you in suspense. Soon, our Rocks pirates will clash with those fools in the world government. And this conflict will be unlike any other. This is not a trivial skirmish that can be resolved by the death of a few strong men. This time, it is a full-scale war." Rocks was exhilarated. After years of plotting and striving, he had finally reached this pivotal moment. Before the war commenced, he intended to conduct rigorous special training for all of them, confident that they would gain invaluable insights. Every individual possesses their own unique methods of attack. Yet Rocks aimed to impart the most formidable techniques of this vast ocean. Conqueror's Haki and Twine. Surely, you all possess some understanding of it, Newgate and Shiki. You too have already grasped it, albeit somewhat superficially. As he spoke, a fierce red light flickered in Rock's eyes, accompanied by a cacophony of black and crimson thunder. A tremendous aura erupted from him at the center. The terrifying pressure caused Lamerise's pupils to constrict, and once he regained his composure, his entire being trembled with excitement. The application of Conqueror's Haki. Lamerise currently did not possess this ability, yet according to his father, Conqueror's Haki is an innate gift, given his unique bloodline. The likelihood of him lacking this power is as slim as Kaido defeating him. Chapter 39. The Contest of Power. The Conqueror's Haki, a formidable force, represents one of the few elements capable of determining the outcome of a battle between the powerful. The ordinary manifestation of Conqueror's Haki can render the weak-minded and feeble-willed unconscious in an instant, while a more advanced application allows the Haki to envelop the user's body or weapon, a technique known as Haki wrapping. Nox eloquently expounded on this, and all present, with the exception of Lamerise, were captains of the 6 squads, each possessing Conqueror's Haki. However, apart from Rocks and the formidable figures of Whitebeard and Shiki, the other captains merely possessed this power without the ability to wield it effectively. What Rox articulated was merely the most rudimentary knowledge of Conqueror's Haki. For the captains, such discourse was superfluous, yet for Lamerise, each utterance was a key unlocking the door to the realm of Conqueror's Haki. Clearly, this was a unique opportunity for personal growth. Haki wrapping is a distinct offensive technique, and from a general perspective, its potency surpasses that of armament Haki. Not all who become strong possess Conqueror's Haki, yet those endowed with it are destined to become formidable warriors. Conqueror's Haki is innate, and its strength is contingent upon an individual's spirit. The more formidable the spirit, the stronger the Haki produced. However, a stronger spirit also invites greater peril, for if everything one holds dear shatters, the Haki will dissipate along with it. Conqueror's Haki grants immense power, yet its absence can lead to a gradual fall from grace. To illustrate, the existence of Conqueror's Haki relies on two factors: an individual's spirit and their innate strength. Consider an ordinary person who harbors the grand ambition of becoming the ruler of the world. Yet, if their abilities are merely average, such lofty aspirations cannot sustain that spirit. Rox's teachings are illustrative, akin to the character of Moonlight Moria from the original tale, who, in his youth, also possessed Conqueror's Haki at the silver level of the Grand Line. During that time, he was among the most dazzling newcomers of the seas, yet ultimately, he fell to Kaido, resulting in the demise of his companions and the shattering of his spirit. Consequently, shortly after embarking on his journey, Luffy was able to defeat him. With the preliminary discourse concluded, Rox proceeded to elucidate the intricacies of Haki wrapping. Astonishingly, under his guidance, the 6 captains began to experiment with their Conqueror's Haki, and surprisingly, the first to make significant progress was not the mightiest, Whitebeard, nor the rebellious Shiki, and certainly not Lamerise, who lacked any Conqueror's Haki. Instead, it was Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the 3rd Division, who found success. "Oh, so this is Haki wrapping," Charlotte Linlin exclaimed, her expression one of understanding as she deftly manipulated her Conqueror's Haki, allowing it to flow towards her arm. Before the astonished gazes of her peers, a layer of dark crimson Haki suddenly enveloped her right arm, appearing thin yet crackling with electricity. Haki wrapping. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Truly, Charlotte Linlin, hailed as the demon god by the giants at the tender age of 5, possessed an innate talent that was nothing short of monstrous. As the sole female captain among Rock's 6 squad leaders, she epitomized laziness in her training, having never been observed diligently honing her skills. Yet, her journey to this point was marked by a steadfast ascent, bolstered by her extraordinary gifts. She was born a steel balloon, impervious to bullets, endowed with an exaggerated and terrifying strength, and capable of grasping concepts with merely a glance. Her innate talent had propelled her to the pinnacle of power within these seas. What an extraordinary gift. If only I could be like Linlin. I might be able to rival the captain, Shiki remarked with a tinge of envy. To everyone's surprise, the audacious Rox refrained from retorting, for it was indeed the truth. Charlotte Linlin's talent was unparalleled, so much so that even he felt a sense of inadequacy. If anyone in these seas could rival her innate gifts. Rox turned his gaze towards Lamerise. Under Rox's tutelage, the others made varying degrees of progress. Wang Ji and Silver Axe fell into contemplation, while Whitebeard and Shiki experimented with the application of Conqueror's Haki. Lamerise, with fervent determination, sought to sense his own Haki, while John remained perplexed. Ha ha ha, my son. Such things cannot be forced. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki may come unexpectedly, perhaps today, or perhaps years from now, Whitebeard remarked, fully aware of his son's tenacious nature. He trained relentlessly to prove he no longer required his father's incessant worry. The group embarked on an unending journey of training, from dawn till dusk. Lamerise continued to strive for an awareness of his Conqueror's Haki, but to no avail, until eventually, Rox could no longer bear to watch. He initiated a private lesson, imparting advanced applications of observation Haki and armament Haki, even personally stepping in as Lamerise's training partner. After several days of Rox's intensive guidance, Lamerise made significant strides in his mastery of armament Haki and observation Haki, his dual Haki steadily progressing towards awakening. One evening, a bonfire flickered in the clearing as Whitebeard and Shiki clinked their bottles of rum together in celebration. Ha ha ha, Newgate. Can you believe how long we've known each other? Shiki exclaimed. Ha ha ha, it must be over a decade, right? As the 2 bottles of rum were consumed, Shiki, noticing Whitebeard's evident intoxication, suddenly spoke with earnestness. Given our long-standing friendship, might I ask you for a favor? Whitebeard paused mid-drink, surprised by the sincerity radiating from Shiki, a man known for his arrogance. You? Asking for a favor? I never thought I would see the day. Please, let me have Lamerize. Chapter 40. The Request of the Golden Lion Newgate. Grant me Ramiris. He possesses the blood of a warrior coursing through his veins. His future shall undoubtedly be paved with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. If you allow me, Ramiris, I shall bestow upon you all my treasures. The Golden Lion gazed fervently at Whitebeard, whose countenance swiftly drained of color. Are you suggesting that you wish to snatch my family away? How can this be deemed theft? I am extending a sincere offer. The roar of Whitebeard interrupted the Golden Lion's words. Ramiris is my son. He is my most cherished kin. Shiki, you seek your own demise. In a fit of rage, Whitebeard rose, seizing the Tsong Yinxie beside him, and swung it fiercely at the Golden Lion. The broad blade gleamed with a dark crimson hue, the conqueror's haki emanating from it rapidly expanding. The Golden Lion's expression shifted as he sensed an overwhelming aura surging from Whitebeard, a palpable dread gripping his heart. Unwilling to underestimate his opponent, the Golden Lion swiftly drew his twin blades, which were similarly adorned with dark crimson lightning, assuming a defensive stance. In an instant, these two formidable titans clashed. Their conqueror's haki collided, creating a thunderous roar that startled the pirates, who had been on the brink of slumber. They groggily rose from their beds, their eyes drawn to the rear mountain of Hive Island, where an astonishingly bright light erupted against the pitch-black night. The earth trembled as the force of their clash threatened to obliterate Hive Island. Dark crimson lightning surged wildly, the winds howled, and thunder cracked. The fierce battle between Whitebeard and the Golden Lion transformed the very sky, enveloping the island in a shroud of terror. The pirates gazed in horror at the mountain, the blinding radiance seemingly poised to tear the night sky asunder. They recognized that the scale of this confrontation exceeded all expectations. In the throes of their fierce engagement, Whitebeard and the Golden Lion were relentless. Each strike bore the weight of cataclysmic force. Their silhouettes flickered amidst the brilliance, resembling deities from ancient myths. Yet, enraged, Whitebeard unleashed 120 of his might, his conqueror's haki clearly overpowering that of the Golden Lion. Moreover, wielding a naginata, Whitebeard possessed greater strength than the Golden Lion, who struggled merely to withstand the onslaught. The shockwaves from their skirmish ravaged the nearby foliage, and even distant peaks were affected, rocks and soil breaking apart and tumbling down the slopes. In that fleeting moment of their confrontation, numerous powerful figures on Hive Island awakened. Damn it, is this an earthquake? Back in his chamber, Rox, who had been meticulously grooming his hair in preparation for bed, found his carefully arranged hairstyle thrown into disarray by the sudden upheaval. He cursed under his breath, astonished by the palpable energy. Is that the aura of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion? Why are they fighting? With narrowed eyes, Rox vanished from his room. Upon arriving at the scene, he witnessed Whitebeard overpowering the Golden Lion. The furious naginata descended mercilessly upon the crossed blades, and Rox felt a flicker of surprise at Whitebeard's wrath. The shattered bottles and extinguished campfire nearby piqued his curiosity. What conversation could have incited such a fierce brawl? Humph. It seems there's no chance for sleep tonight. With arms crossed, Rox observed the unfolding spectacle. You scoundrel! Whitebeard, do not take me for a fool. Having been on the defensive, the Golden Lion's fury ignited as he evaded another brutal strike from Whitebeard, leaping into the air using his float fruit. With a flick of his finger, the shattered earth erupted violently, soil soaring skyward like a cataclysmic disaster. A multitude of earthen forms coalesced in the air, transforming into roaring lion heads. Humph, who is truly the one being unfair here? Whitebeard's fury remained undiminished as he clenched his fist, enveloping it in a massive wave of pearlescent energy, a harbinger of destruction. Hey, you two, cease this madness at once. At this moment, Rox could no longer remain passive. His earlier amusement vanished. He had intended to witness a grand spectacle, but now, with both combatants employing their devil fruit abilities, he understood that if left unchecked, the collision of such world-destroying powers would devastate Hive Island. Yet, the two enraged fighters were oblivious to everything else. Prepare to be brought low. Lion's might. Earthquake. I shall bring you down today. Tremor. Sky's lament. The powers of the float fruit and the tremor fruit erupted. The fearsome lion head roared as it lunged at Whitebeard, who retaliated with a fist imbued with pearlescent energy, creating fissures in the atmosphere akin to a colossal spider's web. You two, snap out of it. Rox's icy voice cut through the chaos, and in a flash, he positioned himself at the intersection of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard's attacks. He raised his arms wide, enveloped in pure darkness, from which a dense black mist emanated from his palms. Just then, Ramirez arrived at the battlefield, witnessing Rox standing between the two titans. His pupils dilated in shock. The furious Whitebeard and the fully committed Golden Lion were two top-tier commanders, though he knew Rox was powerful in such a dire situation. Even Rox could suffer harm. However, what transpired next nearly caused Ramirez's eyes to bulge in disbelief. Two small black whirlpools materialized in Rox's palms, unleashing an immense suction that completely devoured the two opposing forces. Chapter 41. The Game of Blood. Enough, you two rascals. Cease this at once. In a fit of rage, Rox stormed into the midst of the clash between Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. With arms outstretched, a terrifying black force swiftly engulfed their assaults, effortlessly absorbing them. He caught Whitebeard's powerful punch with ease and, with a flick of his wrist, caused the earth and stones conjured by the Golden Lion to collapse and scatter. Lemurs widened his eyes in awe. The power displayed by Rox was truly fearsome. Humph! You scoundrel, Golden Lion. Let me make myself clear. If you dare to lay a hand on my son, I shall sever your head and toss it into the sea to feed the fish. Rox intervened, and naturally, the conflict could not continue. Yet Whitebeard remained seething, casting a cold glare at the Golden Lion. Ha! That lad Lemurs can be considered half my disciple. Perhaps one day, he will realize that my side is where he truly belongs. Shiki remained undaunted, regarding Whitebeard with disdain. Enough, both of you. Lemurs can choose for himself. Rox bellowed impatiently, yet a flicker of unease danced in his heart. Could it be possible that this young lad might ally with me? Not as the scattered minions we see now, but as a loyal confidant. Having been roused from his slumber, Rox chose not to unleash his anger further. He casually found a stone to sit upon, assuming the role of mediator between the two. His words hinted at an unprecedented event looming over the Rox pirates, urging both to set aside personal grudges and fully immerse themselves in the impending conflict. Lemurs, you little rascal. After all this time discussing, are you going to continue hiding? Rox called out without turning, prompting Lemurs to scratch his head and step forth. Upon seeing him, the Golden Lion perked up, flashing a broad grin. He shifted slightly to make room beside him and gestured for Lemurs to come closer. Lemurs, unceremoniously, plopped down beside him, nearly sending the Golden Lion flying. Haha. Kid, there's no future in sticking with your old man. The brutality hidden within your blood mirrors my own. Why not join me? I can treat you like a son. Such audacity to undermine Whitebeard before him was a feat only the Golden Lion could attempt. Scoundrel. Captain, do not hold me back today. I will toss that Shiki into the sea for the fish. Whitebeard sprang to his feet, but the Golden Lion stood his ground. Enough, both of you. Lemurs shook his head. Mr. Shiki, I appreciate your invitation and the guidance you've offered in my swordsmanship. But I cannot abandon my father's side to join your crew. Perhaps you are right. At my core, I am indeed a warrior. Yet, sometimes, the instincts within are overshadowed by the voice of the heart. Lemurs resolutely declined, acknowledging the truth that he and the Golden Lion were of the same ilk. However, he preferred to remain by Whitebeard's side rather than unleash his own violent impulses. From the moment this man extended his hand of salvation, Lemurs could never willingly leave him. Whitebeard emitted a slight grunt, as if he had anticipated this outcome, though he appeared somewhat proud. The Golden Lion clicked his tongue. Yet upon witnessing the determination in the boy's eyes, he recognized the futility of his words. Damn it, Whitebeard. Your luck is infuriatingly good. Mr. Shiki succumbed to impotent rage. The evening breeze was intoxicating, and the moonlight shone as pure as a saint. In such serene beauty, most had already succumbed to sweet slumber. However, in the first half of the Grand Line, the kingdom of Port Oliva was ablaze. What was once a tranquil and harmonious realm had devolved into a sea of flames. Towering structures lay in ruins, broad streets stained crimson with blood, and one could occasionally glimpse severed limbs. Such sights were akin to the end of days. Terrified civilians wailed in despair as they fled towards the palace, the mass of humanity creating numerous stampedes. A single misstep could lead to being trampled beneath the feet of those behind. No amount of lamentation could save them, and they would ultimately become mere flesh upon the ground. Behind this panicked throng, 3 towering figures advanced with measured steps, resembling gentlemen strolling amidst a mountain of corpses. Clad in shining silver armor, each bore a mocking smile, akin to hunters meandering through their own gardens. They drew their swords with ease, effortlessly slicing the throats of their defenseless prey, occasionally taking delight in dismembering those who lagged behind, reveling in the gruesome process. In their wake followed over 200 agents clad in black suits, cold-eyed and armed with rifles, occasionally pulling the triggers to send bullets flying, piercing the heads of their quarry and creating bloody holes. A cadre of elevated hunters was herding their prey towards a designated spot for a complete sweep. Look at the pathetic state of these commoners. Truly laughable. One armored man scoffed, his actions unceasing as he plunged his sword into the lifeless body of a nearby civilian, withdrawing it cleanly and splattering droplets of blood. A lowly kingdom births a lowly ruler. Did they truly believe that a mere army of mortals could withstand anything? In these waters, without the protection of the government, even the mightiest army would be rendered powerless. His companion echoed, bearing a frigid expression, unchanged despite the hellish scene before them. This is a game of kill or be killed. To be chosen as the prey for the nobles is the only value in their wretched lives. Let us hope this time a few worthy specimens emerge. The leading man strolled leisurely, arms crossed, as if the blood of mortals were unworthy of touching his hands. TSK, TSK, TSK. I do so enjoy holding ceremonies for newcomers. In these seas, only the celestial dragons could claim the title of saint. These 3 celestial dragons were the epitome of nobility, enforcers from Mariewa, the elite among their kind. The world referred to them as the Knights of God. This was a title of unparalleled honor, coveted by every celestial dragon. Yet, joining the Knights of God was no simple feat. Each selection for the order comprised the elite among celestial dragons, who must secure a position among the top 5 in the grand hunting competition to earn their place within the Knights. Presently, they endeavored to recruit fresh blood into their ranks. And as for the prey for that grand event, it lay tantalizingly close at hand. Chapter 42. Is it right just because it has always been this way? For an entire month, a purgatorial scene has unfolded across this vast ocean, and it shows no signs of concluding. Led by members of the Knights of God, accompanied by numerous agents from the world government, they tirelessly endeavor to ensure the smooth execution of this grand event, scouring the seas for a variety of exceptional prey. Naturally, the non-member nations of the world government have become the primary targets. The populace within these kingdoms presents an enticing quarry, unlike mere beasts. Humans possess the intelligence to skillfully evade capture, thereby complicating the hunt and rendering it all the more thrilling. Indeed, within this frenzied hunting spectacle, prey varies in quality. Some can be easily eradicated, while others require considerable effort to subdue. Moreover, formidable adversaries may be cast into the hunting grounds. And in pursuit of a respectable ranking, one must consider not only the quantity of prey, but also its caliber. The storm unleashed by the world government has swept through countless non-member kingdoms, with some rare species listed among their targets. However, news of such hunts rarely emerges. Even if it does, the perpetrators remain indifferent, believing time will erase all memories, and that mortals will inevitably forget. Interestingly, amidst this colossal event that has engulfed much of the world, the Navy, as the enforcer of justice upon these waters, remains conspicuously silent. Bang! In the marshal's office, Carp smashed the desk before Steelbone Kong with a fierce punch. His eyes blazed crimson as he interrogated Steelbone Kong with an accusatory tone. Old Man Kong, the number of distress signals reaching our naval headquarters has exponentially increased. Are we truly going to stand idly by while those brutes run rampant? If we allow such behavior to persist, won't the justice of our Navy become a laughingstock? Carp's fury registered in Steelbone Kong's eyes, a dark line appearing on his forehead. So what do you propose we do? Steelbone Kong, who had initially been on the verge of anger, suddenly calmed his expression, asking with an air of indifference. Of course, we must intervene against those scoundrels. Their actions are utterly outrageous. During this period, more than 7 kingdoms have fallen victim. The population within these nations has dwindled significantly, with the most severe cases even declaring national extinction. Even if they are not member states of the world government, we, the Navy, cannot simply turn a blind eye. Moreover, there are 2 member nations mentioned in those distress signals. Shouldn't we mobilize our forces immediately? Carp exclaimed, his words laced with fervor. As Carp vented his fury, Steelbone Kong listened quietly. Just as Carp's rage reached a boiling point, there was a knock at the office door, and soon after, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zephyr entered, their expressions equally grim. Everyone else here? Please, take a seat. Old Man Kong, how can we sit here at ease? Zephyr responded urgently, standing beside Carp, both of them flushed with anger. Sengoku and Tsuru stood to the side, equally enraged but maintaining a more composed demeanor. Steelbone Kong sat silently, enduring the two men's ire for over 20 minutes, perhaps having vented long enough. The two began to tire, their roars gradually subsiding. Have you finished your tirade? No, allow me to have my say. Steelbone Kong inhaled deeply before rising abruptly. His massive fist came crashing down onto the heads of Carp and Zephyr without hesitation. A loud thud echoed as both men suddenly bore large welts on their heads. And it appeared that steam was rising from Steelbone Kong's fist. You two rascals! Did I summon you here merely to hear your complaints? How could I possibly be unaware of the misdeeds of those scoundrels? Do you think I do not wish to intervene? But this is the nobility's affair. Their grand gathering. Let us not forget that the Navy's true purpose is to serve the celestial dragons. The fearsome demeanor exhibited by Steelbone Kong was palpable. As the Navy's marshal, no one could fathom the immense pressure he had endured during this time. His anger rivaled that of Carp and Zephyr, but as the Navy's marshal, he had to consider matters beyond mere surface-level concerns. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. What could be done? In the past, he too had shared their desire to alter this cruel reality. Yet, how could one man hope to overturn an institution that had persisted for 800 years? Like the world government? Steelbone Kong's fury erupted, and now it was his turn to release the pent-up emotions that had been building within him. He recalled the last time he faced such a dilemma, back when he was merely a vice admiral. In those days, he was revered as the Navy headquarters' most promising pillar, the next admiral in the eyes of all, even receiving personal acknowledgement from the then marshal, who claimed that the future of the Navy would rest upon his shoulders. How brimming with ambition he had been. He had envisioned himself as an admiral, wielding an iron fist to eradicate the evils plaguing these seas, establishing a world of clarity and justice. However, the ceremony for his promotion to admiral shattered that dream completely. No amount of complaining would suffice. The reason for summoning the four of you here is to select a new admiral. Steelbone Kong returned to his seat, his proclamation leaving the four in stunned silence. The position of admiral at Navy headquarters had remained vacant for quite some time, yet with these four elite vice admirals at the helm, no significant upheaval had occurred. It was well known that the next admiral would inevitably be chosen from among them. Marshal Kong, if I am not mistaken. The appointment of the new admiral is likely connected to the nobility's gathering, isn't it? Sengoku, known for his strategic mind, quickly connected the dots. A bizarre and unsettling thought striking him. Sengoku's words altered the expressions of the other three men. Steelbone Kong opened his mouth, feeling a dryness in his throat as he gazed at the four promising students he had personally trained. He remained silent for a moment before reluctantly nodding. The reactions of the four varied. Sengoku lowered his head, clenching his teeth. Tsuru's eyes glistened with anger as she bit her lip. Carp's fists clenched tightly, the hands that had instilled fear in countless pirates cracking ominously. Zephyr, pale, took a step back, his hands trembling. Having achieved the rank of vice admiral and gained such distinction within the Navy, the government had acknowledged their talent and strength. Yet, to ascend to the rank of admiral, they must navigate the final hurdle. Steelbone Kong shut his eyes in anguish. He too had endured such trials, and the memories of those experiences, even after so many years, often robbed him of sleep. This is a test of obedience. Chapter 43, The Gathering Storm Impossible. To ascend to the rank of admiral, one must endure such inhumane trials? I would rather remain a vice admiral for life than bow to those despicable wretches. Garp's indomitable nature rendered him incapable of accepting such a grim reality. As a Navy officer, who would not aspire to reach greater heights, to be hailed as a hero by the world? Yet, in this moment, Garp unhesitatingly rejected the offer, the coveted position of admiral tantalizingly close. His strength unmatched among the four. His refusal was resolute, his aura surging like tempestuous waves, the justice cloak billowing ominously behind him. In a fit of rage, Garp stormed out. Steelbone Kong appeared unfazed. How could he not understand his own pupil? Garp would never compromise. Steelbone Kong shifted his gaze to the three remaining individuals, choosing not to rush them. He recognized that this was a time for reflection. Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly chuckled. The rank of admiral feels far beyond the reach of a frail woman like me. Such exalted positions are ill-suited for my disposition, the sole woman among them. And the wisest, Tsuru too opted for rejection. Old man, do you think that if I were to become fleet admiral, it could alter everything? Sengoku raised his head, confusion evident in his eyes. Steelbone Kong's silence provided the answer. I understand. Sengoku forced a bitter smile, his hopes gradually waning. Steelbone Kong patted Sengoku's shoulder, sighing. The malignant tide is unstoppable. All we can do is uphold our beliefs. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku seemed to resolve himself. I understand, Fleet Admiral. Allow me to take on this challenge. Regardless of what the future holds, I shall fight for justice. Moreover, this world needs someone prepared for everything, awaiting the arrival of light. With that, he turned and departed, his silhouette steadfast and resolute. Steelbone Kong gazed after Sengoku, filled with myriad emotions. In him, he saw the reflection of his own past. No matter how arduous the path, one must always harbor hope, mustn't we? In the expansive office, only Steelbone Kong and Zifa remained. So, Zifa, what will your choice be? Old Man Kong, you two have faced such trials, haven't you? Zifa did not directly respond, but instead posed a question. Steelbone Kong paused momentarily, then a bittersweet smile graced his lips. Indeed, as admirals, how could they not have endured similar tests of loyalty? The Celestial Dragons gathering was ostensibly to select the elite of the next generation. Yet, why would nobles, aware of their lack of opportunity, participate? Merely out of sheer boredom. He recalled a mission where an entire island had transformed into a hell on earth. Some fortunate civilians managed to escape, only to find themselves confronted by barriers erected by the Navy. He would never forget the bloodied cries of those desperate souls. Zifa, this has persisted for 800 years. It has always been this way. But has it always been right? Zifa's words rang deafeningly, striking Steelbone Kong like a thunderbolt. Fear not, Old Man Kong, as you said, justice resides within our hearts, and one day the light will shine. I shall accept this mission, after all. If it were only Sengoku, it would pose a dilemma for you, wouldn't it? With that, Zifa took his leave. Indeed, in the vast Navy headquarters, how could there be only one admiral? You continue to place yourself at the back, as ever. Time flew swiftly. The nobles' machinations never ceased. Over 2 months, they ravaged the seas, hunting for valuable prey. A pervasive atmosphere of suffering enveloped the world. While the infamous Rocks pirates refrained from interference, how could the Navy, the embodiment of justice, remain indifferent? In countless hearts, hope in the Navy gradually dimmed. Amidst the baptism of blood and fire, another month slipped by unnoticed. During this period, pirates on the seas grew more subdued. Many notorious pirates ceased their plundering, gathering their crews, seemingly plotting something. On an unnamed island, a group of pirates sat together, bottles and food in hand, reveling in a banquet. In the distance, a modest pirate ship rested ashore, its flag fluttering, proclaiming a recent victory. This was the ship of the Roger Pirates. Captain Roger sat upon the lap of a man clad in a suit, carefully wiping the blood from Ace's wounds. This formidable figure of the seas now appeared tender, akin to a father doting upon his child. Reliable, aren't you, Ace? Roger gently cleaned the blade until his reflection shone clearly upon it, before tossing the rag aside. Speak, you sycophant of the world government. Give me one reason not to kill you. Ace, freshly cleaned, suddenly pressed the blade against the throat of the man beneath him, rendering the onlookers speechless. The man trembled. Swallowing hard, before speaking, Pirate Joel D. Roger, the esteemed 5 elders have issued a command. As the agent detailed the mission, the smiles of the Roger pirates gradually faded. They had never anticipated such a decision from the world government. Roger's typically uplifted demeanor cooled, his expression turning icy. Is this meant to irrevocably alter the balance of the seas? Intriguing. It's a proposition I cannot refuse. Roger mused. Then, with a swift motion, he drove the blade forward an inch, stripping the agent of life in an instant. Shocking news, yet it cannot barter your life. He tore another piece of cloth from the fallen agent, resuming the meticulous cleaning of his blade. Roger, are we truly to involve ourselves in this? Rayleigh could no longer contain his thoughts. Why not? Roger stood, gazing out at the serene sea. Brothers, chaos is about to ensue in these waters. Chapter 44. Target, Valley of the Gods. At the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, the forbidden land known as Hive Island, the flagship of the Rocks Pirates, the Sword of Jybek, is poised for departure. Flanking the Sword of Jybek are numerous pirate vessels quietly docked along the shore, where countless pirates have gathered. They are well equipped and bear fierce expressions. Among them are faces that are somewhat renowned in the New World. This gathering of ruthless brigands has but one purpose: their leader, the sovereign of the seas, Rocks D. Jybek. This man, destined to become the king of the world, has resolved to lead them to the Celestial Dragon's grand celebration. Ah, a celebration indeed, for even pirates relish such occasions. The mere thought of confronting those foolish, swinish celestial dragons sends tremors of excitement through the gathered pirates. Only the most vile of characters can thrive within the ranks of the Rocks pirates. Those who are not steeped in wickedness would find themselves devoured whole. Thus, every soul present here is a notorious fiend. All await eagerly. Before long, a stir ripples through the crowd, and the pirates quickly turn their gaze to see 6 captains of the Rocks Pirates divisions approaching, accompanied by their lieutenants. These 6 individuals are unparalleled warriors, with the 1st Division Captain, Whitebeard, and the 2nd Division Captain, Shiki, leading the charge. These 2 could easily establish their own dominion if they so desired. The pirates erupt into thunderous cheers, instinctively parting to create a path for the 6 captains, their eyes filled with admiration. Captain Whitebeard, Mr. Shiki, allow me to join your ranks. Captain Lingling is simply stunning. The palpable energy of excitement radiates from the 6 core leaders of the Rocks Pirates. Amidst the fervent cheers, the 6 captains and their lieutenants reach the boarding area of the Sword of Jaibec. They stand quietly, blending with the crowd, also awaiting the arrival of a singular individual. At last, the crowd feels a fierce wind sweep through, and as they regain their composure, a commanding figure appears on the deck of the Sword of Jaibec. The captain of the Rocks Pirates, the dominator of the seas, Rocks D. Jaibec. The raucous cheers of the marauders threaten to tear the very heavens asunder. Ha ha ha. Are you all feeling restless? After lounging on Hive Island for so long, has your body begun to rust? Fear not, for a grand feast awaits us. Standing on the deck, Rocks stretches his arms wide, laughing heartily as the pirates' spirits soar to new heights. They jubilantly raise their swords and guns to the sky, pulling their triggers, igniting a fervent atmosphere among the pirates. Yash, you all seem quite spirited. Rocks nods in satisfaction, his grin wide. I know you are the purest of villains upon these seas. A life of ease is more unbearable than death for you. I feel the same way. My hands are itching for action. Let us indulge in a frenzy of slaughter. The lofty world nobles see commoners as mere prey. This celebration is a beloved hunting game for every aristocrat. But this time, it shall be different. This time, we join the fray. The nobles shall no longer be hunters. They shall become the hunted, and we shall take on the role of the hunters. As he stirs the atmosphere before the impending battle, Rocks delivers an impassioned speech. Each leader is a master orator, and with a few well-chosen words, he lays bare the brutality inherent in these rogues. The world government will partake in this war. It shall be an unprecedented revelry. However, fear not, for we are the Rocks Pirates, the absolute sovereigns of these seas. No one can thwart our advance. I command you to wield your blades and guns and bring down the so-called gods residing on the Red Land. A pack of fools surviving solely on the legacy of their ancestors. What gives them the right to stand atop this world, reveling in endless wealth and power? They are unworthy, I tell you. Each of you here is infinitely superior to those foolish nobles. Gods, how could such absurdities exist in this world? Those imbeciles bleed just like us. If they're truly your gods, they reside within the weapons you wield. At this point, Rocks unleashes his conqueror's haki, a force that ascends to the heavens. The thick clouds above are rent asunder by this terrifying aura, revealing blinding sunlight that beams down upon Rocks. Tell me, do you wish to remain forever as the lowest of scum, or will you wager your lives and declare war on the so-called gods that have existed for 800 years? Dragging them down from their pedestals? Who sits there? Perhaps it will be I, or perhaps it will be you. Wealth, power, fame, everything lies before us. We are pirates, the scourges of these waters. So raise your weapons and seize everything you desire. Surrounding Rocks, the air crackles with black and red lightning as he bellows passionately, his fervent words igniting a fire within every pirate present. Let those foolish imbeciles be cast aside. Take everything. All that exists belongs to the strong. A pack of dim-witted swine, referred to as gods? Behold my blade. It shall soon drink the blood of these so-called deities. This revelry shall culminate in the fall of the old gods and the rise of the new. Greed, brutality, and cruelty manifest in the faces of these mad pirates. Even the division captains feeling a surge of excitement from Rock's words. Who does not yearn to become a god? All humans possess desires. It is a devil that skillfully tempts, amplifying the negative emotions within. Desire leads to plunder, to slaughter. This is the essence of war. Lemur's eyes are bloodshot, instinctively craving blood, especially after losing acquaintances to the hands of the world government. Such deep-seated hatred is not easily forgotten. Money, wealth, and fame mean nothing to him. He wishes only to rend those bastards to pieces. As Rock stated, this is a mad gamble. For these lowly pirates, the odds of failure exceed 99. Yet that one chance of victory promises returns 100-fold, if not 1,000,000. Knowing the hope is scant, who could possibly refuse such immense rewards? Seeing that the atmosphere has been sufficiently stirred, Rox waves his hand. All aboard. Our destination, the New World Hunting Ground, Valley of the Gods. Chapter 45. Who will save us? Pirates surged toward the ship like a torrent, an incredibly vast pirate fleet. At the forefront was the ship of Rox, the Jibek Sword, accompanied by 6 commanders' vessels and over 50 large pirate ships, along with 60 smaller ones. In total, there were 121 ships and more than 90,000 elite pirates from the New World. This was the entirety of the Rox pirates and their allied forces. This time, they had wagered everything. Not a soul remained at their base, yet no one cared. Their target was the Celestial Dragons, a confrontation against the entire government. Failure meant death, success. And who would wish to return to that desolate island? This was a do-or-die war. Set sail, commanded the captain. The Jibek Sword cleaved through the waves, undeterred by the tumultuous tides, akin to a shark swimming against the current. A tempest arose as the unprecedentedly massive pirate fleet departed, proudly displaying the flag of Rox, recklessly traversing the seas. They made no effort to conceal their movements. In truth, with such a colossal fleet, it would be nearly impossible to remain undetected. Almost as soon as they set out, the world government received intelligence about their journey. Did they truly come? Scoffed the scientific defense deity, Saint Satan, as he surveyed the intelligence in his hands. That arrogant fool, Rox, has walked right into our trap. He knows we are prepared, yet he charges forward. Truly foolish. Although his strength and ambition were commendable, this time, the Rox pirates would surely be erased from these waters. The Navy must have received their orders by now, and the government's agents were poised for action. Over 200,000 troops awaited the capture of this big fish, Rox. Why hold such a merciless hunting ceremony now? Because the Gorosei knew that given Rox's character, he would never pass up such an opportunity. Moreover, their long-standing enmity meant he couldn't sit still. His audacity would never allow him to retreat. This time, the world government had also committed heavily. A full 200,000 troops, with all branches mobilized, CP agents on standby, elite forces from allied nations, and countless top-tier powers, alongside over 500 new-generation celestial dragons as bait. For the Gorosei, this was also a grand gamble. Yet they did not perceive themselves as capable of losing. The existence of the Rox pirates had threatened the dominion of the world government. They had become too much of an eyesore. The wheels of the world began to turn, a heavy atmosphere enveloping the entire New World. Change was imminent. New World. God Valley was not originally known by this name. It was once a moderately famous island in the New World, characterized by its barren landscape and steep cliffs, which had become a haven for countless rare flora and fauna that thrived in such rugged terrain. There was but a single town on the island, home to about 1,000 residents who had prospered through generations by relying on the island's unique resources, living a peaceful life. Yet, this idyllic existence was about to vanish. From the moment the entire island was surrounded by the Navy's fleet, numerous world government personnel invaded, swiftly establishing various defenses across the island. Sinister cannons were concealed within the crevices of the rocks, and agents' figures were scattered throughout. The island's inhabitants were herded into the town square like cattle, trembling in fear, unaware of the impending fate that awaited them. The agents formed a wall around them, and soon after, countless enormous iron cages were transported in, filled with the agents' recent captures from these seas. The prey was categorized by rank. The island's native residents were merely the most ordinary of game, while the more valuable captures were the ones they transported. "You damned bastards, let me go. I will tear you all apart," roared a man shackled in sea stone chains within a cage. Compared to the ordinary townsfolk, he was a behemoth, towering over 4 meters, with exaggeratedly muscular arms. Clad in notably finer attire, and wearing a captain's hat atop his head, he was a pirate. Specifically a notorious figure in the New World with a bounty exceeding 200 million berries. "Be quiet. Just a mere prey. Do you think this is your captain? Do you believe you are that invincible captain?" An agent struck the cage's bars with the butt of his firearm, his expression rife with disdain. What a ridiculous pirate captain, boasting a bounty over 200 million. Now, he was merely the most valuable prey in this hunting ceremony. "Ah, bastards. You court death." The pirate captain raged, seemingly foreseeing his grim fate, his inner turmoil escalating, yet none paid him mind. "Enough. Calm down. Your impotent fury changes nothing. A calm voice emerged from a nearby cage, standing in stark contrast to the wailing crowd. The pirate captain turned to see an emaciated man seated within the cage, an aura of quiet resignation surrounding him, evoking a sense of impending doom. Yet, upon seeing this man, the pirate captain's face drained of color. He could scarcely believe it. How could even this terrifying newcomer, with a bounty exceeding 500 million, have been captured? What on earth do these celestial dragons intend to do? He felt as if his strength had been sapped, collapsing to the ground. Once exalted and reckless, now shackled and uncertain of his fate. Who will save us? I do not wish to die. Within one cage, a youthful boy, physically resembling an adult, yet still possessing a childlike visage, cowered in the corner, crying in fear and trembling. Beside him was another boy with an unruly hairstyle, appearing somewhat braver, but his quaking form betrayed his anxiety. Stay calm. Stay calm. These people seem to be preparing for something. The guards are not that numerous. This is an opportunity. Chapter 46. The command of the inner whip: move faster. The artillery supplies here are insufficient. Hey, be careful. The ships along the shore are the vessels of the world's nobility. The soldiers are diligently erecting one defensive measure after another, flanked by steep cliffs on both sides of the landing site. Such a natural geographical advantage cannot be overlooked. A web of defenses has been meticulously laid out. Suddenly, a sound emanates from the coastline, and the busy soldiers instinctively turn their heads. Before their eyes, 10 extraordinarily luxurious ships have docked at the shore. Subsequently, the operatives busying themselves by the coast kneel in unison. An involuntary shiver runs through the crowd. The identity of the ship's master becomes all too clear. It is none other than the celestial dragons of the world's elite. One after another, the celestial dragons disembark from the vessels. To their astonishment, these nobles do not resemble their previous corpulent images. Instead, they are tall, fit individuals clad in opulent armor, weapons at their waists, akin to noble knights. The world government is not foolish. Under their careful control, a significant number of children are selected each year from the prominent families of the celestial dragons for training. These children undergo rigorous preparation from a young age, ultimately becoming the so-called elite of the celestial dragons. Of course, the term elite here refers only to those among the celestial dragons, in terms of true power. Barring a few extraordinary talents, the rest are likely to be on par with rear admirals of the Navy headquarters. In truth, enjoying the finest resources and receiving the best education, possessing such strength is hardly surprising. These elite celestial dragons are exceedingly proud of their abilities. In their eyes, even among their own kin, they are the most distinguished group. Observing their hubris, the soldiers feel an indescribable mix of emotions. How infuriating! Once ashore, the elite celestial dragons begin to bicker. Though the soldiers are too far away to hear clearly, one phrase pierces the air: the holy presence of the 5 elders. Jaegor Lucius Satan has arrived. All personnel of the rank of Brigadier General and below must avert their gaze from the true form of the Holy Satan. Those who defy this command will be executed without question. A resounding voice echoes, followed by an overwhelming, chilling aura that suddenly emanates from the coastline. The soldiers instinctively lower their heads, yet some cannot suppress their curiosity and cautiously glance up. Bang! The sound resembles that of a head exploding. They witness something erupting along the shore. Following that, a series of explosions ensue, and those with bowed heads remain oblivious to the cause until red and white matter splatters onto them. A shock courses through their veins, and their faces turn as pale as parchment, their heads barely an inch from the ground. A phrase suddenly flashes in their minds: the true visage of the divine. How can mortals dare to gaze upon it? Meanwhile, the brigadier general-ranked commanders watch in horror as heads explode merely from a glance. Such power is unheard of. The commanders, in disbelief, gaze at the figure emerging from the ship's cabin. A robust elder, clad in a black suit, strides forth from the cabin, donning a black hat, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders, Jaegor Lucius Satan. Subordinates pay their respects to Lord Satan of the 5 elders. The current supreme commander approaches respectfully to salute the holy Satan. How are preparations proceeding? Can the noble celebration commence as scheduled? Yes, my lord. Everything is ready. The supreme commander hastily replies. Satan nods, his expression inscrutable. And where is Kong? Where are this time's protectors? Satan inquires, and Steelbone Kong promptly leads Sengoku and Zifa forward, noticing only 2 individuals among the chosen, and that the renowned Carp. whose name had reached their ears, is absent. A flicker of change appears in Satan's gaze, though he refrains from further comment, merely letting out a cold chuckle. Since the selection has been made, proceed. Free the prey and let them escape to their heart's content, though they have made up their minds. The words still evoke a hint of reluctance in the eyes of Sengoku and Zifa. Such expressions do not escape Satan's notice. It is precisely because of these foolish individuals, who insist on upholding their inner sense of justice, that such obedience tests are deemed necessary. The celebration unfolds as planned, with cries of anguish echoing from the island, while the soldiers can only remain vigilant at the island's periphery. Their orders are clear. Regardless of what transpires on the island or the sounds that reach their ears, they must not take any inappropriate actions. This is a military command, a command that contradicts their innermost convictions. They can only force themselves to focus their attention on the distant sea, for their mission extends beyond merely ensuring the event's continuation. Time passes, and the cries of despair from the island noticeably diminish, perhaps due to a drastic reduction in prey. Yet, in the absence of whales, the soldiers find themselves harboring an unexpressed rage that they can barely contain. The Celestial Dragon celebration will last 3 days, meaning they must endure such events for 3 days. Suddenly, the sky turns foggy. What was once a sunlit day transforms in mere minutes into a scene of ominous clouds. The soldiers on the cliffs gaze upward. The weather has changed, signaling impending rain. As they return their gaze to the sea, a highly skilled lookout rubs his eyes and raises his telescope, peering into the depths of the fog. There, a flag flutters into view, gradually becoming discernible. The thick mist is torn apart by colossal battleships, revealing a fleet of pirate ships adorned with fearsome Jolly Rogers. The dark clouds above seem to grow even more foreboding as the tempest approaches and the rumbling thunder reverberates. Lightning flashing as if rebels are hurling their spears of defiance at the gods. Enemy attack. It is the formidable fleet of the Rocks pirates. The lookout hastily signals, and the soldiers' eyes regain a glimmer of hope. The arrival of the enemy rekindles their sense of identity, and many bizarrely breathe a sigh of relief. However, as their gazes shift towards the seemingly endless array of pirate ships, their expressions harden. Is this truly the world's most powerful pirate fleet? Chapter 47. The arrival of the Rocks pirates on the tumultuous sea, an endless fleet cleaved through the waves, with pirate ships numbering over 100 forming a fearsome torrent. At the forefront was the ship known as the Sword of Jaibeck, closely followed by the vessels of the fleet commanders, their distance still allowing the soldiers on shore to faintly hear the roars emanating from aboard. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the dark clouds, illuminating the world momentarily, revealing the pale faces of the soldiers hidden within the shadows. All hands on deck. The notorious pirate Rocks, with a bounty exceeding 6 billion, is here. The man possessed the power to upend the entire world. This war must be approached with utmost vigilance. Standing high, Admiral Steelbone Kong issued the command. With the Supreme Commander absent, he was responsible for directing this battlefield. Yet the pirates would not grant them a moment to react. Without the need for orders, one pirate ship after another opened fire. A barrage of cannonballs tearing through the air, crashing against the shore and the sea, with the thunderous explosions kicking up clouds of dust and waves, momentarily obscuring the vision of the world government's forces. They too began to retaliate. Numerous pre-constructed artillery pieces revealed their menacing fangs, exuding an aura of death. The range of these artillery was significantly greater than that of the pirates' cannons. Despite the obstruction of sight, they fired in rapid succession, creating considerable hindrance to the pirates' advance. Ha ha ha. Do you see that, lads? The lapdogs of the world government have built their defenses along the shore, thinking they can halt our progress. Rocks bellowed from the bow of the Sword of Jaibeck, the wind stirred by cannon fire causing his coat to billow. Seemingly unfazed by the heavily damaged pirate ships behind him, his crew erupted into wild laughter. First Division, Second Division, clear the way for me. With a thunderous shout, Rock's command sent Whitebeard and Golden Lion's vessels shooting forward like arrows unleashed from a bow. Whitebeard's ship skimmed across the surface of the sea at breakneck speed, while Golden Lion's vessel began to ascend, eventually soaring into the sky. Let the war commence. Come, let me fire the first shot. Whitebeard leaped onto the bow, countless cannonballs hurtling towards them, yet he grinned widely. Clenching his fists, he bent slightly, then struck the air beside him with tremendous force. A resounding crack echoed through the air, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that spread across the sky. The cannonballs exploded mid-air, resembling a grand fireworks display. The shockwaves cascaded from both sides of Whitebeard into the sea, generating monstrous waves that surged toward the distant Valley of the Gods. The enemy's cannon fire did not relent. Many cannonballs continued to rain down upon them. At that moment, a silver flash darted forth. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, those cannonballs were cleaved in twain mid-air, the silhouette of a figure barely discernible. Lamerise returned to the deck, standing behind Whitebeard. The thunderous roars of cannon fire served as a tribute to the highest honor of the battlefield. Lamerise, bare-chested, radiated an icy demeanor. Ha ha ha. How dare these two steal my thunder? This is infuriating. In the sky, Golden Lion began to unleash his power, harnessing the abilities of the float fruit. His pirate ship soared to unimaginable heights. Roar of the sea, Golden Lion mocked the soldiers on the distant Valley of the Gods, summoning vast amounts of seawater with a flick of his fingers, which gradually formed into gigantic lion heads in the air. With a mere thought, the water-formed lion heads roared and charged towards the Valley of the Gods, obliterating countless artillery pieces with their ferocious assault. The world government's ranks erupted in cries of despair. Over half of their coastal artillery had been annihilated, significantly reducing the pressure on the pirate fleet, which surged forward with renewed speed. Everyone, fall back according to plan. This scene had been anticipated. The Rocks Pirates' assault strategy was straightforward and effective. They did not hold the advantage in long-range firepower, and to determine the victor, the battlefield needed to shift to land. Soldiers clad in blue and white naval uniforms quickly retreated, while those in green army uniforms moved more slowly. The casualties among them were particularly severe in this initial exchange. Compared to the perilous sea, the army had only faced weaker mountain bandits and occasionally subpar pirates, resulting in their inferiority to the formidable naval forces. The army's capabilities were likely only slightly superior to those of an average adult. Damn it, move faster. Fall back. An army general roared. Prior to the war's outbreak, they had gathered intelligence on the strength of the Rocks Pirates. Although they anticipated a formidable foe, they never expected to sustain such heavy losses before engaging in close combat. Where do you think you're retreating to? Boys, open fire. Don't skimp on ammunition. Bury these scoundrels here. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Rocks commanded his fleet to unleash their utmost speed. Many powerful individuals, unable to contain their thirst for slaughter, leapt from their ships, eager to be the first to land. The deafening roar of cannon fire signaled the start of action from the world government's remaining forces. Numerous soldiers, concealed on the flanks of the islands, boarded their ships, hoping to sandwich the Rocks Pirates. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of utterly foolish fools. Today, let me show you what true piracy looks like. Golden Lion, drawing his twin swords, noticed the encroaching warships on either side. Realizing the magnitude of their assault, 5 ships on each flank. 1,000 cuts of the lion. Golden Lion swung his swords, unleashing a dense and terrifying barrage of slashes, instantly wreaking havoc upon the exposed warships. Their plan to ambush had crumbled in an instant as they struggled against Golden Lion's ground assault. Just then, the Sword of Jybec docked. The most fearsome pirate crew in history, the Rocks Pirates, has arrived. Chapter 48. The battle begins as the ship docked. Countless pirates shrieked as they leaped from the deck, surging forth like a tumultuous tide, beginning to devour the land of the Divine Valley. On one side of the island, a multitude of vicious marauders launched their assault, while on the opposite side, the aristocracy reveled in the gruesome entertainment of slaughter. With the world government's formidable force of over 200,000 troops standing in between, it was indeed a bizarre and frenzied spectacle. Charge! The lackeys of the world government are just ahead. Eliminate them all. Wealth, fame, status, these are all mine. Today marks my ascendance. Greed consumed the hearts of the pirates, rendering them heedless of their captain's commands as they madly surged forward. Naturally, Rocks made no effort to halt this scene. Perhaps it was precisely what he had desired to witness. Those at the forefront tended to be the most foolish and weakest among them, while the true powerhouses remained still. Ahead lay a slope-like pathway stretching about a kilometer, flanked by towering cliffs. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by a cacophony of gunfire akin to firecrackers. The cliffs had been hollowed out, and numerous soldiers wielding rifles revealed themselves, relentlessly pulling their triggers. One pirate after another fell, struck down by the projectiles, only to be trampled by the advancing feet of their comrades. Ambush! Counterattack! These pirates, having thrived in the New World, were of a caliber far superior to those from other regions, and they quickly reacted, drawing their firearms to retaliate. However, given the terrain, they found themselves at a disadvantage. After merely a few volleys, they began to retreat, the weight of their foolishness igniting a furious blaze within them. Interesting, but alas, all schemes are futile in the face of absolute power. Shiki, Raymures. With the might of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, they could unleash tremendous force. Yet shattering the cliffs would entomb the very pirates leading the charge. To minimize losses, employing formidable swordsmanship to shatter the cliffs was the most prudent course of action. Although lives would be lost, it paled in comparison to being entirely buried. Ha! Understood, Captain. Yigagagiga. I shall not hold back. The first mate and the captain of the 2nd Division sprang into action, their swordsmanship unparalleled within the Rocks pirates. In a flash, 2 brilliant arcs of light cleaved the cliffs in two, rendering the world government's preparations in this area utterly obsolete. Villains, what are you waiting for? Your captain and vice-captain have paved the way for you. Kill them all, leave not a single one alive. The captain's command drove the pirates into a frenzy. A multitude surging deeper into the island, their momentum overwhelming, creating a truly astonishing scene. They willingly abandoned the world government's first line of defense, advancing to the second, a desolate plain, barren and devoid of life. The government's forces had gathered here, and at the forefront stood the generals of the world government. In such a massive conflict, conventional tactics were of little use. The most straightforward approach was to clash head-on. They're coming. Steelbone echoed a shout from the front, and soon, a sea of heads appeared on the distant plain, followed by countless others. The raised slaughtering blades glinted coldly as tens of thousands of pirates trampled the earth beneath them, producing a thunderous roar. The soldiers of the world government wiped the sweat from their brows, and those with keen eyesight could even discern the grotesque grins on the pirates' faces. Compared to the Navy, the Army, and the intelligence agents, they were palpably more tense. The terror these pirates instilled was beyond anything they had experienced in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas. Yet, with orders to follow, they could not retreat. All units, heed the command. Engage. Artillerymen, fire. Suppress their fire. Snipers, commence elimination. Hold the line. We must not allow them to break through. The commander issued the orders, and the world government's troops began their charge, the two forces colliding in an instant, resulting in the deaths of hundreds in mere moments. The generals methodically issued commands, and the soldiers reacted swiftly. Though shock and fear gripped their hearts, they resolutely raised their weapons. Here, retreat was not an option. Charge. Before us lies our greatest obstacle. Tear them apart, and you shall gain everything you desire. For those who wish to escape the filth of mediocrity, wager your lives and fight. The bloodthirsty pirates, seemingly oblivious to fear, showed no signs of retreat. They had prepared themselves well before arriving at this battlefield. It was either to soar to greatness or to perish quietly. The blade struck against the rifle of a Navy soldier, who roared as he cleaved through the pirate wielding it. Yet, before he could catch his breath, another pirate lunged at him, defeating him within 3 moves. You cannot stop this. Today marks the end for this hypocritical government. The pirate fiercely plunged his blade into the chest of a Navy soldier, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A bunch of scum from the sea, how dare you boast? Justice shall prevail. The Navy soldier, drawing upon an unknown reserve of strength, clung to his last breath. Seizing a nearby pistol and firing at the enemy, the bullet grazed the pirate's cheek, leaving a streak of crimson in its wake. War. An unprecedented grand war. Raymures inhaled deeply, savoring the nearly palpable scent of blood that hung in the air, an uncontainable joy blossoming on his face. He was enamored with this rusty, sweet, and metallic aroma. Father, I'm coming too. Raymures called out to Whitebeard, before eagerly charging into the fray. Whitebeard shook his head in resigned concern, his eyes filled with worry. Solely for Raymures' safety, with no other intentions. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 800 million had joined the battlefield, facing merely ordinary soldiers. One could only imagine the chaos that was about to ensue. The nearly exhausted blade was once again rejuvenated by the flow of blood. It was truly the most splendid occurrence in the world. Chapter 49. The Captain's Entrance Blood. So much blood. Raymures appeared to be possessed, emitting a maniacal laughter as he seized a soldier attempting to ambush him. With a sudden surge of immense strength, he turned and smashed the soldier into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater in an instant. Raymures' power was formidable, leaving the soldier with no chance of resistance. With a look of unwillingness, the soldier cast one last glance at Raymures before gasping his final breath. But the slaughter had only just begun. Blades erupted from Ramirez's body as he effortlessly crushed one soldier's skull and pierced the body of another with a single finger. A casual kick unleashed a slashing blow, and the soldiers fell like wheat before the scythe, their lives harvested in relentless waves. More. Bring me more. This is hardly enough. Ramirez, true to his nature, felt no pity for those who perished by his hands. He had been thirsting for so long that he was on the verge of forgetting the taste of blood. Instincts cannot be forgotten. Ramirez endured endless torment day and night, and over time, his psyche began to unravel. At this moment, Ramirez no longer sought efficient means to eliminate his foes. He resembled a psychotic demon, torturing his enemies with extreme cruelty. The bloodshed brought forth a genuine smile from Ramirez, who reveled in the chaos and found joy in the madness. Such a frenzied Ramirez instilled terror in countless onlookers. Grasping a soldier in one hand, he cruelly wielded the living man as a weapon, laughing maniacally as he charged through the battlefield. The soldiers standing against him continued to fall, and even seasoned commanders, accustomed to grand spectacles, could not suppress the beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. He was nothing short of a monster. Damn it. What does he consider the lives of our comrades? A soldier may be killed, but not humiliated. You may trample us like ants, but you cannot treat us as mere toys. Eliminate him. The notorious Ramirez, with a bounty exceeding 800 million, loomed before the soldiers like an insurmountable mountain. His brutal actions incited fear in many, yet inexplicably ignited a fierce fighting spirit within them. Ramirez, drenched in blood, had nearly lost all semblance of his former self. Beneath the endless gore lay a visage still fierce and menacing. More. I crave more. Blood is the most exquisite substance in this world. Those who stand in my way, those who dare to be my enemies, must perish. With a triumphant laugh, Ramirez discarded the last remnants of his victims and transformed his hands into blades, charging into the fray like a wolf among sheep. Ha! The youth is indeed spirited. The bloodlust within the Golden Lion was awakened as he too joined the battlefield, wielding twin swords with a fierce intent. With a low growl, countless slashing waves erupted from his blades, shaking the ground and leaving a myriad of battle scars across the terrain, engulfing countless soldiers in a cacophony of wails. You scoundrels of the sea, give this old man a moment. A powerful shout rang out, followed by a robust figure launching into the air, hurtling towards the Golden Lion. The cloak of a rear admiral billowed behind him, shimmering with golden light as a mighty shockwave surged skyward. Come on. The Golden Lion's eyes gleamed with excitement. He did not flinch as he crossed his blades and fiercely struck out, his slash meeting the oncoming force. A tremendous roar ensued, accompanied by blinding flames, and a small mushroom cloud formed in the sky. If you wish for me to halt, wager your life to stop me, Sengoku. As Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form, radiating a divine golden light, the Golden Lion laughed heartily. While slaughtering the weak was entertaining, facing strong adversaries brought true satisfaction. Today, your rocks pirates shall not escape this battlefield. Sengoku floated in midair using the Marine's 6 powers, but he was at a disadvantage. The Golden Lion's float fruit granted him remarkable aerial mobility, allowing him to maneuver with greater ease in the sky than on land. While Sengoku relied solely on his moonwalk to remain airborne, he had no choice. If left unchecked, the Golden Lion could wreak havoc across the battlefield. Graha, can I warm up a bit? Your government is so impatient. Humph. Who would be foolish enough to allow you to incite an earthquake? You rascal. As the familiar lineup of adversaries took shape, Garp charged forth before Whitebeard could enter the fray. The Tremor fruit was capable of unleashing massive destruction, allowing him to easily trigger earthquakes and bury thousands alive. The last battle ended without a victor. I have yet to settle the score for that punch. With a mighty swing of his blade, Whitebeard leaped high, brandishing his massive weapon overhead before striking down with tremendous force. Black-red lightning crackled around the blade. Even a powerhouse like Garp felt the weight of seriousness when faced with Whitebeard's attack. He prepared himself, grinning widely as a thick layer of armament hockey enveloped his arms. Whether I have improved will be determined after you endure my punch. The collision of fist and blade resulted in an ear-splitting explosion, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Nearby pirate soldiers were the first to feel the brunt of the impact. Despite their best efforts, they could not withstand the aftermath of the clash between these two titans. In an instant, many weaker fighters were flung away, crashing heavily to the ground, and before they could regain their senses, their lives were claimed by icy blades. The captain has made his entrance, and the battle approaches its zenith. Chapter 50. The transformation of lime rice, ha ha ha. Let's go, Longbread. The battle has commenced. And Big Mom leads her aide, Longbread, charging onto the battlefield like a tank. The power of the soul fruit unleashes a storm of thunderclouds, accompanied by a blaze of flames. The once adorable visage transforms in an instant into something fierce and menacing. Big Mom removes her hat, and astonishingly, the skull emblem upon it opens its eyes. As a wielder of the soul fruit, Big Mom possesses the ability to imbue lifeless objects with vitality. Her hat suddenly spews forth a blade, and a massive curved sword materializes in her grasp. She halts her advance, her arms coiling with energy, and a powerful wave of slashing force is unleashed. Wiggick, an ultimate move right from the onset. The exaggerated slash carves a long scar across the ground, and within 100 meters ahead, all life is extinguished in an instant. Madwoman, you should know when to stop. Ha ha ha. Zephyr, your words hold no weight. A black iron fist descends, and Big Mom deflects it with her massive blade. Her formidable frame sinks slightly as she gazes down at Zephyr, who stands barely half her height, a captivating smile gracing her face, though her words are laced with menace. What a fearsome aura. You are guarding those foolish celestial dragons. Aren't you? Ha ha ha. I wonder what the souls of the celestial dragons taste like. A delicate tongue extends, licking her lips, while Zephyr's expression darkens, his fists tightening with unwitting force, sending Big Mom's sword, Napoleon, flying from her grasp. There remains a significant gap between them. Zephyr, along with figures like Whitebeard and Gold Lion, ranks among the elite of the vice admirals, while Charlotte Lin is merely a notch below him. Who would allow you to proceed? Though I harbor disdain for those fools, what right do the evil pirates possess? This concerns the honor of the world government. Zephyr's armed hockey strikes Big Mom squarely in the face, propelling her towering form of over 8 meters back, her feet skidding across the ground, leaving a trail of destruction that attests to the sheer power behind Zephyr's blow. Yet, she only stumbles back a few steps, turning her head to regard the sullen-faced Zephyr. A smirk of derision plastered across her face. That didn't hurt at all. Zephyr, have you not eaten? Comparable to an indestructible steel balloon. Big Mom's physical defense is grotesquely formidable. Even a powerhouse like Zephyr finds it impossible to breach her defenses in mere exchanges. Is that so? You will soon discover whether I have eaten. Zephyr sheds his coat and rolls up his sleeves. Come forth. All officers of the Rocks Pirates have joined the fray. 6 top-ranking officers, 6 vice-captains, and over 100 captains of subordinate crews. Those confronting these vice-captains are none other than the senior admirals of the Navy headquarters. Their strength unparalleled, far beyond that of the Army and Guard commanders. Take the Army general on the battlefield, for instance. A pirate with a bounty barely reaching 400 million has already been engaging him in equal measure. The terror of the New World cannot be encapsulated in mere words. It demands tangible experience. The Navy's combat strength stands at the forefront, followed closely by the Army and Guard. A single naval soldier can withstand a New World pirate. Yet the Army and Guard often require 3 to contend with 1 pirate. A single misstep can lead to one member's demise, leaving the remaining 2 to face a similar fate. The brutality and terror of the New World reveal themselves with stark clarity. Amidst the slaughter, Lime Rice remains unsated. Confronted by an obstruction. You again, Bogart. Why is it that you always seem to target me? Ha ha ha. Do you enjoy the taste of severe injuries that much? Facing his old rival, Lime Rice brims with confidence this time. Over the years, his strength has surged, and while Bogart may have improved as well, he firmly believes that Bogart's current power can only rival that of elite rear admirals, still far from the level of a vice admiral, let alone his own status among the admirals. Bogart remains silent, merely drawing his sword, his eyes concealed beneath his hat brim revealing everything. Enough. We are old acquaintances. This time, I shall ensure you meet your end and secure the Navy headquarters compensation. No need for gratitude. Lime Rice suddenly explodes forth with incredible speed. His attack and voice reach Bogart almost simultaneously. The latter's observation hockey proves invaluable this time, his expression shifting dramatically as he attempts to evade. However, perceiving danger does not guarantee that his body can keep pace. 5 glimmers of cold light expand in his vision, and in a panic, he can only raise his sword to defend. Yet, the force transmitted through the blade exceeds Bogart's expectations. His body is sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, toppling countless others, while the sword that has accompanied him through his military career bears 2 visible cracks. Bogart is left in utter shock. unable to comprehend how one could achieve such immense progress in such a short span. The child who once required his full focus to battle is now a formidable force capable of overpowering him? Failing to deliver a finishing blow is not Lime Rice's way. At the moment Bogart is sent flying, Lime Rice follows suit, claws and blades unleashed in a frenzied assault. With no leverage, Bogart can only rely on instinct to barely cope, the onslaught inflicting great suffering upon him. Blood seeps from the corner of his mouth, and numerous injuries mar his body as he retreats, pursued relentlessly by Lime Rice, who capitalizes on every advantage. True slash, 16 Knights, Cold Light. Armed hockey envelopes Lime Rice's fingers as he adopts a posture reminiscent of the Kamehameha, then thrusts forward with fervor. Crack. The sword that has accompanied Bogart throughout his military career is severed in two. 10 deep gashes appear on his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. This once formidable rival of Lime Rice is now gravely wounded and unconscious after less than 20 exchanges. Chapter 51. The Yellow Ape and the Red Dog. In light of our long-standing acquaintance, I shall grant you a merciful death devoid of pain. With a swift motion, Les Mirus seized Bogart's face, forcefully pinning him to the ground as he continued to be propelled backward. Bogart's eyes glazed over, his pupils dilated, and the military knife in his hand shattered into two pieces, falling aside. Die. Les Mirus extended his idle left hand, which transformed into a claw-like blade, swinging downwards with a sharp whistle that sliced through the air. A chilling voice suddenly whispered in Les Mirus's ear, "Great fire." In an instant, a torrent of seething, molten lava surged toward him. Les Mirus furrowed his brow. He had no intention of relinquishing his prey. He halted his actions, rising to confront the fiery onslaught with a decisive strike. With the prowess of a master swordsman, Les Mirus's hand blade shattered the blazing magma. Behind the molten flow stood a young naval officer, his expression grave, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Yet, the duty of a soldier compelled him to act. He could not stand idly by while his comrade lay in peril. He thrust his fist forward, cloaked in a layer of formidable armament hockey. "A mere brigadier dares to prance before me?" Les Mirus bellowed, his sharp hand blade effortlessly shattering the brigadier's hockey. The blade tore through the officer's flesh, leaving 5 deep gashes on his chest, exposing the pale ribs beneath, nearly severing them. At that critical juncture, a flash of yellow light emerged, and a large hand grasped the naval brigadier's uniform, yanking him backward. Les Mirus's strike missed, leaving a mark upon the ground reminiscent of a fearsome beast's claw. Interesting. A Logia-type magma fruit. And a Logia-type glint fruit? Naval brigadier? Les Mirus stood with a smirk, observing the 2 brigadiers before him. The unconscious Bogart was now cradled in the arms of a brigadier sporting yellow frog-eyed glasses. The speed of the glint fruit is truly formidable. The brigadier from the Rocks Pirates, with a bounty exceeding 800 million, Les Mirus the Calamity, indeed a terrifying opponent. The brigadier, adorned with yellow glasses, spoke, exuding an unsettling aura. His youthful visage bore an inexplicable weariness, and Les Mirus found himself wishing to rend that face apart. "Thank you, Borsalino." The tall, stern naval officer, donned in a military cap, spoke with an air of iron and blood. "There is no need for thanks. For now, let us focus on surviving this monstrous encounter." Borsalino shook his head, a rare seriousness gracing his otherwise lewd expression. This foe before them was an overwhelming behemoth. Had it not been for the power of the glint fruit, he would never have dared to intervene. Borsalino understood that had he been even a moment slower, he and Sakazuki would have been torn to shreds. The future top admirals of the Navy, despite their youth, already displayed extraordinary talent, meriting their rank at such a tender age. How intriguing. If I were to eliminate these 2 top talents from the Navy, Steel Bone Kong would surely grieve for a long time. With differing allegiances, do not blame me. Les Mirus was a man who held grudges and was fiercely protective of his own. The Navy had inflicted grievous injuries upon his father and Kaido in the last Great War, and now an exquisite opportunity for vengeance lay before him. He could not let it slip away. "Hey, this hardly seems fair. I have done nothing," Borsalino grumbled, still youthful, his face devoid of excessive facial hair, appearing somewhat lewd yet passable. However, his tone was undeniably irksome. "Naval forces and pirates cannot coexist. Since fate has brought us together, we are destined for a battle to the death." In contrast to Borsalino, Sakazuki radiated unyielding resolve. Despite his injuries, a fierce battle spirit enveloped him, and with a rumble, lava surged forth from his right arm. The intense heat posed a threat even to Les Mirus, who risked injury if he were not cautious. However, The bloodline of the Lunaria tribe within him endowed him with remarkable adaptability to harsh conditions. How splendid! Let us begin with you. Lemyrus ceased his prattle. Facing the Logia-type devil fruit user, he summoned his armament haki, the shimmering silver blade transforming into a deep, dark hue. A fierce sword intent erupted from Lemyrus. True slash, claw slash. With a casual flick, 5 colossal slashes surged toward Sakazuki. The latter did not evade. 5 gaping wounds appeared across his body, nearly cleaving him in twain, yet no blood flowed. Only seething lava surged forth, healing the wounds at a visibly rapid pace. Indeed, this maneuver served to announce the commencement of battle. Hellhound! Sakazuki roared as lava swirled around him, manifesting a vividly lifelike dog head from his right fist. The magma hound howled as Sakazuki charged toward Lemyrus. Having resolved to fight, there was no turning back. Borsalino's form gradually blurred, transforming into a radiant golden light. To Lemyrus, Borsalino's ability was the most troublesome. The speed afforded by the glint fruit was astonishing, so swift that even he could scarcely keep pace. As Lemyrus charged forward, a chilling wind swept behind him. Speed is power, so have you ever been kicked by light? A teasing voice echoed, causing alarm bells to ring in Lemyrus's mind. Empowered by the speed of light, the force behind that kick was formidable. Before him loomed the ferocious hellhound, while behind him lurked the inescapable lightspeed kick, plunging Lemyrus into a position of peril. Gagagagaga! It seems I have been underestimated. Chapter 52. The terror of the New World confronted by the formidable Borsalino and Sakazuki. A glint of crimson flickered in Lemyrus's eyes as he grinned wickedly, extending his hands. With one hand, he forcefully shattered Sakazuki's assault with a blade-like strike, while simultaneously enveloping his palm in armament haki, seizing the opponent's arm. His other hand instinctively defended against Borsalino's lightspeed kick, and in a swift motion, he grasped the entirety of Borsalino's calf with an iron grip. Both their pupils dilated in shock, particularly Borsalino. He had not anticipated that. Despite the speed of the Pika Pika Nomi rivaling light itself, his utmost effort could be so easily thwarted by Lemyrus. Known for his exceptional kicking technique and swordsmanship, Borsalino's lightspeed kick was capable of leveling a hillock. Countless pirates had succumbed to his kick, including those with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Yet now, this individual before him had effortlessly neutralized his attack and bound him, the grip akin to a vice, rendering him unable to extricate his leg no matter how he struggled. Ha ha ha. Is this the courage bestowed upon you by talent? Have you found the first half of the Grand Line too smooth sailing? Those vermin in paradise flaunting bounties in the millions have misled you into believing you possess the strength to rival such rewards. Lemyrus scoffed. Sakazuki, undeterred, swung a fist towards him, magma surging forth, yet Lemyrus did not evade. Instead, he boldly advanced, opening his mouth wide. Blade fangs. His teeth morphed into razor-sharp edges. Enveloped in armament haki, and he bit down fiercely on Sakazuki's fist. A muffled grunt escaped Sakazuki as Lemyrus's teeth clamped down tightly, and even with a timely reaction, Sakazuki's armament haki would likely falter beneath Lemyrus's formidable grip. You underestimate the new world. Lemyrus mumbled indistinctly, and with tremendous force, he yanked Sakazuki and Borsalino towards him, their bodies colliding violently, causing both to cough up blood from the sheer impact. Oh, pitiful creatures cooped up in paradise. Experience the terror that the new world has to offer. Without granting them respite, Lemyrus lunged forward once more, his right arm transforming into a colossal blade. The edge entwined with spiraling black armament haki, his sword intent soaring to its zenith. This is bad. Sakazuki's pupils constricted, his hand instinctively grasping a nearby naval sword. Without a second thought, he wielded it with both hands, charging forth. While Borsalino could no longer maintain his previous demeanor, he clasped his hands together, summoning a radiant, golden greatsword that shimmered in his grasp. The Amaterasu sword. To Lemyrus's astonishment, these two admirably skilled Navy officers, endowed with top-tier Logia-type devil fruits, were both masters of the blade. The naval officer named Sakazuki wielded a devastating magma fruit, yet his swordsmanship was undoubtedly at the level of a swordmaster, not far from being a grandmaster. As for Borsalino, his great sword, entirely forged from his fruit's power, was a testament to his genius, leaving Lemyrus in awe. On either side, they fearlessly advanced towards Lemyrus, and in a moment of intense clash, sparks ignited from their blades. Sakazuki swung back, but Lemyrus remained undaunted. With the ability of the quick-slash fruit, his entire being transformed into a blade. How intriguing. To encounter such sword masters today is truly an unexpected boon. Lemurus laughed heartily, both of his arms morphing entirely into glistening, cold blades. As a former disciple of the Golden Lion, his most formidable sword technique was the dual-wielding style. Though he had since forged his own path, Lemurus preferred to regard himself as a singular blade. The fierce battle among the three captivated countless onlookers. For the commotion they stirred was monumental. Here stood the strongest new generation of the Navy, pitted against the most dazzling monsters of the pirate era. The skirmish was intensely balanced. Sakazuki and Borsalino, drenched in sweat, were exerting their utmost, while Lemurus appeared remarkably at ease, his grin growing increasingly exaggerated, bordering on grotesque. A grandmaster of swords. Damn, he truly is a grandmaster. Observing the battlefield was Steelbone Kong, an esteemed veteran, who instantly discerned Lemurus's current swordsmanship level, undoubtedly that of a grandmaster. It was noteworthy that Sakazuki had wielded a sword before acquiring his fruit, and Borsalino had chosen the path of the blade upon entering the new recruit training camp. They were the pinnacle of swordsmanship within the Navy's generation. Their understanding of the art terrifyingly profound, surpassing even some vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. To so easily suppress these two, Lemurus could be nothing less than a grandmaster. Yet how old was he? If the intelligence was correct, he should be merely 13. A 13-year-old grandmaster, wielding the supernatural quick-slash-fruit. He was truly a monster among monsters. The tides of battle had shifted drastically, from the initial momentum of the world government to a gradual stalemate, even shifting towards the pirates' favor. Yet, this was unavoidable. The Navy participating in this battle numbered scarcely 60,000, while they publicly claimed to field a force of 200,000. Although the figures matched, most were weaker land forces. The current situation revealed no disparity in upper echelon combat power, and the balance of loyalty was relatively equal, yet the lower-tier combatants were gradually succumbing to despair. Steelbone Kong recognized it was time to proceed with the next phase of the plan. The world government could not afford to be passive. They must compel the pirates to take the initiative. After all, on this battlefield, the most fearsome adversary had yet to make his move. Chapter 53. The intense battlefield boom. 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 The air was pierced by a series of thunderous roars, followed by blinding flashes of light. Rox squinted from a distance as he gazed towards the source of the commotion. Suddenly, several peculiar creatures emerged on the battlefield. They resembled giants. Yet any discerning eye could tell they were not of the giant race. After all, no true giant had a mouth protruding from their forehead, nor ears located at their hips. One creature, devoid of facial features, had ears sprouting from its palms and eyes on its shoulders, letting out a roar that inexplicably emanated from its rear. The significance of this war was unmistakable. The world government had even resorted to utilizing their most precious research achievement to date, the experimental subjects of the Human Modification Project. Undoubtedly, the monstrosities appearing on this battlefield were the products of this inhumane initiative. The experiments aimed at enlarging human bodies had claimed countless innocent lives. And while some progress had been made, it came with severe consequences. Transforming humans into beings of giant-like strength was no simple task. Although their size could rival that of the giants and their physical power was comparable, these individuals remained fundamentally human. Forcing their bodies to enlarge would only deplete their lifespans. Their internal organs were visibly aging at an alarming rate, and according to the calculations of the world government's researchers, the lifespan of these experimental subjects was estimated to be around 28 years. Nevertheless, this represented a valuable experimental outcome. Unfortunately, the unpredictability of battle compelled the world government to unleash these giants, enhanced by high-tech laser weaponry. On the battlefield, these creatures exhibited formidable combat prowess, causing countless pirates to perish beneath their feet. The laser cannons they bore on their shoulders could effortlessly claim the lives of several individuals at once. Yet, every second of combat was a torment for them, as their stamina waned rapidly. Had it not been for the slave collars around their necks, they would have fled long ago. In the distance, several armored vehicles emerged, each carrying 3 drivers. One controlled the vehicle's movement, another operated the machine guns mounted on it, while the last managed the heavy artillery on board. This was the Army's most formidable equipment, rivaling even the cost of naval warships. It was rarely used due to its immense value. 17 armored vehicles constituted the entirety of the Army's stockpile. The appearance of these human weapons and armored vehicles posed significant challenges for the members of the Rox Pirates. Though they were indeed elite forces of the New World, they were still mere flesh and blood. Faced with the onslaught of such heavy firepower, even formidable figures like Wang Ji and Zhang dared not claim they could withstand it. With the assistance of these powerful weapons, the pressure on the lower-tier combatants of the world government diminished considerably. Furthermore, figures clad in deep black suits suddenly appeared on the battlefield, members of the World Government Special Intelligence Organization, CP, along with their recruits. Each member had undergone training beyond human limits, and although their numbers were few, only a few hundred, their strength was formidable amongst the lower-tier forces. Huh. What are you so proud of? Just a heap of flesh and some scrap metal. One pirate shouted. Brothers, let us take them down. Pirates struck by cannon fire were reduced to blood mist, splattering onto their comrades. This terrifying spectacle did not dampen their fighting spirit. Instead, it ignited their bloodlust. Some well-known pirates began to charge towards the weapons, while others with devil fruit abilities displayed their bizarre powers. Clatter, clatter, clatter. You dare to brazenly appear on these seas? Rox sneered, his expression devoid of any concern. Steelbone Kong awaited his entry, and he too was eager for the moment to arrive. This was a war of unprecedented proportions, destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. Amidst the chaos, several figures stood out. Not participating in the battle, but dressed discreetly, each holding cameras and recording devices. These were journalists, daring souls who risked their lives to uncover the truth. A life was merely a life. What could be more significant than a groundbreaking news story? As the conflict escalated, casualties among mid-level combatants began to mount. Some naval rear admirals were cleaved in half, blood spraying forth, while pirate captains had their heads severed, blood gushing like fountains. We cannot continue like this. If the casualties become too severe, even if we eliminate the Rox pirates, we will be left in a state of utter depletion. Then, do you mean we should deploy those creatures? Indeed. Let them act. The world government placed immense importance on this battle. In addition to their own forces, they reached out to numerous pirates across the seas who opposed Rox. The alliance of the Justice symbolizing world government and the malevolent pirates would undoubtedly cause an uproar in the world. Following Steelbone Kong's orders, government agents swiftly sprang into action, appearing like phantoms behind the journalists, their stealth almost childish play. Under the furious gazes of their targets, they easily snapped the necks of one journalist after another. Sometimes, it is better for the truth to remain undiscovered. Approximately 10 minutes later, the battlefield was drenched in blood. Rox had yet to enter the fray when a panicked pirate rushed towards him. Rox frowned. If memory served, this pirate had been dispatched to gather intelligence. Captain, bad news. A multitude of pirate ships has suddenly appeared off the coast. There are roughly 30 or more. The pirate exclaimed in distress. No sooner had he spoken than a defiant voice echoed from the distance. Rox, this time next year will be your demise. This sea needs no overlord. Once you are dead, we shall rise. These pirates had allied with the world government to eradicate Rox, intending to divide the new world among themselves afterward. Their approach was fierce, yet Rox merely smiled disdainfully. A bunch of insignificant insects, who normally struggle to breathe under my pressure. Do they truly believe today is their day to rise? His eyes glinted with cold resolve. Chapter 54. The government escort, a group of scoundrels, akin to serpents and rats in the New World, dare to present themselves before me? Is it the audacity bestowed upon you by the world government? Rox, in a fit of rage tinged with irony, grinned as he gazed upon the pirates charging from the rear. The battlefield had descended into a precarious balance, despite their worthlessness. Their leader boasted a bounty exceeding several hundred million, with a few possessing strength that could rival a typical admiral. Such a force could not be permitted to enter this arena, and the contest between Rox and Steelbone Kong ultimately concluded with his entry onto the battlefield. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Rox rotated his wrist, and in the mere blink of an eye, his figure vanished. When the onlookers regained their senses, it was as if 1,000 tons of explosives had detonated. Unconsciously, they turned to witness a shocking sight. Among the aggressive pirates, one leading figure, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million, continued his charge, only to find his head had been severed from his neck. Rox stood alone, a bulwark against the oncoming pirates. The head of this leader had been obliterated by a single punch. The sovereign of the seas, Rox, had joined the fray. On the battlefield, as the headless corpse toppled, those pirates who had previously clamored to assault Rox and his crew were rendered momentarily speechless, their bodies trembling with an overwhelming fear, instinctively retreating. Meanwhile, The members of the Rock's pirates, witnessing this scene, fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting into thunderous cheers. Captain Rocks is magnificent. With a single blow, he has slain a pirate worth over 400 million. I ask, who else dares to challenge us? A rabble dares to provoke the Rock's pirates? What trash! It is laughable that such scum could even catch the attention of the world government. Rock's act of dispatching a 400 million bounty pirate ignited a frenzy among the members of the Rock's pirates. Their morale soaring as they marveled at the terrifying power he exhibited, an overwhelming force that surpassed even that of admiral-level warriors, rendering him virtually invincible on this battlefield. The pirates, emboldened, charged forward once more, their spirits at an all-time high, fearlessly slaughtering their enemies, while high above on the cliffs. The high-ranking officials of the world government wore grim expressions. Seeing is believing. Rocks truly lives up to the title of sovereign. The supreme commander of the world government's 3 armies, an elderly man with hair as white as snow and a frail frame, leaned on a cane. His voice, frail and creaky, belied the unimaginable power contained within his seemingly weak body. Indeed, the sovereign Rocks, a terrifying existence with a bounty exceeding 6 billion, is the most vicious criminal upon these seas. His bounty has shattered records since the inception of the world government. Standing tall in this ocean merely by virtue of his physical prowess and domineering aura, but we also know he possesses the powers of a devil fruit. Steelbone Kong's expression darkened. The collaboration between the world government and these ruthless new world pirates was already a source of embarrassment, and now, these pirates were quaking in fear before the battle even commenced, failing to make any significant contribution and only bolstering the Rock's pirates' momentum. Fear not. The cards we hold cannot merely be of this caliber. These pirates are merely the vanguard, with stronger forces yet to come. Sensing Steelbone Kong's apprehension, the Supreme Commander spoke, yet his words did little to assuage Kong's anxiety. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to heed the Supreme Commander's counsel and continued to observe. In a grand and opulent tent situated at the rear of the battlefield, one of the 5 elders, the scientific defense deity Jaegor Lucius Satan, sat before a massive transponder snail. The image projected by the snail displayed the current state of the battlefield, akin to a projector. Holding a cup of red tea, Satan savored its flavor, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The sovereign Rocks is indeed a terrifying man, just a commoner, yet he has risen to such heights. Such strength may very well place him in proximity to that esteemed individual, I reckon. Observing Rock's formidable display, a profound sense of crisis welled within him. There were scarcely a handful of individuals on these seas who could rival this man. Perhaps within the world's strongest nation, Elbaf, there exist a couple of enigmatic figures. Or among the common folk, a few transcendental beings, but none had revealed themselves. Everyone understood that possessing strength beyond that of an admiral could incite unprecedented turmoil across the entire ocean. The exquisite red tea tasted bland on Satan's palate. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He knew that this war could not permit Rocks to escape. Even if it meant severely injuring the world government or driving everyone else away, Rocks must die here today. Rocks was at the pinnacle of his power, yet none could predict whether he would continue to grow stronger. Should he take another step forward, it would be utterly terrifying. With this thought, Satan closed his eyes, gently tapping his cane, as if he had made a resolute decision. My comrades, prepare yourselves. This time, it shall not be so simple. As he spoke, a strange red light emanated from Satan's eyes, and he addressed the air before him. Meanwhile, far away on the red soil continent, within a finely crafted villa, the remaining 4 members of the 5 elders also exhibited a glimmer of red in their eyes. Agreed. We cannot allow him to grow any further. Bring that man as well. Indeed, sunlight streamed into the villa, as the 4 elders gathered around a table, their shadows cast upon the wall behind them, taking on an oddly monstrous shape, clawing and menacing. A message swiftly circulated. Within Panga City, a tall man with hair resembling a crescent moon opened his eyes. Slowly rising from his chair, a mysterious smile played upon his lips. Rocks? Huh. A man who can instill fear in those 5 old geezers must be quite interesting. Chapter 55. Surrounded by enemies, what is there to fear from a mere Rocks? Those who dare to flee shall face merciless retribution. Are you truly content to remain under someone else's thumb, unable to even stand upright? Once we eliminate Rocks, this vast new world will once again become a lawless expanse. And at that moment, we shall acquire greater treasures and ascend to loftier heights. The morale wavered, and a pirate captain felt compelled to step forward, his voice echoing with fervor. Behind him, his crew displayed signs of trepidation, for the might exhibited by Rox had thoroughly shattered their arrogant bravado. To take down a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million, was this even human? Tell me, are you truly satisfied? Seeing his crew continue to retreat, the captain's fury ignited. Satisfied? A feeble response emanated from the crowd, which only fueled his anger. He turned in exasperation, only to witness everyone slowly backing away. As pirates scraping by in the New World, their survival thus far was due to their caution. With the assistance of the world government, they believed they had a significant chance to bring down Rox. Though there was inherent risk, the potential rewards were too enticing to dismiss. Yet the current situation was vastly different. Rox's displayed power was nearly insurmountable, and the world government had yet to intervene, indicating they could very well be buried beneath the wrath of Rox. No one wished for death. Even while living in the shadow of Rox's pirate crew, they could still thrive upon these seas, plundering at will. Their current existence was already satisfactory, much more than they had dared to imagine when they first set sail. Wealth had utterly corrupted them. The freedom they once sought had become worthless, and they had forgotten their original intentions, yearning only to revel in a life of excess and cruelty. But their captain was unwilling. As the captain, he had more to gain, yet his desires had also expanded. He relished the sensation of wielding power over others' lives and craved more authority, more wealth, more status. Desire is a quagmire. Once ensnared, one can never escape. Nonsense. A brighter future is within reach. Once we vanquish Rox, our crew shall ascend to new heights. Do you not yearn for more? Living like dogs under someone else's roof, how is that different from the common folk? As they watched their captain passionately deliver his speech, spittle flying, a thought crept into everyone's minds. With such rhetoric, why not sell something instead of sailing? Faced with the current predicament, they had no choice but to act. Even if they retreated now, the world government would hold them accountable in the future. Ordinary crew members might have a glimmer of hope for survival, but the captains would surely suffer the consequences. Cackling with enthusiasm, another voice interjected, "You've ranted enough. I've grown weary of your bluster." Rox had appeared behind the fervent pirate captain, and as his voice resonated, the once impassioned captain was instantly cowed. A massive hand then descended upon his head. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was crisp and melodious as Rox forcefully pressed the captain into the ground, transforming the nearly 2-meter-tall villain into a diminutive figure in an instant. His head was crushed into his chest, a gruesome sight indeed. The captain was dead. Flee. Run for your lives. The motley crew scattered like frightened birds. But Rox clearly had no intention of letting them escape. The pirates frantically dashed toward the coast, while Rox's form flickered as he swiftly approached one pirate after another, dispatching them with ease. In his path toward the shore, he recognized several familiar figures. Interesting, the world government has even managed to summon you lot? But have you truly made the decision to oppose me? Rox flicked the blood from his hands and disdainfully kicked aside the last pirate's corpse, revealing a manic grin as he regarded the figures before him. Unlike the foolish pirates in the vanguard, those standing before Rox could indeed be considered some of the strongest factions in the New World, aside from the Rox pirates. This included, but was not limited to, the World Destroyer, a madman who pillaged world government vessels, the legendary Roger Pirates, and the Lone Wolf, red-haired Shanks, who could stand toe-to-toe with other powerful factions. Rox, your aura is truly fearsome. However, after sitting atop your throne for so long, shouldn't you make way for others? Chuckled the World Destroyer, Bondywald, his towering stature emanating a formidable presence. Though his bounty was the lowest among them, none dared to underestimate this lunatic. Ha! You all converse while we merely observe for amusement. Roger, stroking his beard, wore an ever-unfazed grin. Observing can lead to death. Without wishing to engage in further banter, Rox felt the wind rush past him as he abruptly vanished. Though his figure was untraceable, Roger, with a serious expression, drew his sword, Ace, and lunged forward with a fierce slash. The ensuing clash of fists and blades created a tumultuous spectacle. A dark crimson aura coalesced between them, representing their fierce willpower. As two terrifying conquerors' haki erupted from their cores, clashing fiercely. Roger's haki was renowned for its strength, yet it paled in comparison to the might of the Sea Overlord, Rox. Nevertheless, the exchange left the onlookers in awe, for to withstand a direct confrontation with Rox was a testament to Roger's prowess. Their clash sent massive waves surging. displacing many of those standing behind these titans. Not bad, kid. Quite capable, Rox remarked. However, you still fall short compared to the Admiral. For some reason, Roger's perpetual smile irked Rox greatly, igniting a primal fury within him as veins throbbed on his forehead. Do not get ahead of yourself, boy. You have no idea how foolish your decision today truly is. As his words fell, everyone sensed something soaring through the sky, only to realize it was Roger, who had just been grappling with Rox. Chapter 56. In equal match, you are a bunch of fools, and the world government is even more foolish. What difference does it make if there are more of your kind? Do you truly believe you can defeat me? In a fit of rage, Rox unleashed his conqueror's haki without restraint. His formidable aura was almost absurd, as countless black and red lightning bolts coalesced around him, erupting violently. The moment that black and red lightning struck the ground, it resulted in a tangible explosion. The sky was completely shrouded in darkness, as Rox's presence seemed to devour all light. The once dignified pirates were visibly shaken. For the first time, amidst their rampant domination of the seas, they encountered a top-tier powerhouse far beyond their capabilities. As Rox had proclaimed, they were simply not on the same level. Their numerical advantage was utterly useless. Cough, cough. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Admiral Rox. As the solitary and proud Red, his retreat was astonishingly swift. Even the mighty Rox did not react in time, as the figure of the solitary Red vanished. Thus, those who could roam the seas alone may not be the strongest, but they certainly possess exceptional means of escape. Rox's actions could no longer be tolerated. Kong, go forth. The higher-ups have issued a strict order. Rox must be kept here today. The Grand Marshal cleared his throat and slowly removed the cloak draped over his back, revealing his frail form. Yet, in the next moment, after taking a deep breath, his emaciated body swelled like a balloon. I never expected the old man's fist, honed over so many years, would finally serve a purpose. No longer was there a frail Grand Marshal. Instead, there stood a terrifying titan resembling a devilish muscle man. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies, he naturally possessed his own formidable strengths, such as the old man's fist, which bore some resemblance to the martial arts practiced by the Don Quixote family Lao Ji, both having devoted their youth to rigorous training to amass strength for their later years. Marshal Yu, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the elder, Steel Bone Kong's expression changed. This level of power was likely on par with his peak. Could such strength truly belong to a man over 70? Do not be astonished, Kong. Though my technique allows me to wield 40% more strength than at my prime in my elder years, such overexertion can only be utilized once. You must strive onward. The future of the government rests with you. The old man chuckled. You need not display such expressions. This is merely my own desire. We cannot rely solely on you younger generations, can we? Our generation's sense of justice is as unyielding as iron. I am aware of the many dark matters plaguing these seas, but we must endeavor to change them, mustn't we? I believe that when you ascend to my position, you will undoubtedly surpass me. The Marshal noticed Steel Bone Kong's expression and smiled nonchalantly before suddenly opening his half-closed eyes. These were not the eyes one would expect from an elderly man. Let us proceed, young Kong. With the arrival of formidable powers from the New World, the pressure on the world government diminished considerably. The elite members of various pirate crews engaged the subordinates of the Rox pirates. However, one individual remained inactive. The 13-year-old swordsman. Is this child serious? Rayleigh observed the distant scene where Lemurus was pinning Akainu and Borsalino to the ground, astonished. As a top-tier swordsman himself, he had never heard of anyone achieving the status of a great swordsman at such a tender age. At this age, becoming a swordsman was already astonishing. A great swordsman? What must the members of their crew, who had devoted years to the sword yet failed to reach such heights, be thinking? Yet, alongside this astonishment, a surge of fighting spirit welled up within Rayleigh. If Shiki was half a mentor to Lemurus in the way of the sword, then the remaining influence was Rayleigh's contribution. He had imparted countless techniques to Lemurus, and he had a grasp of the boy's capabilities. Perhaps in his youth, he was not so foolish, and could be considered a fairly conventional mentor. Truly, a young man who ignites one's blood. Rayleigh licked his lips, unsheathed his side blade, and began to stride toward Lemurus. Meanwhile, Lemurus was pressing Akainu and Borsalino to their limits. They were on the brink of defeat, with Borsalino's clothes torn to shreds, leaving only fragments to cover his modesty. Perhaps Lemurus wished to spare the boy from a sight too harsh, yet as he shredded Borsalino's attire, he immediately regretted it. Wait, brother. For such a tall fellow, you wear yellow polka-dotted thong underwear? This seemed to present an even more eye-watering scene. Yet, Borsellino was seething with rage. Lemurus' mocking and disdainful gaze did not escape his notice. Even someone as thick-skinned as he could not help but feel humiliated. His face flushed crimson, and he swung the sword of Matsukaze viciously at Lemurus while bellowing in protest. I, the handsome and dashing Commodore Borsellino of the Navy headquarters. Which scoundrel dared to dress me in these undergarments? It must be you, you wretched pirate, and you damn pervert. Why did you shave off my leg hair? This is too much. I, Borsellino, vow that I shall never let this slide. Indeed, Borsellino's legs, once the envy of many women, were now smooth and flawless. His skin was naturally fair, and his legs were aesthetically pleasing. If one were to ignore his upper body, just looking at his legs, wow, one could understand. And you, Akainu, you sly fellow, what about you? Don't think I can't hear you laughing in the background. What of your bright red rose-patterned underwear? As Borsellino's words fell, the rare smile on Akainu's dark countenance vanished in an instant. Chapter 57. Confrontation with Zephyr the Navy. What peculiar individuals has this new generation recruited? Rayleigh, who was observing, couldn't help but cover his forehead. He had naturally heard of these two dazzling naval stars, rumored to possess strength akin to that of monsters. Yet, he could hardly have anticipated that their inner worlds would be so intricate. The tall and immaculate Borsellino, adorned with 8 chiseled abdominal muscles, donned a pair of yellow-spotted swim trunks, exuding the aura of a battle-hardened soldier. His robust upper body bore the scars of his crusade against evil, now marred by numerous fresh wounds. Meanwhile, the fierce and grim Sakazuki, clad in bright red rose-patterned shorts, seemed to have suffered even more, with a gaping tear in the back. Such appearances would certainly astonish anyone who laid eyes upon them. Moreover, the adversary they faced was none other than the frenzied Ramirez. How had these two been reduced to such a state? And yet, they still had the audacity to bicker amongst themselves. Remarkably, Borsellino managed to withstand Ramirez's relentless and swift assaults, emerging with merely shredded clothing and hair stripped from his legs. One could not help but admire his talent. Hee. I initially thought you two were nearing your limits, yet here you are, still squabbling. It seems I must apply a greater effort. As Ramirez's words faded, the blade on his palm suddenly elongated. The glimmering edge detached from his fingers, transforming into a monstrous claw, expanding his hand to more than double its original size. Die! With an exceedingly ferocious strike, the claw sliced through the air, emanating a terrifying aura that left both Borsellino and Sakazuki horrified. They quickly retreated, brandishing their swords to defend themselves. However, this time, Ramirez's assault was evidently far more ferocious than before. The sharp claw clashed with Sakazuki's military sword, which was instantly severed without pause. As Sakazuki believed he had narrowly evaded the attack, the claw inexplicably elongated yet again. The blade pierced flesh, and Sakazuki's already mutilated chest was brutally split open. This was no mere flesh wound. His ribs had been completely shattered. Had his movements been even a fraction slower, the claw would have undoubtedly crushed his heart. Sakazuki! Borsellino bellowed, only to witness the relentless claw lunging towards him, with his own safety at stake. He scarcely had time to worry for others. The Amagomo sword, one of Borsellino's proud techniques, allowed him to fully unleash his swordsmanship. He believed his Amagomo swords might rival that of any large blade. Indeed, when Ramirez's claw collided with Borsellino's luminous sword, the attack was momentarily thwarted. Borsellino felt a surge of joy. However, that was swiftly followed by a wave of excruciating pain. Did you think I possess only one arm? Ramirez regarded Borsellino with derision. The previously unharmed figure now bore a gory blossom upon his chest, rendering any hope of maintaining his pristine physique utterly impossible. The speed at which the two pirate supernovas fell was beyond the imagination of other commanders. The expressions of figures like Garp and Sengoku turned grave. Acutely aware of the prowess these two possessed, it was no exaggeration to state that as the co-valedictorians of the Navy Headquarters Officer Training Camp, they were viewed as the future admirals. Their combat power even surpassed many of the Navy's vice admirals. Yet, they had been so effortlessly vanquished by Ramirez. Witnessing the fall of these highly anticipated supernovas was inconceivable. The naval elites hastily sought to provide support, with Zephyr being the most anxious. After all, these two were his disciples. Despite his frequent criticisms of their lack of ambition and distaste for their methods, the fact remained that they were his students. Where do you think you're going, Zephyr? The formidable Charlotte Linlin would not allow him such an opportunity. As she sensed Zephyr's distraction, she swiftly enveloped her large blade with the newly acquired Conqueror's Haki. Having tasted the power of the Conqueror's Haki in the previous battle, she knew that without it, Zephyr would be utterly overwhelmed. Fortunately, Zephyr and Apos' own armament Haki was sufficiently strong to withstand the situation. "Get out of my way, you old hag," Zephyr roared, launching a powerful punch without regard for the impact of the Conqueror's Haki on himself. Enveloped in armament Haki, he resolutely chose to withstand Charlotte Linlin's attack, aiming a blow directly at her head. He was gambling on her selfishness. Fortunately, his gamble paid off, as she saw Zephyr's fist hurtling towards her face. Charlotte Linlin's expression shifted dramatically. There remained a considerable gap in strength between her and Zephyr. Were it not for the Conqueror's Haki, she would have sustained significant injuries from the old man's assault, whose armament Haki was extraordinarily formidable. She certainly harbored no unwavering loyalty to Rox. If she were gravely injured on this battlefield, even with her steel balloon-like bodily strength, death would not be out of the question. Ultimately, she opted for defense, positioning Napoleon before her to absorb the impact of Zephyr's punch. The blade that she had imbued with her own spirit let out a mournful cry, and although she endured a measure of shock from behind the blade, she emerged relatively unscathed. Using the recoil from the punch, Zephyr propelled himself towards Raymuri's, akin to a cannonball, and bellowed, "You little brat, do not act recklessly." Black Arm, Raging Torrent. Zephyr's voice rang out loudly. For saving Sakazuki and Borisolino was his primary objective. Raymuri's dared not underestimate him, having suffered greatly at Zephyr's hands in the past. "Come on. Let me see how much distance remains between us now." Raymuri's, seemingly possessed, roared with excitement. Even though he knew he was far from Zephyr's match, he did not flinch. After all, if one only struck at the weak, such slaughter would be exceedingly dull. Chapter 58. The Battle of Men. "Come on, Zephyr. Show me just how powerful your fists truly are." With a face twisted in madness, Raymuri's laughed maniacally as he charged at Zephyr. Facing Zephyr's ferocious punch, he abandoned his finest swordsmanship, clenched his right fist tightly, and swung fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the two collided, the clash of their fists creating a shockwave that resembled an explosion. The tremendous sound caused countless soldiers to grimace in pain, their faces contorted by the force of the blast. Raymuri's, with a face full of madness, and Zephyr, whose expression was one of astonishment, bore the brunt of the impact. At the moment their fists met, Zephyr sensed something amiss. What was this immense strength and the hardness of the fist? Wasn't this kid supposed to be a master of swordsmanship? How could his physical prowess be so formidable? Such martial skill was certainly on par with some elite vice-admirals. A truly terrifying monster, capable of mastering both swordsmanship and martial arts. However, you arrogant little brat, comparing fists with me, you are still 100 years too early. Zephyr roared, and despite the astonishing speed at which Raymuri's had progressed, a vast gap in strength still lay between them. Zephyr was a pure martial artist, with astonishing arm strength and top-tier Busashoka Haki on the seas. Raymuri's choice to engage in a fistfight with Zephyr was undoubtedly akin to striking a rock with an egg. After merely a few seconds of stalemate, Zephyr unleashed his strength, and cracks appeared on Raymuri's Busashoka Haki-covered fist. Following that, he was violently sent flying by Zephyr's blow. His towering form crashed to the ground, rolling like a basketball until he finally managed to push himself up, leaving 2 long furrows in the earth as he dug his feet in. Propping himself up with one hand, he lifted his head, his eyes filled with ecstasy. What is the fastest and most efficient way to grow stronger? The answer is simple. A series of life and death battles can transform a person entirely. With Raymuri's current strength, few could match him in these seas, and Zephyr before him was not only a formidable opponent, but also a pure martial artist. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle would greatly benefit his martial training. Truly, Black Arm Zephyr. His Busashoka Haki and physical power are despairingly strong. This is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Battling a powerhouse like you is where the joy of life lies. Raymuri's cackled as he charged forward once more, his speed astonishing, almost as if he were flying just above the ground. Thick Busashoka Haki enveloped his arms, and in that moment, his gaze was solely fixed on Zephyr. A sudden smile appeared on Zephyr's otherwise serious face as the muscles in his calves swelled, the veins in his powerful arms bulging like coiling dragons. Faced with the frenzied Raymuri's, Zephyr swung his fist again. "You mad little brat. This suits me just fine." Taking a deep breath, Zephyr's aged yet sharp eyes remained locked on Raymuri's, watching as the fist before him grew larger. He did not raise his seemingly ordinary right arm, but instead, he struck forward with tremendous force. Black arm, shatter. The disparity in size between Zephyr and Ramirez was significant, with Ramirez being nearly twice Zephyr's size. As their fists collided, Zephyr struck fiercely at Ramirez's knuckles. Though Zephyr's fist was smaller, it contained an indescribable force. A peculiar energy surged from Zephyr's fist into Ramirez's fingers. And then a crisp cracking sound echoed as 3 of Ramirez's knuckles were shattered. The pain of broken fingers is unimaginable, yet even so, the expression on Ramirez's face remained unchanged, as if he were not the one suffering the blow. What strength! I relish this, Ramirez declared as he threw another punch. Zephyr did not flinch, and their fists were poised to collide in perfect harmony, yet they deftly sidestepped each other's blows. Ramirez's fist struck Zephyr's cheek, while Zephyr's fist landed heavily on Ramirez's face. With both of their immense powers, the resulting impact sent blood spraying from their wounds, their heads snapping back from the force but quickly stabilizing. In that fleeting moment of near loss of balance, they both transitioned from clenched fists to enormous hands, grasping each other's arms. Not yet finished. Bring it on. Having regained their footing, they unleashed a flurry of punches towards each other's faces, the dull thuds of flesh colliding resonating through the air. With rage in their eyes, they were no longer merely contesting the strength of their fists. Zephyr, with his honed physique, absorbed Ramirez's attacks, while Ramirez, fueled by his bloodline, gritted his teeth and endured. In this moment, they resembled wild, rabid beasts. Have these two gone mad? Neither dodging nor retreating, they attacked each other relentlessly. The first to lose consciousness would be the loser. What was that white object? Oh, it's Ramirez's tooth. Their frenzied combat sent shivers through the onlookers, who gasped in shock as they watched the faces of these two warriors transform from normalcy to swollen and bloodied visages. Zephyr's cheek was heavily swollen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his left eye was nearly shut from the swelling, severely obscuring his vision. Yet, in comparison, Ramirez fared worse. Zephyr's blows landed with the force of cannonballs. His nose was clearly broken, blood gushed from his mouth, and he was missing several teeth as he continued to fight. You little brat, lie down and behave. I will turn you into minced meat. Suddenly, they released their other hands, no longer restraining each other's movements. For arms, for fists, wildly swung in the air, their speed so great that only afterimages could be perceived. Ramirez's body bore numerous dents as if struck by artillery, and Zephyr's chest contoured oddly from the impacts. Their fighting style was the purest and most primal form of head-on confrontation, abandoning all defense. Unbeknownst to them, a blood-red flame ignited behind Ramirez. His eyes transformed. Chapter 59. The Disparity of Life Levels. Bang. Zephyr unleashed a powerful punch that struck firmly against Ramirez's abdomen. The latter's body curled like a boiled shrimp, expelling a gasp of air and spewing forth a copious amount of blood. A visible wave of white energy emanated from his back. The gargantuan figure of Ramirez, towering over 5 meters, was sent soaring into the air by the force of the blow, his crimson flames intensifying in brilliance. Moonwalk. With a surge of vigor, Ramirez had already expended the breath in his chest. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Zephyr roared, his figure leaping into the sky, utilizing the moonwalk, one of the Navy's 6 forms. This fundamental technique erupted with extraordinary power in the hands of this supreme martial artist. His form seemed to become weightless, soaring through the air as if flying. With each step, the air beneath him erupted in explosive sounds, shattering the understanding of many onlookers. Could the moonwalk truly unleash such might? What terrifying physical strength was this? The air itself seemed to lament, trembling under Mr. Zephyr's physical prowess, treading upon the air, ascending from the ground. Finally, I beheld the scene depicted in novels. The lower-ranking soldiers gazed at the soaring Zephyr with fervent admiration, yearning for the day they could attain such prowess. Moreover, the battle had persisted for so long, yet the world government had failed to gain any advantage. Unlike the pirates driven by greed and clear objectives, their morale was waning. They desperately needed a victory. If Ramirez, a notorious pirate of the seas, were to be defeated or even killed, it would be a tremendous boost to their spirits. Zephyr's speed was astonishing. In an instant, he caught up with the airborne Ramirez, delivering a merciless punch directly to his head. The exaggerated force spun Ramirez in the air like a top. Amidst the cheers from the battlefield, Zephyr's expression remained unchanged. The reason was simple. He did not hear the furious roar of that formidable man as he had during their previous encounter. The sensation of his punch landing on Liam Reese's head felt less like striking flesh and more akin to hitting an indestructible diamond. A sudden gust of wind swept through. Abruptly, the flames on Liam Reese's back surged higher, engulfing nearly half of his back in a blood-red blaze. The color, reminiscent of blood, stirred a sense of unease within Zephyr. He raised his fist, intent on delivering another blow, but a large hand grasped his fist tightly. Liam Reese halted, raising his head, the horrifying injuries he bore now significantly diminished. His eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson hue as he grinned at Zephyr. Mr. Zephyr's fists remained as powerful as ever. Thus, the second round commenced. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zephyr felt the world spin around him, and by the time he regained his bearings, he was plummeting towards the earth. His robust body slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater over 15 meters in diameter. The thunderous sound, accompanied by a cloud of dust, obscured Zephyr's vision. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he quickly pushed himself up with both hands, only for a figure to tear through the dust, charging towards him. Impossible. Such an exaggerated recovery ability. Zephyr was acutely aware of the damage he had inflicted on Liam Reese. It was no exaggeration to say that Liam Reese should have lost the will to fight. Yet here he was, seemingly unfazed. If not for the minor wounds on his face and body, Zephyr could almost believe he was facing an entirely new Liam Reese. Armament. Fury of the Battle Axe. Liam Reese's right leg descended like a colossal axe. Zephyr crossed his arms in defense, but the force contained within that leg exceeded his expectations, driving him into the ground like a nail. The power coursing through his arms caused the normally formidable martial artist to change color in shock. This kid's strength has escalated to a new level. Such an unthinkable thought crossed Zephyr's mind, yet it was indeed reality. This boy seemed to have entered a peculiar state, with his recovery speed rising exponentially and his physical strength significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, Zephyr's punches barely inflicted any damage. From the perspective of life levels, Zephyr, you simply cannot defeat me. The flames behind Liam Reese blazed fiercely as Zephyr gritted his teeth to withstand the onslaught. Observing the battlefield with keen eyes, Saturn Jaguar Lucius Satan's pupils constricted, yet they soon ignited with fervor. Liam Reese spoke the truth. The Lunaria race was among the most perfect species of the seas, surpassing humanity. Their bloodline was even more robust than that of giants. It is said that as long as the flames of the Lunaria race burn brightly, they are invincible. Of course, such claims are inherently exaggerated. If they were truly invincible, the Lunaria would not have found themselves powerless in the face of calamity. Nonetheless, this explained much. It was precisely for this reason that the world government relentlessly pursued and hunted down members of the Lunaria race, seeking to extract clues for enhancing human physiology from their formidable bodies. This kid, I must acquire him. Satan harbored an instinct that securing Liam Reese would lead to a monumental breakthrough in the world government's research. The situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire for the world government. With the emergence of Rox, the pirate forces they had summoned to form the Diamond Alliance were being annihilated. Aside from a handful of powerful individuals, the average pirates could not contend against the prowess of Rox's crew. A breakthrough was urgently required. Rox's fist crashed down upon Roger's ace with tremendous force, causing the future Pirate King to grimace. Just as Rox prepared to launch another attack, two fierce gusts of wind suddenly swept in from behind him. Collaboration? Now, this is interesting. Chapter 60. The Blade of Truth. Rox, do not be so arrogant. Steelbone, Meteor of the Sky. Two powerful auras surged from behind Rox, accompanied by two thunderous roars. Rox halted his fist mid-swing, maintaining an expressionless visage, and then his right leg swept back at an oddly acute angle, as if it were dislocated. It was as though he had eyes on the back of his head. His kicked leg effortlessly blocked a colossal punch. Crack, crack, crack. Steelbone, and if I recall correctly, you are the supreme commander of the world government's 3 armies, Iron Wall Andre. Rox moved with the grace of a ballet dancer, his body weaving through space as he easily evaded Roger's returning slash, casually deflecting Steelbone's punch and delivering a kick toward the advancing Andre. 3 top-tier powerhouses besieged Rox, yet he remained unfazed, a picture of nonchalance. The 4 figures suddenly parted, and Rox regarded the 3 men before him with disdain. Aside from the Rox pirates, there stood the most formidable pirate captain of the New World, Joel D. Roger, the fleet admiral of the Navy, feared by countless pirates. Steelbone, and the nearly retired yet legendary top-tier powerhouse, Supreme Commander Andre. Surely, apart from Rox, there was no one else in this world worthy of the simultaneous efforts of these 3 titans. except for Roger, who had set sail for the shortest time. Both Steelbone and Andre had long been renowned, standing at the pinnacle of the admiral rank, not far from realms above that. Yet, this half-step distance was a peak that one might never surmount in a lifetime. Rox viewed the three men before him with scorn. There was no hint of seriousness in his gaze, as if they were mere insects he could easily crush. Rox D. Jibek, dubbed the most notorious criminal upon the seas. Captain of the Rox Pirates, commanding over 90,000 pirates. As the overlord of the New World, you plunder and kill. The number of civilians and sailors who met their demise by your hand, directly or indirectly, exceeds the population of a small kingdom. A villain like you cannot be allowed to continue your rampage, not when I stake my honor as the supreme commander of the world government's three armies. Andre's aged eyes were filled with an icy resolve. The bounty on Rox, the world's most heinous criminal, exceeded 6 billion. In an era when the belly had yet to depreciate, such an amount was astronomical. Below him, the most notorious criminals had bounties no higher than that of Whitebeard or Golden Lion, yet even those paled in comparison to the third of Rox's bounty. With this thought, both Andre and Steelbone felt a weight in their hearts. Deploying such a formidable force, Rox must not be allowed to leave alive. Crack, crack, crack. A motley group of self-righteous individuals, exuding a foul stench. What right do you have to bellow at me? What are you barking about? Rox appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke in existence, his expression rife with mockery. Sin? Nonsense. The greatest sin in this world is your master. You preach about justice while aiding those foolish celestial dragons in their tyranny over the world. Do you even realize how many have directly or indirectly perished at the hands of these celestial dragons? They are far more cruel, at the very least. Most of those who die at my hands meet a swift end rather than suffer as slaves, tormented to death in the dark abyss. Rox's emotions began to spiral out of control. From initial indifference and sarcasm, he erupted into a hoarse cry, his eyes bloodshot, brimming with madness. A fierce killing intent surging forth along with his conqueror's haki. In an instant, the very heavens seemed to change. This scene startled the three men. Could it be that Rox harbored a profound vendetta against the celestial dragons? As the saying goes, lies do not harm, but the truth is a swift blade. Steelbone and Andre were all too aware of the drawbacks posed by the existence of celestial dragons. Their expressions darkened, unable to refute the pirates' scathing remarks. After all, the actions of the celestial dragons upon the seas had wrought consequences no less significant than those of pirates. Some might argue that the celestial dragons are but a small factor in this sickly world, but where do the resources to sustain them come from? With 10 celestial dragons, a kingdom's treasury could be depleted in a month, and that is the most conservative estimate. Not to mention the countless families shattered for the sake of the slaves they capture. Those once warm and happy households face devastation due to the whims of celestial dragons. The father, the pillar of the family, may be slain, or the mother, the caretaker, may be seized. Children are not safe either. A pirate crew can plunder an entire town with relative ease, reducing it to ruins. Yet a celestial dragon need only recline and enjoy the riches that can obliterate a nation. Therefore, do not parade around with your self-righteousness. Claiming that you stand for justice while we pirates are evil, it is utterly hypocritical. In the end, we are merely two sides of the same coin. Rox's words pierced deeply into the hearts of Steelbone and Andre, leaving them unable to counter his arguments, for their words felt painfully hollow. After all, behind them stood the celestial dragons, reveling in their so-called celebrations. Ha! How right you are. The Admiral's words are indeed worthy of contemplation. Roger nodded in agreement, seemingly unbothered by the fury in the eyes of the two beside him. Yet regardless of the circumstances, you cannot change the fact that you are the most notorious criminal in this world. Steelbone roared, aware that he could not allow Rox to continue speaking. The soldiers nearby had begun to show confusion and distress upon hearing Rox's words. If this continued, the morale of the troops would inevitably falter. He let out a great shout, interrupting Rox, and without hesitation, charged forward. Crack, crack, crack. That is more like it. In this world, there is no such thing as your so-called justice or evil. Do you think I am unaware of the truth behind those blank 100 years? Words are meaningless. Only power is the ultimate truth in this world. Chapter 61. The Overlord's gale fist as if a tempest were coalescing, a fierce wind swept across the battlefield, accompanied by a thunderous roar from the heavens. The clouds seemed to be punctured, unleashing a torrential downpour. Rainwater pooled on the ground, forming streams that were of vivid crimson, as the bloodshed of the battlefield was gradually washed away by nature's tears. Yet, this sanguine hue could not be cleansed, for the wails of the fallen echoed incessantly, their lifeblood contributing to this hellish tableau. Amidst the rain, a powerful gust of wind erupted, raising the droplets into the air. In the heart of this tumult, the most striking spectacle was undoubtedly the confrontation between Rox and the three foremost warriors. Rox moved through the air with the agility of a swift swallow. Before delivering a powerful punch, his fists, enveloped in a dark crimson aura, crackled with violent energy, and before him stood Roger. Today, let me witness the true might of the man known as the Overlord. Roger's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. A seasoned warrior, he had carved out a formidable reputation in the New World, his strength unquestionable. His prowess rivaled that of the greatest swordsman. But it was his haki that truly set him apart. With one hand gripping the blade ace, dark crimson lightning flickered along its edge. He stepped forward, his boot striking the ground with authority. God's avoidance. The strike, imbued with the power of haki, surged towards Rox. A signature move that needed no embellishment to convey its formidable might. Yet, even against Roger's full-force assault, Rox remained unfazed. His fist descending resolutely until it met the oncoming sword wave. Boom! A thunderous clash reverberated, robbing many of their hearing as the tension between the two forces manifested. A barrier of black-red energy separated their strikes, creating a palpable distance between them. Indeed, such power rivals that of Newgate. Rox mused, a hint of admiration flashing across his face. Yet, he couldn't help but let out a wild laugh as he exerted more force, shattering Roger's signature move before him with raw strength. Roger was astonished. Your haki is still too weak. His fist descended mercilessly. Roger quickly raised his blade to block, relying on the formidable strength of the supreme great blade ace. Though he managed to deflect Rox's onslaught, the sheer force drove him halfway into the ground, causing his grip to tremble, and for the first time, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Strong. Too strong. Rox transformed his fist into a claw, seizing the blade from Roger's grasp. With a tremendous heave, he flung Roger across the battlefield, leaving a trail in the air before crashing into a massive rock wall, embedding himself deeply within. As shattered stones cascaded down, some unfortunate souls met their demise before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos. Roger. The crew members of the Roger Pirates gasped, their eyes widening in horror. While they recognized Rox's formidable reputation, they had always believed in their captain's unmatched strength. To witness Roger being so effortlessly cast aside shattered their expectations. Long live the captain. Our captain is invincible. What is Roger but a mere jester? They roared, rallying to bolster their morale. Rox, do not be so arrogant. Allow me to face you. A booming voice interrupted, and Rox turned to see the Supreme Commander, Andre. Veins bulged on Andre's forehead, and a faint crimson mist enveloped him, as if his very essence was overflowing. Even Rox, formidable as he was, could not help but regard this legendary figure with seriousness. Andre, the legendary commander, what brings you to this battlefield instead of remaining in your office to await your fate? Have you grown disillusioned with this world, seeking an early demise? As Andre's massive fist loomed closer, Rox vanished in a flash, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow that struck the ground with cataclysmic force, creating a chasm that threatened to split the battlefield in two. Powerful, yet lacking in speed. Is this what the legends of the old era have become? Quite disappointing. What earned Rox the title of Overlord was simple, in terms of strength, speed, resilience, and haki. He was unparalleled. Effortlessly, he dodged the commander's fist, appearing above him. To Rox, Andre's movements seemed slow, but to others, the old warrior's speed was nothing short of terrifying. Arrogant little brat, Andre countered, rallying his strength for another strike, only to have his fist deflected by Rox's swift kick. Arrogant? Then allow me to show you just how long it will take for me to vanquish you. Witness the perfect union of power and speed. Rox raised his fist high, then unleashed it like a tempest, revealing the true might of the sea's sovereign. His haki-infused punch seemed to command the very elements, as black-red lightning crackled around him, each strike echoing like thunder. The Overlord's Gale Fist. Chapter 62. The whistle fists as ferocious as thunderstorm rained down upon Andre. A dire situation exacerbated by the timing of Rox's assault coinciding with the brief opening of Andre's defenses. With his chest exposed, Andre found himself at the mercy of a relentless barrage of punches, each striking with unyielding force. The sheer power of the blows sent him reeling backward, the air around him swirling violently, invisible imprints marred his back from the impact. "Child, cease your arrogance." Andre's throat tasted of blood as he fought to withstand the onslaught. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Steelbone Kong charging towards their skirmish. His immediate task was to endure Rock's ferocity and ideally to restrain him here. Years of combat experience allowed Andre to compensate for the stark disparity in raw power between himself and Rock's. With remarkable swiftness, he reached out and seized one of Rock's arms. His gaze sharpening as he bellowed, "Armament! Iron block! Shield mountain!" As one of the 6 forms of the Navy, the iron block was often derided as a technique that invited death. It was a method to enhance one's resilience against blows, yet many viewed it as a futile endeavor. While it was designed to help users quickly grasp the application of Haki, lesser soldiers were oblivious to its true nature. In battle, they believed iron block would shield them, wielding it with misplaced confidence, only to meet grim fates. It was reported that the mortality rate among those employing iron block in combat soared to 95. However, iron block did possess one merit: it could bolster the user's confidence. Who, after all, would willingly stand firm, brimming with assurance, only to be brutally slain? Thus, iron block had rightfully earned its reputation as a technique even dogs would balk at. Yet, the iron block demonstrated by the Supreme Commander was shattering all preconceived notions. Despite Rock's fists imbued with the might of Conqueror's Haki, Andre, fortified by iron block, stood his ground, his feet unwavering. Is it truly possible that he withstand such force? Truly, the might of the commander is unparalleled. Iron block possesses such power? It seems the rumors circulating outside are mere fabrications. I have resolved to master iron block as well. Be they soldiers or agents, all gazes were fervently fixed upon the immovable Andre. Perhaps even the commander himself was unaware that his display of iron block prowess on the battlefield would ignite a fervent trend of iron block training within the world government, with countless souls falling prey to their own misguided confidence in the technique. Of course, such discussions were premature. The current circumstances were far from rosy. To the observers, Andre appeared to be successfully absorbing Rock's relentless blows through sheer physical prowess. Yet only he understood the truth, that Rock's Haki was gradually ravaging his internal organs. If this continued, his endurance would not last much longer. Fortunately, he was not alone in this struggle. Steelbone, Golden Bell. Steelbone Kong charged forward like an unstoppable tank, colliding forcefully with Rock's and disrupting his attack, even sending the latter sprawling. Rock's landed gracefully after being propelled through the air, his expression darkening as he set his sights on the robust figure with a mohawk. "You again, Kong. What is this? Has the world government resorted to ambush tactics?" He taunted, his words laced with disdain. Steelbone Kong stood resolutely beside Andre, their formidable figures exuding an aura of strength. Indeed, on the battlefield, any means, no matter how underhanded, may be employed if it leads to victory. Thus, every tactic is justified and righteous. Upon hearing this, Rox laughed, a glimmer of cunning evident in his eyes. An undercurrent of unease swept through both Kong and Andre. "Then let us continue this delightful slaughter," Rox declared, a mocking whistle escaping his lips. Meanwhile, on another front, "Ha! Sengoku, what is amiss? Your punches seem to lack vigor." The clash between the Golden Lion and Sengoku raged on, the former leveraging the power of the float fruit to maintain an advantageous position. Sengoku, lacking flight capabilities, found himself at a distinct disadvantage, struggling to contend with the relentless onslaught. His ranged shockwaves proved futile, and to engage the Golden Lion up close, he would have to ascend into the air, venturing into the Golden Lion's domain. Suddenly, a piercing whistle echoed from afar. A whistle? What is happening? Sengoku pondered, unease creeping into his heart, mirroring the feelings of Kong and Andre. Ha! It is about to begin. The Golden Lion halted momentarily, grinning widely. Sengoku's pupils dilated. The whistle? What is that fool Rox up to now? And you? Boy, what expression do you wear? Zifa struck a powerful blow against Lemries, who staggered back yet charged forward once more, an unsettling grin plastered across his face. Upon hearing the whistle, his smile widened absurdly. Ahaha, you've posed a fine question. Aside from me, perhaps only Pops, Mr. Shiki, and Sister Ling know the answer. Care to find out? Kneel and beg, and I may enlighten you. At that moment, Lemries stood bare-chested, his tattered trousers barely clinging to him, his broad back ablaze with crimson flames that seemed to be spreading, threatening to engulf him entirely. You insolent brat, Zifa roared, intensifying his assault. Lemries maintained his smile, defending himself as best he could. Even when struck, he remained unfazed. Feeling his understanding of martial arts rapidly deepened despite the dwindling energy within him. Zifa, take a look around you. Did you genuinely believe that the Rocks pirates launched a full-scale attack without any plan? That we are merely clashing head-on? As Lemry spoke, a palpable aura of destruction began to coalesce ominously. Sengoku's heart raced as he sensed the impending chaos. Chapter 63. Directly assaulting the Yellow Dragon, you scoundrels. What are you planning to do now? The sharp, piercing whistle reached Carp's ears, causing him to momentarily pause. He turned his gaze towards Whitebeard, only to see the latter deliberately creating distance between them. A milky white wave of light coalesced around his fist, and a cryptic smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. What are we going to do? Isn't it obvious? Whitebeard disregarded Carp, tightening his fist and striking the ground. The milky white wave of light surged from his fist, and the exaggerated force of the tremor instantly shattered the ground beneath him, creating a web of dense fissures that spread through the air before sinking into the earth. In an instant, the entire battlefield was cleaved apart around Whitebeard. Damn it, Whitebeard, what have you done? Witnessing the soldiers screaming as they plunged into the abyss ignited a fierce anger within Carp. He failed to grasp the purpose of Whitebeard's actions. If the intent was to significantly diminish the world government's forces, what of the pirates who had also fallen into the chasm? The losses on both sides were proportional. It was illogical for Whitebeard to act in such a manner. The wails of the battlefield fueled Carp's fury, and just as he prepared to charge forward, a commotion from the other side halted him in his tracks. It's my turn to take the stage. From a distance, Lemurus suddenly forced Zifa back. Taking a deep breath, in the blink of an eye, his limbs transformed into razor-sharp blades. The aura of a grand swordsman radiated from Lemurus as he grinned widely, flames intensifying behind him, and then he surged forward. He dashed across the fissured battlefield, arms and legs swinging wildly, and in an instant, the massive boulders displaced by the tremors were meticulously sliced apart, forming broad stone slabs. Now it's my turn. Big Mom cleaved through the formidable agents blocking her way, summoning a multitude of homies as the power of the Soul Fruit activated. With a sweeping gesture, she sent the homies flying outwards. The pristine, rounded homies cheered as they entered the stone slabs carved by Lemurus, and as each innocent, joyful visage emerged, they immediately obeyed Big Mom's command, urging the nearby pirates, get on board. Most were caught off guard, yet a good number instinctively leaped onto the slabs, followed closely by the Golden Lion, who let out a raucous laugh. His famed sword transformed into a conductor's baton, and with a graceful flourish, he orchestrated the soaring stone slabs into the air. Whitebeard's tremor power ignited chaos, Lemurus's swift slicing created platforms, Big Mom's Soul Fruit issued commands, and the Golden Lion's float fruit granted mobility. The coordination of these three captains and one vice-captain, was nothing short of perfection. In a heartbeat, countless stone slabs shot skyward, resembling flying carpets from Avatar. This scene caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock, the unease among the high-ranking officials of the world government intensifying. Damn it, Shiki, what are you all planning to do? The growing anxiety compelled Sengoku to charge forward once more, but it felt too late. There's no such thing as a peaceful city amidst the raging fires of war. Surely, those high and mighty celestial dragons must find it dull? I imagine the slaves have been slaughtered enough by now. A maniacal grin spread across the Golden Lion's face as he regarded the visibly shaken Sengoku, a sense of indescribable pleasure swelling within him. At any grand feast, there must be appetizers, so let us serve these esteemed guests a little something to whet their appetites. As soon as he finished speaking, the floating stone slabs shot forth at an alarming speed towards the rear of the battlefield. This was a plan known only to the four of them, excluding Rox. After all, Rox had navigated the seas for so long. He was no fool, and he certainly did not trust the omnipresent world government to have not infiltrated the Rox pirates. Sound the alarm. Everyone, listen up. We must intercept those pirates. They cannot be allowed to disturb the nobles. The sight of the pirates overhead, swarming like locusts, left Andrew, the supreme commander, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The pirates present on this battlefield were all elite from the New World. Many bore bounties, and even the most ordinary members could stand against 10 foes. Currently, there were likely hundreds of pirates boarding those stone slabs. If they were allowed to breach the rear lines, even the death of a single celestial dragon would reflect poorly on the world government's efficiency. Yet, Under the Golden Lion's fruit powers, the speed of these slabs was too swift. The world government had no particularly effective anti-air measures. Apart from some strong attacks that shattered a few slabs, the bullets of ordinary soldiers were utterly ineffective. Moreover, with the sheer number of slabs, most remained unoccupied. And aside from a few unfortunate souls, over 400 pirates successfully infiltrated the rear lines, including several formidable members from various divisions. This is disastrous. That flying pirate was a key figure among the Fifth Criminal Organization. His bounty was nearly 100 million. Hundreds of pirates could easily wreak havoc in the rear. The expressions of the world government members turned grim. They had never anticipated that the Rocks pirates would resort to such tactics. The synergy among these individuals was alarmingly seamless. In mere seconds, the pirates beside them had vanished. "Rocks, how dare you, how dare you?" Ender fumed, his calloused fists raining down blows upon Rocks. Though he shared a distaste for the celestial dragons, if anything unfortunate were to befall them, the five elders would undoubtedly seek accountability. The municipal government would bear the responsibility, and the cost would be significant budget cuts. This sea is already chaotic enough. If the world government's funding were to be further reduced, the ability to manage this ocean would diminish, and the consequences would be unfathomable. Crack, crack, crack. What in this world is beyond my courage? Rocks laughed triumphantly. For their so-called battle plan consisted solely of this single maneuver, yet this simple tactic could yield unexpectedly profound results. Chapter 64, Dancer in the Sea of Blood. As the head of the celestial dragon shattered, blood splattered across the land, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Raymuries laughed maniacally, his face twisted with a sinister glee. Though he had merged with the shadow lurking deep within his mind, becoming the true Raymuries, the bloodlust ingrained in his very being remained unaltered. He was still a harbinger of death, relishing in the torment of his enemies until they drew their last breath. Perhaps the sole silver lining was that he no longer succumbed to madness like a beast. At least for now, he had retained his sanity. A palpable aura emanated from him, distinct from the Conqueror's haki, a raw, sanguine essence birthed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This overwhelming stench of death caused Zifa, a man steadfast in his belief against killing, to furrow his brow. Others might remain oblivious to the extent of bloodshed on Raymuries' hands, but as one of the Navy headquarters elite officers, Zifa knew all too well. The number of soldiers who had perished directly or indirectly at Raymuries' hands exceeded 10,000, with over 7,000 innocent civilians lost. Not to mention the countless criminals thriving in the shadows of cities. His hands were stained with the lives of more than 40,000 souls. Such a figure was staggering. After all, Raymuries had only been a pirate for a few years. Should he continue to grow unchecked, there would come a day when he could single-handedly obliterate an entire kingdom. Raymuries had become the foremost criminal Zifa felt compelled to apprehend. Crazy little brat. Do you pirates of the Rocks crew thrive on chaos? Zifa surged forward, unleashing a rapid punch that connected hard with Raymuries' face, catching him off guard. It felt as if a meteor from the heavens had crashed upon him. The force of the blow shattered several of his teeth. Yet, he merely chuckled. This world had long been afflicted with a terminal illness. If that were the case, what harm could there be in stirring it further? And don't you dare tell me you don't wish to rid the world of that fool celestial dragon's head. Raymuries' words plunged Zifa into silence. In times of turmoil, potent measures must be employed. He understood this principle well. Moreover, the celestial dragons were indeed the very embodiment of his disdain. Among all the commanders on the battlefield, only Zifa had the capability to thwart the pirates' advance, and yet he chose not to act. In the moment, Zifa was lost in thought. A crimson glint flickered in Raymuries' eyes. He lifted his right leg and struck out, the blade gleaming with lethal intent, aiming to cleave Zifa in two. However, this attack merely grazed Zifa's chest, for his armament haki was formidable. Even hastily applied, it absorbed much of Raymuries' force. Just as Zifa prepared to retaliate, an absurd command was issued from the other side. At the rear of the battlefield, upon witnessing the actions of the Rocks pirates, an overwhelming number of pirates were dispatched directly into the fray, infiltrating the ranks of the celestial dragons. Satan's expression darkened. For the five elders, who guided the world government and wielded ultimate authority, their power was not eternal. Every few decades, the celestial dragons convened to select new members among the five elders. Such occurrences were rare, but if too many nobles perished during this ceremony, the five of them would undoubtedly face impeachment. The safety of the celestial dragons superseded all else. Without hesitation, he issued a directive using a high-tech transponder snail, contacting the leader of the world government's agents to relay orders to Commander Andre. The ethereal screen before him displayed the chaotic battlefield, and Satan's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He realized that this situation could not persist. What? Such a command is being issued. The order to forcibly repel the Rocks pirates reached of bloodied Andre. Damn it! What nonsense is this about abandoning all current operations? The circumstances on the battlefield were already dire. Regardless, Andre could only see with impotent rage, while the Rocks in front of him halted their assault, wearing expressions that suggested they anticipated this turn of events. My suspicions were indeed correct. In the eyes of so-called gods, the safety of their compatriots reigns supreme, while this wretched war and the countless lives of soldiers hold no significance. The decision to dispatch a multitude of pirates to threaten the celestial dragons, though these few hundred would scarcely alter the tide, created a nuisance nonetheless. The battlefield had reached a fever pitch. A balance existed among the high-tier powers, a scenario unfavorable for both sides. However, should a high-tier combatant from the world government depart due to the celestial dragon's predicament, a significant breach would emerge in their otherwise impenetrable defense. Empty. Dispatch a commander to protect the nobles and send them support. The vacant position necessitated the elevation of several rear admirals. Despite the futility of the situation, Andre had no choice but to issue this exceedingly foolish command. Steel Bonacino, upon hearing this, wore a bitter expression, surveying the area before resting his gaze on Zifa. Zifa, quickly retreat. Go assist the nobles. Gorgo, Imagit. You two hold him back. Your orders take precedence, soldiers. Zifa's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, yet he could only sigh in resignation. He nodded and swiftly made his way towards the rear to provide support. Over 50 agents trailed closely behind him, many of whom were formidable combatants. Seeing his opponent replaced, a clear displeasure crossed Ramirez's face. The two men before him, cloaked in the rank of rear admiral, could hardly compare to Zifa's prowess. Though their battle had reached a stalemate, with Ramirez enduring blows, slaughtering the weak served little purpose. Ramirez, be swift. Do not forget our true objective. Rox's reminder ignited a surge of power within the Sea Overlord. At last, he was ready to unleash his might. Chapter 65. The transformation of the battlefield insufficient. Utterly insufficient. You lot are hardly worth the effort. Rox bellowed with raucous laughter, one hand grasping Roger's blade while standing over the bloodied steel bone and sending the bruised Andre flying. Outnumbered 3-1, Rox commanded a complete advantage. The battlefield was a chilling sight, reminiscent of a silent grave. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, while flashes of lightning illuminated the darkened world, revealing Rox's frenzied and menacing visage. Despite his tattered attire and the disarray that surrounded him, he exuded an aura of terrifying strength, suggesting that the ferocity of the battle had not diminished his vigor in the slightest. This scene, akin to that of a demonic deity, left many spectators in a state of stupor. A profound chill surged from their feet, striking deep into their souls. The clash between the three combatants further ravaged the already devastated battlefield, leaving gaping craters in their wake. Naive, how adorably naive you are. The disparity in strength cannot be compensated for by sheer numbers. Even with your combined efforts, you are but mere chickens before me. The plan of the Rocks pirates was simple, for they needed no elaborate strategy. As the dominant force, Rocks was confident that his power could obliterate anything in his path. The current situation exemplified this. Though three formidable opponents stood before him, they could merely delay the inevitable. Rocks lunged once more, seizing Roger, whose face was flushed with exertion, and mercilessly slammed him into the ground. He raised his arm high, then brought it crashing down repeatedly, until Roger lay bloodied and akin to a discarded rag. Roger. As the future Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh swiftly dispatched his own adversary, only to turn and witness the unbelievable scene. He rushed forward to catch Roger's body, but the force was far beyond his expectations, causing him to roll helplessly on the ground. Roger, are you all right? In moments of distress, it is common for comrades to utter such seemingly redundant questions. One need only glance at Roger's blood-soaked form, his broken nose, split knuckles, and the multitude of bruises adorning his chest to understand the gravity of his condition. The Sovereign Rocks is indeed absurdly powerful. Yet, Roger still managed a grin, even laughing heartily. Was this monster truly so easily vanquished? A weight settled in Garp's heart. He believed his strength to be on par with Roger's, implying that in the face of rocks, he might meet a similar fate. Garp, the depths of the New World are far beyond what your navy can comprehend. You experienced that battle for supremacy in the New World, did you not? But if I told you that the power our captain displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg? Whitebeard spoke with knowledge of Rock's might. For it was this very strength that commanded his allegiance alongside the Golden Lion. Garp was drawn into memories of that brutal confrontation, the most fierce battle he had ever endured. At that time, Rox was not yet the ruler of the seas, with the New World divided among 3 powerful pirates. As the one with the highest bounty, Rox audaciously confronted the alliance of the other 2 kings, and the outcome was all too predictable. While many regarded those 2 kings as equals to Rox, the eventual result defied all expectations. Rox effortlessly dispatched both adversaries, even leading to the demise of the former Marine Fleet Admiral. That battle raged for an entire day, claiming countless lives. Thus, it seemed that even then, Rox had concealed his true strength, using only a fraction of his power to secure his title of dominance. What manner of man was this? As the war raged on, the balance that had previously existed was irrevocably disrupted, with Zephyr arriving to provide support. And Rox having felled 3 formidable opponents, everything shifted. Lamris encountered little resistance in dismantling the 2 Marine rear admirals before him. His strength was undoubtedly at the level of an admiral. Even the weakest among the admirals posed no threat to him, especially with the Lunalaria blood coursing through his veins, fueling his fiery prowess. His physical form could withstand Zephyr's punches, rendering the 2 mediocre rear admirals utterly impotent against him. Eagerly, Lamris sought his next opponent, leaving only 2 pools of flesh in his wake. Alarmingly, all high-ranking combatants on the world government's side had found their adversaries, and at that moment, none could impede Lamris' rampage. He effortlessly cleaved a Marine major in half and delivered a devastating blow to a confident agent wielding iron, the force penetrating through the latter's abdomen. In a cruel twist, Lamris twisted his arm, relishing the act of slaughter. Immersed in carnage, Lamris resembled a demon, relishing each enemy he dispatched, occasionally tearing a chunk of flesh from their necks with glee. His eyes grew increasingly crimson, yet still retained their pupils. This frenzied approach to battle instilled fear in many, prompting thoughts of escape. Yet where could they flee? To die beneath Whitebeard's earthquake? To be buried alive by the Golden Lion? Or perhaps to have their souls extracted, their lifespan stolen? The feeble could not thwart their grim fates. They could scarcely choose the manner of their demise. However, amidst the slaughter, Lamris suddenly sensed a perilous threat. Instinctively, he dodged to the side as a massive, spear-like object struck his back with ferocity. Boom! It sounded as if a great weight had struck the ground, echoing loudly as dust billowed forth, revealing 2 beams of red light. Chapter 66. The Arrival of Satan Saint O, you lowly wretches upon the vast sea. Your audacity knows no bounds. You cannot be allowed to continue unabated. A voice, ancient and frigid, resonated from behind Lamris, as a shadow began to emerge from the swirling dust. The first to break through the haze was a claw, resembling that of a spider. Yet compared to an ordinary spider, it seemed more akin to a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. A dark luminescence appeared to devour all light, and 2 crimson beams pierced through the dust, followed by an icy, sinister aura. Suddenly, a colossal creature, towering perhaps several dozen meters high, materialized amidst the black smoke. Lamris turned to behold this apparition, his grin abruptly stiffening as he locked eyes with the crimson orbs. In that fleeting moment, his head twisted violently, as if struck by a heavy blow. An explosion reverberated, and his visage felt as if it had been struck by a cannonball, blinding flames and black smoke erupting, leaving a small mark upon his face. Fierce eyes. This was a special attack technique wielded by the 5 elders, the highest authorities of the world government. It could simply cause a person's head to explode, a method that, while sounding utterly absurd, truly existed. Naturally, such an attack was not always effective. For those with considerable strength, it could not instantly obliterate them. Damn it, that hurts. A twinge of pain in his eye left Lamris quite displeased. He paid no heed to the nature of the creature before him, nor did he wish to ponder it. Furiously, he shook his hands, the cold blades of his claws glinting ominously, and then he charged forth like a streak of silver lightning. You despicable ants! Were it not for the bloodline coursing through your veins, I would have crushed you long ago. A roar echoed from the dust, followed by the massive spider-like legs striking towards him. Yet this time, Lamris was well prepared. His figure flickered rapidly, akin to instantaneous movement within that confined space. Countless glimmers of cold light flashing, By the time onlookers reacted, the giant spider leg had already shattered into fragments. Even the dust was cleaved apart. The colossal being finally revealed its true form. 6 long, black spider-like legs supported a massive abdomen, while an enormous staff was gripped in its hand. Its upper body faintly bore human characteristics, with enormous eyes radiating blinding red light, and 2 sharp, knife-like horns protruding from its head. This creature appeared entirely alien to this world. Its bizarre appearance led some seasoned warriors to vaguely perceive its resemblance to the legendary bull demon. This is Lord Satan Saint from Saturn. Some agents were wide-eyed, for as the most devoted minions serving these great beings, they easily recognized the distinctive features of this gigantic entity, the peculiar beard and the scar upon its face, unmistakably marking it as the Satan Saint who had accompanied them. Who would have thought that the noble elder, one of the 5 elders, was an awakened devil fruit user, seemingly of the mythical beast variety? Yet, at this moment, the giant's expression was indeed grim. One of its 6 legs had been severed by Lemurus, and a strange green blood flowed profusely from the wound, resembling a small green stream. Yahaha, so you are the so-called 5 elders, which means you are also celestial dragons, correct? Those words did not escape Lemurus' keen hearing, and he gazed at the towering monster with a smirk, feigning disdain as he flicked the blood from his claws. The slight arch of his brow provoked the ire of one of the highest authorities of the world government. Foolish peasant, you dare to provoke the majesty of the divine. Satan Saint roared angrily, as 2 sharp spider legs lunged once more at Lemurus. The whistling sound of the air being sliced testified to the extraordinary power of the assault. Yet Lemurus showed no fear, lacking any desire to evade. Such a colossal being indeed possessed an intimidating presence. Yet this also implied a lack of agility within a confined space, rendering it incapable of matching Lemurus' nimbleness. Lemurus continuously flickered between the 2 spider legs, targeting their fragile joints. Each strike of his blade sent torrents of green blood spraying forth, as he darted madly beneath Satan Saint, who could only clumsily defend against him. In a direct contest of raw strength, Lemurus could not contend with the formidable Satan Saint, who was on par with figures like Zepha. Yet his current bulkiness proved a grave disadvantage. Despite the agility of the 6 spider legs, they could not cover every gap. Lemurus' speed surpassed Satan Saint's expectations. And in that moment, this exalted elder found himself ensnared in a passive position against a mere 13-year-old boy. Such a scenario, if spoken of, would surely elicit laughter. The unprecedented humiliation stirred a furious roar from Satan Saint, who began to attack chaotically, the remaining 5 spider legs stabbing wildly at one point after another, while the staff in his hand transformed into a godly spear. Yet every strike was narrowly evaded by Lemurus, much to the dismay of the lower-tier combatants caught too close to the fray. This colossal being wreaked havoc upon the battlefield, its lethality unparalleled. Yahaha, what's wrong? What's wrong? Is this the noble celestial dragon? Why does it now resemble a clumsy pig? To me, your roars sound more like the cries of despair before slaughter. Lemurus' words successfully provoked the deepest rage within Satan Saint, who suddenly froze in place, standing like a statue. The fury etched upon his face dissipated like spring snow, returning him to his former aloof demeanor. A thick layer of armament hockey enveloped his lower body entirely. As Lemurus' claws struck against it once more, sparks erupted, unable to breach the defense. Haha, little brat, I concede you possess some skill. However, lacking mastery of advanced armament hockey, internal destruction, your devil fruit abilities are far from sufficient to penetrate my armor. The towering bull demon stood firm, like an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 67. The God like a slave. Clack, clack, clack. One of the revered 5 elders, Saturn Satan, who governs the entire scientific division of the world government, has so debased himself as to flaunt his power before a mere child? The air was thick with derisive laughter, transforming Satan's once arrogant demeanor into a mask of rigidity. Yet, as if recalling the necessity of preserving noble dignity, he forced himself to raise his somber gaze. A shadow, frail and ghostly, was cast at Satan's feet. Upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated in horror. At his feet lay a figure, bloodied and barely recognizable. It was Andre's foolish scheme. Did he truly believe 3 simpletons could thwart me? The world government must be intoxicated. Rox advanced slowly, his face contorted with increasing ferocity, his eyes ablaze with madness. It seemed a deep-seated vendetta simmered between him and Saturn Satan. Rox, humph, To dare challenge the dignity of the divine, you shall perish here today. Enough. Just a pack of foolish swine dwelling in lofty heights. What nonsense is this divinity? Lamorous. Step aside. This wretch must meet his end by my hands. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Rox signaled to Lamorous before launching himself forward with astonishing speed, so rapid that even Lamorous could barely follow. Though Lamorous was engaged in combat, he understood Rox's temperament well. Not having lost his wits, he prudently withdrew, allowing Rox to plunge deeper into the battlefield, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Rox's fist collided with Saturn Satan's leg with a resounding thud. Previously, Satan's prideful use of hockey and his formidable physique had allowed him to easily withstand Lamorous's onslaught, but when confronted with Rox's punch, that formidable defense crumbled like paper. In a mere blow, Rox shattered the hockey around Satan's leg, obliterating it entirely. The speed was so overwhelming that Satan had no time to react. The strength exceeded human comprehension. With a broken leg, Satan grunted, his towering form swaying precariously. Yet Rox's assault did not relent. He continued to rain blows upon Satan's body. Despite Satan being a Zoan-type devil fruit user with formidable hockey, before a powerhouse like Rox, all his defenses became mere jest. Seeking death, Satan roared, as his unique Zoan form granted him extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply, his rotund belly swelling. Moments later, he expelled several globules of dark purple liquid from his mouth. These projectiles flew faster than ordinary cannonballs, and droplets that splattered onto the ground sizzled, creating visible pits as acrid smoke billowed forth. This was venom, the most insidious and deadly technique granted to Satan by the ox demon fruit. This venom possessed the powers of weakening, virulence, and corrosion. It is no exaggeration to say that even an awakened Zoan-type devil fruit user would find their combat capabilities compromised upon contact with this lethal substance. Like a spider's venom coursing through its prey, rendering it helpless, victims became ensnared in an inescapable web. Faced with this unknown onslaught, Rox was far from foolish enough to endure it head-on. His form flickered, dodging each venomous attack with precision, as none found their mark. The ground was mercilessly eroded by the ox demon's venom, a pungent odor wafting through the air. Occasionally, droplets fell among the soldiers, inciting cries of agony. Ordinary soldiers who encountered the venom instantly emitted white vapor, and within the blink of an eye, were reduced to mere piles of bones. Clack, clack, clack. Toxic phlegm? I never imagined the esteemed five elders would resort to such vile tactics. Truly, a revelation. Satan, transformed into a living artillery, unleashed his venomous barrage. Yet such assaults proved futile. Rox had mysteriously appeared above him. By the time Satan's observation hockey detected Rox, the latter stood atop his head. The sensation of military boots against his scalp sent a chill down Satan's spine. Then came Rox's haughty and disdainful voice. Is this what you call depth? With your feeble strength gracing this battlefield, are you not merely offering your head? As the words fell, Rox lifted his leg and stomped down. In comparison, Rox was but a fraction of Satan's size, yet this diminutive form unleashed an irresistible force that crushed Satan's skull, sending it uncontrollably plummeting to the ground. The gods residing in the heavens could not have conceived that one day their exalted countenances would be trampled by mortals, buried in the filthy earth. The ground fractured, and dust rose. Come on now, I know you have more tricks up your sleeve. Let them out. Bring me some joy. Rox relentlessly drove the noble head of the ox demon into the earth, the ground erupting with agonizing wails as torrential rain intensified. And thunder rumbled, a fitting symphony offered by nature. Overwhelmed by humiliation and pain, the ox demon's eyes blazed crimson. For the celestial dragons, even a single breath of this earthly air would tarnish their divine forms, let alone one of his stature. He was one of the highest authorities of the world government. And even among the celestial dragons, his status was unparalleled. Rox, you have successfully provoked us, since you so desire. Behold the true strength of the world government amassed over 7 centuries. An indescribable power surged within the ox demon as he struggled to rise, emitting a ghastly growl. Yet Rox stamped down once more, forcing the ox demon's visage deeper into the ground. Who permitted you to raise your head? Such arrogant words echoed as if a deity were speaking to a mere slave. Chapter 68. The Gathering of the Five Elders. It is utterly astonishing. The esteemed Lord of the Five Elders has been defeated. How can this be? This man dares to rub the face of the divine into the ground? Rox, this madman, the venerable Saint Satan, one of the Five Elders. being forced to the ground. Such an event is something that the members of the world government would never even dare to dream of. Yet, it is unfolding right before their eyes, and in that moment, a wildly radical thought ignited in their minds. Could it be that even the divine can be trampled upon? What would it feel like for them to have their heads ground into the earth? This blasphemous notion startled them, and they realized this was a thought best kept to themselves. Should such rumors escape their lips, they would be met with the merciless pursuit of the world government. However, the pirates harbored no such concerns. They laughed uproariously, their vile words piercing like daggers into the hearts of the world government members. Look at that wretch's appearance. Does it not resemble those who once knelt before us, begging for mercy? Does this not imply that Captain Rox has enslaved the celestial dragons? Ha ha ha. Just contemplating such a notion sends a thrilling surge of blood through our veins. The sight of him groveling at our feet is no different than that of a pig. For the madmen of the Rox pirates, none of them paid heed to those in the heavens. After all, their own transgressions warranted a multitude of deaths, and many among them had firsthand witnessed the disgraceful demise of celestial dragons. Yet, the one before them was a member of the five elders, the most esteemed of the celestial dragons. His pitiful state only served to further ignite the cruelty that coursed through their veins. Negative emotions consumed their minds, and the pirates' assault grew increasingly ferocious. Damn it! Rox, release Lord Satan! The wounded Steelbone Kong struggled to rise from the ground. Sorrow etched upon his face as he beheld the fallen Andre nearby, gasping for breath. An intense fury welled up within him. He charged forward, but how could he, in his injured state, possibly contend with Rox? In response to Kong's roar, Rox merely scoffed, delivering a kick that sent the injured Steelbone Kong flying once more. Yet this very action afforded Saint Satan a moment to breathe. He struggled with renewed vigor and finally wriggled free from Rox's grasp. Rox, you shall pay an unprecedentedly heavy price for your actions, Saint Satan declared angrily, his face dust-covered and his once pristine beard now disheveled. With a low growl, a strange and mysterious aura began to emanate from him, and two brilliant red lights ignited on either side, followed closely by an inky blackness. As the radiance gradually faded, for massive teleportation arrays suddenly materialized on the battlefield. Black lightning flickered, gradually tracing out four enigmatic pentagram patterns. You have no comprehension of the adversaries you are about to face, he bellowed, his voice strained. In response to his fury, figures began to emerge from the four beams of light. Are reinforcements arriving? Excellent. This battle has grown rather dull. It is time for new members to join. For powerful, sinister auras erupted from the teleportation arrays, and shortly after, four formidable elders emerged onto the battlefield. The instant they appeared, the very heavens seemed to darken. The clouds thickened ominously, and even the lightning dulled in brightness. The air was filled with the primal, ferocious scent of beasts, heavy and foreboding, compelling Rox to squint slightly. They have arrived. As the light dissipated, five figures stood shoulder to shoulder. A bald elder clad in a white samurai outfit, emanating an aura as sharp as a legendary blade. One of the five elders, the financial martial god Izambaron V. Nejuro, a golden-haired elder in a deep red suit. Hands tucked into his pockets, his expression calm and lofty like a deity. One of the five elders, the agricultural martial god Shepherd X. Peter, an elderly man in a dark green suit, bald with a mustache, bearing scars upon his forehead, his eyes sparkling with wisdom, though the smallest in stature. He exuded the strongest presence. One of the five elders, the legal martial god Topman Vacheli, a long-haired elder in a deep blue suit, sporting a white beard that flowed down like a predator's gaze. One of the five elders, the environmental martial god Marcus Maz. Alongside them stood the figure of Saint Satan, wearing a black hat and suit, embodying the scientific defense martial god Jagor Lizia. Perhaps in a bid to fit in, Saint Satan gradually shrank to his normal form, appearing a tad disheveled, yet still formidable. The five aged figures lined up, their presence icy and formidable, their eyes radiating a regal authority that deterred direct gazes. A distorted, colossal shadow loomed behind them, resembling not five men, but five legendary beasts. Thus, the supreme authority of the world government, the five elders, has arrived. On the other side, the morale of the world government troops surged upon witnessing the arrival of the five elders. Yet this heightened spirit proved futile. The reason was simple. Their defenses had been torn open, leaving a gaping hole. The members of the Rox pirates surged towards the rear of the battlefield like an unstoppable dagger. The outcomes of battles among the strong were difficult to discern. Now, it fell upon the ordinary soldiers and agents to hold the line. Yet, they faced a dire challenge. For the Rock's pirates possessed a monstrous entity straddling the line between elite and mid-tier combatants, Lemurus. He was like a harbinger of death, ruthlessly carving through the world government's defenses, transforming the scene from a wolf among sheep to a tiger among rabbits. Those who stood in his path met a gruesome fate, yet they could neither retreat nor dare to do so. To hold their ground might mean their own demise, but to retreat would put their families at risk. The relentless tide of assault continued unabated until Lemurus severed the throat of a Navy rear admiral. The defenses have shattered. Chapter 69. Carp's Dilemma. Alas, the defensive line has been breached. We cannot retreat at this critical juncture. It's unbearable. Calamity Lemurus. This individual has single-handedly carved a path through the entire battlefield. Is he even human? With the line shattered, the warriors under the world government's banner were taken aback, their faces pale with dread. Countless soldiers roared as they charged towards the breach, determined to block the enemy with their own flesh and blood. But what could mere ants achieve against such a force? Lemurus showed no mercy. Anyone who dared approach him, be they soldiers, agents, or even pirates, was torn to shreds. The scene was nothing short of horrific, and the lone breach had been thoroughly drenched in blood. No one cared about their comrades being slain by Lemurus. All they knew was that the enemy's line had faltered. The pirates surged forward towards the gap as if under the influence of a potent stimulant, their eyes gleaming with the promise of riches within reach. Ha ha ha, not bad at all, my son. Whitebeard laughed heartily, pushing Carp back with a powerful strike. Standing his ground, he bore several bruises and a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, courtesy of Carp's onslaught. Carp, too, was not without his wounds. A massive scar ran from his left shoulder to his right side, blood oozing forth, though it was not life-threatening. At this moment, Carp could sense the immense commotion arising from the battlefield. Though he had anticipated such chaos ever since the celestial dragons made the fateful decision to reassign Zephyr, he had never imagined it would manifest so swiftly. In the wake of disaster, once a breach appeared, the pirates would not allow the world government to seal it. They clung desperately to the opening, charging forth, with Lemurus at the forefront. How many soldiers could withstand even a couple of moves against him? His ruthless methods only stirred the savagery within the pirates. A hero of justice can bolster the morale of his allies, but a cruel executioner can incite the malice within villains. Whitebeard, once you take this step, there is no turning back. Though I know it's too late to say this now, I hope you are truly prepared. Carp's expression darkened. Whitebeard understood the implications of Carp's words. It was clear that Lemurus's actions today would undoubtedly mark him as a notorious criminal in the eyes of the world government. But what of it? Lemurus already had a bounty exceeding 800 million, a mere 13-year-old possessing such a staggering amount. By the time he matured, that bounty might multiply several times over. From the moment Whitebeard adopted Lemurus as his son, he had steeled himself for anything. No father would forsake his son, even if it meant standing against the world. It matters not. As long as I draw breath, no one shall harm Lemurus. Should anyone dare extend their claws, they shall find them severed. Moreover, this sickly world was long overdue for change. I ask you, Carp, can you genuinely not hear those heart-wrenching wails? With unbridled fervor, Whitebeard charged once more at Carp, whose eyes were filled with a complex mixture of emotions. The anguished cries of the civilians echoed in his mind, painting a vivid picture of the horrors they faced at the rear of the battlefield. To remain true to his convictions, he relinquished the opportunity to become an admiral. Yet was this not a form of self-deception? Ultimately, he found himself on this battlefield because he was a soldier. As he faced the oncoming massive glaive, a flicker of doubt crossed Carp's mind, swiftly replaced by resolve. He unleashed a powerful punch, its ferocity momentarily startling Whitebeard. The trajectory of his punch diverged entirely from Whitebeard's glaive, but the broad blade struck Carp, leaving a new gash across his chest. The force of the tremor fruit activated, sending Carp hurtling away like a cannonball, embedding him into a distant cliffside. In that instant, the battlefield fell into a hushed silence. The legendary Iron Fist Carp, one of the strongest commanders of the Navy headquarters, had been defeated. After the silence, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the pirates, juxtaposed against the incredulous wails of the world government's soldiers. The war had reached a critical juncture, with a clear victor emerging among the high-ranking fighters. Excluding Rox, Whitebeard was the first to vanquish a formidable foe. The children hailed his name with fervor, charging forward with renewed zeal, while the government forces' morale plummeted to an all-time low. Adding to the chaos was Lemurus, who continued his brutal onslaught, further widening the breach. So this is your choice? Whitebeard murmured, lost in thought. To remain true to the justice he bore, he chose to stand against the pirates, yet to uphold the last vestiges of his own conscience. He chose to concede, allowing those accursed celestial dragons to perish. Whitebeard's respect for Carp deepened in that moment. He uttered no further words. Instead, he surveyed the bloodthirsty pirates beside him and raised his blade. All hands, listen up. Follow me as we advance and eliminate those foolish celestial dragons. Leading the charge. Whitebeard's intimidation and destructive capabilities far surpassed those of Lemurus. Countless pirates surged behind him like a torrent, fervently following his lead. Carp's clumsy act might deceive ordinary soldiers and some lesser commanders, but to the top-tier warriors, his performance was utterly lacking. Carp's strength was on par with Whitebeard's. Both were formidable, and battles between such titans could stretch over days and nights without end. Typically, such encounters would culminate in a mutually assured destruction scenario. Yet, Carp's ease of defeat was astonishing. While Whitebeard had sustained some injuries, they were trivial. Moreover, given Carp's extraordinary physical prowess, it was preposterous to suggest that a single blow from Whitebeard could incapacitate him. The five elders, having noted the commotion, exchanged increasingly grim glances. So this is Carp's choice? Foolish insect. We shall hold him accountable once this battle concludes. He is surely courting death. The five elders fumed. A strong warrior of admiral caliber was indeed rare. But a figure like Carp, who could not be trusted, was best removed from the equation. If nothing unexpected occurred, Chapter 70. The hunter and the prey charge forth. Do not falter. Who dares to grope my backside amidst this chaos? Such trivial matters should be cast aside in this moment. The celestial dragons lie ahead. Let us vanquish them. The frenzied mob launched a full-scale assault, and the world government's defenses crumbled within mere minutes, declaring utter ruin. They gazed toward the hill behind them, knowing that just beyond lay the rest area of the celestial dragons. Every soul summoned their strength, rushing forward, fearful of lagging behind. Everyone, we must halt the pirates. A lieutenant general bellowed hoarsely, but as his words fell, Lemurus sauntered past him. The general reached out, attempting to intercept, but in that instant, a heavy lethargy engulfed his mind, rendering his body leaden, as darkness consumed him. Ha! All resistance is futile. Today, whether you or the celestial dragons, I shall shatter everything. Lemurus proclaimed maniacally, brushing past the lieutenant general, who, as if by magic, was reduced to fragments in the blink of an eye. The general had no time to react. His strength barely equated to that of a common brigadier in the navy, and before Lemurus, he was as fragile as glass. Ah, thank you, young Lemurus. I shall take my leave first. Upon witnessing the breach of the defenses, Big Mom's eyes sparkled with delight. In such times, advancing ahead means seizing greater treasures. Those celestial dragons are all prime targets. Their wealth is undeniable. Just a handful of their riches would suffice to satiate one's hunger. This temptation was irresistible. Big Mom, astute as ever, rode upon her thundercloud Zeus. Within the Rocks pirates, only a few possessed the ability to fly, and the only one stronger than Zeus, the Golden Lion, was presently engaged in a fierce battle. This was a splendid opportunity. Ha! Sister Linlin, you're rather unscrupulous. But it matters not. Today's objective is not merely to seize treasures. Wouldn't you agree, Father? Lemurus strolled leisurely, accompanied by the equally unhurried Whitebeard. Amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, the father and son ambled as if in their own garden, effortlessly dispatching any adversary who crossed their path. Gaha! Treasures are indeed important. After all, one must spend, right? Just a little plunder will do. As for the most crucial matter, follow your heart and act. I shall always stand behind you. Whitebeard, fully aware of Lemurus' purpose on this battlefield, offered only an encouraging glance. Lemurus grinned widely, their pace slow as they ascended the hilltop, while many frenzied pirates rushed toward the town below. That place, which should have been tranquil and serene, now blazed with fire and billowed with smoke. The thick smoke above the town seemed to echo the wails of countless souls, as the howling winds carried a sharp, piercing sound, reminiscent of vengeful spirits. Countless lives had been lost in this celestial dragon festivity. However, the hunting ground was about to change. The hunter would become the hunted. Surely, this would be entertaining. Wouldn't he it? The smile on Lemurus' face grew increasingly sinister. Little one, do not hide. Uncle is not a good man. I won't harm you. In a dilapidated dwelling, a celestial dragon clad in gleaming silver armor with a golden curved blade at his waist, was searching the room with a mischievous glint in his eyes. As one of the foremost celestial dragons, Charlemagne Saint was a formidable contender for victory in this event. Yet he harbored no grand ambitions. Compared to winning the championship and joining the Knights of God, he preferred the thrill of the hunt. How could his observation Haki not perceive the trembling little girl hidden in the most conspicuous cupboard? This was merely a game devoid of fairness. He deliberately created a great commotion, overturning tables and smashing the bed into splinters, while the girl quivered, clutching her legs. Her dirt-streaked face was a mask of terror, yet it could not hide the nascent beauty within. Unlike ordinary folk, the psyche of celestial dragons often veered toward the perverse. Take Charlemagne Saint, for instance. As the eldest son of the Charlemagne family, a prominent celestial dragon lineage, he had always had everything at his fingertips. The desires that commoners could only dream of were mere trifles to him. He possessed 7 wives, princesses from kingdoms, celebrated courtesans, and world-renowned educators. It was clear he harbored a collecting obsession. Now, his goal was to find his 8th wife, and as for the selection of this spouse, they belonged to the world's aristocracy, and even in the face of such heinous acts, who would dare to voice their disdain? Outside the crumbling house, a man and a woman lay dismembered, their limbs scattered amidst pools of blood, their faces frozen in fear, yet marked by an unyielding resolve. Found you. Charlemagne Saint cleaved the cupboard in two, skillfully avoiding any harm to the little girl. Gazing at her, resembling a frightened rabbit, the fervor in his eyes was unmistakable, his body trembling with excitement. The game of hide and seek is over. It's time to return to the Holy Land. Wouldn't you agree? My 8th wife. Charlemagne Saint's face twisted into a grotesque grin as he reached out his large hand toward the girl. She recoiled in terror, but the cupboard felt like a prison. No, the entire island resembled a cage. Who could rescue her? Where could she flee? No, please. You're a bad man. You killed my mommy and daddy. I don't want to go with you. The little girl cried out in anguish, further igniting the celestial dragon's twisted desires. He chuckled darkly, suddenly grasping her hair and yanking her out with brutal force. How could you think so? As a member of the world's aristocracy, I haven't killed you for your insolence. You should be grateful for your future husband's mercy. Beneath the moonlight, his grotesque visage resembled that of a demon. Charlemagne Saint could hardly contain his impatience. Yet, look at what I have discovered. A colossal shadow enveloped him. Chapter 71. Confronting the Celestial Dragons. Is that not our esteemed celestial dragon? What brings you to this wretched place? A voice, laced with mockery and a chilling undertone, echoed from behind Charlemagne Saint. Almost instantaneously, a colossal shadow enveloped his position entirely. The celestial dragon, struck as if by lightning, felt his body stiffen in terror, and with great difficulty, he turned his head. His complexion suddenly as pale as a ghost. Who are you? Charlemagne Saint shouted, his voice trembling with rage and fear. In truth, this was a rather futile question. Despite their arrogance and ignorance, the celestial dragons were not entirely oblivious to the happenings upon the seas. Whispers of the Rock's pirates' imminent participation in the grand event had circulated long before, yet none of the nobles in the Holy Land took heed, believing that a mere pirate crew could hardly rival the might of the world government. Many had even made plans to revel in the battlefield once the festivities concluded. Yet, why were pirates present here? The figure before him, with brown skin, silver hair cascading down, and blood-red flames raging behind him, bore a striking resemblance to someone Charlemagne had glimpsed on a bounty poster. He vaguely recalled telling his companions that if this individual were captured alive, he would gladly pay to have him as a personal weapon. What a status symbol that would be. For this man was none other than the vice-captain of the Rock's Pirates' First Division, the notorious Calamity Ramrus, with a bounty exceeding 800 million. It seems that someone of my humble stature finds it challenging to attract the gaze of such esteemed company. But why do you wear such a grim expression? Ramrus bent slightly, bringing his face close to the celestial dragons, their foreheads nearly touching, the scent of blood overwhelming Charlemagne, who nearly retched from the pungent aroma. What a monster! How many lives has he taken? Vile peasant, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Before you stands the scion of the most illustrious Charlemagne family among the celestial dragons. Such insolence could spell doom for your entire family. Yet, as a god, I possess a merciful heart. If you depart now, I shall pretend this encounter never occurred. Perhaps this warning was the only recourse available to Charlemagne Saint, who prided himself on his strength, believing himself to be a paragon among the new generation of celestial dragons. However, the moment the calamity, boasting a bounty of over 800 million, appeared before him, all his bravado evaporated as if doused by icy water, leaving him devoid of any thoughts of resistance. You dare to threaten my family? The chill in Ramrus's gaze intensified, yet the grin on his lips widened grotesquely, nearly reaching his ears. He raised his hand. The cold edge of his blade suddenly pressed against Charlemagne's face. Observing the terror etched upon the noble's features, the blade danced along his skin, effortlessly shaving the fine hair from his cheeks, ascending until it brushed against the celestial dragon's ear. With a swift motion, a subtle sound resonated, catching Charlemagne off guard. A soft thud followed, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something that had fallen, a severed ear, unnervingly familiar. A jarring pain shot through him, deep and searing, unlike anything he had ever endured. The agony compelled a pained wail to escape his lips, tears streaming down his face. What a sight! I had thought you gods were beyond such trivial suffering. To lose but an ear and yet display such wretchedness? You seem to possess less fortitude than the ants I have slain. Ramrus's smile twisted into a deranged expression as he delivered a resounding slap to Charlemagne's face, sending the towering figure crashing into the wall behind him. I had thought gods were remarkable beings. It appears you bleed just like the rest of us. As Ramrus advanced, Charlemagne's terror magnified, knowing that he could not escape the fate of becoming Ramrus's plaything. As he was well aware of the commoner's horrific proclivities, cruelty, and a penchant for tormenting his enemies to death. Stay back. Do not approach. The Charlemagne family has always been aligned with the family of one of the elders, Saint Satan. Kill me, and you shall invite the relentless wrath of the world government. In this moment, the strength he had derived from his training and drugs dissipated like smoke. Confronted with an adversary he could not hope to counter, the once proud noble found himself more grotesque than the common folk, whom he deemed beneath him. Ramrus, undeterred, felt a frenzied voice echoing within him. Kill him. Break every finger. Sever his limbs, tear off his features, and flay his flesh piece by piece. Let him perish in the most excruciating manner conceivable. This voice had become Ramrus's inner demon, driving him forward. He felt an inexplicable compulsion, believing that slaying this celestial dragon would be a noble act, beneficial for himself and others alike. Suddenly, fragmented memories, as sharp as shards of glass, erupted within his mind. Images flooded his consciousness, as though long-buried memories had violently resurfaced. Even a being of his strength could not withstand the overwhelming tide of recollections, and he staggered, collapsing to his knees, stifling a groan. Seeing Ramrus in such a state, Charlemagne's eyes gleamed with a spark of hope. His trembling legs ceased their quaking. He understood that remaining here would guarantee his demise, and now was his chance to flee. Casting aside thoughts of his eighth wife, he scrambled like a wounded dog towards the exit. He glimpsed the door behind Ramrus, illuminated by the moonlight spilling through, and reached out, yearning to touch that light, to grasp at freedom. Yet, a hand suddenly grasped his leg. So, it was not that I lacked courage, but rather that I had been shackled by my own internal struggles. Ramrus rose, his right hand clutching Charlemagne's leg, dragging him back into the depths of darkness, away from the beckoning light of the moon. Chapter 72. Fiery Retribution. Ha ha ha. How amusing, truly amusing. So it is like this. Suddenly, Ramrus erupted into uncontrollable laughter. A cacophony so exaggerated that even amidst the chaos of the night, it resonated sharply, echoing far and wide, drowning out the sounds of slaughter outside. So, the brutal massacre and capture of my kin was merely to satiate the selfish desires of your world government? Ramrus hoisted Charlemagne Saint up. The sensation of being upside down was unbearable, blood struggled to flow, and Charlemagne felt as if his head were swelling. Spare me, I beg you. His lips repeatedly uttered pleas for mercy. Spare you? Ha ha ha. That truly is the most hilarious joke I have ever heard. You have caused my family to be shattered, left me in agony and despair. You truly deserve to perish. The blood-red flames behind Ramrus blazed even more fiercely, nearly soaring to the heavens. Illuminated by the crimson glow, Ramrus's face twisted into a demonic visage as he roared in rage, his left hand transforming into a blade, cleanly severing Charlemagne Saint's legs. Charlemagne emitted a heart-wrenching wail as his body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. Shut your mouth. The pain you now feel is but a mere fraction of my past suffering. What right do you have to wail here? Speak. Ramrus kicked out once more, severing Charlemagne Saint's left hand at the root, the cries of the celestial dragon escalating to a shrill pitch. gradually turning hoarse. I will slice you into minuscule bits. No, not just you. I shall mercilessly slay all celestial dragons. He unleashed his fury upon Charlemagne, wielding his swordsmanship with the prowess of a grandmaster, effortlessly carving pieces of flesh from Charlemagne's right arm, thin as gossamer. Should I apply for a position as a beef noodle chef, I would undoubtedly qualify. Stop. Boy, what are you doing? A thunderous voice interrupted Lamorous' actions. He turned to see Zifa's figure gradually emerging under the moonlight. His face contorted in anger as he charged towards Lamorous, only to be obstructed by a towering figure even more formidable than he. Gulalala. Zifa. I advise you not to meddle in this affair. It was Whitebeard. In truth, Lamorous was aware that Whitebeard had been lingering nearby, more concerned about his son than plundering treasures. He understood Lamorous all too well. From the moment he entered the battlefield, something felt amiss. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, Whitebeard knew his son was acting on instinct, and he would not intervene, merely accompanying him. Newgate, have you all gone mad? That is a true celestial dragon. Do you truly wish for this child to embark on an irreversible path? Zifa exclaimed in fury. The slaughter of innocents is indeed an unforgivable sin, yet for a powerhouse like Lamorous, the typical course of action to prevent the resurgence of their devil fruit abilities at sea is to imprison them in the abyssal depths after capture. Even though everyone understands that Lamorous's quick-slash-fruit is not particularly formidable, its possession by a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 800 million carries different implications. However, if Lamorous truly kills a celestial dragon, there would be no turning back. The world government would raise his bounty once more and unleash an unrelenting pursuit upon him. There would be no capturing alive, only immediate execution. Gulalala. What significance do these words hold? A man must take responsibility for his choices. One must follow their heart. And what consequences arise need not be contemplated today. Whitebeard stood resolutely in front of Zifa, refusing to yield an inch. Zifa could only watch from outside, witnessing the noble celestial dragon being dismembered by Lamorous, reduced to a grotesque form, as Lamorous used his sharp blade to slice piece by piece from the celestial dragon's body. Blood stained the blade, and Lamorous's grin grew increasingly sinister. Ha ha ha. So this is the feeling. The ecstasy of tormenting a celestial dragon is simply magnificent, exhilarating. Dear God, you must have never imagined that one day, you too would endure the suffering inflicted upon your slaves, right? Charlemagne Saint could barely muster a sound. The excessive wailing had rendered his throat swollen and painful. He longed to curse, but after uttering a few words, he lost his tongue. Forced to watch helplessly as his flesh diminished, the once formidable and ornate armor crumbling like paper before this man. He was in unbearable pain, wishing for death. Yet how different was that from the slaves he had once tormented? Like those slaves, he now found even the desire for death a luxury. Lamorous's actions persisted for a full 10 minutes. He moved like an elegant artist, meticulously tending to his gruesome masterpiece, blood splattering across his face without eliciting any discomfort. After all, celestial dragon blood was red, albeit imbued with a foul stench. For Charlemagne Saint, those 10 minutes felt interminable, at last. The severe pain and blood loss rendered his consciousness increasingly hazy, and he could scarcely feel his body any longer. What a pity. I had thought you could endure a while longer, my lord Charlemagne Saint, Lamorous remarked, lifting a leg to rest upon the celestial dragon's head. In that moment, Charlemagne felt a flicker of joy. He was finally to be liberated. However, just as Lamorous was about to strike, he suddenly noticed a little girl nearby. Her eyes fixed intently upon him. The gruesome scene failed to evoke any fear from her. Lamorous chuckled softly, placing a finger to his lips. Shoo. Then, he brought his foot down. Witnessing a celestial dragon being executed before him had a profound impact on Zifa. He appeared momentarily dazed, indifferent to the forceful kick he received from Whitebeard. He simply stood there, staring blankly at the figure laughing maniacally amidst the pool of blood. He could sense it. Lamorous. This 13-year-old boy was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying aura reminiscent of a hellish demon. Chapter 73, The Majesty of a King in an Instant. It seemed as though all the colors around faded into oblivion. The crimson-black lightning enveloped the area, accompanied by a thunderous roar that sent chills down one's spine. This palpable aura of slaughter was unmistakable to both Whitebeard and Zephyr, their pupils contracting in shock. As titans of the sea, they were all too aware of the significance of this phenomenon, a manifestation of the unparalleled conqueror's haki, said to arise once in 100,000 souls, embodying the spirit of a true ruler. How could this be? Another sovereign of the seas? Zephyr exclaimed in astonishment. In truth, he had encountered many promising individuals wielding Conqueror's Haki. Numerous silver-tier contenders possessed this formidable power, each with unyielding ambition, causing considerable turmoil for the Navy. However, the figure before them, Reimris, was entirely different. His strength had already brushed against the pinnacle of this ocean, a source of great concern for the world government. Compounded by his brutal nature, the emergence of Conqueror's Haki within such a being would spell disaster for the entire sea and beyond. Gulalala. As expected of my son, I knew Reimris would excel. Whitebeard's excitement was evident, though it seemed he had long prepared himself for this revelation. For he could not possibly doubt that his son, a dragon among men, would lack Conqueror's Haki. Reimris's Conqueror's Haki appeared distinct from others, imbued with a terrifying bloodlust. As this aura erupted, the heavens and earth altered, transforming the surroundings into a chilling hellscape. Even merely sensing it sent shivers down one's spine. However, Zephyr's keen eyes soon caught sight of something, a dazzling blaze of fire. Yagagaga. Born of all creation, the dragon seizes all. Ruthless and absurd. Slay, slay, slay. As the 7 blood-soaked words rang out, Reimris's murderous intent reached its zenith. He laughed maniacally, the flames behind him roaring ever fiercer, until they seemingly hit a threshold, no longer expanding, their color deepening from a vibrant crimson to a dark red, even hinting at a shift toward a blackish hue. Zephyr could swear he heard a crisp crack resonate. Behind Reimris, a vortex of energy emerged, the wind fueling the flames, as the blood-red and black-red aura intensified, beginning to spread to Reimris's arms. A towering inferno erupted skyward, a pillar of fire reaching for the heavens. The inky night was pierced by an unsettling glow, the radiant moonlight dimming in the presence of this ominous luminescence, drawing the attention of all around. What is this? Gazing at Reimris in this moment, Zephyr's expression turned frantic. Even Whitebeard was taken aback, eyes wide and mouth agape, both fixating on Reimris. The reason? Suddenly, a pair of phoenix-like wings, black and red, sprouted from Reimris's back. This aura was unsettling, stirring a primal anxiety deep within the soul. Meanwhile, far across the hills, the battlefield had transformed. Rox was now engaged in combat with the 5 elders. At this moment, the 5 elders had morphed into 5 monstrous entities. Who could have anticipated that those dubbed as gods, residing in the heavens and wielding the highest power in this world, would be 5 terrifying beasts? A colossal skeletal warhorse, forged from stark white bones, trumpeted forth, emanating a chilling aura reminiscent of the underworld. Enormous sandworms, stretching thousands of meters, writhed beneath the ground, their gaping maws roaring, sharp, serrated teeth glistening with viscous slime. A massive avian beast, sporting razor-sharp beak and gaping maw filled with menacing fangs, unfurled its wings, casting a shadow over the battlefield. A cow demon, resembling a gigantic spider, bore curved horns like sickles, with 8 razor-sharp appendages as lethal as spears. A massive warthog, possessing 4 fearsome tusks and a mouth large enough to swallow itself whole, boasted a body adorned with black spots, its thick skin the hardest armor in the world. These 5 monstrous creatures roared and howled on the battlefield, their forms enveloped in dark smoke, the hallmark of awakened Zoan-type devil fruits, each radiating a chilling, sinister presence. They seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell. Bone horse, sandworm, Asian Shintian, cow demon, warthog. This was the true visage of the world government's supreme authority. The 5 elders, each a wielder of the most elite Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruits, developed to the pinnacle of their potential. The moment these 5 formidable beasts appeared, many ordinary soldiers trembled, losing their will to fight. Yet, before them stood Rox, unperturbed, his stature a mere few meters, rendering him insignificant against these towering monstrosities. The aura emanating from the 5 beasts was disconcerting, yet Rox remained unfazed, a smile creeping across his face as a red glimmer flickered in his eyes. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki radiated from Rox, surging toward the 5 elders. This exaggerated Haki shattered the ground beneath, causing tremors that even rippled through the dark mist enveloping the 5 monstrous beings. In that moment, they truly realized the magnitude of Rox's presence as the undisputed sovereign of the seas, the mightiest pirate of this era. Satan Saint's expression darkened significantly. He had never imagined that Rox had not fought with his full strength during their confrontation. This outrageous aura was unparalleled on the seas, save for that one individual. Ka 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 ka. Truly, 5 astonishing demons. I wonder what devil fruit powers they possess. I've never witnessed such before. I must commend the world government. Yet it is unfortunate that such exquisite Zoan-type mythical beast fruits are squandered on you 5 incompetent fools. Rox's disdain for the 5 was palpable, and as he spoke, an idea seemed to strike him, prompting a sudden chuckle. Visibly salivating, he mused, roasted marrow, grilled birds, pork chops, beef heads, and these seemingly succulent worms. TSK. You might as well rename yourselves the Barbecue 5 Kings. Chapter 74. Lousy Detests tears the emptiness of hell, and the presence of demons on earth are vividly exemplified at this moment. 5 grotesque figures, exuding an aura of malevolence, unleash deafening roars, their ominous visages fixed upon the insignificant creature standing before them. The majesty of the divine is not to be trifled with. Taking the form of a monstrous beast, Satan bellows furiously, raising a spider-like leg to strike downwards with ferocity. The black spear cleaves through the air, whistling as it hurtles towards the head of Rox. This seemingly ordinary attack, imbued with tremendous power, is amplified by the superior demon fruit of the top-tier phantom beast, rendering the strength of the 5 elders nearly unparalleled upon these waters. In the face of such an onslaught, Rox neither flinches nor retreats. Instead, he grins widely and reaches out to grasp the incoming leg. The disparity in size is staggering, yet Satan's strike is effortlessly thwarted by this man, towering at merely a few meters high. With a single hand, which appears almost as insignificant as a grain of sand compared to the 5 demons, he deflects the attack with ease. If this is all you can muster, you 5 shall remain here today. A flash of crimson ignites in Rox's eyes as he exerts tremendous force, shattering Satan's leg instantly. Green blood erupts forth, and the massive beast lets out a muffled groan, its mountainous form swaying slightly before it steadies itself. Arrogance. A piercing shriek echoes as the colossal beast, Yikanjintian, spreads its wings and ascends into the sky, seemingly swallowing the moonlight whole. It roars, extending its claws as it dives towards Rox. Come forth. Let us see how far you 5 can truly push me. Rox laughs maniacally, stepping boldly into the face of the highest authority of the world government. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, your defeat is all but assured. The golden lion wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. Chaos reigns upon the battlefield below. Yet the tide of the world government's forces begins to recede. Watching this scene, Sengoku grits his teeth, powerless to intervene. Do not celebrate prematurely. It is far from over. He raises his hand, unleashing a shockwave that grazes the cheek of the golden lion, who responds with a mocking smile, effortlessly hurling a massive boulder towards Sengoku. Do you not understand? The tide of the times is inescapable. The world government has reigned atop this world for far too long. This ailing world requires a cataclysmic war to reshape its power dynamics. The golden lion, embodying chaos, relishes in the turmoil. The era calls. I, the golden lion, am destined to rule the vast seas from the skies. His supreme conqueror's haki erupts with fervor, and with the golden lion's laughter, Sengoku's expression grows increasingly grim. This ashen aura, reminiscent of Ashura, is impossible to ignore. Sengoku's eyes widen, and a similarly terrifying conqueror's haki emanates from him. The clash of their wills resounding through the heavens, as if the very earth laments their confrontation. However, this stalemate does not endure for long. It is evident to all that while Sengoku's conqueror's haki is formidable, it pales in comparison to that of the golden lion. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, your conqueror's haki is utterly feeble. The golden lion's haki surges, and Sengoku falters, his presence diminishing, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Conqueror's haki stands as one of the most potent means of attack upon these seas, with its strength reliant on the wielder's spirit. As one of the most illustrious commanders of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku's justice is defined as justice that reigns supreme. It is evident how formidable his spirit would be. Yet the prior so-called test of obedience has dealt a severe blow to his sense of justice, diminishing his spirit and causing his conqueror's haki to visibly wane. Now, the very essence of his haki may merely exist as a fade. Flames engulf the sky, as if a colossal phoenix ascends, soaring through the night. Lemyrus revels in the exhilarating sensation of flight. A mere remnant of the Lunaria clan? What of the so-called bloodline mutation? Silver hair, brown skin, and wings sprouting from his back, a raging inferno blazing forth. This encapsulates the entirety of the Lunaria clan's attributes. He is the most genuine of Lunaria beings. The emergence of these wings grants Lemyrus the mightiest abilities upon these seas, Conqueror's haki. To vanquish the divine, to execute those lofty beings, to listen to their screams, indistinguishable from those of ants. Such a sensation is exquisite. Ha ha ha. Not enough. Not nearly enough. How can a mere celestial dragon satiate me? I crave more. I yearn for more. He soars through the sky, his crimson gaze fixating upon a town below, now a sea of flames. His ruthless conqueror's haki intertwined with a chilling intent to kill, transforming him into a bloodthirsty hunter. On the land below dwell his favorite prey. He descends straight down. The wind howling past his ears, his keen eyes locking onto a somewhat inebriated celestial dragon, who wields a curved dagger, still dripping with blood. Boom. A thunderous sound erupts as Lemyrus seizes the celestial dragon's head, forcefully driving it into the latter's pelvis, transforming a living being into a grotesque mass of flesh. The sounds of shattering bones, bursting skin, and gushing blood, the splatter of liquid upon the ground. This is the most delightful symphony for the oppressed in this world. Lemyrus laughs joyfully, indifferent to the trembling survivor amidst the ruins. Yet, after basking in the warmth of cooling blood, Lemyrus sets off once more. Moments later, the survivor, shaking, crawls from the debris, momentarily dazed, until his murky eyes regain their brilliance. He kneels, fervently bowing in the direction of Lemyrus's departure, then seizes a sharp stone nearby, venting his madness upon the lifeless celestial dragon, laughing joyously while shedding tears of sorrow. Lemyrus pays no heed. Such is the fate of the weak. Tears, the most useless and detestable of things. Thus, I shall ensure this world knows no more tears. Chapter 75. The Wrath of the Ants. Run. Run. Damn it. Those despicable pirates dare to lay a hand on us. Have they lost their minds? Madness. Madness. Anyone who dares to attack us will not escape unscathed. In the far west of the small town, 3 noble celestial dragons were fleeing in utter disarray, their faces etched with sheer terror. Behind them, a colossal man, towering at nearly 6 meters, was in hot pursuit. He wielded a thick wooden club, stained with traces of blood. Upon a closer inspection of his fearsome visage, many might find it hauntingly familiar. Ghost Bear Thomas, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 150 million in the first half of the Grand Line. His Ghost Bear pirate crew was renowned, and he himself had single-handedly obliterated half of a Navy branch. This man, a merciless pirate, had now become one of the most coveted prey of this hunting festivity. You filthy scoundrels! You dare to slaughter all my subordinates and drag me to this place for your amusement. Today, I shall crush you into a bloody pulp, even if it costs me my life. His roar echoed like thunder, and Thomas moved with incredible speed. It was merely a matter of time before he closed in on the 3 celestial dragons. The blood on his club was from another celestial dragon, who, despite his former ferocity, could never have imagined that he would one day truly kill a celestial dragon. It is an unbreakable law of the seas that one must not harm the celestial dragons, yet he had done so, and aside from the fear, there was an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Damn it, wasn't it said that this festivity was devoid of danger? Why then was Ilmassen killed? One of the celestial dragons, while running, let out a growl of resentment. In truth, such festivities rarely presented any risks in previous years. The worst outcome had been a celestial dragon left incapacitated. They had never heard of a celestial dragon dying during the festivities. Of course, no one would die. These individuals were the elite of the celestial dragons. Each was treated as a treasure, and even in past festivities, numerous agents were secretly present to ensure their safety. But this year was different. It was all due to the arrival of the Rocks pirates. This most notorious pirate crew posed an unparalleled threat, compelling the Elder Stars to take such a perilous gamble. The course of this conflict had surpassed their expectations, and the elite agents tasked with protecting the celestial dragons had been reassigned. Not only were these slaves in peril, the pirates seemed to have breached their defenses as well. I shall not play this game any longer. I want to return home. One celestial dragon lost control of his emotions, lamenting that had he known it would come to this, he would never have deigned to attend the festivity. Was it not far more comfortable to be at home, embracing his exquisite female slaves? Yet, there is no remedy for regret in this world. As the distance between them and their pursuer dwindled, the slowest of the celestial dragons felt the ominous winds approaching from behind. Glancing at his 2 fleeing companions, his eyes were filled with the dread of impending death. He steeled himself. Life as a noble was too leisurely, and he had not yet lived enough. He could not perish. Drawing a splendid pistol crafted from gold from his waist, he found it contained but a single bullet, the others having been discharged into the monstrous figure pursuing him. Yet he believed this last bullet could save his life. Bang! The gun fired, accompanied by a chilling wail. The foremost celestial dragon stumbled as the bullet struck his leg unawares, injuring him so severely that even his bones were affected. He collapsed to the ground. Disbelief written across his face as he raised his head, only to see his two companions fleeing rapidly. His keen eyes caught sight of the golden pistol, still emitting wisps of smoke from its barrel. "Shaltino, you!" he roared in resentment, but the words failed to escape his lips as a heavy wooden club struck his skull, plunging him into a haze of dizziness and weightlessness. "Forgive me, but I cannot die." The celestial dragon known as Shaltino brought the club down upon another of his companions, who yelped in pain, slowing his pace. Though the impact was minor, in such a life-and-death moment, even a slight decrease in speed could be fatal. To save oneself, one must abandon their companions. How familiar this scene appears. Thomas laughed heartily. This moment was indeed reminiscent of an earlier event when he had slain a celestial dragon who had been shot in the thigh by the very dragon now under his foot. "You cannot kill me. I am a celestial dragon. I am a noble of this world, and should you take my life, it would bring about your demise. If you spare me, I can offer you a chance to escape this island, to find a place to live. I can bestow upon you treasures. Surely pirates covet gold, do they not?" Faced with the grotesque visage of the celestial dragon, Thomas showed no hesitation, a cold smirk playing upon his lips, and he struck down with his club. "But compared to freedom, I would much rather slay you, you wretch." The ordinary, crude wooden club transformed into the most formidable of weapons as Thomas unleashed his fury upon the celestial dragon, each blow raining down with relentless ferocity. The dragon's cries grew fainter until he was reduced to nothing but a bloody pulp. He had slain 2 celestial dragons once more. This time he felt no fear. Only exhilaration remained. He knew he was destined to perish, and if that was the case, then let these lofty deities accompany him in death. Thomas charged forward once again, fully aware that another celestial dragon had escaped right beneath his very eyes. The ants, displeased with their status as prey, took up arms in rebellion. Suddenly, they realized that their hunter was perhaps not as formidable as they had imagined, and the roles reversed. The prey became the hunter. Such scenes were not uncommon in this small town, where the once despondent prey began to rise against their oppressors. Most were mere commoners, their resistance seemingly futile. Yet in their final moments of existence, they found the courage, the audacity to defy even the gods, did they not? The world government had existed for far too long, its power ingrained in the hearts of many, but it had also birthed a rebellious spirit among those who had long suffered in silence. Chapter 76, Rocks vs. The 5 Elders Run. Ivan. We must never return to that place. At the northernmost edge of a small town, 2 youthful figures fled in a frenzy. The sturdy child, resembling a small bull, tugged along his companion, whose head was so large it seemed almost to rival his entire body. Panic was etched across their faces as they dashed aimlessly into the distance, suffering greatly from the thorny brambles that lined their path. Their bodies were marred with injuries. Yet these pains paled in comparison to the torment they had previously endured, uncertain of how long they had been fleeing or even where they were. The small boy named Ivan eventually succumbed to exhaustion, and they collapsed onto the ground. "I'm exhausted. Bear cub, surely we are safe now." "I don't know. Let's rest for a moment, and then continue running. The farther we go, the safer we will be. I refuse to endure those days again." The child known as Bear Cub spoke, his eyes filled with fear as he recalled those dreadful times. "There seems to be a thicket over there. We can head in that direction. If all else fails, we can hide there." Bear Cub pointed towards a distant patch of low bushes, licking his pale lips. From day to night, they had been on the run, and in that time, they had not had a single drop of water. Their energy was depleted, and their throats burned with thirst. They were in dire need of sustenance and hydration. Little did these 2 children know, beyond that thicket lay an altar, no more than 30 meters in diameter. Upon this altar rested numerous treasures that sparkled brilliantly, but the most striking were 2 exquisite boxes. Boom! A colossal beast was forcefully driven into the ground, its gaping maw resembling an abyss, which suddenly spewed forth a fountain of blood. Its lantern-like eyes were filled with horror. As one of the 5 elders, the Justice Martial God, Topman Vacheli, possessed the most formidable defensive capabilities among his peers. The devil fruit he had consumed granted him skin harder than diamond and a retaliatory ability, meaning any attack aimed at him would be partially rebounded back to the assailant. Such prowess made him arguably the strongest among the 5. Yet, Even this defensively potent creature felt that his resilient skin was of no use against rocks. He could indeed reflect his opponent's attacks, but such force was overwhelming, far beyond his limits. On the battlefield nearby, the monstrous Ichin Shintian had one of its wings torn off by rocks, while a massive insect was cleaved in two, and the spider-like creature, the bull demon, found all 8 of its legs utterly obliterated. The skeletal horse demon, a ghastly being, was riddled with cracks upon its pale bones. Topman himself was not faring any better. One of his 4 massive teeth had been shattered by rocks. How pathetic. Is this truly the depth of your world government's centuries of legacy? How disappointingly weak. Rox clenched his fists, delivering blow after punishing blow. His body was covered in scars, a testament to the recoil from the monstrous creature beneath him. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, ferociously assaulting the head of the gigantic beast with strikes powerful enough to flatten a small hill. Blood poured from Topman Vachali's mouth as he desperately sought to rise, attempting to shake Rox off, but it was all in vain. I will crush your brain into mush. Rox sneered, as the battlefield, a clash between the Rox pirates and the world government, lay in ruins. Over 200,000 combatants from the world government and 90,000 from the Rox pirates had been reduced, with more than half perishing in the chaos. Although the 5 elders were currently being suppressed, they were not to be underestimated. Their eclectic array of devil fruit abilities had certainly caused Rox some trouble. In such high-stakes combat, the lower-tier soldiers had little chance of survival. Take the enormous sandworm. For instance, its massive form could easily crush hundreds with a mere roll. Aside from Rox and the 5 elders, the battlefield was left with only a handful of low-ranking fighters. The Golden Lion and Sengoku had long since relocated. As the Golden Lion craved battle but was equally enamored with treasure, remaining in a stalemate with Sengoku would only allow others to reap the rewards. But do not underestimate the 5 elders. The cracked horse demon rose, its upper half suddenly transforming into a human form. As the only swordsman among the 5 elders, Izambaron V. Neijuru was a true master swordsman. The katana he bore, the legendary first-generation Onatetsu, ranked among the 12 supreme blades. An icy aura emanated from him as he unsheathed the Onatetsu, the chilling essence of hell coalescing upon its blade. His horse hooves began to gallop, and with both hands gripping his sword, he vanished in an instant. Confronted by this fierce strike, Rox's pupils dilated. The undead-like horse demon possessed the most troublesome attack methods, and combined with the swordsmanship of a top-tier master, a successful hit would encase him in ice crystals born of hell's chill, a significant detriment. Rox leapt atop Topman Vachali's head, narrowly evading the lethal strike, allowing the enormous beast to escape. The creature's eyes glowed crimson as it unleashed a roar imbued with the power of Conqueror's Haki, reverberating through the air and cracking the ground. Utilizing his immense force, Rox propelled himself through the air, darting to the side as the shockwave struck the air he had just occupied, creating visible fissures. But the ordeal was far from over. Suddenly, the ground beneath Rox fractured violently. A serpentine sandworm erupted from the earth, gaping its maw wide to swallow Rox whole. Inside the sandworm's belly, it was dark and damp, with highly corrosive acid seeping from its walls. Rox unleashed a punch that tore through the creature's abdomen, his clothing shredded by the potent acid. Once he emerged back into the light, his expression darkened as he beheld the 5 colossal beings before him. These 5 foes are indeed a formidable challenge. Chapter 77, Slave? At this very moment, the 5 monstrous beings exhibited no signs of injury. A tremendous vitality surged within them. And Locke stared in disbelief as these creatures before him forcefully restored themselves. The enormous bull demon sprouted 8 legs anew, its abdominal wounds gradually healing, while the severed sandworm returned to its original form, roaring with ferocity. The broken teeth of the fierce beast regenerated, and the cracks on the horse bone disappeared in an instant, as Ijin Jintian soared into the sky once more. Feudal, Lux, you have yet to grasp the terrifying depths of the world government. We are gods, we cannot perish. The colossal figure of the fierce beast roared. Its previous battered state vanished in the blink of an eye, its aura restored to its zenith, as though the battle that had just transpired was but a figment of imagination. Clack, clack, clack. How astonishing, such enduring regenerative prowess. Is it not akin to an immortal trump card? Locke's expression soured. He had anticipated numerous scenarios, yet never considered the resilience of these creatures could be so formidable. The world government's trump card was indeed exaggerated. Alas, even if you possess nearly immortal abilities, should one attempt to slay you once, I shall try again. If that fails, I shall make a 3rd attempt. I refuse to believe that your regenerative capacity is boundless. Lox charged forth once more, seemingly intent on instilling despair in this renowned overlord. The 5 enormous monsters showed no inclination to evade. The bull demon raised a leg and thrust it forth, the sharp tip colliding with Lox's fist. The stalemate lasted but a moment before it shattered. Lox surged forward like a cannonball, piercing through the bull demon's foreleg, and with a roar, he wrenched the creature's leg from its body with sheer brute force. A flash of steel. The horsebone swung a blade toward Lox's head, but he evaded effortlessly. He distanced himself from the 5 monsters, only to find that in the briefest of moments, the bull demon's foreleg had fully regenerated. Do you not yet comprehend? Gods do not perish. Your fantastical ambitions have been a joke from the very beginning. The 5 colossal beings howled in unison, displaying an unprecedented synergy. The bull demon unleashed a torrent of venom, forcing Lox to dodge, while the horsebone charged forward, delivering a swift cut. Lox, seizing the moment, leaped onto the blade of the initial demon, only to find Ejin Jintian already prepared above. With a powerful flap of its wings, several enormous feathers, resembling broad swords, shot toward Lox's vital points. Lox enveloped himself in armament hockey, desperately deflecting the assault. However, the fierce beast charged at him, its massive teeth crashing into him and propelling him toward the awaiting sandworm, which opened its gaping maw. Its formidable teeth bore down on Lox, emanating wisps of white smoke. Who knows how it managed to bring such corrosive acid into its mouth? All of this transpired in mere seconds. As longtime colleagues, the 5 elders were intimately familiar with one another's strengths and weaknesses. On the battlefield, facing 5 creatures exhibiting such perfect coordination was not something an ordinary individual could contend with. Truly, this is relentless. As the formidable teeth were about to descend, a smirk suddenly graced Lox's lips. The veins on his forehead bulged, his arms swelled as if a dragon coursed through them. The sandworm's jaws snapped down, but its prideful biting force and its incredibly hard teeth failed this time. Lox spread his arms wide, using sheer strength to thwart the sandworm's assault. The agriculture war god, Shepherd Xie, narrowed his eyes. The biting force and hardness of its teeth could easily pulverize diamonds. What kind of tremendous strength resided within this man? Moreover, the highly corrosive acid had no effect, merely eroding a portion of Lox's armament hockey. One by one, do you perhaps misunderstand the term overlord? Lox bellowed, his arms exerting tremendous force. He gripped the sandworm's teeth tightly, twisting his body like a fierce tiger. This enormous Mongolian sandworm, exceeding 1,000 meters in length, was hurled to the ground by Lox with an over-the-shoulder throw. In an instant, the already battered battlefield endured another violent impact, creating a massive crater as the sandworm's body embedded deeply into the soil, numerous cracks appearing on its surface, oozing viscous blood. The sandworm's eyes glazed over, its focus fading, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness from that blow. Clack, clack, clack. The depth of the world government's foundation is indeed astonishing, but I am Lox, the overlord of these seas. Observing the sandworm gradually restoring itself, a broader grin spread across Lox's face. He extended his crimson tongue, licking his lips, and casually tore away the tattered cloth clinging to his upper body, revealing a physique seemingly forged from diamonds. However, this very action caused the 5 elders' pupils to constrict in shock. On Lox's back was a mark that appeared to have been seared into his flesh, shaped like the claw print of some unknown creature. This mark was not only known to them, but to over 90% of those across these seas. They recognized its meaning as the personal property of the celestial dragons. It was the slave mark that dictated its bearer's fate, the treading of the dragon. The maritime overlord Lox was once a slave of the celestial dragons. Seeing the astonished expressions of the 5 colossal beings, Lox suddenly chuckled. Are you surprised, my esteemed celestial dragon lords? Did you never consider that a child once subjected to humiliation, ridden like a beast by the lofty aristocracy, would one day become the bane of countless celestial dragons? He now stands before you, no longer a slave, but the most fearsome criminal in history, instilling terror in you all and the entire world. As he spoke, dark smoke began to rise from Lox's body. Chapter 78. The hoof of the flying dragon. Satan Saint's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Rox, rendered speechless. The vivid red mark of the flying dragon's hoof was branded upon Rox's robust, iron-like physique. As a member of the celestial dragons, they inherently understood the grave implications of this mark. In truth, powerful delinquents like Rox could have their transgressions overlooked, provided they demonstrated their worth. They might even be welcomed into the world government with benevolence. Yet, the moment the mark of the flying dragon appeared, they realized that such an outcome was now utterly impossible. Cackling with exhilaration, Rox reveled in the thought of trampling upon the very deities that had once oppressed him. Was there anything more splendid in this world? His eyes were bloodshot with excitement, his entire being radiating an uncontainable fervor. In fact, Rox possessed numerous means to eradicate the mark of the flying dragon from his back, much like Fisher Tiger in the original tale, who had covered it with his pirate crew's insignia. The seas were home to many skilled healers, and the severity of this burn could certainly be remedied. He could even resort to more drastic measures. With his current physical prowess, it would not be impossible to excise the skin from his back and allow it to regenerate. Yet he chose not to. This haughty man opted to let the mark accompany him, a source of shame, yet also one of the driving forces propelling him forward. His past experiences had imparted a profound understanding of the depths of hell, and having already endured the most terrifying aspects of existence, what was there left to fear? Black smoke enveloped Rox, thickening until it completely shrouded his arms and half of his face in darkness. Cackling madly, he scoffed at the world government and their so-called immortality. No matter how resilient their vitality, the number of times they could recover was certainly not infinite, was it? As Rox strode toward the five elders, Shepherd Tin Pit's pupils constricted upon hearing his words. Your previous response was slightly slower than the last. Thus, your immortality must also have its limits. Suddenly, Rox's form flickered, moving with a speed that even the formidable five elders could not perceive. Even though their kin Bunchiko Haki sensed impending danger, Rox's velocity was overwhelming. The massive sandworm, unable to evade, was struck by Rox's fist. The impact shattered its upper body, causing its thick skin to rupture, and viscous blood splattered everywhere, its colossal remains collapsing to the ground. The thick blood splattered onto the faces of the remaining four elders, the warm liquid coursing over their skin evoking a chilling sense of winter. How is this possible? They gasped. The speed and power exhibited, devoid of any Busashoka Haki, had effortlessly obliterated Shepherd Tin Pit, whose physical resilience was among the weakest of the group. His skin was remarkably tough, complemented by the most exceptional regenerative capabilities among them. How could all these factors fail to withstand Rox's single blow? No. This strange black smoke. Topman Vochuri, serving as the group's strategist, keenly sensed something amiss with the dark mist engulfing Rox. Its deep hue suggested a consuming darkness, and he felt an intense discomfort akin to a devil fruit user confronting the ocean. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Topman Vochuri ventured cautiously. Rox, revealing no intent to conceal, raised an eyebrow and retorted, What? With the resources of the world government, you cannot possibly be unaware of the power I wield. Could it be the Yami Yami no Mi, the so-called anomaly among the Logia types? The environmental martial god, Marcus Maz, furrowed his brow. He tentatively flicked a few feathers, only for Rox to raise a hand, unleashing a powerful attraction that absorbed them in an instant. It was as if Rox had transformed into an insatiable black hole, devouring everything in sight. The Yami Yami no Mi? If my memory serves me correctly. Although this devil fruit belongs to the Logia category, it lacks its hallmark intangibility. Aside from its unique ability to temporarily strip enemies of their powers, it inflicts double the pain and offers limited ranged attacks. It is hard to fathom that a man of your caliber would select such a subpar devil fruit. Topman Vochuri's expression tightened, his vast nostrils flaring with exasperation. The world government was well aware of the Yami Yami no Mi's capabilities. Yet that knowledge only served to relax their expression slightly. The records indicated that its users had never activated the fruit to its awakened state. Cackling, Rox declared, ridiculous. Perhaps in your eyes, the Yami Yami no Mi is merely a worthless devil fruit, but the worth lies in the hands that wield it. The previous owners could never be compared to me. Darkness is the most malevolent force in this world. As his words fell, Rox slammed his palm onto the ground, and a horrifying scene unfolded. Countless tendrils of black smoke erupted from him, devouring the earth beneath, consuming corpses, the living, rubble, weapons, everything, including the five elders, was ensnared by the darkness, an overwhelming force seemingly intent on devouring all. In the blink of an eye, the blackness had spread across half the battlefield, a single move precipitating a drastic environmental shift. This was the awakening of a Logia devil fruit. Perhaps the five elders had never regarded this seemingly unremarkable devil fruit with any seriousness. They had never diligently studied it. No previous user had ever developed it to the awakened stage. Cackling, Rox proclaimed, "Darkness is the embrace of everything." Chapter 79. The Dark Fruit. Destruction is rebirth. The world requires reorganization. A formidable gravitational force devoured everything on the battlefield, while the colossal form of the five elders seemed to plummet downwards. Rox's dark fruit abilities voraciously consumed all that met his gaze. Shepherd 10, a figure of notable stature, wore a grim expression, despite the regeneration of his upper body. The absence of reconstituted flesh had drained his stamina excessively. The five elders hastily employed their abilities to extricate themselves from the ground. Having reverted from their devil fruit forms to their ordinary human shapes, they realized that the larger their size, the greater the gravitational pull they experienced. Hovering in midair, the scene before them was chilling. Crack, crack, crack. The chaos was far from over. Rox's powers were not limited to what had transpired thus far. The dark radiance began to condense, specifically gathering in the palm of his hand. He lifted his gaze toward the five elders above. His expression a disconcerting blend of amusement and menace, before transforming into a baseball pitcher, lifting his left leg and twisting his torso, propelling the black sphere from his hand. This orb contained all that he had consumed, its mass reaching an astonishing magnitude. Dark Void, release. The black sphere detonated before it could reach the five elders. Although they had already attempted to evade, the explosion's force exceeded their expectations. In that moment, the space seemed to plunge into an eerie silence. Boom! The black light erupted, accompanied by an endless crimson lightning, unleashing a power akin to that of an atomic bomb. In that expanse, all color seemed to vanish, leaving only the profound darkness and a deafening roar, while the five elders frantically struggled to maintain their positions, ensuring they were not drawn into the explosive pull of the black hole. Crack, crack, crack. The tumult was not yet concluded. Rox laughed maniacally as the power of the dark fruit surged forth, the darkness beneath him spreading even further. Countless items were consumed, and even some living beings found no escape. Suddenly, a black sphere materialized above him, growing larger as if inflated, swiftly transforming into a colossal black sun. The might of darkness was insurmountable. Any ability before him was rendered inconsequential. Dark Void, Great Dark Heaven. Amidst Rox's raucous laughter, the massive black sun hurtled toward the five elders, whose expressions shifted in alarm. They understood that this assault could not be withstood head-on. The five swiftly darted away, yet they underestimated the attraction of the dark fruit. Their movements were as if slowed to half speed, and the black sun erupted at the center of the five, the tremendous shockwave sending them hurtling backward. Even powerful as they were, in midair, they coughed blood before crashing heavily to the ground. In a single strike, aside from Rox and the five elders, no other living souls could be seen on the battlefield. Darkness continued to spread, threatening to engulf the entire island. However, the so-called immortal powers proved to be troublesome. Wu Luxing merely took a deep breath, and his injuries reverted to their former state. Yet their stamina was perpetually depleting, even for a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Stamina was finite, and in a battle against a monster of Rox's caliber, they could only rely on their immortality to endure. With exhilaration, Rox surged forward once more, unleashing a flurry of punches against the five elders, who transformed into their most combat-effective hybrid forms. Massive energy waves triggered successive explosions, wreaking havoc upon the island. As the earth cracked like a spider's web, after one of Rox's full-powered punches struck the ground, it collapsed with a thunderous roar, creating a bottomless pit from which the distant sound of crashing waves could be faintly heard. With just a single blow, Rox had pierced through the massive island. The dual haki of the five elders was rapidly depleting, their recovery slowing significantly. As the apex power center of the world government, they had long been unacquainted with this sensation, fear. Damn it, why hasn't that guy arrived yet? This cannot continue. Rox has far surpassed our expectations. Another trump card must be revealed. The five elders seemed to possess a unique form of communication, enabling them to hear each other's thoughts. While they struggled to fend off Rox's relentless attacks, they frantically debated their next move. However, such discourse inevitably divided their focus. Izambaron V, Nageron Saint, being a skeletal figure, had weak defenses and was caught off guard by Rox's assault. A powerful kick struck his side, and under immense force. It felt as though his body had been cleaved in two. Unmatched strength, unparalleled might. After severing Izambaron V, Nageron Saint, Rox took a few heavy breaths, sustaining some injuries. Yet none were fatal. The intensity of battle had wearied him somewhat, But compared to the five elders, his losses were negligible. In this vast ocean, no one could claim invincibility, yet Rock stood closer to that ideal than the five elders did. Observing the downed, pallid skeletal figure, Rox lifted his leg, poised to crush his opponent's skull. After such an extensive bout, Rox had realized that killing the five elders would deplete even more of their energy, which they would need to recover. Currently, these five had already faced death at his hands multiple times. With blood-soaked military boots, he was about to stomp down. Yet his motion abruptly halted as he swiftly dodged to the side. Almost instantaneously, a razor-sharp glimmer sliced through the air. Finally, he has arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, the five elders couldn't help but exhale in relief. Rox narrowed his eyes, assessing this unexpected visitor. Crack, crack, crack. Another fool has come to meet his demise? Chapter 80. Government support at their first encounter. The formidable overlord Rox was greeted by a towering and robust man, whose name was Fegelin Galansheng. With a western sword sheathed at his side, the man presented himself with an air of confidence. Adorned with sunglasses and characterized by sharply styled hair and beard dyed a striking red, curling inward like a crescent moon. Ah, Fegelin, I am aware of you. The leader of the Divine Knights of the World Government. Rox scrutinized Galansheng, recognizing the overwhelming aura he exuded. Undoubtedly strong, comparable to the likes of the five elders, and on par with the infamous Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. How extraordinary that such a renowned pirate lord as yourself is acquainted with a mere character like me. I am truly honored. Galansheng bowed slightly, embodying the chivalry of a bygone era. However, in that fleeting moment of deference, a glint of cold steel flashed as he drew his sword, aiming to sever Rock's neck with a single stroke. His speed was shocking, so rapid that even the five elders beside him were caught off guard. Yet, Galansheng's expression shifted dramatically when he witnessed Rox merely raise a finger, effortlessly parrying his lethal strike. A chilling sensation coursed through him, hair standing on end as an unprecedented sense of peril enveloped him. Ah, the esteemed leader of the Divine Knights is truly a disappointment, Rox remarked, as he seized Galansheng's sword with a reverse grip and yanked him forward. His calloused fist magnifying in Galansheng's vision until it landed squarely on his handsome face. Oddly enough, despite his features being distorted by the blow, Galansheng's sunglasses remained unscathed. How amusing that someone like you could be considered a trump card. Rox unleashed his overwhelming presence, his conqueror's haki enveloping the battlefield like a shroud. The very earth trembled. Stones erupted, and even the mightiest of the five elders were forced to retreat. Such impatience, Galansheng exclaimed, rising from the ground with his features restored. A smattering of blood and dust adorning him, yet he appeared wholly unconcerned. It seems your decision, you five old fools, was indeed correct. Let this so-called overlord witness the true depths of our strength. With a booming laugh, Galansheng summoned forth a wave of powerful auras, unnoticed even by Rox. His pupils narrowed as he perceived an interruption in his observation haki, followed by the emergence of nearly 20 figures clad in gleaming silver armor, each bearing the insignia of the Divine Knights. They were armed and ready for combat, yet curiously, each bore a massive bronze chest upon their backs. Who, then, reigns supreme over these seas? Is it the so-called kings of the four seas? The notorious brigands of the Grand Line? Or perhaps you, the audacious conqueror of the New World, who dares to challenge the world government? Galansheng cast off his coat, revealing a red shirt beneath, its buttons partially undone, exposing a grotesque scar on his chest. You seem to have misjudged the situation. Pirates? No, no. The true overlord of these waters has stood unwavering for centuries, the world government. With a flourish, he pointed his sword directly at Rox. Those who aspire to reach the heavens will ultimately find themselves shattered upon the ground. This has been the case for over 700 years. Tension crackled in the air. For the reinforcements from the world government could not possibly be limited to this mere contingent. Behind the battlefield, in the small town, over 30 colossal ships had docked, with soldiers methodically ascending the rope ladders. The world government, a colossal entity composed of countless allied nations, was sending forth its elite forces, the finest warriors forcibly conscripted from various kingdoms. Dozens of kingdoms had dispatched over 30,000 of their elite, a seemingly modest number compared to pirates. Yet these troops were the pinnacle of each realm's military prowess, capable of rivaling the most formidable pirates of the New World. United, they could even turn the tide with their unique formations. Each kingdom had sent forth its strongest commanders and troops. Their singular purpose, to eradicate the pirates while ensuring the safety of the nobility. Among them was the Kingdom of Muse, one of the mightiest in the Grand Line, dispatching a renowned general and his most formidable forces. This general had commanded over 100 battles, possessing exceptional military acumen, and his personal strength rivaled that of elite vice-admirals. Yet, upon setting foot on this land, he felt an involuntary chill coursing through his veins. What devastation could these thousands of elite New World pirates wreak upon a place? The answer lay before them. The distant town had transformed into a hellscape, engulfed in raging flames and the scent of blood saturating the air, even piercing through the darkness, as if the moon itself had been stained crimson. This town stood out against the backdrop of endless night, its vivid red resembling fireflies in the dark. The stench of blood wafted from afar, causing the general and his men to blanch. Within that town lurked the essence of pure malevolence, shrouded in a mysterious veil of bloodshed, as if a legendary beast awaited them, poised to devour any who dared approach. Yet retreat was not an option. Though they were members of the allied nations, they were, in blunt terms, mere hounds of the world government. Their orders were indisputable, and even with the treacherous thorns ahead, they had no choice but to press on. Forward. Chapter 81. The arrogant spirit. I have been reborn in the flames, liberated in the sea of blood. The relentless slaughter serves merely to delight my soul, and the battlefield is but a blank canvas for an artist. I am the elegant creator, painting upon it with the blood of my foes, the divine blood being the finishing touch. The pitch-black night sky serves as my undisturbed backdrop. The glimmering light at my fingertips is the ultimate ode that captivates all living beings. The resplendent flowers blossoming amidst the carnage are the unparalleled masterpieces of me, Laymiris. Demon, do not approach. Do you hear me? Damn it, did you not hear my words? I am a god. You have forced my hand. Allow me to show you the terrifying power of the ancient demon fruit. The dragon man, his psyche gradually unraveling under pressure, opened his gaping maw in sheer terror. He roared, rallying himself with the belief that this ancient demon fruit could grant him the hope of survival. His fearsome fangs sank into the shoulder of the towering man before him, the sharp teeth piercing through skin with ease. He intended to tear away flesh as he had done to countless slaves, but no matter how fiercely he endeavored, the man remained unyielding. His proud fangs had merely grazed the surface of the opponent's skin. He. You enjoy biting, do you not? A voice, reminiscent of a demon, echoed. The dragon man instinctively relaxed his grip, fear spreading within him. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt his limbs seized. First came a sensation of weightlessness, followed by an indescribable agony in his abdomen. He glanced down in horror to find a section of his flesh had vanished into thin air, armor included. He. The blood of gods is truly rancid. Witnessing the steel-like fangs and the blood trickling from the man's lips, he chewed with fervor, only to spit out the remnants, a shattered piece of armor and nearly pulverized flesh. The excruciating pain compelled the dragon man to wail with all his might, as if such outcries would alleviate his suffering. However, Laymiris, the architect of this torment, felt no sympathy. He merely frowned at the cacophony, then suddenly spread his arms wide, forcibly straightening the dragon man's body to reveal the gushing wound in his abdomen. He opened his mouth, his teeth transformed into blades, and bit down once more. Laymiris, like a beast, tore the dragon man's body apart, the stench of blood filling his mouth. Yet, amidst the physical discomfort, the ecstasy of his spirit was far more prominent. Dark red lightning flickered beside Laymiris. He sensed his power intensifying. Could slaying dragon men enhance his conqueror's haki? Such fortune exists in this world. Laymiris took a moment to attune himself. Indeed, his spirit was stronger than when he first awakened. If memory served him well, Rox had once mentioned that the potency of conqueror's haki is intertwined with one's ambition and strength. So what was his ambition? Laymiris pondered for half a moment, then grinned, his bloodied teeth glinting eerily in the stillness of the night. Let those damned souls perish. To determine the fate of others based solely on one's inner scale is the height of arrogance, the epitome of audacity. Yet, for him, this was his ambition. He deemed the wicked deserving of death. With a flourish of his blood-red wings, known to the world as Calamity, he embraced that title. To act according to his own convictions, to satisfy his desires, that was what he sought. Amidst the chaos of pirates and slaves rising in revolt, the elite dragonmen dispatched by the world government faced unprecedented losses. Some unfortunate souls were torn to shreds by the frenzied mob, while the remaining few were either exceedingly fortunate or possessed formidable strength. However, the pirates continued their relentless search. And if not for their penchant for plundering treasures during their hunt for dragon men, the elite ranks of the world government would have been decimated. To the left of the town, a fierce battle raged between Whitebeard and Zifa, while to the right, the Golden Lion clashed violently with Sengoku. With the ability to fly, Lemire found himself in an advantageous position to scavenge treasures, virtually unstoppable, yet his primary goal remained the annihilation of Dragon Men. On the other hand, Big Mom had different intentions. Her arrival was driven by the pursuit of greater profits, and many pirates shared her ambition. These brigands no longer sought Dragon Men specifically, focusing instead on hoarding more riches. Utilizing her flight capabilities, Big Mom ventured deeper into the fray, aware of the hunting festival hosted by the heavenly beings, widely known to offer substantial rewards. The treasures deemed worthy of being prizes by the Dragon Men were undoubtedly of great value. As she rode upon Zeus, the storm cloud beneath her, she came upon a desolate area, her eyes drawn to a conspicuous thicket in the distance. Mama. It appears there is something extraordinary there. Zeus. Understood, Mama. At her command, Zeus surged forward with unprecedented speed, leaving behind a trail of enchanting laughter as Big Mom soared toward the thicket. She made no effort to conceal her presence, her distinctive laughter echoing into the underbrush. At the altar, several agents idly gathered, engaging in light banter. Unlike those who were preparing for battle, these agents served the Dragon Men and were keen on excelling in their subservience, savoring such a leisurely task. Who do you think will clinch the first place in this hunting competition? Is that even a question? It must be Lord Figureland. As his nephew, his swordsmanship is exceptional. However, St. Gamma and St. Hilton are no slouches either. They are formidable contenders. The agents debated the potential victor of the competition, their curiosity piqued by the prospect of who would claim the lavish rewards. Yet, suddenly, a voice filled with greed interrupted, altering the expressions of all present. Chapter 82. The Eternal Saint of Bar. All the agents stood up in sheer terror. This secretive location at the rear of the battlefield, once deemed unreachable, had been discovered. The formidable figure in the sky caused beads of cold sweat to form on the foreheads of these agents. Thunder flickered within the ominous clouds, and a massive fireball loomed like a second sun. The grotesquely shaped blade bared its fangs, while its graceful form exuded an air of suffocating dread. It was none other than the captain of the 3rd Division of the Rocks Pirates, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Damn it! How could this madwoman appear here? This is the farthest point. Could it be that the elders have? Has this war already concluded? But how could that be possible? The agents rose, drawing their weapons. The leader among them, wielding twin blades, emanated a formidable aura, indicative of a vice admiral's prowess. Yet, upon confronting the notorious captain of the 3rd Division of the Rocks Pirates, his fighting spirit waned. Merely her Shura-like presence sent tremors through his very soul. Mama. It seems Lady Luck is exceptionally on my side today. Big Mom gazed greedily at the mountain of treasures piled atop the altar. Each item gleamed with immense value. Truly, it was a reward worthy of the celestial dragons. With these possessions in her grasp, she could establish her own pirate kingdom. Big Mom, leave this place at once. These treasures are beyond your reach. The consequences of your greed are dire, the leading agent warned. Unfazed, Big Mom scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping her lips as she seized Prometheus beside her and hurled a fireball with reckless abandon. The searing flames instantly reduced 2 agents to ashes. Consequences? Is it any worse than the repercussions of slaying a celestial dragon? A mere pack of sycophants ceased to be an eyesore before me. Big Mom refused to engage further in idle chatter. Her sole focus was to claim the treasures. Madness. Utter madness. Everyone charge. If these treasures are compromised, we are all finished. The leading agent, his eyes reddened, retrieved a syringe from his waist. Without hesitation, he plunged it into his neck. As the liquid coursed through his veins, his aura visibly surged. In an instant, he ascended from a typical vice admiral's level to that of a candidate for admiral. The surrounding agents were taken aback. This potion was exorbitantly priced, obtainable only in the Holy Land, a rare life-saving trump card. While it granted a temporary boost in strength, it would leave the user in a state of near debilitation until the end of their life. This was the onset of a desperate struggle. Intriguing. Yet, all resistance was futile. As the captain of the 3rd Division of the Rocks Pirates, Big Mom's strength was astonishing. She regarded the agents before her with utter disdain, laughing maniacally before descending upon them atop Zeus. Do not obstruct me. Mama's charge. She lunged forward, but the agent leader did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, his body undergoing a remarkable transformation. The hardened armor of Haki enveloped his shield-like form, successfully parrying Big Mom's strike. Underestimate me at your peril. Behold the might of the Triceratops. The agent leader bellowed, revealing his Zoan-type devil fruit ability, having consumed the ancient Triceratops fruit. A formidable shield of horns adorned his neck, his strongest defense. Yet, this proud maneuver was met with a devastating blow from Big Mom, cleaving a massive gash into it. One was a prodigious powerhouse, Charlotte Linlin, a top-tier warrior blessed with extraordinary talent, while the other was an agent leader, consuming a potion to trade his life force for temporary might. The disparity was significant. Yet the resilient Triceratops form was not easily vanquished. Their clash sent tremors through the ground, akin to a minor earthquake. The ordinary agents surged forward, unleashing their most potent techniques, fully aware that failure would jeopardize their families in the Holy Land. Expose your weakness, perish, you madwoman, an agent roared, charging with his blade, only to be sent flying with a single slap from Big Mom. The force of her strike extinguished his life instantly, his lifeless body crashing onto the altar, kicking up a cloud of dust. By a twist of fate, 2 chests atop the altar flew off, landing in the nearby underbrush. As the chests shattered, 2 peculiar fruits emerged. In the grass, 2 pairs of eyes locked in a tense gaze. In a flash, a gleam of steel severed through the air, cleaving through a dozen fierce-looking pirates. Their lower halves continued running while their upper bodies silently collapsed, a gruesome sight. The harrowing wails and sheer terror of death revealed their panic, their eyes fixated on the red-haired man who sheathed his sword, ultimately succumbing to their fates with unyielding resentment. A mere swarm of ants, a pack of lowly scum. To dare provoke the dignity of the divine is to seek one's own demise. The red-haired man scoffed. Clad in resplendent silver armor, his lofty demeanor unmistakably marking his identity. He, too, was a celestial dragon. However, unlike others of his kind, his armor bore numerous golden patterns, exuding an even more opulent aura. As a member of the esteemed Figureland family, known for their nobility within the Holy Land, one could not mention this lineage without acknowledging its most exceptional scion, Figureland Gallant Saint, the leader of the Knights of God. His status rivaled even that of the 5 elders. Such a grand family could not solely possess one illustrious figure. The current Figureland Bara Chaosheng stood as the brightest star among the new generation. He ranked first among the elite celestial dragons and was a formidable contender for the championship in the upcoming world tournament. His prowess had already brushed against the threshold of admiral-level strength. Chapter 83. Disrespecting the Divine. What a ludicrous world it is, where mere mortals dare to harbor treasonous thoughts against the exalted deities. They have forsaken reverence, even seeking to drag the divine into this sordid mire of humanity. Utter madness. To disrespect the divine is nothing short of a capital offense. Fegelin Dabasa, the Holy One, withdrew a soft silk handkerchief, gently wiping the blood from his sword's blade. The pristine fabric became stained, resembling a sinister crimson flower blooming from sin. Discarding the soiled cloth aside, he did not sheath his blade. Instead, he raised his gaze coldly to the blinding figure in the heavens, the heart of the sky, brimming with cruelty. Next shall be you. Bassa, with one hand gripping his sword, pointed its tip skyward at Limerus, seemingly displeased at the need to look up at a mere mortal. He unleashed a wave of sword energy, intent on returning the audacious fool who dared to offend the divine majesty to his rightful place. Clang! To Bassa's astonishment, the colossal figure effortlessly intercepted his sword energy, crushing it to pieces as if it were an insignificant insect. His pupils constricted. Then a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown appeared on his face. To see a god unacknowledged. To encounter a deity with disdain. What audacity from this mortal. The blood-red flames, a harbinger of calamity. Limerus of the Rocks Pirates 1st Division, do you confess your sins? As Bassa spoke, his smirk morphed into a chilling glare. Veins bulged upon his forehead, radiating fury. A Shura-like aura erupted from him. Black and red lightning crackling and roaring. This was the manifestation of his conqueror's Haki. Witnessing this, Limerus felt a twinge of surprise. Previously, he had dispatched countless so-called elite celestial dragons, who, when faced with him, often crumbled in terror, their threats paltry compared to an ordinary civilian. Yet, the celestial dragon before him was different. Upon seeing him, his aura was not diminished, but rather intensified, even unleashing his own conqueror's Haki. Such pride, born of innate nobility. Regarding all in this world as mere dogs beneath his feet, in his heart, he considered himself a deity, the most esteemed existence in this realm. The uniqueness of the celestial dragons was intrinsic, yet this one seemed to embody it more deeply, his presence almost on par with Limras himself. A man and a god, standing apart in the void, one gazing down from the heavens, the other looking up from the earth. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are unlike those foul creatures I have slain before, who quivered like chickens, as small as mere chicks. In my eyes, you are but a dog, a vicious hound that bears its fangs. You possess some courage, yet your stench surpasses theirs. Limras flapped his wings, gradually descending from the skies. Illuminated by the moonlight, the remnants of blood on him radiated a scarlet glow. Bassa frowned. His displeasure was palpable. The reason was simple. Limras towered over 5 meters, while he stood a mere 4. Such arrogance! To equate a deity to a mere dog. You shall pay dearly for your words and actions. Engaging with an ant seemed a futile endeavor. Bassa grew impatient. A layer of dark haki enveloped his long sword, and in an instant, he vanished from Limras' sight, only to reappear behind him. Ha ha ha. To initiate an attack so brazenly, what a disgrace. Bassa had indeed reached the threshold of an admiral-level powerhouse, embodying the title of the foremost elite celestial dragon of this generation. However, compared to Limras, Bassa's environment had been far too sheltered. The disciplined training he underwent was entirely different from the brutality of the battlefield. You are as slow as a snail. Bassa believed himself swift. This strike, he thought, Limras could not evade at such close range. Yet he underestimated a pirate forged in the crucible of bloodshed. Limras' upper body twisted unnaturally, evading the blow. Bassa's strike undoubtedly missed its mark, and before he could comprehend, Limras' fist crashed into his face. With a resounding thud, Limras' massive fist left an imprint on Bassa's visage, the sheer force propelling him backward. The once noble god now tumbled on the ground like a swine, his shining silver armor coated in dirt and dust. This is impossible. Rising from the ground, Bassa noticed blood at the corner of his mouth. Being struck by a pirate he deemed an ant was a source of great humiliation. Dare to desecrate the divine. You have sealed your fate. Bassa roared as he charged at Limras. Yet in the next moment, he was sent flying backward at an even greater speed. Limras' fist struck his face once more, distorting his features. What kind of god are you? A foolish self-proclaimed deity. Your existence is merely a waste of air. The disparity between an admiral and a powerhouse of that caliber is evident. Their strengths may be comparable, yet Limras' combat experience far surpassed Bassa's. One was nurtured in a greenhouse of sparring, while the other thrived amidst life and death crises on the battlefield, where a single misstep could lead to oblivion. The celestial dragon before him was indeed stronger than others of his kind, but that was the extent of it. After nearly 40 exchanges, Limras seized upon a critical opening. His entire right arm transformed into a spinning blade, delivering a devastating punch that sliced through Bassa's flesh, piercing his left flank. Bassa's complexion paled visibly as excruciating pain flooded his senses, and as he beheld the mangled remains of his kidney, no larger than an infant's fist, his eyes turned crimson. Chapter 84. A chilling conspiracy absurd, utterly absurd. That was the most cherished of my possessions, and you dare to. Unforgivable. I shall rend you limb from limb. Even among the younger generation of celestial dragons, Baisar Chongqing possesses every vice typical of his kind. The resplendent city of Pangu stands at the pinnacle of this world, with outsiders striving desperately to gain entry, while those within truly know how to revel. What purpose does this serve? TSK, the size of this thing is indeed astonishing. To be honest, if it were to appear before organ trafficking organizations, they would likely not even bother to pick it up. Lies cannot inflict harm. After all, Baisar Chongqing's wives always sing his praises. Yet, the truth is a swift blade, and the merciless ridicule from another man strikes at the very core of Baisar's deepest insecurities. Rising once more, he brandished his sword at Limras. However, the outcome mirrored the previous encounter. Anger may grant one the courage to wield a blade, but it cannot alter reality. Enough. I have squandered ample time on you. Go to hell and atone for the innocents you have harmed. Limras lifted a leg, his gleaming blade poised to descend upon Baisar and Apos' neck, enduring the pain coursing through him. Baisar propped himself up, but in that instant, his expression of unwillingness, rage, and resentment evaporated, replaced by a look of triumphant scheming. Clang! The blade fell, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. Limras, taken aback, understood well the sharpness of his weapon, akin to a great sword, even rivaling the might of the supreme blade. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, how could this seemingly defenseless opponent possibly withstand it? But before he could ponder further, a surge of pain struck him. A long gash appeared on his back, stretching from his right shoulder to his left abdomen, the wound grotesque and blood gushing forth. A slash worthy of a great swordsman. Alarm bells rang in Lamri's mind, and without hesitation, he soared into the air. Blood dripping from his back as he glared ominously at the ground below. After years of hunting falcons, he now found himself pecked by a goose. Yet he was puzzled. His observation hockey was always active, yet this strike seemed to materialize from thin air, devoid of sound or aura. His keen eyes meticulously scanned the earth beneath him, where he observed Baisar Changxing retrieving an unknown object from his bosom, tossing it into his mouth. Miraculously, his wounds began to heal at a visible rate, enabling him to rise once more, fingers of his left hand crossing in a peculiar gesture, the barrier remaining intact. If I am not mistaken, you must be a user of a devil fruit. As for its ability, it appears to be the fabled barrier fruit. Lamrise, no longer the naive youth of yore, had traversed the seas for years under the banner of rocks, alongside formidable figures like Whitebeard. His experiences far surpassed those of others, and he had indeed heard of this barrier fruit, which the Golden Lion had informed him about. Among swordsmen, a few devil fruits were notorious for countering them, and the barrier fruit, reputed for its unparalleled defense, was one of them. Although not as formidable as the shatter fruit, it was still exceedingly troublesome. Some knowledge. Indeed, as a noble celestial dragon, the power I possess is the mightiest upon these seas. From the very beginning, I have wielded the most robust shield. Baisar Changxing proclaimed with pride, and for the first time, Lamrise regarded a celestial dragon with genuine respect. The ability to endure such torment without revealing one's trump card marked him as exceptional among his kind. Even compared to those Lamrise had encountered, he was an impressive swordsman paired with a highly defensive fruit, truly a spiny tortoise. So, after being pummeled for so long, this is merely the exchange for a trivial cut? A derisive smile crept upon Lamrise's face. As a Lunaria, his physical resilience was remarkable. Such an injury would likely heal on its own in no time. Is that so? Yet, contrary to expectations, the smile on Baisar Changxing's face only grew more fervent. His expression transformed into one of fervor, eyes ablaze as he regarded Lamrise like prey. To affirm Baisar's peculiar demeanor, an intense pain suddenly surged through Lamrise's back. The searing agony radiated from his wound, seemingly burrowing into his very being. Within mere breaths, the pain escalated from flesh to bone. It felt as if sharp little knives were scraping at his sinews, akin to a parasitic torment, inflicting suffering reminiscent of the most brutal punishments. Even a warrior of his caliber could not suppress a groan, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. Foolish commoner, you underestimate me gravely. I have stated before. You are a pirate I have long coveted, a prize I have yearned for. Did you truly believe I would appear before you so foolishly? Baisar Changxing's countenance grew increasingly ghastly, flushed with excitement as he gazed at Lamrise soaring above. Such a robust physique, such a rare lineage. This is precisely the treasure I have sought for so long. Fear not, for I shall not bring about your demise. Be grateful, for as a commoner, you shall have the honor of residing in the Holy Land, free from the annoyance of fools. Once I possess you, my wives shall be free to perish. It is unlikely anyone could anticipate that the celestial dragon, often perceived as foolish, could harbor such cunning. Using himself as bait, he lured Lamrise, initially appearing weak but revealing his trump card at a critical moment to ensnare Lamrise's attention and execute a surprise attack. Undoubtedly, the blade was poisoned, and the reason a celestial dragon would expend such effort was, Lamrise felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld that lecherous visage. Chapter 85. John's betrayal. Though it was acknowledged that such occurrences were not uncommon among the perverse celestial dragons, the mere thought of being scrutinized by them left Lamrise feeling profoundly uncomfortable. What sort of absurdity was this? In the midst of battle, he had nearly been slain, only to be informed that his body was desired? Unbelievable! Even fictional narratives would shy away from such outrageous twists. However, this was not the time for contemplation. The searing pain relentlessly gnawed at Lamrise's body, diminishing his strength as if it were being siphoned away. The blade he bore was tainted with a venom of unknown origin, possessing an astonishing potency. How careless of me! Such a lethal toxin must be of considerable value. How could they afford to expend it on me? Veins bulged on Lamrise's forehead, yet a wry smile graced his lips. His form shimmered ominously, transformed into something unrecognizable, as countless blades adorned him. Those familiar with Lamris understood that this state signified his fury. Indeed, this toxin was a rare treasure, an ancient relic of the past, and could rightfully be deemed one of the heirlooms of the Fagoland family. Yet it was all worth it. Capturing a rare specimen like you necessitated employing extraordinary measures. Treasures must serve a purpose to earn their title, and this particular poison had lingered in the family's vault for centuries, having been utilized only thrice. Its recipe had long been lost, rendering its effects exceedingly formidable. For a powerhouse like Lamris, once this toxin invaded his system, he would dwell in a state of extreme weakness for a full 24 hours. Were it not for the formidable bloodline of the Lunaria within him, he would have been rendered incapacitated the moment the toxin entered. Yet, astonishingly, he persevered, his robust physique enabling him to remain standing, much to the delight of Basachang, who now regarded Lamris with heightened greed. Ah, splendid! To withstand so much. Truly, you are the man I have chosen. Yet, I imagine you are not faring well. Even if you're holding on, your strength must have been diminished by at least 60 or 70%. In light of these circumstances, how will you respond? As Basachang's words echoed, a crimson line erupted from Lamris's back. He could not suppress a muffled groan. Under normal conditions, he would never suffer such grievous injuries. A broad blade had extended from his spine, rendering him akin to a steel warrior. Yet, the venomous effects surpassed his expectations, leaving his blade significantly weakened. Curse be those responsible. As his strength waned, Lamris could no longer maintain his flight. He descended helplessly, his hands transforming into blades, desperately striving to stay alert. His acute sense of danger saved his life as he raised his hand to block a strike aimed at his neck. However, the blade on his finger shattered, and he was sent spiraling away by the overwhelming force, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet his breath continued to fade. Hey, don't let me die here. I intend to live. Basachang muttered irritably to the empty air beside him, and in response to his words, the seemingly vacant space stirred at last. Enough of your prattling. You wish to survive, yet being gravely injured and on the brink of death counts, does it not? This is a matter between us two. You merely need to watch. The voice was eerily familiar. Lamris widened his eyes as a figure, diminutive compared to him, emerged. Cloaked in a sweeping pirate cape, the emblazoned letters were unmistakable. Armed with a pirate cutlass and a silver pistol at his waist, it was none other than John, the captain of the 6th Division. What is this? Your expression betrays surprise. Ignoring the celestial dragons, John sneered contemptuously. John, you traitor, you have betrayed the captain. The esteemed captain of the 6th Division of the Rocks Pirates now serves the celestial dragons, acting as a dog for the world government? Lamris gritted his teeth, roaring with indignation. He could hardly fathom such a betrayal, never anticipating that John would ally with the world government. It was not merely a matter of John's character. The majority of the Rocks Pirates held a profound respect and fear for their captain. The crew was bound by mutual interests yet held together under the captain's brutal dominion. Each member acutely aware of the terror their leader inspired. There is no need for such a reaction. In the world of pirates, betrayal is hardly uncommon, is it? Do you think this is some childish game among friends? Without hesitation, John drew his pistol, firing a bullet that whistled as it struck Lamris in the shoulder. This firearm was not the expensive piece John had previously wielded. It discharged the most ordinary of rounds. Yet Lamris and Apos' current state was so dire that even such a basic weapon could inflict harm. Allow me to clarify. I am no lackey of the celestial dragons. The world government is unworthy of my service. I have always been, and shall always be, a pirate, nothing more. John's tone was unreservedly laced with disdain for the world government and contempt for the celestial dragons beside him. Despite his current predicament, he could still claim a degree of notoriety on these seas. Even formidable figures like Zifa and Sengoku would find it challenging to apprehend him. He possessed a pride backed by his reputation. Moreover, I have never regarded myself as part of the Rocks Pirates. My sole purpose in joining was for revenge. I want Rocks dead. John's demeanor was frenzied. His thirst for vengeance ignited the moment he made his decision. This grand conflict presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And to achieve his goals, he was willing to collaborate with the very celestial dragons he despised. His demand was simple. Once Rocks was dead, the world government must allow him to leave, and that was all. John was a man driven by greed. He was the weakest among the division captains. However, even the most destitute of men possess an unwavering bottom line. Chapter 86. Crisis. The situation for Riem Ray suddenly became precarious. Initially, he had thought that eliminating Basar Changsheng would be as effortless as dealing with other celestial dragons. However, his opponent revealed the strength of his barrier fruit, reputed to possess the most formidable defense among the devil fruits. Even more unexpectedly, the captain of the 6th Division of the Rocks Pirates, John, suddenly betrayed him, turning his hostility towards Riamray. Their strengths were nearly equal, yet John seemed to possess an elusive ability to become invisible. As for Riamray, he found himself severely weakened by an unknown venom that had corroded much of his power, leaving him only able to exert a mere 30% of his strength. In such dire circumstances, even with his extraordinary capabilities, it seemed futile. Without granting Riamray the luxury of contemplation, John launched the first attack. He charged forward with his blade, and in the midst of his sprint, he abruptly vanished. Riamray strained to activate his observation haki, but as usual, he could sense nothing at all. He hunched defensively, protecting his head, only to be bombarded by a flurry of strikes akin to a tempest, blood splattering as the blade effortlessly sliced through his skin. His own defenses crumbled. His complexion turned ashen, and the pain of the shattered defenses resonated painfully within him. Before long, Riamray was a mass of wounds, with all his defenses obliterated. Deep gashes exposing bone. He longed to fight back, but found himself utterly powerless, unable even to detect where his enemy was. How could he possibly hope for a reversal of fortune? Ultimately, Riamray could no longer withstand the onslaught. His strength was entirely spent. John delivered a powerful kick to his forehead, forcing his body to arch backward. With his hands slightly apart, exposing his midsection, John mercilessly followed up with a blade strike. The sharp curve of his pirate's sword descending swiftly, plunging Riamray into unconsciousness. Was this how his journey would end? How infuriating. They had promised to explore the vastness of the world together, and there were still countless unfulfilled vows. His body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, his pupils gradually losing focus. The last image he beheld was that of a figure charging like a human tank, wielding a massive club. Is this all you can muster? The Knights of God? Huh, what a pathetic bunch. The battlefield behind him had begun to collapse. Vast swathes of land crumbling into the ocean. Monstrous beings gasped for breath, their crimson eyes fixated on the figure radiating an aura akin to a demon. Such power, and yet they had failed to vanquish this terrifying man? The 5 elders, 5 in number, and 20 from the Knights of God, 25 formidable commanders, had all been defeated? How could anyone believe such a thing? In contrast, despite being riddled with wounds and appearing as though he had emerged from a pool of blood, Rox bore no injury that threatened his very essence. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, it was merely due to exhaustion and significant blood loss. Fegaland Galansheng, holding his sword in one hand, forced himself upright. His leg bore a massive wound, completely perforated. As the leader of the Knights of God, he possessed an almost immortal capability, yet compared to the elders, his mastery of such power was still immature. Recovery from his injuries would consume a great deal of stamina. Regrettably, he would not ignore the wounds unless they impeded the battle. Rox, I concede that you are strong, but do you truly believe you have won? Galansheng's gaze was sharp. As the most powerful combatant aligned with the world government, he had left a long scar upon Rox's chest. I couldn't care less about your hidden secrets. Even if you resurrect Joy Boy right now, whatever tricks you have up your sleeves, I will confront them all. This was absolute dominance. Rox unleashed his conqueror's haki, radiating with an intensity that placed him among the strongest in the world. Merely his presence was enough to sap the fighting spirit of lesser commanders, and under the full manifestation of his aura, ordinary commanders could lose consciousness simply from standing before him. Such a terrifying aura played a significant role. It was the ambition of this man to become the ruler of the world. Very well, prepare to receive my next move. Galansheng's tone was filled with ruthlessness. He waved his hand, and those Knights of God still capable of awareness rose to their feet. Their eyes reflected a mixture of ferocity, fear, and helplessness. Yet all emotions were rendered meaningless by the responsibilities they bore. Then, like a swarm of reckless bees, the members of the Knights of God charged forward. In the previous battle, their contributions had been minimal, but as commanders, they still possessed the ability to divert some of Rox's focus. Rox raised his hand and delivered a punch. One knight, who had been screaming as he charged in, was instantly pierced through. His sword remained raised, yet his heart had been shattered by Rox's blow. However, Rox was perplexed. Despite his punch being powerful enough to penetrate the man's body, the massive bronze chest he carried remained unscathed. But now was not the time for contemplation. As one comrade fell, fear flickered in the eyes of the remaining Knights of God, yet they had no choice but to advance, even in the face of death. Such behavior was extraordinary. How could the normally self-preserving celestial dragons exhibit such valor? Rox was puzzled. Such actions were tantamount to courting death, especially with the elders observing from the sidelines. A piercing sound sliced through the air behind him, yet Rox showed no fear. He deftly evaded Galansheng's formidable strike, then stomped down on the blade, delivering a punch that Galansheng managed to block with his body. What is happening here? This man should have been able to evade that. Just as Rox pondered this, a conspiratorial smile spread across Galansheng's face. Rox, you have fallen into my trap. Chapter 87. Poison, poison. Poison. At the moment when Lox was filled with perplexity, he witnessed Garen Saint twist his left wrist, and in an instant, a dagger, roughly the size of an adult's palm, materialized in his grasp. The dagger gleamed ominously, its sharp edge reflecting a chilling light, and the tip emitted a faint black glow, indicating it was laced with poison. Lox's expression shifted. Although he was unaware of the nature of the venom, he could discern that it was no ordinary toxin, especially since it was wielded by the leader of the Divine Knights as a trump card. The revelation of this dagger signified that the poison could inflict severe repercussions upon him. With remarkable speed, he attempted to evade. Yet the other members of the Divine Knights surged forward, roaring as they lunged at Lox with a frenzied determination, seeking merely to restrain his movements rather than inflict harm. Several members boasting the strength of elite generals recklessly charged at him. Even for a formidable figure like Lox, he was momentarily halted. A fleeting pause that could prove catastrophic in a contest of top-tier warriors. Garen Saint, as the captain of the Divine Knights, was terrifyingly powerful. As an exceptional grand swordsman, Garen's speed was extraordinary, perhaps even describable as instantaneous. When Lox was violently pushed back, Garen effortlessly crushed the skull of one assailant before attempting to evade. But it was too late. Despite Lox's ardent efforts to dodge, the dagger still left a gash around 4 to 5 centimeters long on his leg, from which a trickle of blood emerged, transforming into a black hue at an alarming rate. In mere moments, a significant portion of Lox's leg had darkened, and beneath his skin, a sinister blackness appeared to spread uncontrollably. Lox's countenance paled drastically as he felt the venom coursing through him, distinctly sensing his vitality dissipating like spring snow melting under the sun. Within a brief span, his strength plummeted to a mere 70%. Seething with rage at this unprecedented weakness, Lox unleashed a powerful kick that struck Garen's chest with a resounding crack, causing his torso to contort grotesquely as he was propelled backward, ultimately caught by the massive figure of Jin Tian. It seems the experience is not as delightful as one would hope. The renowned maritime overlord, Lox, exhibiting such a discomposed demeanor? Sneered Satan Saint, his tone dripping with derision. Yet the 5 elders were inwardly astounded. The toxic substance, originating from the Figelin family and existing for centuries, had only been entrusted to a mere 3 individuals. They had expended tremendous efforts to persuade Garen to employ such a potent relic, and now it had been entirely consumed. 3 precious opportunities gone. Lox had consumed one of those opportunities, likely accounting for 30% of the Figelin family's venom, while another 10% had been utilized against Lamiris. A necessity due to the little rascal's troublesome nature and undeniable significance. The final usage had been against Joy Boy. 60% of the poison had diminished that terrifying figure's strength by half. The remainder became the Figelin family's heirloom, now entirely depleted. Yet, such a sacrifice was deemed worthwhile, for Lox's aura had diminished significantly. Exchanging this ancient toxin for the downfall of a figure of his caliber was undoubtedly a profitable transaction. Do you truly believe this mere toxin can fell me? What a jest! Lox bellowed, straightening his posture as his waning aura suddenly stabilized, even exhibiting signs of gradual recovery. However, this was merely a forced suppression of the toxin. He could barely maintain 70% of his peak combat prowess, an impressive feat at his level, considering that 30% was still substantial. How is this possible? By all accounts, you should be rendered nearly incapacitated. Garen Saint, his injuries just beginning to heal, gazed up in disbelief at Lox's resurgence. His pallid visage turned even whiter at the realization. The 30% of venom should have obliterated 6 or 7/10 of Lox's power. Historical accounts indicated that the legendary Joy Boy had only withstood 60% of the toxin, and Joy Boys might far surpass Lox's. If your means are limited to this, then regrettably, the game belongs to us, declared Lox. Do not celebrate prematurely. Although your current state is astonishing, do you genuinely believe we lack a contingency? As soon as the words left his lips, Satan Saint, and the other 4 elders transitioned from their beastly forms back to their human states. Miraculously, their suits emerged unscathed, and with unwavering expressions, they reached for the inner lining of their garments. When they withdrew their hands, they revealed gleaming orbs radiating blinding white light. With a synchronized effort, the 5 elders crushed the luminous orbs in their palms. Lox felt a peculiar presence manifest within the realm. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a meager glow that barely illuminated the earth, but soon, that light waned until it vanished entirely, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness. The darkness loomed like a ravenous beast, opening its gaping maw. Suddenly, anguished wails echoed around him. Lox's expression shifted, and he unleashed his Kinbunchika haki. But what he witnessed defied comprehension. Except for Garen Saint, the remaining 19 members of the Divine Knights began to scream in agony, their bronze boxes emitting piercing sounds as they slightly shifted, and then a torrent of blood engulfed them all. Regardless of their condition, whether barely clinging to life or reduced to mere pulp, they were all consumed as sacrificial offerings. A chilling, malevolent aura permeated the air. Chapter 88. The 19th King Rox gazed darkly at the 19 figures concealed within the black mist, ordinary members of the Divine Knight Corps, yet at this moment, they instilled within him a sense of impending peril. Their aura steadily intensified, transforming from seemingly feeble beings to formidable entities that even he had to regard with utmost seriousness. As the black mist gradually dissipated, the shapes of the 19 figures became discernible. They still donned the armor previously worn by the Divine Knight Corps members, but their visages had undergone a profound transformation. The youthful faces had vanished, replaced by countenances that were extraordinarily aged, even more so than that of the 5 elders. All 19 exuded a formidable presence, their aura so potent that it seemed nearly tangible. 19 individuals, all of them powerful commanders, each one among the very elite. In other words, Rox now faced the 5 elders, the leader of the Divine Knight Corps, and 19 individuals of the caliber of Whitebeard and Goldlion. The depths of the world government were laid bare at this moment. A total of 25 commander-level powerhouses, each capable of reigning supreme in their own right. The formidable aura of the 19 surged into the heavens, cleansing the tranquil night sky of its stillness. The night was enchanting, adorned with twinkling stars, and the gentle light of the moon illuminated the scene, revealing the tendrils of black mist emanating from the 19 figures, chilling, ominous, and malevolent. These 19 seemed to embody all the negativity in the world. Greetings, esteemed ancestors. The 5 elders, wielders of the highest authority in this world, suddenly adopted an exceedingly respectful demeanor, their proud heads bowed, each movement executed with utmost caution. What an extravagant display! Surely, you have depleted the resources of the world government by summoning over 20 commander-level warriors? While the world government was undeniably powerful, its strength had its limits. As Rox had observed, what stood before him was nearly all of the high-level combat power of the world government. This clearly demonstrated the immense regard they held for this overlord-level figure. It was an unwritten rule among all major powers that beings surpassing the commander level should not roam these seas. Yet Rox, having risen from slavery, was a fiercely ambitious and unruly individual who paid no heed to such constraints. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an overlord-level figure. Your talent is indeed monstrous. Such strength would have been considered top-tier even in our era. Alas, your wisdom pales in comparison to your might. As you foolishly attempt to upend the rules of this world, today, you shall leave your life here. Among the 19, the tallest figure, who appeared to be the most powerful, spoke in a voice raspy as if he had not uttered a word in centuries. His face was etched with deep crevices, and his eyes glowed red, sharp and piercing. He paid no mind to the 5 elders, and neither did the other 18. Their status seemed insignificant in their eyes. Surprisingly, the 5 elders displayed no signs of discontent towards the 19. Everything seemed to be taken as a matter of course. I am Moana's saint. Reckless Jr., remember this name. And when you reach the depths of hell, do not forget to boast about it. Moana's saint discarded the bronze box behind him and rummaged within, ultimately retrieving a bandaged staff-like object. It was a rare sword cane, not a supreme blade, but the only weapon he had wielded since birth. Moana's? If memory serves. That should be one of the original 20 surnames of the Celestial Dragons, meaning you were one of the rebels back then? Rox clearly possessed substantial knowledge, and it was precisely for this reason that his expression grew serious. If he was not mistaken, these newly emerged 19 were the very kings who had once founded the world government. Although the means by which they had survived from that era to the present were unknown, it was evident that those who had established the world government were undoubtedly the elite of their time. Perhaps among them lay the former greatest swordsman of the world or the foremost martial artist of that age. The aura of Moana's saint, who had just spoken, was the most terrifying among the 19, subtly hinting at a power surpassing that of the commander level. In such a lineup, a single misstep could very well lead to his demise. Audacious, foolish mortal, do you have any idea what you are saying? A blank history. And yet there exists a knowledgeable one. But it matters not. You shall die here today. The 19 unleashed furious roars, evidently enraged that rocks possessed knowledge of the blank century, a truth that should have been long forgotten. Why would anyone know of it? That blank century's history must never come to light, lest it severely undermine the world government's dominion. You have now acquired yet another reason for certain death. Moana's saint remained unfazed, his cane sword revealing half an inch of blood-red blade, an overwhelming killing intent emanating from its edge. Behind him, a colossal, ghostly figure seemed to roar, and the coldness in his gaze was unprecedented in Rock's life, instilling a sense of dread merely with a glance. Esteemed ancestors, this group of reckless pirates has committed unforgivable sins. This man and Apos' subordinates threaten our kin from the rear. It is best to resolve this swiftly. Izambalin v. Najaru's saint spoke, and the 19 kings nodded in agreement. They cast aside their bronze boxes, some clenched their fists, their armed hockey enveloping them, while others rummaged within the bronze boxes for various weapons. A few even underwent significant transformations, presumably due to some devil fruit powers. In the next moment, the 19 unleashed a torrent of Conqueror-S hockey that surged forth like an abyss. That hellish presence swept across the entire battlefield, and behind these 19 figures, phantom apparitions of wicked spirits began to materialize. Ants, are you prepared to face the judgment of the divine? Chapter 89. The Divine Man He. It is truly perplexing. What exactly are you clinging to, Sengoku? The justice you once revered has devolved into a mere jest. Look at your face. Aiding and abetting the wicked, why not embrace the life of a pirate? With such experiences, I trust the day when you and I become kindred spirits is not far off. The words of the Golden Lion struck deeply, piercing Sengoku's conscience and igniting a tumult of self-reproach within him. He could only roar in defiance, reiterating, I am not like you. You are pirates, while I am a navy man. Spare me the nonsense. How could justice ever be conflated with evil? Yet, these declarations seemed to serve as a self-hypnotic mantra, leaving one to wonder whether he was rebuking the Golden Lion or merely attempting to soothe his own turmoil. Sengoku thrust his palm forward, unleashing a colossal shockwave that grazed the Golden Lion's body. The fierce gust of wind caused the cloak behind the Golden Lion to snap and crackle, while his fearsome visage appeared even more terrifying under the faint glow of the moon. He was splattered with blood, some of it his own, some belonging to Sengoku. Both combatants now bore the marks of their brutal conflict. Is justice truly radiant? Is evil genuinely shrouded in darkness? Hee. Such notions are only fit for deceiving children. Light may inspire hope, while darkness breeds despair. Yet, with great hope comes profound disappointment. When despair reaches its zenith, one can only anticipate the arrival of beauty. The disparity in their strength was negligible, yet the Golden Lion had mastered the formidable technique of Conqueror-S hockey. Though Sengoku, too, possessed this gift, his presence could not match the Golden Lion's might. Blood from the Golden Buddha gushed forth, falling into the gaping maw of the frenzied lion, who drank deeply without reservation, radiant as light, yet sinking into the abyss. I had thought you would detest such things, Zephyr. Who would have imagined a man like you would yield? Listen to the anguished cries from all around you. Do you feel sorrow or delight? The tremors of power shattered the air as Whitebeard's fist, akin to a hammer, crashed into Zephyr, who crossed his arms to withstand the blow. Remarkably, he appeared relatively unscathed. By pushing his body to its limits, Zephyr had achieved an extraordinary level of hardness. He stood at the pinnacle of his strength. Do not presume to lecture the Navy, you pirate. Perhaps at a loss for words, Zephyr could only intensify the force of his strikes. Bulging veins coursed along his muscular arms, as if dragons surged beneath his skin. He chose to withstand Whitebeard's onslaught, determined to retaliate with his own punch. A calloused fist struck Whitebeard's face with tremendous force. Damn it! Whitebeard's visage twisted in pain, as he rubbed his hand over the bloodied area, the throbbing agony only fueling his fury. With a sweeping arc, his massive blade descended once more, its might capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. Their battle raged with earth-shattering intensity, while Whitebeard remained oblivious to the events transpiring with Ray Morris. Had he been aware, he would have rushed headlong into the fray. Ray Morris had succumbed to unconsciousness. Having lost a significant amount of blood, his body rendered exceedingly weak. Initially, John and Baisar Chongsing believed the ordeal had concluded. But just as John reached out to the fallen Ray Morris, a towering figure exceeding 7 meters suddenly charged forth. It was an extraordinarily robust man clad in a leather jacket. His bare chest was adorned with extensive tattoos, and heavy chains dangled from his wrists, though they had been broken free. With long, flowing black hair and 2 vicious horns resembling daggers, he wielded a massive spiked club in his grasp, accompanied by a roar that echoed like thunder. He swung the club fiercely at John. Thunderous Bagua. The club was enveloped in a thick layer of armament haki, imbued with terrifying power. The fierce gust created by the swing sent chills through John's body. He reacted with remarkable speed, parrying with his curved blade. Upon collision, an immense force surged through him, propelling John backwards several meters, leaving deep grooves in the ground. He raised his head, glaring furiously at the newcomer. Veins bulging on his forehead as he bared his teeth and growled, "This matter does not concern you, Kaido. Do not seek your own demise." Who but Kaido could emerge as the savior? He stepped forward with confidence, standing resolutely against John, his towering frame shielding Ray Morris from view. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he declared, "Nonsense. Why should I heed your commands? A mere traitor. Today I will witness how you dare to harm Ray Morris." Kaido's every word and action exuded an overwhelming dominance. Although John's prowess clearly surpassed Kaido's, who was merely an intern in the Rocks Pirates, his strength was formidable enough to rival that of a vice admiral within the Navy. Yet, faced with John, a genuine admiral-level powerhouse, Kaido's stance was remarkable. Another blind fool. No, this one bears horns. Ha! Today is my lucky day. A demon race, perhaps, though not as precious as the Lunarians. You are still a fine specimen. A glint of avarice flickered in Baisar Chongsing's eyes. In his youth, Kaido's appearance could only be described as strikingly handsome, embodying the very essence of masculinity, an ideal target for someone as twisted as Baisar. Hey, pirate, what benefits do you reap by risking your life on the high seas? Join me, and I promise a life of boundless riches. As Baisar's fervent gaze bore into him, Kaido, the epitome of toughness, felt a chill run down his spine. Goosebumps erupting across his skin as a wave of nausea surged within him, accompanied by an inexplicable fury. Fool, just look at yourself. You reek like a pig. A mere glance at you makes me feel as though I've lost a decade of my life. Kaido's words darkened Baisar Chongsing's expression instantly. He opened his mouth to respond, but John interjected without hesitation. Kaido, have you made your decision? The threat in his tone was unmistakable. Cut the nonsense. Today, none of you shall take Ray Morris away. I, Kaido, have spoken.